When Li Lijun regained consciousness, even before she opened her eyes, she was acutely aware of a throbbing pain in her forehead, accompanied by a dizzying sensation and a persistent buzzing in her ears. Had she suffered concussion, or was there an injury to her head? As she summoned the strength to open her eyes, the chaotic surroundings began to crystallize in her mind, allowing her to gradually comprehend her identity and predicament. Once a scion of the illustrious Tang dynasty, the direct granddaughter of the Sui emperor, she had been born into privilege, a true daughter of noble blood. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand. She had lost her mother at a tender age. With the recent passing of her father's second legitimate wife, Lady Chun, the once demure secondary consort, Lady Yang, had begun to reveal her true colors, manipulating her daughter, San Yang, to impose unreasonable demands upon her own sister. Although Li Lijun had been deceived by the duo for some time, she was no fool. She resolutely refused to acquiesce to such outrageous requests, feeling a surge of indignation that her sister would speak thus so soon after their mother's death. It must be understood that the untimely demise of Madame Chun was not due to a grave illness or an unforeseen accident. Rather, it occurred while she was taking her children to the countryside for a leisurely outing when they encountered a group of malevolent individuals whose origins were unknown. Present at the scene were not only her siblings, but also other women and children they happened upon. The assailants threatened the lives of everyone present, and without hesitation, Madame Chun surrendered her family's jewels and possessions. To her dismay, the wrongdoers demanded that the young children deliver the valuables to them. In a bid to safeguard the children, Madame Chun bravely stepped forward to personally hand over the items. Tragically, those scoundrels not only seized the treasures, but also dealt Madame Chun a fatal blow, leading to her immediate demise. At that moment, both Lady Yang and Miss Yin were present, having been under Madame Chen's protection, for she had saved their lives. However, merely 3 days after Madame Chen's death, Lady Yang was impatiently seeking to usurp her position. Fearing that elevating a concubine to the status of a wife would be deemed improper by the ancestral court, she even coaxed her daughter into persuading Li Lijun for assistance. Truly, her ingratitude knew no bounds. When Li Lijun heard Yin Jun's request, she was infuriated. What compounded her anger was the fact that Yin Jun's tone and demeanor had shifted dramatically, now exuding arrogance and disrespect, as if such an outrageous demand was a favor bestowed upon Li Lijun and her daughter. Li Lijun was uncertain if Yan Jun's nature was inherently duplicitous or if she merely feigned innocence in the presence of her and her mother, Chun. Regardless, she loathed the feeling of being deceived. At the tender age of 9, she was unguarded and spoke her mind without restraint. The sisters exchanged sharp words, with Yan Jun uttering particularly harsh remarks, laden with dubious insinuations. As soon as she finished speaking, a look of regret crossed her face, and she issued Li Lijun an ultimatum. Defiantly, Li Lijun refused to acquiesce to her demands, prompting Yan Jun to shove her down a foam mountain, seemingly intent on silencing her for good. As Li Lijun lay amidst the flowers at the base of the artificial hill, she questioned whether she was caught in a dream, unable to fathom that her usually amiable third sister could suddenly turn hostile, threatening her very life. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and the sensation of bleeding profusely, she feared she was indeed on the brink of death, yet she found herself immobile, unable even to open her eyelids. In her vulnerable state, she unwittingly deceived Yan Jun and her maid, leading them to believe she was on the verge of death, thus alleviating the need to strike her again to avoid leaving any suspicious wounds. The maid, Sawa, suggested that they attribute her fall to her mischievous nature, but Yan Jun, displaying a modicum more intelligence than her servant, realized that, due to her recent mourning for their mother, Li Lijun could not possibly have acted out of mere playfulness. It would be wiser to seek a scapegoat instead. Suehua intended to casually select a maid, but Yin Jun had her sights set on Lin Guogong's granddaughter, who had come to offer condolences today. She remarked that Lin Jiulong was inherently unruly and had even harmed someone a few days prior. Meanwhile, Lin Guogong's wife planned to marry her youngest daughter into the Sui Wangfu as a second wife, posing a threat to the position of the Young Yang clan's future queen. Upon hearing this, Li Lijun completely lost consciousness, remaining oblivious to the events that unfolded thereafter. The last thought that crossed her mind was the grim realization that she was truly on the brink of death, destined to reunite with her mother. To her astonishment, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a strange and peculiar place. There was no sight of her mother, but rather an array of bizarre objects reminiscent of her experiences in certain task-oriented realms. Yet now she was not assuming another's identity to complete missions, but rather pursuing immortality in her own right. When Li Lijun entered the Ziwei Qianyu, she was but a girl of less than 9 years, having been raised in opulence and privilege, with her life revolving around feasting and merriment. Apart from the occasional worries over her mother's assigned tasks, she was blissfully carefree until the death of her mother forced her to confront the malice of those around her. She was almost like a blank canvas stepping into a strange and eerie world. Now, she stood on the threshold of a completely new life that was entirely her own. A splendid future awaited her just ahead. What were minor setbacks in the inner chambers compared to that? She is acutely aware of the events that are about to unfold. At present, she tends to her wounds and strives to regain her strength, all in preparation to expose the nefarious schemes and falsehoods of her third sister, Yin Jun, before an audience, to tear away the hypocritical facade of both Yin Jun and the Shao family, while also revealing her own plight to the public and incidentally rescuing the unfortunate soul ensnared by Yin Jun's treachery. She understands all too well that were it not for her father's indulgence, the Shao family would merely be a secondary concubine, and Yin Jun would be nothing more than a base-born daughter. How dare they impose such outrageous demands upon her, believing they could easily eliminate her and escape unscathed? What good would it do to report to her father? Li Dai would not believe her even if he did. He would simply shield his favored darling and chastise her, the daughter who has always been in his disfavor. Her grandfather seldom concerns himself with domestic affairs. Her grandmother, Princess Do, being a stepmother, is at odds with her stepson Li Dai and would never intervene in his household without just cause. The siblings born of her father's late first wife have always been close to their maternal aunt, the Shao family. Naturally, the children of a Shao family would also side with her, rendering any hope of assistance from them futile. Other uncles, aunts, and cousins would not risk offending the heir of the Sui royal household for the sake of an orphan girl bereft of her mother. Li Lijun has long since discerned the stark reality of her situation. If she wishes to avoid being silently eliminated in the depths of the palace, she must amplify this matter, ensuring that everyone is aware of the events that transpired today, and expose the true nature of the seemingly virtuous and obedient Shao family and Li Yin-jun. The interests of the Lin Guogong family are at stake and could be rallied as potential allies. She closed her eyes, carefully regulating her breath, while contemplating her forthcoming plans. Footsteps approached. Chapter 2. Jiao Lang. The sound of footsteps drew near to the tranquil and deserted corner of the garden beneath the artificial hill. Soon, another youthful voice echoed, "My lord. It is advisable not to wander aimlessly within the Sui Wangfu. Today, the lady has brought you here not solely to pay respects to the late princess, but also to discuss important matters with the Sui princess. If you grow weary of conversation, you may simply sit and enjoy your tea. There is no need to roam about. This is not a banquet hosted by just anyone, where you may stroll freely. After all, we are in the midst of mourning. Should you inadvertently cause a disturbance, it would be quite troublesome. Even if no offense is committed, it would still be ill-mannered should the host learn of your indiscretion. The lady's visit to the Sui Wangfu is for a specific purpose, and you are well aware of it. Why would you wish to tarnish the reputation of the third young lady?" The youth who had spoken earlier remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Rest assured, I have no intention of bringing misfortune to my aunt's reputation. I shall not wander heedlessly. I will simply take a seat in the pavilion atop the artificial hill, enjoy the breeze, and contemplate matters. Should you need me, just signal from below, and I shall come down. You heard what the maid said about the pavilion being secluded. There is no one to disturb me. However, the boy named Chue had his own thoughts. That maid was rather sneaky, inexplicably suggesting to my lord that the pavilion is quiet and empty. One cannot be certain whether she intended to lure him there. We are, after all, in someone else's home, and it is prudent for my lord to exercise caution. The young lord, growing impatient, retorted, I can clearly see that the pavilion atop the artificial hill is unoccupied. What purpose would anyone have in deliberately enticing me here? The princess of the Sui dynasty is the younger sister of my grandmother and is set to form a marital alliance with our Lin family. How could she possibly bring me harm? Spare me your incessant chatter. The young master, filled with indignation, maneuvered through the flower bushes and ascended the stone steps leading up the mountain path. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a young girl clad in white, seated on the grass beside the steps, her body and hair drenched in blood, her complexion as pale as death. For a moment, he was rendered speechless, frozen in place. He then retrieved a small white porcelain vial from his bosom. This is a treasured medicinal powder from the Lin family, renowned for its unparalleled ability to staunch bleeding. You have lost so much blood, we must attend to your wounds immediately. Yet, a flicker of hesitation washed over him. After all, Li Lijun appeared to be well beyond the tender age of 7, and as a young man, it felt rather inappropriate to touch the delicate form of a young lady, even if it were merely to administer medicine. However, desperate times call for desperate measures. Saving a life takes precedence. With this resolution, the young master dispelled his doubts, promptly uncorked the vial, and poured the powder into his palm. Accustomed to the rigors of physical activity and the occasional scrape, he carried the healing powder with him, well versed in its application. Swiftly and deftly, he applied the medicine to the visible wound on Li Lijun's forehead. Almost immediately, he noticed something peculiar. Oh, little sister, your wound appears to have already begun to heal. I was under the impression, given the volume of blood you lost, that your injury was grave. Li Lijun observed his every movement, noting that he appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, strikingly handsome and spirited, adorned with a traditional cap that draped 2 soft tassels down his back. He stood tall and slender, adorned in a pristine white outfit, cinched at the waist with a black brocade belt, complemented by long sleeves and boots. A slightly weathered riding crop was tucked into his back belt. Although his eyes had a slight roundness and his face bore the softness of youth, he exuded an aura of vitality, appearing as a fair and spirited young man. His gaze towards her was filled with genuine concern, and he carefully tended to her wounds, not out of pretense, but from a sincere kindness. Despite Li Yanjun's claims of his mischievousness and past misdeeds, Li Lijun found herself doubting her words utterly. This young man was evidently a cherished child of his family. Even if the Lin Guogong residence was somewhat diminished in influence, there was potential for alliances to be forged. Moreover, since his grandmother was related to the Dowager Duchess, it was likely that she would be inclined to involve herself in this matter. With this thought in mind, Li Lijun found herself speaking for the first time before these 2 strangers. I was pushed off the rockery by someone, and the protruding stones on my forehead caused the bleeding. However, the grass below was quite soft and thick, and the height of the hill is not significant. I only experienced pain from the fall, which looks alarming, yet my injuries are not severe. I have recovered and applied your medicine, so I shall be fine. The young gentleman, noticing that the wound on her forehead had indeed healed and that she bore no serious injury, accepted her explanation. Who could be so cruel as to push a delicate lady like you down the hill? You are clad in mourning attire, and given that it is the period of mourning for the heir apparent's consort of the Sui royal house, you must be of the heiress family. What audacity does it take to harm you? Li Lijun tugged at the corner of her mouth. It was my 3rd sister who pushed me. Her mother was my father's most cherished concubine, and upon realizing that my mother had just passed away, she thought she could act with impunity. Believing no one would protect me, she made excessively unreasonable demands of me, and when I refused, she pushed me down the mountain in a fit of rage. Afterwards, she even brought her maid to inspect my injuries. At that moment, I was utterly immobilized, unable to open my eyes. And I heard her say that I was about to die, and no one would know what she had done. At this point, Li Lijun raised her gaze to the young lord. You are Lin Jiulong, are you not? My 3rd sister had mentioned to her maid that Lin Jiulong has always been unruly and had recently harmed someone, making him the perfect scapegoat. No one would believe in your innocence. She had someone bring you over, waiting for the moment she could arrive with witnesses to find you alongside my corpse, thus branding you as the murderer, leaving you without a defense, and ensuring no one would ever suspect her. Lin Zhulong was utterly taken aback by such astonishing revelations, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Behind him, his servant, a Chue, was equally shocked and furious. Miss, who is your third sister? When did our Lord offend her, that she would so maliciously conspire against him? I do not know if you have wronged her. Li Lijun continued to scrutinize Lin Zhulong's face. I could only hear her informing her maid. Your grandmother brought you to our home to pay respects, intending to marry your aunt into our Sui Wangfu as a new wife. While my third sister's mother is contemplating elevating her to the rightful position of Wangfei, thus she cannot allow anyone to interfere with her plans. However, upon observing the ashen countenance of Lin Zhulong, Li Lijun paused momentarily. My mother has only passed away 3 days ago, no matter how reckless my father may be. It is inconceivable that he would consider a new marriage at this juncture. The princess would never take such a matter into her own hands. As for my third uncle, he has been a widower for 10 years, yet he has not remarried. Is the princess contemplating a second marriage for him? My third sister must have miscalculated, orchestrating this trap. I cannot discern whether she is acting under the influence of others or merely acting foolishly, hastily seeking to harm others upon hearing some rumors, thus compelling your family to feel shame in broaching the subject of marriage. Chapter 3. Deliberation. Li Lijun candidly elucidated their current predicament to Lin Zhulong. Time was of the essence, and she had no leisure for veiled insinuations. She spoke plainly. Although her survival meant that the calamity Lin Zhulong faced would dissipate, the fact remained that a young gentleman of his esteemed background, cherished by his family, would not easily tolerate being falsely accused and schemed against due to a mere misunderstanding. Nearly branded with the heinous label of murder, no matter how virtuous he might be, he was not one to suffer indignities in silence. Predictably, a cold smirk appeared on Lin Zhulong's face. Whether my sister is mistaken, foolish, or manipulated, she is fully aware of her actions. Since she harbors intentions to harm, she must also bear the consequences of her deeds. Suppressing his smirk, he regarded Li Lijun with gravity. My lady, you are the daughter of the heir to the Sui royal house. May I inquire about your rank? Do you hold a title? How should I address you? Li Lijun replied, I am the fourth among my sisters and have yet to receive a title. Only the daughters of princes are granted the title of county mistress. In the residence of the Sui Wang, only the sole daughter of grandfather Sui Wang holds the title of county princess. The sisters, all granddaughters regardless of their legitimate or illegitimate status, must await the formal inheritance of their father to their grandfather's noble title before they can aspire to titles of their own. Until that time, they remain merely members of the royal family. Lin Zhulong merely sought to ascertain the identity of Li Lijun. As for Lady Li, he paused. I cannot speak to other matters, but I can assure you that my aunt will absolutely not become your stepmother. A faint smile graced Li Lijun's lips. I understand. In truth, even if my father were to remarry, it would not be a grave concern. My mother, who is a secondary wife, has always been kind and considerate towards both the siblings of the previous heir and the children born of concubines. She embodies virtuous qualities, though it is regrettable that my father does not hold her in high regard. My third sister's mother seems to resent my mother for marrying into the Sui Wang residence, believing she usurped her position as the principal wife. However, she entered the family before my mother, and even if my mother had not come, she would still be a concubine. Such unreasonable people are beyond reason. You would do well to abandon any hopes that clarifying this matter will prevent my third sister and her mother from continuing to trouble you. Lin Zhulong shook his head. Speaking earnestly to Li Lijun, I speak with the utmost sincerity. My aunt will certainly not wed your father. Given that the Madam of the Duke of Lin intends to marry off her daughter, she must have already inquired about the circumstances surrounding the Sui Wang residence. The two legitimate sons of the Sui Wang are born of different mothers. The legitimate eldest son, Li Dai, has already taken 2 wives and is likely to marry again in the future. Presently, he has a legitimate eldest son from his first wife and a cherished second son from his favored concubine, the young Yang. In contrast, the third legitimate son, Li Lang, has remained in mourning for his late wife, who passed away a decade ago, and has yet to consider remarriage, leaving him with only a daughter. Although the former possesses a more esteemed status and greater power, as the title of a prince's consort undoubtedly surpasses that of a duke's wife. When one looks beyond mere appearances and considers the essence, the latter seems to be the more desirable choice. The Duchess of Lin, devoted to her youngest daughter, reluctantly concedes to the circumstances that necessitate her marriage as a secondary wife, yet she naturally hopes that her daughter will fare well in matrimony under the right conditions. Li Lang, despite his lingering affection for his first wife, is a man of reason and propriety. Furthermore, he is the biological cousin of the Duchess of Lin, being the son of Lady Do, which adds a layer of familial sentiment. Should Lin's younger aunt marry into his family and bear a son, there would be no contention over inheritance rights, and the household would be free from the interference of favored concubines. With so many advantages at hand, the honor of being a prince's consort pales in comparison. The Lin family merely seeks to become in-laws with Prince Sui, wishing to shield their daughter from the intrigues of the inner court. Lin Zhulong shares a close bond with his younger aunt, and having learned of the elder's intentions, he discreetly inquired into the matter, fully aware of his grandmother's thoughts. He refrains from disclosing to Li Lijun that his aunt is to marry her third uncle, as the marriage has yet to be confirmed, and he does not wish to subject her to any gossip. However, he can assure Li Lijun that the Lin family is one of decorum and respect, and they would never contemplate marrying off their daughter just 3 days after another's bereavement. Before the daughter of Li Lang, he may lack the confidence to express himself. Yet when it comes to the daughter of Prince Si, Li Dai, he is determined to articulate his thoughts clearly. Li Lijun comprehended Lin Zhulong's intentions and offered a faint smile. In truth, she was indifferent to whether her father would remarry. All she desired was that he maintain decorum and show due respect to her deceased mother, Madame Chun. In fact, she secretly hoped her father would remarry within a year. She was curious about the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yang and Li Yanjun when that time came. Li Lijun turned to Lin Zhulong and said, "The time is drawing near. Soon my third sister will bring people over to discover the scene of your alleged crime. While I can testify on your behalf, you must remain composed and avoid any impulsive confrontations with the newcomers. Remember, my survival renders their baseless accusations meaningless. However, should you falter in your words or actions, allowing them to seize upon any misstep, not only would they find a way to extricate themselves, but you would also bear the consequences. After all, does not the Duke of Lin's household have matrimonial negotiations pending with the Prince of Sui?" Lin Zhulong inhaled deeply. "Rest assured, I am no fool. I understand this principle well. Though I may have been naive and reckless in the past, I have learned from my missteps." His expression grew somewhat somber. "Perhaps my reputation outside is less than flattering, with many alleging that I pushed the young master of the Wang family from the balcony, yet that accusation is unfounded. I am aware of the true culprit, and the Wang family knows as well, but they dare not speak out. Even if I were to reveal the truth, it would be of little use. Our family still has needs, and thus I must endure this injustice." Though his words were somewhat vague, Li Lijun had already surmised that his tarnished reputation bore deeper implications. The young servant, a Chue, listened with reddened eyes and hastily defended his young master before her. "Fourth lady, our lord speaks the truth." That day, a group of young lords were frolicking in the Wang family garden when a quarrel erupted between the young lord of the Pei family and the young lord of the Wang family. In the ensuing scuffle, he inadvertently pushed someone down the stairs, causing injury. However, the Pei family is closely related to the noble consort, wielding both power and influence, and thus they refused to take responsibility, while the Wang family dared not offend them and could only allow them to shift the blame onto our lord. Yet, the Wang family, aware of our lord's grievances, did not press the matter and even spoke well of him in public. Unfortunately, the Pei family members relentlessly tarnished our lord's reputation outside, as if they were intent on sealing his guilt, leading to rampant gossip among the populace. Li Lijun slightly raised an eyebrow. The Pei family, with ties to the noble consort, how fortuitous. The audacity of the lowly concubine, Xiao Yang, in the Sui Wang residence, stemmed not solely from the favor of Prince Li Dai, but also from her lineage in the Hongnon Yang family, which shared a common ancestry with the noble consort from the Hezhong faction. Was Li Yanjun truly seeking a scapegoat in Lin Zhulong merely due to a misunderstanding? As Li Lijun pondered deeply, a Chue suddenly sprang up, a note of anxiety in his voice. "My lord, fourth lady, I hear someone approaching. It seems there are many people, all women." Lin Zhulong paused momentarily, then comprehended her intent, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 4. The noblewoman Li Yanjun gazed at the increasingly nearer artificial hill, her heart racing a beat faster. What if Lin Zhulong did not arrive at the hill as she had planned? Upon observing her daughter lost in thought, Mrs. Xiao discreetly tugged at her, subtly reminding her not to reveal any signs of their predicament. The impulsive act of killing Li Lijun had caught Mrs. Xiao completely off guard. However, now that the deed was done, her daughter had devised a plan for damage control, leaving Mrs. Xiao with no choice but to support her and find ways to mitigate the fallout. Mrs. Xiao was resolutely determined not to allow her own flesh and blood to bear any tarnished reputation. This excuse was concocted by Mrs. Xiao with the intention of justifying the invitation of those noble women to the scene of the incident. Among them were 7 or 8 ladies, all daughters-in-law of the several brothers of the Sui king, including the princess consort of the heir apparent and the wives of various dukes. While some shared a close rapport with her, others were less compatible with her temperament. Initially, she had intended to invite only those noble women with whom she had amicable relations. But unexpectedly, the female members of the Ning and Shui royal houses arrived as well, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. These ladies had, after the demise of her sister, the elder Mrs. Yang, maintained a sense of duty towards the children left behind, showing them considerable kindness. They were particularly courteous to Mrs. Xiao, who had married into the Sui royal house to care for her sister's offspring, while remaining cautious of Qin, the princess consort of the heir apparent. In the past, Mrs. Xiao had often disparaged Qin in front of these noble women during her sister's lifetime, initially with some success. Unfortunately, Qin's wealth and her generous demeanor, combined with her skill and flattery, rendered her immune to criticism, allowing her to gain a measure of respect within the noble women's circle over the years, much to Mrs. Zhao's chagrin. Now that Qin has passed away, these noble women have begun to express their sympathy for the weak and show concern for the daughter she left behind. However, as soon as one of them habitually cast aspersions on Li Lijun, things took a turn. A lady from the Duke of Shui's household, Madame Du, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Jun is young and has just lost her mother. It is natural for her to feel sorrow. However, if she were truly in the wrong, your heir would not tolerate her. Actions must be taken accordingly. There is no need for the eldest son to quarrel with the young lady and her sister. Is there perhaps a special reason behind this? What special reason could there be? Another voice, that of the princess siding with the young Yang, interjected. Qin is merely from a merchant family. How could the children she raised possibly compare to the refined upbringing of the eldest son and daughter? If there is a quarrel among the elder siblings, it must be due to her shortcomings. In my opinion, Sister Young need not consult us. Simply let the heir discipline his daughter. Our noble family places great importance on propriety. We shall not indulge in childish antics. Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd fell silent. For the old Li family, the notion of propriety was hardly significant. There were many who delighted in mischief. Such remarks from the sister only served to belittle someone. As for Qin's background, it was not as disgraceful as she claimed. Qin's ancestors had once held great status, and the marriage had been arranged by a highly respected elder from the royal family. To belittle Qin's status was to offend this venerable elder. Moreover, Qin was the legitimate wife of the heir of the Sui royal family. To diminish her was to cast aspersions on the Sui royal house itself. Whether standing with the Yang family or siding with the noble ladies of the Ning and Shui royal households, no one took up the words of the princess. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, prompting Madame Du of the Shui royal residence to interject. Let us not quarrel. In my opinion, such matters should be reported to the princess, and it is she who should mediate between our grandchildren, regardless of who is right or wrong. Admonishing the young ladies of the family is not the responsibility of the heir prince. This statement was intolerable to Madame Yang. Her sole intention was to find an excuse to lead everyone to the scene of the incident, without involving her mother-in-law. If Princess Do were to investigate, her lies would be exposed in an instant. Just as she was about to articulate a diversion, her daughter, Yin Jun, exclaimed with some agitation, "Who is that? Why are they running about in our garden?" Madame Yang quickly turned her gaze to see a young servant approaching them. She surmised that this must be a retainer of Lin Julong, and it seemed that, as her daughter had anticipated, the master and servant had indeed arrived at the site where Li Lijun lay deceased, likely already having discovered her corpse. A wave of relief washed over her. The young boy, a Chue, came to a halt a short distance from the noble ladies and began to bow. "Esteemed ladies, are you the mistresses of this Sui royal residence? There is a young lady ahead who has suffered grave injuries, though I know not to which family she belongs. I implore you to summon a physician swiftly for her aid." Li Yinjun hurriedly inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to our garden?" Having never encountered the retainers of the Lin family, she was eager to ascertain his identity and cast aspersions upon him. Li Yanjun came to her senses and, covering her face with a handkerchief, cried out, "I just saw my fourth sister heading towards the garden. Could it be that something has happened to her?" With that, she dashed towards the direction of the rockery, calling out, "Fourth sister, please don't scare me." She ran while shouting, causing the other noblewomen to turn pale. They had just heard from Xiao Yang that, due to the funeral of Chen Shi, Li Lijun had a conflict with her siblings. Could it be that this child had acted rashly? That would truly be disastrous. They did not have time to inquire further and hurriedly urged Achui to lead the way, asking, "Where's the injured person? Hurry, take us there." Achui lowered his gaze and replied, "The injured person is not far. I will lead the way. I kindly request the noble ladies to send someone for a physician." The Princess of Jin, Lady Wei, immediately dispatched a maid to summon help at the morning hall. The group followed Achui towards the rockery, and the princess, who was friendly with Xiao Yang, habitually exclaimed, "Yannian is truly a caring sister. Look how anxious she is. What a good child." Lady Wei shot her a glance, remarking, "Being merely anxious in times of trouble is not sufficient." She ran off without even clarifying where the injured person is. What if she leads us astray and delays matters? Xiao Yang involuntarily paused, a chill running through her. Chapter 5. Exposed. When the noblewomen arrived at the foot of the rockery, Li Yanjun had already reached her destination. She was loudly crying and scolding a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, accusing him, "It must be you who harmed my fourth sister. You scoundrel! I will not let this go." The young man, however, merely gazed at her coldly, not uttering a single word. Achui stepped forward to report to the young man, "My lord, while I was on my way to deliver the news, I encountered several esteemed individuals who have already dispatched someone to inform the Su Wangfu. I trust the physician shall arrive shortly." Aside from the young lady, who sensed the discrepancy between his words and the actual circumstances, the other noblewomen found no fault in his statement. Although it was indeed inappropriate for guests visiting the Su Wangfu to wander into the garden, given that the youth claimed to be a relative of the Dowager Duchess, the younger ladies felt it unwise to voice their objections. Should he have truly harmed the granddaughter of the Su Wang, it was certain that inquiries would follow. Lady Lian's actions were rather reckless. At present, their priority was to ascertain the condition of the injured. At the foot of the artificial mountain, a small girl clad in deep mourning lay on the grass, her mourning bands and garments nearly soaked in blood, a sight so tragic it was heart-wrenching. Although the girl's face was turned away from the onlookers, obscuring her features within the Su Wangfu, the only girl of this age who would don such mourning attire at the funeral of the Dowager Duchess Chun was none other than Li Lijun. This child had been frail since childhood, and with such a loss of blood, her fate appeared grim. Instantly, several noblewomen displayed expressions of sorrow. The Duchess of the Shui Wangfu had reddened eyes, choking on her words. How could this happen? Her mother just departed 3 days ago. The Duchess, who was friendly with the young Yang, speculated. Could it be that her mother, unwilling to part with her, took her along? The Duchess of Jin, Lady Wei, cast her a cold glance, disinterested in engaging in dispute, and simply commanded her attendant to hasten the arrival of the physician. Regardless, it is imperative to ascertain whether the individual is alive or deceased, and if there is still hope for salvation. She approached Li Lijun to examine her injuries. What has happened here? Lin Xiaolang, did you witness how Lin Yang sustained her wounds? She paused momentarily. Lin Zhulong shook his head. Someone summoned me to the pavilion on the artificial hill. As I circumvented the flower bushes to reach this side, I caught sight of this young lady sprawled here, drenched in blood from head to toe. At that moment, there was no one else around. Li Yanjun hastily interjected. Since there was no one else present, and it was merely you and your servant, who else could it be if not you? Everyone in the manor is occupied in the front. Who would venture to the rear garden? There is no one else but you. With indignation, she turned to the assembled elders to lodge a complaint. I recognize this individual. He is Lin Zhulong, notorious for his ill repute and notorious mischief. Just the other day, he pushed the young master of the Wang family down the stairs. Auntie, if you do not believe me, simply inquire at the Wang household. Surely, he was gallivanting in the garden, saw my sister here, and hurled her down from the artificial hill. After delivering her accusation, she began to weep profusely, exclaiming, "Oh, my poor sister, you are not yet 9 years old, and here you lie, cruelly slain. It pains me deeply." Her tears flowed abundantly, yet she refrained from drawing near to her sister's lifeless form, maintaining a considerable distance that rendered her sincerity somewhat questionable among the noble ladies present. While some novelli praised her for her apparent concern for her sister and offered her comfort not to grieve excessively, others noted that Lin Zhulong had claimed she had not yet seen the victim before hastily pointing fingers at him, which left them pondering in doubt. Lin Zhulong, unfazed by Li Yanjun's accusations, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "My dear lady, You claim to have recognized her as your fourth sister without even daring to draw near and examine the injured. You also assert that she fell from the mountain. I arrived here before you and was unaware of such details. Pray tell, how did you discern this? Truly remarkable eyesight. Li Yanjun was momentarily taken aback, her gaze flitting nervously towards her mother, Madame Yang. Perceiving her daughter's lack of composure, Madame Yang hastily intervened. Surely, the bloodstains remain on the rocks over there. And it is likely that Yin Yang's keen eyes noticed them, leading to her deductions. The crowd turned to observe the foam mountain, where indeed, conspicuous bloodstains marked 2 protruding stones. However, this observation did little to alleviate the suspicions surrounding Li Yinyang. It was evident to all that upon their arrival, they had followed a small servant who had taken multiple turns to reach this spot, with the flower thicket concealing the view. It was impossible to discern that someone lay here without approaching closely. The small servant had never mentioned that Li Lijun had collapsed beneath the foam mountain, without a guide. How had Li Yanjun so swiftly located the scene? Some matters, when contemplated deeply, elicit a quiet sense of dread. Observing the shifting expressions among the onlookers, Madame Yang felt a pang of unease and was about to defend her daughter when Li Yanjun interjected, Lin Zhulong. Do not think you can escape the blame for my fourth sister's demise by shifting the responsibility onto others. Aside from my sister, you are the only other person present in the garden. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Lin Zhulong let out a cold laugh. Do you believe, my dear lady, that one could remain stationed at the garden's entrance all day? How can you be so certain that no one else has entered this garden? Li Yanjun gasped momentarily, quickly conjuring a justification. I noticed that my fourth sister had arrived, and fearing for her safety, I specifically instructed someone to guard the entrance of the garden, forbidding any idle individuals from entering and disturbing her. I was acutely aware that no one else had come in. However, when I entered, there was no one stationed at the garden gate. Lin Zhulong remarked with a hint of indifference that he had encountered a few women engaged in menial tasks along the path to the rockery. If the young lady claims that no one else is present in the garden, it may be somewhat misleading. The maids are, after all, working within the garden. How could they pose a threat to my fourth sister? Li Yanjun exclaimed anxiously. If you were a person of good character, you would not trespass into another's garden. You must have encountered my fourth sister and, fearing she would inform others, resorted to her murder. Upon finishing her statement, she collapsed into her mother's embrace, crying out, Mother, my fourth sister met such a tragic end. We cannot let her murderer go unpunished. Xiao Yanshi was already drenched in sweat, yet at that moment, aside from comforting her daughter, there was little else she could do. While her daughter had indeed revealed a flaw, as long as there was no evidence, any suspicions from others could be disregarded. However, events would not unfold according to her desires. The princess of Jin, Lady Wei, rose from beside Li Lijun and directed her gaze towards the mother-daughter duo of Xiao Yangshi and Li Yanjun. It seems, Yanjun, that you have not thoroughly examined your sister's appearance, have you? How do you know she has been murdered? Li Yanjun lifted her tear-streaked face, perplexed, and inquired, Aunt, why do you say such things? It is evident from my fourth sister's tragic condition that she has been harmed. Chapter 6. Understanding. Li Yanjun stared in disbelief at Li Lijun, hardly able to trust her own eyes. Xiaoyang and the esteemed ladies gasped in unison. However, in contrast to the joy expressed by others after their initial shock, Xiao Yang's expression reflected a complexity of emotions. Li Lijun was miraculously alive. How had Yin Jun and Sui Hua verified the body? Were they so careless as to leave without confirming whether the person was truly dead, proceeding instead to handle the aftermath? This was indeed troublesome. Li Lijun certainly knew who had pushed her down the foam mountain, should she speak. Yin Jun would be left with no defense. Although the Prince of Xi was absent, several princesses and noblewomen from the Jiang family, who were acquainted with Xiao Yang, were present, alongside ladies from the Ning and Shui royal houses, who would not turn a blind eye to this scandal of sister killing sister. How would this matter be resolved? Xiao Yang's mind was in turmoil, and in her desperation, she could only muster the courage to speak first. Since fourth young mistress is unharmed, why would you intentionally feign death to frighten the elders? I did not feign death, Li Lijun replied, touching the wound on her forehead. I was genuinely pushed off the foam mountain. My head was gashed by the rocks, and I bled profusely. Yet, I was fortunate. The person who pushed me exerted considerable force, so I did not collide with the mountain itself, merely grazed by the protruding rocks. Although the wound appears alarming, it is not life-threatening. Moreover, the thick grass on the ground and the soft soil below cushioned my fall. I was merely stunned and unable to move, but I remained conscious. She then turned to Lin Zhulong. I must also extend my gratitude to my cousin from the Lin family. Given the relationship between Lady Lin Guogong and Princess Do, she and Lin Zhulong could indeed be considered distant cousins. Fortunately, upon discovering my injury, he promptly administered their family's ancestral remedy, which staunched the bleeding swiftly. Had it not been for him, I fear I would have bled to death right here. Hearing this, Princess Wei of Jin shivered slightly. Child, why speak in such terrifying terms? Please, cease this talk. I have already summoned a physician, and when they arrive, you must ensure the wound is properly treated and bandaged. Though her tone was stern, her words were laced with genuine concern for Li Lijun. She expressed her gratitude to Lin Zhulong. Regardless of his reasons for visiting the garden of the Sui Wangfu, he had saved Li Lijun's life, as Li Lijun's aunt by marriage. How could she not feel a deep sense of gratitude? He glanced in the direction of Li Yanjun, who shivered and looked at him in fright. Unperturbed, he continued, when I rushed over calling for my sister, I truly believed that my cousin's relatives had finally arrived. Just as I was about to explain, I was unjustly accused of being the assailant. Even for the young ladies of the Sui Wangfu, surely reason must prevail? They did not allow me a single word in my defense, nor did they seek to ascertain whether my sister was alive or dead, instead opting to chastise me. It is indeed a grave injustice. Madame Xiaoyang's expression darkened further. Her daughter looked at her in a state of panic. Yet she could devise no means to extricate her daughter from this predicament and was left with no choice but to seek external assistance. At this moment, it was imperative to eradicate any traces that might implicate them both, as long as there is no other evidence to prove that Yanjun has committed any wrongdoing. Even if Li Lijun vehemently asserts that Yanjun pushed herself down the artificial hill, she remains confident in securing the allegiance of the crown prince on behalf of herself and her daughter. After all, with Li Lijun still alive, the other noblewomen present, despite any suspicions, would not dare to take action against Yanjun Suihua, being more composed than her young mistress. Quickly grasped the intentions of the young Madame Yang and promptly nodded in agreement. I shall attend to it at once. Wait, Li Lijun called out, halting Suihua, who was about to leave. Does the culprit realize she has been exposed and is eager to flee? When you pushed me down the mountain, did you not consider the consequences should the truth come to light? Suihua stood frozen, astonished. What? Young Madame Yang immediately caught on. Are you implying that it was Suihua who pushed you down the mountain? She is the culprit? As she spoke, she discreetly pinched her daughter. Li Lijun let out a cold laugh. If it were not for Suihua, do you think I would reveal anyone else's name? Young Madame Yang suddenly comprehended. Although Li Lijun was young, she had been raised by the Chun family to be gentle and sensible. She likely believed that such a disgraceful act of sisterly betrayal would tarnish the reputation of the Sui royal residence, which is why she deliberately concealed Yanjun's name in public, only mentioning Suihua. While Suihua was indeed Yanjun's personal maid, her committing such a heinous act would certainly bring disgrace upon Yanjun's name. However, it still sounded far better than suggesting that Yanjun had harmed her sister. The Chun family was notorious for these kinds of deeds, earning them praise for their understanding and foresight, yet young Madame Yang felt nothing but disdain in her heart. However, today, Li Lijun's understanding nature brings good news for the mother and daughter duo, as long as Li Lijun refrains from mentioning Li Yanjun in front of outsiders. When she later faces Prince Si, Li Dai, she will find herself at a loss for words. The prince would never believe that his cherished Yanjun could commit such a heinous act. At that point, if Madame Yang adds a few words of counsel, the matter will surely be swept under the rug. Even if Li Lijun narrowly escapes this calamity, what does it matter? She is grievously wounded, young, and frail, enduring hunger to uphold filial piety, or suffering a mishap with her medicine. A severe illness would be the least of her troubles. The demise of a young lady in such a manner would be all too commonplace, arousing no suspicion. Madame Yang considers this arrangement to be more prudent, recognizing that her daughter's actions were rather reckless. Contemplating this, Madame Yang's expression darkens with indignation. How could this wretched maid commit such a vile deed? I, along with the third young lady, remained utterly oblivious. Someone, seize this wretched maid at once. I shall interrogate her thoroughly and impose strict punishment. As she spoke, she cast a fierce glance at Suihua, subtly urging her to be more discerning and loyal to her mistress. Suihua, momentarily stunned, only regained her senses when her close companions, with whom she had shared a bond, forcibly twisted her arms and brought her to the ground, realizing the dire fate that awaited her. unable to suppress a scream. She recalled her youth, beauty, and intelligence, her aspirations to ascend the social ladder, unwilling to be a compliant maid destined for a tragic end. Yet, as she uttered a single word, someone, under Madame Yang's watchful gaze, stuffed a cloth into her mouth, rendering her speechless. She could only lock her gaze onto her young mistress, pleading for her life in light of her past loyalty. Li Yanjun gazed at her with an unusual expression, showing no inclination to plead on her behalf. Instead, she muttered in a daze, "You wretched servant, how could you commit such a vile act?" The reprimand, though aimed at her, lacked conviction, as if she were merely echoing her mother's words. Sui Hua understood the implication. Tears of despair streamed down her cheeks as she glared at Li Lijun in resentment. Li Lijun regarded her expressionless, her obsidian eyes deep and haunting, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. Chapter 7. Interception. The messenger dispatched by the Duchess of Jin County, Madame Wei, finally brought the people from the Sui royal mansion, which included Li Lijun's wet nurse, Lady Xiao, and her maid, home. Upon seeing Li Lijun, covered in blood, Lady Xiao's legs buckled, and she collapsed beside her, unable to utter a single word, succumbing to silent sobs. Witnessing her uselessness, Li Lijun held her tongue, yet felt a pang of nostalgia, while the Duchess of Jin furrowed her brow in concern. However, Hong's disposition was far more resilient than Lady Xiao's. Although shaken by Li Lijun's appearance, she quickly grasped the urgency of the situation. "Fourth miss, where are you hurt? Is it serious?" Li Lijun reassured them both. "It's nothing. The wound has been treated with effective medicine, and it has nearly stopped bleeding. I merely feel a bit dizzy and sore, likely from hitting the rocks." Lin Jiulong interjected, "Is your foot all right? You've been sitting for a while. Could it be a fracture?" Hong's face paled at the thought. If the young lady had broken her leg, it would surely leave her with a permanent disability. Madame Xiao also realized this and felt increasingly faint, prompting the Princess of Jin County to stifle a roll of her eyes. Li Lijun had no choice but to speak again. "I believe I have twisted my ankle. But the injury is not severe. There are no broken bones or torn ligaments. Even if I were initially more grievously wounded, after realigning my joints and taking the medicine, I have gradually begun to recover. I remain still to grant my body ample time to heal. I am at least 6 or 7 parts better now." Naturally, she would not appear overly at ease, lest others think her injury trifling, which would be too lenient on Li Yanjun. Upon hearing this, both Madame Xiao and Hong's expressions softened considerably, though the former resumed her weeping. The Duchess of the Shui Wangfu, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and admonished, "You, as a wet nurse, are utterly ignorant. Your young mistress is still a child and has suffered a grave injury. Her elders have yet to arrive. It is your duty as her caregiver to ensure she is well looked after. Instead of indulging in your own tears, what of the child?" Madame Xiao, feeling ashamed, could only continue to sob. Hong promptly responded, as she was well versed in such tasks, effortlessly lifting Li Lijun into her arms. Li Lijun, seasoned by life's trials, remained remarkably composed and said to Hong, "My courtyard is too far from here. Simply take me to the water pavilion to the west." The princess and the duchess present raised no objections. It was undoubtedly best for the injured child to receive medical attention as soon as possible. Moreover, the water pavilion was in closer proximity to the morning hall, making it more convenient for the Sui royal couple and their heir to come and see the child upon hearing the news. As for the two individuals among the crowd, the esteemed ladies Xiao Yang and Li Yanjun, they were consumed by guilt, their minds racing with thoughts on how to shift the blame entirely onto Zuhua, while simultaneously ensuring her silence. They had little inclination to concern themselves with trifling matters. Hong deftly escorted Li Lijun to the water pavilion, where she possessed a designated chamber, complete with all necessary furnishings and maintained in pristine condition by daily caretakers. In the outer hall, there lay a spacious couch, accompanied by a small table, which Li Lijun typically utilized for her summer respite. This arrangement was fortuitous, as it facilitated her comfort and allowed for the physician's visits. The ladies of the Jin County princess gathered around, examining her injuries, chattering animatedly about the severity of her wounds, the duration of her recuperation, and whether it would impede the morning rites. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Hold on. Who are you? Where do you intend to take the accused?" Lin Jiulong stood in front of a well-dressed matron, obstructing her attempt to escort Zuhua away. Xiao Yang remained on the steps of the corridor, seemingly instructing the matron, or perhaps merely coincidentally present. Disguised as a bystander, Xiaoyang found her path obstructed once more by Lin Jiulong. The matron, left with no alternative, forced a smile and said, "Lin Xiaolang, this wretched maid has committed a grave offense and must naturally be taken for punishment." Lin Jiulong chuckled lightly. "What is the haste? How could a mere servant dare to inflict harm upon a lady of the Wangfu? The circumstances must be thoroughly investigated. There may yet be accomplices involved. If we fail to clarify the matter and eliminate all potential threats, will we not leave the Sui Wangfu vulnerable? His Highness the Sui Wang and the princess must intend to summon her for questioning. Thus, allow her to remain here, ensuring she is closely monitored to prevent any attempts at escape or self-harm. The master has yet to voice his intentions, so why the haste in dealing with her? Are you perhaps afraid of her uttering something detrimental to your interests?" Madame Yang silently ground her teeth in frustration, feeling powerless, and could only inwardly reproach her daughter for her recklessness in involving such a troublesome figure as Lin Jiulong. Princess Wei of Jin County sat beside the couch and gently inquired of Li Lijun, "My dear Li Jun, do tell your aunt the truth. Was it truly Cui Hua who pushed you down the mountain?" Li Lijun hesitated momentarily before responding. "Yes, I did not deceive you, aunt. Cui Hua has always been inseparable from my third sister. When she beckoned me into the garden for a conversation, Cui Hua followed." Princess Wei raised an eyebrow then. "Where was your third sister when she pushed you down the mountain?" Li Lijun lowered her head in silence. Though she uttered no words, her silence spoke volumes. The noble women present comprehended the implication. Some wore expressions of understanding, finding no surprise in the revelation. Others displayed a look of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. A few regarded Li Lijun with a mix of astonishment and disdain, while some questioned Li Lijun. "Dear Lijun, your third sister has always been close to you. Why would she harm you without cause? You cannot be jesting with us, can you?" Li Lijun replied calmly. "Aunt, you must have misheard. I spoke of Tsuhua. Why mention my third sister?" The princess, who had always maintained a good rapport with Madame Yang, was momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout the exchange, Li Lijun had not accused Li Yanjun of anything. She had merely pointed out the maid Tsuhua. Even though Cui Hua is a trusted maidservant of Li Yanjun, she is but a mere servant. Does Li Lijun, the esteemed granddaughter of a prince, truly require the theatrics of leaping from a 2-zhang tall artificial hill, injuring herself grievously, merely to file a grievance? Does she even deserve such attention? The county princess is fully aware that all present have already ascribed the blame to Li Yanjun as the principal culprit. Yet, Li Lijun clings to Cui Hua relentlessly, leaving her helpless. After all, she is merely a maid. If she perishes, so be it. The expressions of those in the room varied, exchanging countless glances, when another woman's voice echoed from outside. "What slander and framing! What has transpired?" It was the arrival of the Duchess of Dou. Chapter 8. Taking charge, the Duchess of Dou arrived accompanied by a physician, alongside Lady Dou, the wife of the Duke of Lin. Although she inquired of Lin Jiulong about a particular matter, she did not hastily delve into the intricacies of the situation. Instead, she prioritized the treatment of Li Lijun by the physician. However, she chose not to sit beside Li Lijun, refraining from performing a scene of tender familial affection, opting instead to maintain a distance, embodying an air of aloofness. Yet, despite her frigid demeanor, her actions were decisive and unambiguous. She sought the accounts of the county princesses and the duchesses present, calling upon Lin Jiulong to recount his experiences before and after entering the garden. Lin Jiulong shared all that he knew, omitting only the purpose of Li Yanjun's alleged scheme against him and the truth behind Li Lijun's machinations involving the young Yang and Li Yanjun. As for why he had been deceived into the garden, to be candid, he found himself ensnared in ennui, reluctant to engage in conversation, which was a predicament of his own making. Thus, he unjustly cast blame upon Li Yanjun, claiming that the maidservant had conveyed the princess's desire to communicate something to the matriarch in private, as it was deemed inappropriate to speak openly before others. He subtly insinuated that this matter was connected to the marriage arrangements involving the son of the Sui Wang. The assembly was oblivious to the fact that the Sui Wangfu and the Lin Guogongfu were contemplating a union, failing to perceive his implications. While both the Dou Wangfei and the Lin Guogong's wife were acutely aware of the underlying truths, the former speculated that the young Yang was acting at the behest of the crown prince to undermine the fortunes of his half-brothers, while the latter suspected that she intended to seize control of the household, thereby seeking to prevent well-born noble women from entering the Wangfu. Both women wore expressions of considerable discontent. However, In consideration of Lin Sanyang's reputation, neither the Dou Wangfei nor the Lin Guogong's wife could reveal the truth and were compelled to seek alternative justifications. The Dou Wangfei scoffed at Lin Zhulong, remarking, "Foolish child, if your aunt had something to whisper to your matriarch and wished to keep it from prying ears, she could simply dismiss those present. There would be no need to trouble a child such as yourself. In the future, exercise greater caution in your actions and do not be easily swayed by a few words." Lin Zhulong lowered his head in submission, though he attempted to justify himself. "This is a relative's household, in broad daylight. Who could foresee that someone would come to harm me?" The Dou Wangfei laughed derisively. "What does kinship matter? Even within one family, hearts may not be united, let alone the treachery of those with ulterior motives." Wei, the Jin Junwangfei, discerned the implications of her words and conjectured whether there might be a connection to the crown princely Dai, given the mention of the Dou Wangfei's distance from him. Yet, despite Li Dai's apparent coldness towards Li Lijun, he could not be entirely devoid of compassion for his own flesh and blood. Thus, what hidden circumstances lie beneath that outsiders are unaware of? The noble women exchanged glances, each harboring their own speculations. Meanwhile, the physician had diagnosed the situation and approached the Dowager Princess Dou to report his findings. Originally, the physician had been summoned by the late Lady Chan, who had anticipated the needs of the numerous elderly and children within the Sui Wangfu, as well as the frailty of the female relatives. With the patron now deceased, the physician sensed a shift in the attitudes of those around him and swiftly decided to align himself with a new benefactor to preserve his comfortable and respectable position. His chosen patron was the Dowager Princess Dou, and he extolled the virtues of the medicinal remedies brought by her relatives. I have long heard of the Lin family's ancestral secret medicine, yet had never witnessed it until today. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a miraculous lifesaver. Had this medicine not been applied in time, the young lady's injuries could have been far more severe. She momentarily suppressed her thoughts and instructed the physician to prepare a prescription. However, when she sent someone from Li Lijun's side to consult the physician regarding the various restrictions during the recuperation period, she discovered that only Hong was present, which elicited her displeasure. "Where are the others? Is there but one maidservant attending to fourth young lady?" The Dowager Princess Dou scoffed coldly. "As for a Shao, that is one matter, but where is her mother-in-law? And Lumama? They were trusted confidants of the late princess consort. How is it that, upon the mistress's passing, they disregard even the young master?" Li Lijun blinked, refraining from defending the two matriarchs. To speak candidly, after such a prolonged interval, she could scarcely recall what they were supposed to be doing at present. Even if they had originally been vigilantly attending to the deceased, the Dowager Princess of Dou let out a cold snort. Now that such a significant incident had befallen the young lady, Yu and Ah Shao hastened to arrive upon hearing the news. Could it be that they were merely lifeless shells? Regardless of their unwavering loyalty to the consort of the heir, it was hardly reasonable to neglect the living for the sake of the dead, was it? Hong, her face flushed with shame, lowered her head and murmured, "The Chen family has sent someone. They say there is an urgent matter to discuss with the two madams. Perhaps they have yet to hear the news." The Dowager Princess of Dou scoffed again, choosing not to press further. She turned directly to Li Lijun and said, "Lijun, these individuals are all remnants of your mother's entourage. Your father still lives. I ought not to interfere. However, their actions have been utterly absurd, as if they do not regard you, the young mistress, at all. Should they show any disrespect towards you, or dare to act with arrogance, do not hesitate to be stern. Should reprimands, punishments, or even physical discipline be warranted, carry them out without mercy. If they refuse to listen to you, they may seek out your grandfather and grandmother, who will advocate on your behalf." Li Lijun obediently acknowledged her words. The Princess of Jin, Lady Wei, addressed the Dowager Princess of Dou. "Aunt Six is willing to protect Lijun, which reassures the younger generation. Aunt Six may not be aware, but just moments ago, upon seeing Lijun lying bloodied beneath the rockery, we were truly terrified beyond measure. Fortunately, her mother's spirit must have looked after her, allowing the child to safely navigate this ordeal. Yet, whether she will endure further grievances at home in the future remains uncertain for us." The Dowager Princess of Dou's expression softened. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, the Sui Wangfu adheres to its own principles. The prince and I would never tolerate any miscreants harming our own kin." Princess Dou maintained a composed expression, casting a chilling glance at Li Yanjun, who stood by the entrance, causing the latter to shudder involuntarily, yet she dared not speak further, only bowing her head in silence. Young Lady Yang feigned a demeanor of propriety and virtue, appearing as if she were uninvolved. However, among those present, few truly believed in her innocence. While Li Yanjun could very well be the heartless perpetrator who murdered her own sister, the likelihood of such a heinous act being committed by a mere 10-year-old child, possibly incited by others, seemed far more plausible. Moreover, as daughters-in-law of the esteemed Li family, they were naturally inclined to believe that their own children were not inherently malicious and that all blame lay with others. Chapter 9. Benevolent Father. Not long after, Lady Xiao arrived with several maidservants, bearing the garments of Li Lijun. Before even entering the water pavilion, she caught sight of Princess Do seated within, rendering her legs weak with trepidation. At that moment, Princess Do had no inclination to reprimand her. She could not even spare a glance, dismissing her to attend to Li Lijun's change of attire. Li Lijun's injuries had been redressed and treated with fine medicine, and with elders advocating on her behalf, there was no lack of care surrounding her. Thus, the Duchess of Jin, along with Lady Wei and others, felt assured enough to take their leave. By the time Li Lijun donned fresh garments and had her hair restyled, she was carried out from the inner quarters, while Lady Lin Guogong and her grandson, Lin Zhulong, had already departed with the other noble women. Lin Zhulong seemed to wish to converse further with Li Lijun, yet his grandmother had already arranged a time to meet with Princess Do, aware that the latter would have matters to discuss privately with Li Lijun, necessitating his removal from the scene. Xiao Yang had long been by the side of Prince Si, Li Dai, engaging in countless overt and covert struggles with Princess Do. In the absence of outsiders, she was entirely unfazed, boldly declaring, "Princess, tread carefully with your words. When did the third lady commit murder? The fourth lady has made it clear. This deed was perpetrated by Cui Hua." As she spoke, she commanded the servants outside to bring Cui Hua in for Princess Do to interrogate. During this prolonged period, Xiao Yang had dispatched someone to whisper in Suihua's ear, and by now, Cui Hua had long since abandoned the defiance and resentment she had felt when first bound. Though fear of death lingered in her heart, she was not innocent. If the master family were to discover her collusion with the third lady, Li Yanjun, to harm the fourth lady, Li Lijun, it would lead to her demise. Since escape was futile, she resolved to follow the advice of the matrons, hoping to at least protect the third lady. If she took the blame for the third lady, perhaps Madame Yang, recognizing her loyalty, would shield her family and grant her a chance at survival. Thus, when Cui Hua stood before Princess Do, she did not protest her innocence. Instead, she confessed to having attempted to murder the fourth lady, revealing her motive as a response to perceived disrespect towards Madame Yang and the third lady. However, Princess Do was not easily convinced. With a cold smirk, she turned to Li Lijun, saying, "Lijun, did you hear that? This mother-daughter duo cannot even confess truthfully. They insist on casting blame upon you. At this moment, with no outsiders present, are you still unwilling to speak the truth to your elders?" Li Lijun, naturally, would not conceal the truth for her adversary at such a time. She replied succinctly, "I am not so foolish. I merely wish to spare my aunts from knowing the reality and tarnishing my grandfather's reputation. Since we are all family here, I shall speak honestly." Madame Yang hastily interjected, "Fourth miss, the third miss has always been close to you. Could you not, at least for the sake of sisterly bonds?" "She has already attempted to poison me. What sisterly bonds are you referring to?" Li Lijun interrupted her curtly. "That sentiment may be suitable for the third sister. But how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Silence. Who permits you to be so disrespectful to your elders?" Before Madame Yang could respond, the voice of Prince Li Dai came from outside. He had always doted on Madame Yang and could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Even though he was entirely unaware of the situation at hand, he felt compelled to reprimand his daughter. Having traveled extensively, Li Lijun had long since shed the childlike admiration she once held for her father. With a calm demeanor, she lowered her gaze and said, "Father has arrived. I am injured and unable to pay my respects. I hope for your understanding. I see your manners have become increasingly outrageous." Upon entering, Li Dai did not even salute his stepmother, but focused solely on defending his favored concubine. "Your mother has only been gone for a few days, and you have descended into such folly. So, the prince truly places great importance on decorum? Today, I have witnessed a revelation." Princess Do interrupted him with a composed expression. Li Dai glanced at her, reluctantly inclined his head, and said, "I pay my respects to the princess." Although Princess Do was still a mere child when she entered the Sui royal household, overseeing his every need, in his heart, She had never been regarded as a mother, but rather as someone with ulterior motives. Regardless of the company, he would only address her as princess, harboring immense wariness within. Long since disenchanted, Princess Do chose not to engage with him and merely rose to greet the Sui Wang who had just entered. My lord. Sui Wang Li Ti, approaching his 60s, appeared gaunt, with graying temples. He stepped slowly into the room, moving closer to examine the bandaged wounds on Li Lijun's head. Along with the visible scratches and bloodstains on her face and hands, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Li Lijun composedly sat on the couch and saluted him. I have met you, grandfather. Sui Wang tenderly grasped her hand and inquired with a gentle smile, my dear. Does the pain from your injuries trouble you? How did this happen? Xiao Yangshi quickly interjected, fourth young lady. You did not say this before. Yet, Li Lijun replied. In the presence of so many aunts and the honorable Lady Lin along with the Lin family gentlemen, even though I may resent third sister, I must consider grandfather's dignity and not let anyone know he has a granddaughter capable of such treachery against her sister. But now that we are alone, if grandfather asks, why should I lie? I am a good child and would never deceive you. Li Dai was still somewhat bewildered. Although he had encountered his father outside the water pavilion, he was oblivious to the truth of the matter. He had merely heard from a maid that his younger sister had been injured, and that Princess Do sought to exploit the situation to confront her favored concubine, Xiao Yangshi, thus hastily abandoning their guests to rush over. Completely unaware of his beloved daughter's actions. At first hearing Li Lijun's words, his immediate reaction was disbelief. Yin Yang had always been gentle and considerate, nurturing a bond with her sisters. How could she commit such an act? Do not speak nonsense, Lijun. Li Lijun gazed at him calmly. If third sister had not done anything, why would I make such a claim? I have always cherished my relationship with her. Earlier, in front of the spirit, when the maid suggested I rest and partake of some rice soup, I did not forget to call third sister to join me. It is precisely because I have never doubted her that when she summoned me to the garden, I went without hesitation, only to encounter this unforeseen misfortune. The scars on my body remain, and my words are the truth. If father accuses me of lying, I would never dare to accept such an accusation. Li Dai's face showed hesitation, yet his paternal affection prevailed. It is impossible. Yin Yang would not harm you without reason. Could it be that you have committed some wrongdoing to provoke her? Duke Wangfei could no longer tolerate this. If it were merely a quarrel between sisters, would there be any need for such violence? The crown prince did not even inquire about the events before condemning Li Jun. Is this how a compassionate father should behave? She turned to Li Lijun. Fear not, dear child, your grandparents are here. Simply recount the events as they transpired, without any reservations. Li Lijun glanced at Li Yanjun, who had already collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Chapter 10. Reporting the incident at this juncture, Li Lijun could no longer hold back her words. She recounted the peril she had faced that day. She had been kneeling at the spirit hall for an extended period, and as noon approached, a maid came to invite her for lunch, prompting her to call for her third sister, Li Yanjun, to join her. In the tranquil chamber, the two sisters utilized rice soup, and Li Yanjun expressed her desire to discuss an important matter, fearing eavesdroppers. She suggested retreating to the garden for their conversation. At that moment, Li Lijun harbored no suspicions towards her third sister and readily acquiesced. Not only did she find a pretext to dismiss the ever-present Xiao and her home, but she also neglected to inform anyone else following Li Yanjun and Sui Hua into the garden. After the demise of Lady Chen, the dynamics within the inner quarters of Wang Li Dai shifted dramatically, with loyalties wavering and Li Lijun receiving considerably less attention than before. Though Lady Chen had left behind several confidants, when Chen's family arrived, claiming urgent matters required deliberation, they disregarded the young Li Lijun, summoning Lady Chen's former allies instead, thus allowing an unimpeded passage for Li Lijun. Consequently, she accompanied Li Yanjun and Sui Hua to a secluded corner of the garden, arriving at a pavilion atop a foam mountain. Sui Hua positioned herself strategically, obstructing Li Lijun's path and compelling her to heed Li Yanjun's threats. The Duchess of Dou, upon hearing this, found herself perplexed. What could she possibly threaten you with? This was the aspect that baffled her the most. With Lady Chen deceased, there was no one left in the inner quarters to contest the young Yang. Why would she wish to contrive against a mere child? Li Lijun posed no threat to her. Why would she risk her own daughter and resort to such treachery against her sister? Yet, the answer Li Lijun provided astonished her. My third sister instructed me to approach the young Gao Lishir and express my desire for Lady Yang to become a mother, urging him to advise the sage to formally recognize her as a consort. The Duchess of Dou could only deem this utterly absurd. From where did such a notion arise? Since the founding of the current dynasty, it has never been heard that a royal family member would elevate a concubine to the status of a wife. How could a sage possibly consent to such a notion? I am also perplexed by the words of my third sister. However, she claims that it is our father's wish. And as his child, it is my duty to fulfill his desires. Li Lijun gazed thoughtfully at Li Dai, who, with a flickering glance, averted her eyes, contemplating how their father could entertain such an idea. It must be the fanciful musings of Yin Yang. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered in her heart. Indeed, the young Yang had broached this topic with him, and not merely once. He had dismissed her musings as mere whims, never taking them seriously, often responding with casual indifference. Could it be that the young Yang genuinely believed in her own words and had mentioned something to her daughter? Li Lijun nodded, stating that regardless of what the third sister said, Yang Yang hailed from a distinguished lineage, had borne children successfully, and had raised her siblings with virtue. Moreover, her bond with their father was profound, and her contributions were significant. It would be impossible for a son to allow her to replace his mother, who had just passed away. Their father would likely remarry in the future, a matter beyond their control, and she would harbor no resentment towards it. However, such matters should not be initiated by her. Furthermore, elevating a concubine to a wife contradicts propriety. How could a sage issue such a decree? Although the esteemed Gao family had a connection with her maternal family and had always looked after the Qin family, precisely for this reason, she should not burden them with such a ludicrous request. At that moment, while Li Lijun was indeed quite upset, she merely attributed Li Yanjun's foolish suggestion to her own momentary lapse of judgment, without delving deeper into the implications. She chided Li Yanjun for bringing up such a matter so soon after the passing of Chun, especially considering that among those whom Chun had protected with her life were Li Yanjun and her mother, the young Yang. To her surprise, Li Yanjun became agitated upon hearing this. She vehemently denied that her actions were an act of ingratitude, even dismissing the kindness the Qin family had shown her. In her fervor, she exclaimed, "Kindness? What kindness? Do you think your mother died to save us? Absolutely not. It was her fate. She was destined to die. Those villains were always intent on killing her and would not have harmed anyone else had she not stepped forward to play the hero. We would have faced no danger at all. Who asked her to meddle? Now everyone claims she was a good person, saying she saved our lives, and expects us to be grateful. It's utterly revolting." Li Lijun, upon hearing these words, erupted in anger. Her mother had died saving others, yet the very person she saved, Li Yanjun, spoke of her in such a manner. How could one endure that? What sisterly bond was left? The two young ladies began to quarrel without restraint. Li Lijun did not shy away from admitting that she had uttered some rather unflattering remarks, primarily mocking Li Yanjun for being a daughter of a concubine who incessantly sought to compare herself with her legitimate sisters in terms of attire and status. It was only because of the indulgent nature of their mother that Li Yanjun was tolerated at all. Li Lijun had endured her half-sister's bullying on numerous occasions, and when their eldest sister Chu Jun scolded Li Yanjun, Li Lijun would often chime in, yet Li Yanjun remained utterly ungrateful. The more Li Yanjun heard, the more incensed she became, speaking with even less restraint. "Do not keep invoking kindness. Were it not for your mother snatching my mother's rightful position as the heir's consort, you would have no right to boast before me. That position should rightfully belong to my mother. Your mother is nothing but a woman of some petty wealth. What is so remarkable about that?" The villain struck with a blade, and she met an untimely demise. "It is regrettable that those cowardly thieves only took the life of your mother. Had they been more ruthless, I would not need to engage in this tedious discourse with you today." At this juncture, Li Lijun paused, and with a tone laden with grief and indignation, addressed Sui Wang. "Father, my elder sister has spoken too harshly. What does she mean by that? Our mother took us on an excursion to the outskirts of the city, where we fortuitously encountered several aunts and cousins, and we merely paused by the river for a brief respite. It was sheer misfortune that we crossed paths with those malevolent beings. If those ruffians were indeed brigands intent on plunder, how could they have harmed only my mother without inflicting any injury upon the others? My elder sister seems to possess an alarming clarity regarding the intentions of these villains. Could it be that she is somehow connected to them? Is it conceivable that my sister or someone else orchestrated the murder of my mother?" Not only did Li Lijun harbor such suspicions, but after hearing her words, both Sui Wang and Do Wangfei were engulfed in uncertainty. While even Si Wang Li Dai cast a furtive glance at the young Yang, he certainly would not doubt his beloved 10-year-old daughter. Yet his concubine had indeed lamented that Qian had usurped her rightful position as the primary wife. Li Lijun continued to weep. My elder sister even expresses regret that those miscreants did not slay more individuals. Whom does she wish for them to kill? Were I to perish, she would indeed have no need to converse with me any longer. But how could she know that those brigands would obediently refrain from harming anyone else? Present at the scene were not only my mother and I, but many others as well. My sister and Lady Yang, my elder brother and sister, my younger aunt and second sister from the second household, along with the incidental aunt from Jin and the seventh aunt from the Shui Wangfu, as well as the honorable Aunt Rongyi from the Qi Wangfu, and several sisters. No one from other families has heard of any enmity with third sister, yet the remaining individuals are all from our own kin. Could it be that third sister harbors a desire for either aunt or second sister to meet their demise? It is hardly plausible to suspect elder brother or elder sister. Such words, though seemingly uttered in jest, caused the expressions of both Prince Sui and Princess Do to shift dramatically, while Prince Li Dai appeared as if doused with a bucket of cold water, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. Perhaps Li Lijun spoke without intent, and Li Yanjun would never dare incite bandits to commit murder. Nonetheless, the origins of the assailants who killed the Qin family are indeed dubious. If there truly exists someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes, their motives certainly extend beyond a mere few women and children. It is likely that Li Dai's legitimate eldest son, Li Jianrang, is their true target. Li Jianrang is the offspring of Li Dai's first wife, Lady Yang. In contrast, his concubine, Lady Xiaoyang, has already borne a son, now 4 years old. Unlike his frail elder brother, who frequently falls ill, this boy is robust in health and possesses a lively, clever disposition, earning Li Dai's deep affection. Many have lamented that were it not for Li Jianrang's precedence, he would be far more fitting as the future heir of the Sui royal household. Chapter 11. A cry for justice. Lady Xiaoyang suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, her gaze towards her daughter now tinged with resentment. What nonsensical tales has that wretched girl spun before Li Lijun? It would suffice if she merely sought to curry favor. A moment of impulsive violence might be forgiven, even if her words were somewhat brusque. As a mother, she could smooth over the aftermath, but why must she involve Li Jianrang and his siblings? The death of the Qin family at the hands of nefarious individuals has left the entire city of Chang'an in a state of astonishment. Shortly before the tragic event, there had been several incidents in the outskirts involving malicious individuals, with details that matched the circumstances of Chun's demise. Consequently, her death was attributed to that nefarious group. The populace, both in the court and beyond, did not dwell on the matter. Officials merely instructed their subordinates to intensify the search for the culprits, while members of the royal family merely sighed over Chun's misfortune. However, when Li Yanjun spoke such words today and failed to silence Li Lijun, the case became irreconcilable. If the Sui prince were to pursue the matter earnestly, the Yang family would find it difficult to extricate themselves. Should the news reach other members of the royal family, the three of them would no longer have a foothold within the Li household. The complications surrounding Chun's death were already grave, and now it involved Li Jianrang as well. Even if Li Yanjun harbored true thoughts in her heart, she should not have voiced them. Such a young girl, soon to be of marrying age, why was she so indiscreet, speaking and acting without prudence? Young Mrs. Yang glared at her daughter in frustration, while Li Yanjun looked at her mother in sheer panic. I did not. I never said such things. Fourth sister is lying. She is framing me. Indeed, she had not uttered those words. While she had made remarks that implied a lack of acknowledgement for the life-saving grace of her legitimate mother, Chun, she had certainly not expressed regret that only Chun had fallen victim to the assailants that day. This was a fabrication by Li Lijun, and she would never admit to it. Nevertheless, Li Yanjun's defense was too feeble. Not only the Sui prince and the Do princess consort, but even her usually affectionate father, Li Dai, seemed skeptical. Yanjun, did you truly say such things? What do you as a child know? Where did you hear this? As she inquired, her gaze toward the young mistress was filled with uncertainty. The young mistress felt a pang of despair in her heart. She had foreseen that Li Dai would surely harbor suspicions against her. Yet, she lacked the confidence to assert that all of this was a fabrication and that she had done nothing wrong. The events of that day had unfolded in haste, leaving traces behind due to a lack of meticulous planning. No one had ever suspected her, and with the recent funeral of the Qin family, the women of the royal family present had been deeply startled, causing them to overlook any doubts. However, if someone were to scrutinize the inconsistencies and pursue the matter with diligence, they might indeed uncover something. The most straightforward point being that those criminals who had assumed false identities had yet to be apprehended. If they were caught one day and several remained alive to testify, what if they denied any involvement in the Qin matter? Without Li Yanjun's remarks today, she could argue that those criminals were merely evading responsibility. Yet with Li Yanjun's insinuation, it was as though she were suggesting that someone had impersonated that group of criminals to commit the heinous act. The crime of killing a member of the royal family is a grave offense. Any sane individual would never confess to such a murder. At that moment, it would be she who was driven to the brink of despair. The young mistress clung tightly to Li Dai's legs, weeping, "Your Highness, I am wronged. I have never uttered such treasonous words in front of the child, and the third young mistress could never commit such an audacious act. The eldest son and daughter are the flesh and blood of my sister. I regard them as my own, cherishing them as if they were delicate treasures, fearing they might shatter. How could I ever allow anyone to endanger their lives? The beloved concubine may indeed harbor ambitions and entertain extravagant desires. Yet should she dare to incite wicked individuals to harm the legitimate mistress, or even entertain the sinister notion of eliminating the legitimate firstborn under the guise of a casual act, then no matter how endearing this concubine may be, Li Dai could no longer harbor affection for her. While his daughters hold lesser significance, his fondness for his young son is genuine. However, the paramount importance lies with the legitimate firstborn son born of his primary wife. Any harm inflicted upon his firstborn is utterly intolerable, even by celestial beings. Li Dai withdrew his leg from the embrace of his beloved concubine and solemnly addressed her. You are usually a person of virtue and propriety, and it is precisely this quality that I admire most in you. Yet, what have you done? Truly, it is deeply disappointing. Xiaoyang wept, her tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, as she clung to his leg once more. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. If I had indeed committed such a heinous act of murder, may I be struck by divine retribution and meet a wretched end. Upon hearing her vehement oath, Li Dai hesitated, sensing her apparent innocence. He turned to Li Lijun and inquired, Li Jun, did you truly hear incorrectly? Did your third sister truly utter such words? How could I possibly mishear? Li Lijun's expression bore both indignation and grievance as she addressed Sui Wang. Grandfather, my third sister has caused such turmoil. Why does father still refuse to believe? Tears streamed down her face, revealing her adeptness at the art of weeping. Sui Wang gently consoled his granddaughter. Casting an irritated glance at his eldest son, Li Dai felt somewhat embarrassed yet maintained his stubborn stance. Father, please do not blame me. I merely believe that the third mistress's mother, being a frail woman, confined within the inner chambers, could not possibly be capable of committing such atrocious deeds. Princess Do coolly remarked, as long as the ladies of the inner courtyard entertain ill intentions, with the power she wields, who could possibly resist her will? Furthermore, she has numerous brothers from her maternal family visiting frequently. Who knows what schemes they may be concocting? Li Lijun, with tears streaming down her face, continued to implore the Sui Wang, Father, your daughter knows well that you have always cherished third sister and would not wish to punish her. Yet, mother met an unjust death. What crime has she committed to warrant such a fate? Her only intention was to save others. I harbor no grand expectations. If you disallow it, I shall conceal today's events from outsiders, placing the blame solely on Suwa. However, I cannot abide the existence of those who murdered my mother. I beseech Lady Yang and third sister to show mercy. In light of my willingness to shield them, please hand over the culprits for me to deal with. This strategic retreat, made with the intention of advancing, appeared sufficiently pitiful and accommodating to the Sui Wang, Princess Do, and even to the heir, Li Dai. Given her understanding and consideration, how could Lady Yang refuse her request? After all, they were merely a handful of nefarious rogues. Their demise would be just, for they had slain a member of the royal family. Yet, if Lady Yang were to hand over the culprits, she would be irrevocably implicated in hiring assassins in the attempted murder of a legitimate heir. However, could Lady Yang truly refuse? Li Lijun, the esteemed granddaughter of a prince, was willing to make such concessions purely for the sake of avenging her mother's death. Would Lady Yang truly be unwilling to sacrifice even a few insignificant figures? What contempt would that display? Li Lijun appeared to be solely preoccupied with the cause of her mother's demise, as if mentioning her elder brother Li Jian's potential culpability was merely an offhand remark, one she scarcely considered worth her attention. In light of her demeanor, others found it difficult to address the issue directly, and Mrs. Yang was in no position to accuse her of fabricating falsehoods. How then? Could she extricate herself from this predicament? Mrs. Yang was at her wit's end, nearly in tears. Yet her distress paled in comparison to that of her daughter, Li Yanjun, who was on the verge of a breakdown. I never uttered such words. Why does no one believe her? Chapter 12. Resolution. Li Yanjun's frantic cries only served to irritate those around her. Li Dai, displeased, chastised her once beloved daughter. What are you wailing about? At such a critical juncture, you still indulge in denial? Your fourth sister is gravely injured. Instead of expressing concern or offering an apology on behalf of your maid, you only know how to weep and lament. When did you become so callous? Li Yanjun, in tears, exclaimed, but I truly did not say those things. She is the one who is lying. Li Dai, growing impatient, retorted, if it wasn't you, then from whom did Li Jun hear these claims? Can she possibly have leapt from the artificial hill without cause, risking her very life to ensnare you in a trap? She has shown you ample grace, refraining from exposing you before others, demonstrating far greater maturity than you. Do not attempt to twist this situation. Though Li Dai had harbored doubts regarding her younger daughter's words, she did not believe that Li Jun would deliberately lie to ensnare Mrs. Yang and Li Yanjun. Firstly, Li Jun, being young and inherently honest, is certainly not the type to engage in such nefarious acts. Secondly, among the three daughters, Li Yanjun is far more astute and clever than her siblings. And it is she who has managed to charm Li Jun into compliance alongside the two young women. If any mischief were to transpire, it would undoubtedly be more likely to originate from them. Of course, there exists the possibility that the Duchess of Dou has deceived Li Jun into confronting the young women. Nevertheless, the current predicament undeniably casts a greater shadow on the young mother-daughter duo. The young matriarch, sensing Li Dai's intentions, harbors resentment while increasingly blaming her oblivious daughter. If one seeks to eliminate a problem entirely, one must also consider the aftermath. To commit murder without even confirming whether the victim is alive or dead, and hastily involving outsiders, has left an abundance of flaws in their plan. Given that failure seems inevitable, it is prudent to contemplate an escape route. Li Jun, prioritizing the greater good, shifts the blame onto Tsuehua, and the two women should cooperate to salvage the situation. Regardless of Li Jun's assertions, it is Tsuehua who has committed the wrongdoing, thus absolving them of any culpability, should she find herself without a future. Her son Li Wenliang would also be left bereft of prospects, which would indeed lead to a dead end. With a firm resolve, the young matriarch struck her daughter hard across the face, commanding silence. Li Yanjun, stunned by her mother's blow, ceased her lamentations and stared vacantly at her. The young matriarch, tears streaming down her face, knelt on the ground, grasping Li Dai's sleeve as she wept. Your Highness, the third miss has always held her pride high, frequently lamenting her perceived inferiority to the first and fourth misses, harboring grievances against the Duchess of Si Wang, although she dares not express them openly. Despite my attempts to guide her, she has always been resistant to my counsel. I observed her maintaining a semblance of decorum in public, yet privately harboring certain mischievous thoughts. I presumed her youthful indiscretion would be corrected with gentle guidance over the years. However, after the departure of the princess consort, she became increasingly obstinate. I cannot fathom the origins of her words. Perhaps they were woven from the whims of her handmaidens, who might have indulged her capricious nature. Before the princess consort, I have always adhered to propriety, never daring to speak disrespectfully. How could I utter such nonsense? The princess consort possesses keen discernment. Her tears were pitiful, as a mother accusing her daughter of insubordination, wielding a compelling argument that left Li Dai in a state of uncertainty. If her intentions were truly innocent, how could such a young girl commit such heinous acts? Young Lady Yang lamented. How could she possibly muster the courage to engage in such behavior? It was merely idle talk meant to frighten others. The fault lies with those attending her. When the young lady exhibits errant behavior, it is their duty to admonish her. There should be no allowance for negligence. My attention has been solely devoted to the daily affairs of the eldest son and his wife, while also caring for the fourth son, leading to my oversight of the third daughter's upbringing. This is entirely my fault. Li Dai sighed upon hearing this. Although doubts lingered, he was more inclined to believe that the woman he cherished was virtuous rather than a heartless villain. Most importantly, with only two sons, one frail and sickly, the other robust and lively, he recognized the necessity of ensuring the succession of the Sui throne did not fall into the hands of the Dou princess's offspring. Hence, he wished for no complications regarding the health of his younger son's mother. Li Dai rebuked, The character of your daughter is a direct reflection of your own failings in raising her. Had I known this earlier, it would have been better to entrust it to the Chen family. At least her daughter has been raised to be quite obedient. Xiaoyang secretly gritted her teeth, yet dared not reveal an ounce of discontent on her face, nodding tearfully in agreement. Li Dai hesitantly glanced at the Sui Wang. Father, you see. The Sui Wang could hardly bear to look. Are you so easily swayed by this woman's words that you cast aside the cause of your legitimate wife's death? You are even indifferent to your son's safety? If all officials in the court acted as you do, what chaos would ensue in the world outside? You constantly lament that your father refuses to speak favorably on your behalf before the sage, to secure you an official position. With your ability to adjudicate, how dare you seek such a role? I'm too ashamed to approach the sage myself. Li Dai's face turned awkward. I merely thought, should such disgraceful matters become known, it would bring shame upon both you and me. Moreover, Yang has always been virtuous and bore me for sons. The Do Wangfei let out a cold laugh. So, it appears that bearing children grants one the privilege to act with impunity, disregarding laws and propriety? How was I unaware of this? Li Dai cast a wary glance at her, choosing not to speak further, merely awaiting his father's decision. The Sui Wang turned his attention to Li Lijun. With a demure and understanding demeanor, she choked back tears and said, Grandfather, do not worry. I understand the gravity of the situation. As long as I can avenge my mother, nothing else matters. I will not disclose what transpired today to anyone. Before the Sui Wang could respond, Li Dai interjected, Good child. Father knew you would be the most sensible. As the words of Xiaoyang lingered in his mind, he hesitated. Yet, it was evident that your third sister did not orchestrate the attack. She merely resorted to deceit to intimidate you. Li Lijun asserted. Regardless of whether the villains were instigated by someone, they are ultimately responsible for the murder of my mother. If I can locate these scoundrels and bring them to justice, providing my mother with the retribution she deserves, I shall ask for nothing more. With that, she covered her face and wept, understanding that her father cherished both Yang's wife and the third sister. Even if she were to perish, he would not punish them. She did not dare to wish for too much. From this moment onward, their relationship could no longer resemble the closeness they once shared. Li Dai felt a flush of shame at her words, fully aware of his excessive favoritism. However, when it came to his offspring, he found it impossible to be impartial. He could only seek alternative ways to compensate his youngest daughter. After concluding this thought, he called for someone to escort Li Yanjun to a secluded corner of the garden, where she would be confined for a year and a half, forbidden to leave. Li Yanjun could not accept her fate and began to scream anew. I did not. I am wronged. Father cannot treat me this way. It is Li Lijun who has framed me. As she was being taken away, she seized Zuehua by the arm, exclaiming, You must tell them, I never said those things. I did not. Yet, Li Dai merely waved his hand in annoyance, and she was dragged off. A cloth being shoved into her mouth to stifle her cries, preventing her from alarming too many people. Zuehua fell to the ground. Her head tilted as she watched the scene unfold, a sudden, ironic smile appearing on her dazed face as she observed the muffling of Li Yanjun. Chapter 13. Discontently, Li Jun gazed indifferently as Li Yanjun was dragged away, noting the peculiar smile adorning Zuehua's face. Yet, her heart remained untouched, devoid of any inclination to smile. Everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Li Yanjun had deliberately dismissed everyone, covertly plotting against her sister, which meant that whatever transgressions she had committed or words she had uttered were secrets known only to herself, Li Lijun, and Zuehua, with Zuehua now rendered powerless. No matter the accusations Li Lijun levied against Li Yanjun, the latter would find no ally to attest to her innocence. She was now experiencing the bitter taste of being unable to defend herself. However, this was merely the beginning. What significance lay in being entangled in mere words? Li Lijun's accusations were a blend of truth and deception. Any actions undertaken by the young mother and daughter would inevitably leave traces. When these traces were brought to light, who would care whether Li Yanjun had uttered a particular phrase? What truly mattered was what she had done, rather than what she had said. Although Li Dai appeared to favor the Yang family and Li Yanjun, treating the latter's transgressions with a light touch, it did not imply that the Yang family and Li Yanjun had truly evaded accountability. The affairs of this world could not be swayed merely by a few words exchanged between Li Dai and the Yang family. Li Lijun had no intention of pursuing a legal battle. The presence of witnesses or evidence was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the perception of the populace. Li Lijun wiped away the remnants of tears from her face and solemnly bowed to Wang Sui. Thank you, grandfather, for advocating on my behalf." Wang Sui affectionately smiled and ruffled her hair. "Silly child, why must you be so formal with your grandfather?" Li Lijun spoke with utmost decorum, insisting that propriety must not be disregarded, which elicited a chuckle from the Sui Wang. Yet, deep within, she was acutely aware that his affection for her could only be likened to a mere facade of familial warmth. The old man seldom concerned himself with matters, and as long as his interest remained unthreatened, he generally refrained from intervening in the affairs of the royal residence. Otherwise, how could the scandal of Li Dai disrespecting her stepmother and favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife have become common knowledge among the clan? Thus, even though he presently exhibited a facade of paternal kindness, Li Lijun could not genuinely believe in his sincere protection. Her role was merely to perform the charade of a harmonious grandparent-grandchild relationship, leveraging it to keep Li Dai and the young Lady Yang in check. After a moment's hesitation, Li Dai interjected, "Do not heed your third sister's nonsensical claims. When have I ever entertained such thoughts?" As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Lady Yang to cooperate. However, Lady Yang feigned ignorance, lowering her head to wipe away her tears. Li Dai, stifling a frustrated stomp, smiled reassuringly at Li Lijun. "I am unaware of how your third sister could have conceived such absurd notions. Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions. Should the esteemed Gao Lisher arrive on imperial business, dear Lijun, do not mention this matter in his presence, lest we become objects of ridicule. If such mockery were to reach the ears of the sage, it would be most unfortunate." Li Lijun acquiesced, then added, "Father, although I shall not disclose the affairs of my third sister and Lady Yang, many witness today's events, in front of so many aunts and matriarchs." The third sister spoke inappropriately and offended Lady Lin and Lin Zhulang. They are unlikely to shield her from the repercussions. Thus, father should remain aware of this. The Duchess of Dou remarked with a hint of detachment, "Lady Lin is my cousin from my maternal family, here to pay respects to the Qin family and to share some conversation with me. Unexpectedly, in this brief span of time, your beloved daughter Yana has set her sights on her grandson, intending to use him as a scapegoat, leading him into the perilous situation that befell Lin Yang, and subsequently casting upon him the grave accusation of murder. Fortunately, Lin Yang emerged unscathed, which attests to his innocence, and he has generously provided a secret remedy that saved my life. Not to mention the obligation to repay this life-saving grace, the mere act of Yana, in front of numerous ladies of the clan, pointing at Lin Zhulang and labeling him a murderer is not something that can be dismissed as a mere misunderstanding. Even if the crown prince looks down upon my relatives, the Duke of Lin's household cannot allow others to tarnish their descendants' reputations without recourse. Failing to provide them with an explanation, the crown prince may find himself at a loss for words against their grievances. Madame Yang covered her face and wept softly. I, too, was unaware. This child has truly been a source of great disappointment. Did Madame Yang truly not know of this matter? Li Lijun interjected unexpectedly. Yet, I distinctly heard with my own ears after being pushed off the rockery by third sister, her discussing with Zuo that the Duchess of Lin had come to offer condolences. It is uncertain whether she wishes to marry her daughter into our royal household, but to prevent anyone from usurping Madame Yang's position as crown princess. Third sister seemingly selected Lin Zhulang as the scapegoat. At the time, she spoke with such confidence, asserting that as long as Lin Zhulang was lured here, someone would inevitably come to confront him. Coincidentally, just as Lin Zhulang discovered me and administered the remedy, Madame Yang and third sister arrived with our aunts. If Madame Yang was entirely oblivious to this matter, how could it be that she so fortuitously led others to confront it? Little Yang's expression suddenly shifted, and Li Dai regarded her with a skeptical gaze. However, his concern lay with another matter. He inquired of Princess Dou, "Does the Lin family intend to wed their daughter to me? Is it possible that you, Princess Dou, seek to meddle in my remarriage?" Yet, Princess Dou replied with indifference, stating, "The Lin family is inclined to arrange a noble match for their daughter. There is no family in all of Chang'an more distinguished than ours. My cousin would be the one to pay a visit. She did not specify which of your brothers has caught her eye, merely hinting at it. Chen has just departed. It is hardly the moment to discuss such matters. There are still unmarried scions within the royal clan. As an elder, it is perfectly acceptable for me to act as a matchmaker." To her surprise, Yang and Yin had hastily speculated, casting a considerable amount of aspersion upon the grandson without any foundation. Now, even if one were willing, it would be improbable for the Lin family to acquiesce. Renowned for their affection towards their daughter, How could the Lin family possibly send her into a perilous situation? Li Dai felt a surge of frustration, recalling the rumors of the Lin Guogong's youngest daughter, who was both talented and beautiful, and could not help but think that little Yang and Li Yanjun were exceedingly meddlesome. Although he was reluctant to engage too closely with Princess Dou's relatives, the connections among noble families were inescapable. The Lin Guogong's household wielded military power and was a formidable ally, far superior to the Qin family and little Yang's maternal kin. To forsake such an alliance was indeed regrettable. Li Dai cast a glance at little Yang, his displeasure mounting. Chapter 14. Familiarity. A report from the front courtyard announced the arrival of yet another distinguished guest come to offer condolences. Li Dai inquired about the identity of the guest. Feeling that she had adequately addressed the matter concerning Li Lijun's injury and deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, she thus reported to King Sui, "Father, since we have a visitor, I shall go greet them first." King Sui, disinterested in further discourse, merely cautioned, "The sage does not favor deep connections between the royal family and military commanders. You must exercise discretion." He also took little Yang with him. Subsequently, the Princess of Dou approached Li Lijun's bedside, her face radiating affection as she gently caressed the child's delicate features, lamenting, "What a wonderful child. It baffles me how His Highness the Prince seems oblivious to the need to cherish Lijun, while he lavishes affection upon the daughter of Yin, with her nature so ungrateful." King Sui sighed. Li Dai has grown quite mature. His character is already set. As his father, what can I do? I cannot treat him as a mere child. Who is to blame for not instilling in him the principles of life in his formative years? The Princess of Dou inwardly scoffed, pondering how she meticulously attended to every aspect of Li Dai's life, yet he harbored suspicions of her fidelity. King Sui offered no defense for her, passively observing Li Dai's disrespect towards his stepmother. Were she to adopt a stricter approach in guiding her stepson, she would likely face harsh criticism. After all, she had her own son. Why should she concern herself with whether another's child is sensible and knows how to conduct himself, maintaining her composed demeanor? The Princess of Dou continued to tenderly stroke Li Lijun's head and remarked to King Sui, "I perceive that His Highness the Prince does not seem particularly invested in the matter of Lijun's injury. Although he commanded that Yin be confined, one cannot predict when that little Yang might charm him with a few words, leading him to release her, treating her as a treasure once more, thus causing Lijun to suffer. In my humble opinion, it would be best for me to oversee Lady Li's daily life. Currently, the inner quarters are under the management of the young Yang, who is not entirely innocent herself. With the recent punishment of Lady Yin, she is likely to harbor grievances against Lady Li and cannot genuinely wish her well. The Duke of Sui does not concern himself with such trifles. It is, as you say. Furthermore, I entrust you with the upbringing and care of both Lady Chu and Lady Hui. You are indeed their grandmother, with their mother absent. It falls solely upon you to shoulder this responsibility." The Duchess of Dou feels reluctant. Lady Hui is my own granddaughter, and I naturally wish to care for her. Yet, as for Lady Chu, Your Grace, she has always been close to the young Yang. She would prefer to be nurtured by the concubine rather than heed the teachings of the Duchess, and I fear she may be unwilling to come to the main hall. The Duke of Sui furrows his brow. If the young Yang poses a threat to their lives, and Lady Chu remains steadfast in her belief in the so-called ed, then let it be. However, you must pay closer attention to the eldest son, especially those who serve him and accompany him outside. They must be scrutinized thoroughly to ensure no ill-intentioned individuals are concealed among them. Recently, he wishes to observe mourning for his stepmother, so let him venture out less, particularly avoiding encounters with the Yang family. The young Yang is merely a woman of the inner chamber. How could she possibly orchestrate harm? She must be seeking help from her family, indicating that the Yang household is not entirely peaceful. Only Li Dai seems to trust the young Yang's explanations, while both the Duke of Sui and the Duchess of Dou believe her to be implicated in the death of Lady Chun, even suspecting her of harboring malicious intent towards Li Jian. They would certainly not allow Xiao Yang to find an opportunity to act against them easily. Duchess Dou suggested to Prince Sui, "I shall inform the matriarch of the Yang family and see if she is aware of this matter. If she is indeed aware, then this alliance must be reconsidered. If the Yang family cannot protect the elder brother and sister, but instead harbors ill intentions, then why should our Prince Sui's household show them any courtesy? A year from now, I implore you, my lord, to take charge and ensure that the heir does not marry a daughter of the Yang family as a secondary wife. Elevating Xiao Yang would be a grave misstep." Prince Sui gazed deeply at Duchess Dou. "So, which family does the Duchess believe a Dai should wed?" he inquired. The daughter of Lord Lin, perhaps? Duchess Do smiled. To be candid with you, my lord, I had my eye on the third daughter of the Lin family, intending for her to be a secondary wife for a Lang. My cousin has already shown some inclination, but now is not the right time for matchmaking, so I shall refrain from mentioning it for the moment. If you deem this union favorable, why not present the Lin family with a token of sincerity as a promise, and once the mourning period for the Chen family concludes, we can formally establish the engagement? Prince Sui appeared somewhat surprised. So your family had initially favored the second son? Then why did you just say? Duchess Do chuckled with a hint of cunning. The beloved concubine of the heir unjustly tarnished the reputation of my future in-law's grandson, nearly jeopardizing my son's prospects. Am I not allowed a few words of grievance? Moreover, I have not lied. I merely employed ambiguous language. Since the marriage has yet to be negotiated, it is naturally unwise to be too explicit regarding the choices. Prince Sui understood, smiled, and dismissed the matter. Very well. Let it die. Deal with the confusion he has created. Let him bear his own regret. Once again, a matter shrouded in mystery arises. Why would the Lin family come forth to propose marriage at such a time? Even if they truly hold affection for Erlang, they could have waited until after the 100 days, as it would remain unchanged. Erlang has steadfastly refused to remarry. Upon hearing this, Prince Sui furrowed his brow, and Lushan is currently favored by the sage, possessing a status that surpasses that of ordinary nobility. Why provoke him without cause? Although the Duke of Lin is displeased, it is unnecessary for us to wade into these murky waters. If Erlang were willing to take a new wife, there are plenty of esteemed young ladies in the capital, and it need not be Miss Lin San. Princess Do sighed. Miss Lin is indeed a paragon of beauty and virtue, which is why I have taken a liking to her. It is not that she is the only choice, but it is true that in Lushan is a favored minister. And should his son wish to pursue Miss Lin, I would not utter a word against it. However, the scion of the Sher family is merely a subordinate of the Yin clan. Must we, as a prince, still harbor fears of him? Even if the sage holds him in high regard, surely he would not bypass the prince? Prince Sui pondered this and chose to remain silent. Li Lijun found herself caught between her grandparents, serving as a mere instrument, listening to their discourse with a sense of foreboding. Before her transmigration, she had little interest in worldly matters. However, after traversing through numerous task worlds and studying the histories of various realms, her perspective had shifted significantly. Some names mentioned by Princess Do sounded eerily familiar. Chapter 15. The Qin family. Both Prince Sui and Princess Do had their own affairs to attend to, and upon realizing there was nothing further to discuss with Li Lijun, they naturally refrained from prolonging the conversation. They simply advised her to rest well and take her medicine. Before parting ways, the Princess Dowager retained a maid named Xinjiang to oversee the daily needs of Lady Li Lijun during her convalescence. It was unreasonable to expect the young Miss Yang to manage such tasks, as the Princess Dowager was determined to care for her granddaughter meticulously. To better confront Princely Dai, Lady Li Lijun, however, paid little mind to these matters. She would annually reside in the water pavilion for a few days, and having only moved out 2 months prior, she had grown accustomed to the surroundings. Furthermore, her courtyard was rather close to those of her sisters. Although Lady Li Yanjun had been sent to a secluded wing under house arrest, Lady Li Chujun had not been implicated. Should her judgment falter, there was a possibility of her causing disturbances. At present, Lady Li Lijun had far too many pressing matters to occupy her mind than to engage in a battle of wits with a young girl. Having sustained an injury and endured considerable upheaval, fatigue began to set in, and she could not suppress a yawn. Hong then inquired, "My lady, are you feeling weary? I have already prepared the bed. Perhaps you might rest for a while and regain your strength?" Lady Li Lijun glanced out the window, but the day is still bright. "Is it not too early to sleep?" Hong replied, "Given the events of today, it is unlikely anyone would summon you back to the morning hall. It would be wise for you to take a proper rest. You have lost much blood today, and it is certain to have drained your vitality. If you do not recuperate adequately, what if it leads to lingering ailments?" Lady Li Lijun found her reasoning sound and allowed Hong to assist her into the inner chamber where the bed was located. Hong, astonished, remarked, "Could it be? Even in your current state, you still wish to consume that insipid rice gruel? Just a moment ago, both the prince and princess, not to mention Princely, all insisted that you should be well cared for. How could they possibly allow you to suffer in your sustenance?" Madame Xiao shed tears. Lamenting, the esteemed ones would naturally not mistreat a humble lady. Yet there are those who harbor ill intentions, seeking to impede her well-being. Those in the know understand that the lady has been injured and requires nourishment to restore her vitality. Thus, she must partake of meat. However, the uninformed, upon hearing mere whispers of gossip, may unjustly accuse her of being unfilial, indulging in lavish feasts during the mourning period. Can we truly engage in a rebuttal with each and every one of them? By then, the lady's reputation would be tarnished, and what future could she possibly hold? Ere Hong listened, her face flushed with indignation. The third lady has already been confined, and should Madame Yang wish to clear her own name, it would likely require considerable effort. Are they truly intent on hounding the lady, even in such dire circumstances? Madame Xiao shook her head. Such matters need not require their direct involvement. A few servants can easily spread rumors far and wide, with visitors constantly paying their respects. If someone were to whisper ill tidings into the ears of the guests, the lady must focus on her recovery. Who could possibly defend her? Er Hong's cheeks burned with anger. Yet, Li Lijun remained composed. As a mere child, my daily sustenance and drink are arranged by my elders. Since the princess is now responsible for overseeing my meals and daily affairs, I shall observe her arrangements. As for the opinions of those outside, they are of little concern. I am well aware of my situation. I do not aspire to be renowned for my virtue to wed into a respectable family. There are many noble ladies of the Tang dynasty with tarnished reputations. Even if outsiders misunderstand me, what significance does it hold? Moreover, I am not incapable of waging a war of public opinion. How could I allow the likes of the young Yang to manipulate me? She looked up and asked Lady Xiao, where are the matriarchs? I've been in trouble for quite some time, and are they still in discussions with the Qin family? Lady Xiao's expression changed, revealing an even deeper sorrow as tears streamed down her face once more. Without waiting for Li Lijun to speak, Hong inquired, Lady Xiao, what troubles you? Has something unfortunate occurred with the matriarchs? While weeping, Lady Xiao shook her head. I just heard some unsettling news. The Chun family desires Zhao Qin's establishment, claiming that the young mistress is too inexperienced to manage it, and they wish to take over both the shop and its staff. Li Lijun raised an eyebrow. No wonder the two matriarchs had been delayed and had yet to attend to her. Zhao Qin's business was an inheritance from her grandfather, Mr. Qin. He had only one daughter. The Qin family had but one child, Li Lijun. With both Mr. Qin and his daughter having passed, this enterprise, built from the ground up through hard work, rightfully belonged to Li Lijun. However, the Qin family was extensive, and there were many demands within the clan. The relatives could not bear to see such a vast fortune entrusted to a mere child, and thus felt compelled to intervene. The descendants of the Wu Xingxin family were numerous and capable, confident in their ability to manage Zhao Qin's establishment and generate greater wealth for the clan. Moreover, the astute managers and staff left by Mr. Chun would serve as excellent support. The success of this endeavor hinged entirely on whether the Sui Wangfu would acquiesce to their requests, and whether the heir, Li Lijun, and the staff left by the late Princess Chun would be amenable to cooperating with them. The Qin family, for the time being, dares not confront the Sui royal household directly. It is deemed essential to first win over the confidants surrounding the Qin clan. Furthermore, the offspring of Granny Chui and the family of Granny L's brother are all employed under Zhao Qinji, making them quite manageable. However, Li Lijun perceives this endeavor as highly unreliable. Her maternal grandfather's branch of the Qin family in Wuxing is merely a collateral line, lacking prominence, with only a moderate connection to the legitimate line. Over the years, the legitimate branch has produced officials, both court and local. Yet their interactions with her grandfather have been sparse, resulting in a state of mutual governance. After her grandfather's passing, those who approached her mother, of the Qin family, were predominantly from the more inconspicuous branches, particularly those closely related by blood to her grandfather. These individuals harbor expectations that her mother, as the consort of the heir, could serve as a pillar of support for them. Yet, how much confidence do they possess to contend with the Sui royal household over assets? The marriage of the Qin family into the Sui royal household significantly enhanced the royal treasury, and with her passing, how could the current lords of the household be inclined to relinquish such wealth? Should the Qin clan entertain such thoughts, it would be akin to attempting to pluck lice from a tiger's back, utterly oblivious to the perils involved. Li Lijun felt increasingly restless. Rising, she addressed Madame Xiao, please summon the matrons. Regardless of the Chun family's intentions, they cannot bypass me, the rightful heir. Let the matrons not worry on my behalf. They should simply inform me of any matters that arise. At present, my mother has just passed away, and the front courtyard is occupied with mourning ceremonies. with visitors coming daily to pay their respects. How could the Chen family dare to create a scandal at such a time, tarnishing the honor of my grandfather and my mother? Chapter 16. The nurse accompanying them was another maid of Princess Do, Lu Ying. Both Nurse Chui and Nurse L appeared listless, their complexions ashen, and Madame Xiao wept incessantly, clearly burdened by some distressing matter. However, Lu Ying presented a sweet smile before Li Lijun, revealing a charming dimple as she spoke. Our princess remarked that fourth young lady has sustained an injury, and it was utterly negligent of the nurses who previously served the late princess to have not arrived even after a considerable time. Unable to tolerate such dereliction, she ordered me to reprimand them. Upon reaching the main hall, I found no one in sight until I encountered Madame Xiao beside fourth young lady, who informed me that both nurses had been detained by the Qin family in the horse stable. They threatened the nurses, asserting that if their demands were not met, they would sell their entire family along with their relatives. Madame Xiao was powerless against the Qin family, but it was only when I brought reinforcements that we managed to rescue the two nurses. Fourth young lady can rest assured, both nurses are safe and sound. Our princess has declared that the matters of the Sui Wangfu are not to be dictated by the Qin family. Li Lijun found this utterly astonishing. In the confines of their own Sui Wangfu, their servants were being threatened and detained by the Qin family in the horse stable. Was the Qin family truly so formidable? Were they to stand idly by while their own kin faced such indignities? She turned her gaze toward nurses Chui and L, who bore expressions of shame. How could they have allowed themselves to be overpowered without seeking assistance? How could they have been escorted from the main hall all the way to the horse stable? The nurses displayed looks of deep embarrassment. Lu Ying smiled once more, revealing her delightful dimple. Fourth young lady, you may not be aware, but Nurse Ma was present at that time. She has always held a respectable position in the royal residence, and others mistakenly believed it was by the decree of the heir, thus they did not impede her. As for Mama Ma, the span of time rendered Li Lijun unable to recall who she was, until Hong reminded her. It's actually her? Her granddaughter conspired with the third lady, causing our young mistress great suffering, and now she dares to covet the young mistress's inheritance. In that instant, Li Lijun remembered. Mama Ma was the wet nurse of the young Yang, who had accompanied her into the Sui Wang Palace. Her daughter-in-law, Mama Ma, was the wet nurse of Li Yanjun, and also the mother of Tsuhua. Due to the affection bestowed upon young Yang by the heir Li Dai, Mama Ma held significant sway within the Sui Wang Palace. Although she was not a proper steward, her voice carried weight in many matters. Li Lijun could not help but smile. How amusing. Suihua assists the third sister in plotting my demise, and now her grandmother seeks to threaten my wet nurses from the Qin family, aiming to seize the estate left by my maternal grandfather. Normally, how could the powerless branches of the Chun family dare to act recklessly within the Sui Wang Palace? As long as I am alive, the Qin family cannot possibly take away what belongs to their own granddaughter. However, if I were to perish, Madame Xiao, startled, hurried to interrupt her. Young mistress, do not utter such words. They are inauspicious. She paused and looked at the two wet nurses. When that time comes, who will care about the fate of the wet nurses? Who will advocate for them? The expressions of the two wet nurses, Chui and Lu, grew even more grim. Chui Mama gritted her teeth and asked, Young mistress, did the third lady truly say that your death was orchestrated by them? My injuries are a direct result of third sister's intent to silence me. Could it possibly be a fabrication? Li Lijun cast a glance at her before turning her gaze towards Lu Ying. Yang Yangzi often claims ignorance regarding third sister's murderous intentions, insisting it was merely a moment of impulsivity. Yet, her most trusted maidservants simultaneously conspired to seize my assets. If she were truly unaware, how could such coincidences occur? Alas, I did not succumb to her desires, otherwise she would be reveling in her triumph before my father, boasting of her accomplishments, and perhaps even feigning sorrow before my mother's spirit. Lu Ying smiled, her eyes twinkling. Do not worry, fourth young lady. The princess will certainly advocate on your behalf. This was precisely the reassurance Li Lijun sought, and with a sigh, she lamented, my mother has already departed, and my father is wholly devoted to Yang Yangzi and third sister, turning a blind eye to their schemes against my elder brother and sister. I am still young, utterly alone at home, and truly at a loss for what to do. I beseech you, grandmother, to show me kindness. Lu Ying bowed her head respectfully. Rest assured. Fourth young lady, I shall convey your words to the princess. After Lu Ying took her leave, the room was left with only familiar faces. Li Lijun, disinterested in pleasantries, instructed Hong to close the door and summon the maids and Xiao Nyangzi to her side, directly inquiring. Speak plainly. What does the Chen family intend? Did they anticipate the troubles I would face today? Shui Mama hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty. Do not fret, young lady. Today we were caught off guard. But in the future, we shall not fall prey to other schemes again. Regardless of the safety of the young lady or the estate left by the master and mistress, we shall ensure its protection. Nurse L is rather more candid than Nurse Chui. The Chen family has not disclosed any impending danger to the young lady. It seems they are equally uninformed, merely believing that the young lady, due to her tender age, lacks the acumen to manage the shop, thus leaving all business matters to the servants. They express concern that we, the servants, might exploit our authority over the mistress and insist on taking over the shop to assist in its management. This reasoning holds some merit. However, the gentlemen from the Chen family are hardly known for their astuteness, and placing the shop in their hands would likely yield little success. We propose that the original managers continue their stewardship, suggesting that if the gentlemen harbor doubts about our trustworthiness, they could periodically scrutinize the accounts. Once the young lady matures, we would duly transfer this estate into her capable hands. Yet, the gentlemen remain obstinate, accusing us of treachery and asserting that we would sell them out, including the managers and staff. We pondered how the Chen family could possibly sell off individuals from the royal household. It must be that Madame Alma has deceived them. Li Lijun raised an eyebrow. Did Nurse L believe that the Chen family and Madame Ma's group were not in collusion? Yet, I remain skeptical. Even in the absence of my mother, being still young, would all the trusted confidants she left behind betray me? Must I rely on distant relatives to oversee my affairs? Even if I lack personnel, does the royal household truly lack capable hands? The Chen family, being a prominent lineage, surely cannot be so gullible as to fall for such preposterous lies. El Momo hesitated for a moment, then with a wry smile said, My dear lady, you are indeed perceptive. How could I be unaware of the ill intentions harbored by the young gentlemen of the Chen family? However, they are, after all, kin of the old master, thus making them relatives of both you and the young lady. Now that you have departed, and with the air favoring the western courtyard, he remains indifferent to you. Should you lose the support of your maternal family, how will you navigate the trials of life ahead? I fear that should you suffer grievances within the palace, there will be none to defend you. Li Lijun dismissed her concerns, stating, I nearly lost my life, and they offered me no protection. They even sought to sell my attendant and seize my possessions. What use is such support? Furthermore, Madame Yang's daughter nearly took my life. She is complicit in this treachery. The two of them are now my adversaries. The Chen family conspires with my foes to usurp my assets. They surely no longer regard me as kin. Why should I indulge in notions of familial ties with them? The two matrons' expressions turned grave in an instant. Chapter 17 Analysis. Li Lijun believed her reasoning to be sound, yet the two matrons were visibly distressed. They fell to their knees before her, one choked with emotion. My lady, please refrain from such words. We have served the old master and you for decades, with unwavering loyalty. We would never entertain treacherous thoughts. The other sobbed. If we harbored even a hint of disloyalty, may we meet with a dire fate. Even Madame Xiao and Hong knelt in solidarity. Seeing this, Li Lijun sighed and waved her hand. Please, do not prostrate yourselves. I speak from the heart and hope you will convey my sentiments to those beneath you, encouraging them to make their own choices. She articulated her current predicament to the assembly. Her mother had passed away, while her father favored the children of his concubine. Her two legitimate siblings regarded her as a mere stranger. Her grandfather's affection was superficial, as he prioritized his eldest grandson. Her grandmother, though not related by blood, displayed a semblance of concern, yet her intentions were to undermine her stepson. Initially, she could have relied on her maternal family for support, but now, the Chen clan had grown indifferent to her plight, with only those who sought her inheritance showing any interest. Simultaneously, the young mother-daughter duo, along with their entourage, eyed her with hostility. What once could be feigned camaraderie had now devolved into open enmity, and the Yangs would undoubtedly seek every means to thwart her. Although her attendants and the loyal remnants from her mother and grandfather's household might possess skills, their loyalty was uncertain. Should anyone come to believe that she could not ensure their prosperity, they might abandon her. Forcing their allegiance would only breed resentment. If discontent festered, and someone conspired with outsiders to betray her, whom could she trust? After thoroughly analyzing her situation, Li Lijun solemnly addressed the gathering. I contemplate that, after all, we share a master-servant bond. They once devoted themselves to my grandfather and mother. If anyone wishes to cease their service under me, let us part amicably. I shall not impede their pursuit of fortune, nor will I prevent them from taking their belongings and departing to the outside world. I shall assert that they seek to accumulate blessings for my mother, releasing some from their obligations. Their future paths and the quality of their lives will be their own choices, and I shall bear no blame. However, should I grant them this opportunity and they fail to seize it, only to later harbor ulterior motives and betray me for monetary gain or conspire with outsiders against me, I shall not be blamed for disregarding the bonds of our master-servant relationship. I shall never lightly forgive those who betray. The two matrons and Lady Xiao had been silently shedding tears since she began to speak, and by the end, they were utterly inconsolable. Home, showing somewhat more resilience, swiftly composed herself, clenching her fists and declaring, I comprehend the young mistress's intentions. If there are those who do not align with us, it is better to release them early, to spare the young mistress from their troubles. In the future, should anyone betray their master again, they shall not dare to seek the young mistress's mercy based on past affections. I shall deal with them directly. Li Lijun coughed lightly and remarked, that is more or less the sentiment. Granny Chui wiped her tears and said, this old servant understands. I previously misjudged the situation, thinking the young mistress still too young, and that we ought to protect her more, managing affairs on her behalf so she need not worry. Yet the young mistress is no ordinary person. She possesses greater wisdom than others. Despite her tender age and the trials she has faced, she has already formed her own resolve and shows no fear in the face of the schemes from the western courtyard, far surpassing us. Since the young mistress can manage these matters, this old servant shall certainly follow her lead in all things. Should the young mistress require assistance, she need only command me. This old servant would gladly sacrifice herself to ensure her wishes are fulfilled. Granny L, also wiping away her tears, nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that we find ourselves besieged on all sides, it is precisely the time for us to pledge our loyalty. If we cannot protect the young lady, and the villains manage to scheme against her, we shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate ourselves. In the past, Amma often clashed with us, her old sisters, and today she is intent on humiliating us. If we allow her to gain power, our demise will be all but assured. For the sake of the young lady and our own well-being, we must exert every effort in this critical moment. Li Lijun, noticing their clarity and resolve, nodded in satisfaction. Well, in the days to come, I ask that you keep a vigilant watch over the courtyard, no matter who serves by my side, or the place where I reside, or the items I use. We must ensure no one meddles with them. Additionally, please pay close attention to matters concerning my mother's memorial. Given my injuries today, I will require some time to recuperate. Should any oversight occur, it will fall upon you to rectify it. The two matrons accepted these responsibilities and promptly delineated their respective duties. Matron Chui would oversee the memorial in the front courtyard and manage external affairs, while Matron L would primarily attend to the water pavilion in Li Lijun's quarters. They also arranged to gather intelligence regarding the individuals associated with the Yang family within the Wang residence. Madame Xiao and Hong continued to serve Li Lijun. Concerned about insufficient manpower, the two matrons planned to arrange for additional maidservants. After all, the Sui Wang residence was currently in mourning. Who would have the leisure to stroll through the gardens? Matron Chui expressed her worries. The garden is vast, and at night, when it is deserted, does the young lady not feel afraid? What is there to fear? Li Lijun replied with a smile. The human heart is inscrutable. In solitude, I find safety. As for the possibility of nefarious individuals from outside making trouble, the Sui Wang Fu is not devoid of guards. If they were to neglect their duties and allow intruders into the residence, it would escalate beyond mere squabbles among the women of the inner quarters. An old master would surely erupt in fury, wouldn't he? Lady Chui chose to remain silent thereafter. Lady L remarked, I shall report to the princess shortly. Li Lijun interjected. If the princess is unavailable, seek out Xun Jiang or Lu Ying. As long as someone can convey the message to the princess, it suffices. However, communicate with our people and urge them to make a decision regarding their departure or stay. This matter should be resolved promptly and not delayed. It is imperative to instill confidence in those below, lest anyone be deceived into betraying us, thereby endangering our own. Both matrons acquiesced. Yet, Lady L hesitated. Miss, what are your intentions regarding the Qin family? When Lu Ying rescued us, she conveyed the princess's words, expressing her great anger and intent to bring the Qin gentleman to justice. Li Lijun waved her hand dismissively. I shall not concern myself with this matter. Everything is at the princess's discretion. After all, These individuals conspired against my inheritance shortly after my mother's passing and colluded with my enemies. They are unworthy of being my relatives. Should I be concerned for their fates? I have already shown great leniency by not holding them accountable for tarnishing the reputations of my maternal family and my mother. At this, Li Lijun furrowed her brow. This was indeed a difficult decision for her. She was indifferent to the Qin family, but she did care for the Qin clan. Chapter 18. Thorough consideration. Ultimately, Li Lijun refrained from making a decision. The Qin family, initially engaged in commerce, later forged alliances through marriage with the royal family and cultivated relationships with the palace attendants. The relatives they frequently associated with were largely mediocre figures from collateral branches. In the eyes of certain esteemed families who valued their social standing, the Qin clan might not hold much significance. The officials of the court refrained from mingling with the close relatives of the royal family to avoid any semblance of bias. Ultimately, the negative repercussions brought about by those Qin family members who were dispatched to official posts were far more substantial. Leaving the Qin clan to grapple with their own dilemmas, Li Lijun spoke with an air of resignation. The circumstances following my mother's death are unknown and unimportant to outsiders. Those within the royal family are fully aware. Even if we were to maintain a faade, neither my father nor Lady Yang would acknowledge it. So why invite ridicule upon ourselves? Let it be. I shall leave everything to the princess to manage. If my mother, despite her kindness and willingness to assist others, ultimately lost her life without earning a modicum of respect, then the superficial efforts of the main branch of the Qin family are rendered meaningless. The two matrons listened with tears in their eyes, no longer insisting on anything. Granny Chui, feeling somewhat disheartened, concurred with Li Lijun's sentiments. What you say is true. Young lady, given your current state of injury, it would be improper to solicit favors from others, as that would tarnish the dignity of the royal lineage. We, as servants, hold no weight in our words. How could the esteemed members of the Qin family regard us with any respect? She came to a profound realization. Once the matriarch, the princess consort, had passed away, they would find themselves in an exceedingly vulnerable and helpless position. Even the young mistress, born of noble blood, was subject to the whims of others. What then could be said of their own lowly status? Cast aside the past aspirations for glory and accolades, and refrain from harboring thoughts of vengeance against those from the western courtyard, or desires to retaliate against them. The foremost priority now is to ensure the well-being of the young lady, nurturing her to grow up in health and safety. Once she matures and finds a suitable match, her accomplishments will naturally attract attention. The two matrons have come to a renewed understanding of their circumstances, no longer entangled in concerns about potential betrayal among their companions. If anyone were to harbor ulterior motives, it would be prudent to dismiss them early on. The safety of the young lady takes precedence over all else. Wealth, property, and servants are mere trifles in comparison. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, lights began to flicker throughout the garden. Erhong lit the oil lamps both inside and outside the house, while Madame Xiao, accompanied by Shun Jiang and the kitchen staff, delivered supper to Li Lijun. This evening's meal was a departure from the usual watery porridge sent by the young Yang, featuring not only a bowl of thick red date and lotus seed congee, but also a steamed egg custard enriched with minced mushrooms, alongside a cup of warm milk. Additionally, a box containing approximately 20 delicate white steamed buns, exuding a rich aroma of milk, was included. Shun Jiang respectfully informed Li Lijun that her recent lack of appetite, coupled with her need for medication after her injury, prompted the Duchess of Dou to arrange easily digestible fare. Considering her residence in the garden's waterside pavilion, provisions were also made to ensure she had ample steamed buns on hand for late-night cravings. Although the dishes were modest vegetarian fare, they were nourishing and easily digestible, making them quite suitable for a young girl recovering from injury. In contrast to the harsh dietary regimen provided by Xiaoyang, the arrangements made by Princess Dou were undoubtedly far more considerate. Li Lijun solemnly entrusted Shun Jiang with her gratitude towards Princess Dou, while also expressing her concerns about the affairs surrounding her mother's mourning hall and her unease regarding the Qin family's attitude. The former concerns stemmed from the presence of two matrons beside her, remnants of the Qin family, and she was uncertain how many would remain vigil at the mourning site. Although the funeral was ostensibly presided over by Prince Li Dai, it was actually managed by the chief steward of the Sui royal household, who, being an external official, could not stay by the mourning hall at night. In the preceding days, Li Lijun had knelt before the spirit every night, accompanied by numerous followers. Now that she was absent, would her mother be neglected? As for the latter concern, she was subtly probing Princess Do's sentiments towards the Qin family. Unexpectedly, Princess Do had already made arrangements regarding these matters. Xinjiang informed Li Lijun that Princess Do had, at the behest of Prince Sui, dispatched trusted matrons to oversee the affairs at the mourning hall, ensuring that not a single detail would be overlooked. Regarding the Qin family, Princess Do believed that the misbehavior of a few idle scions from their collateral branches, who had been reported to the authorities for their impropriety during the royal mournings, reflected the failure of the Wuxing Chun clan to properly educate their own offspring. Their elders should come forth to apologize to the Sui royal household, and it was likely that the Qin family would provide Li Lijun with a satisfactory explanation. With Princess Do's meticulous arrangements, Li Lijun harbored no objections. She expressed her gratitude once more for her grandmother's care and thoroughness, mentioning her recuperation in the water pavilion and her lingering fears regarding her recent experiences, apprehensive that another former confidant might come to harm her. Thus, she hoped that Princess Do would temporarily close the garden to prevent others from entering. Xinjiang hesitated for a moment before speaking. The princess has issued an order that no outsiders are to disturb the fourth young lady during her convalescence. Even the several young lords, along with the eldest and second young ladies, have been advised not to visit for the time being. Any messages or deliveries will only be handled by those in attendance to the princess. Should anyone else appear before the water pavilion, the fourth young lady need not pay them any heed, nor should she permit them entry. If someone dares to intrude, the fourth young lady should simply send someone to inform the princess, who will undoubtedly take matters into her own hands to protect her. To ensure the safety of her granddaughter, Li Lijun, Princess Do has dispatched guards to secure all entrances to the garden, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering at will. Xinjiang, while delivering the evening meal, has also brought along several capable women, who now stand at the nearby crossroads to deter any intruders. Li Lijun could not help but marvel at how, even before she spoke, the princess had already considered everything so thoroughly. She hastily expressed her gratitude once more to her grandmother. Having fulfilled her duty, Xinjiang took her leave. Li Lijun gazed down at the meal before her, reflecting on how truly considerate and kind Princess Do was. Although her father, Li Dai, often spoke ill of this step-grandmother, he had been very young when Princess Do entered the Sui royal household, at an age when children were most vulnerable. Yet, under Princess Do's care, he had grown up safely and robustly, tall and healthy. This hardly seemed the behavior of a wicked stepmother. Li Dai pursued his studies, martial arts, social engagements, and public service without any hindrance, and even his marriage was dictated by his own wishes. He wedded the daughter of a prestigious family, the young Miss Yang, whose father had once served as the chief historian in the Sui royal court and hailed from the illustrious Yang clan of Hongno. He was granted the title of heir to a royal dukedom in advance. Although his career was fraught with challenges and he remained underappreciated, it seemed more attributable to his limited capabilities rather than any machinations against him. Li Dai displayed a lack of reverence towards his stepmother. Yet his life over the past 30 years had unfolded rather smoothly. Who would dare label Princess Do as a wicked woman? The Sui prince had concubines and illegitimate sons, yet all held the legitimate consort in esteem. Apart from Li Dai's grievances, among the royal family, she was spoken of only in favorable terms. In contrast, Chun, another stepmother, was a virtuous and gentle individual, yet she received little regard from her husband and stepchildren. Reflecting on her own mother's plight, Li Lijun could deduce the exaggeration in Li Dai's claims of Princess Do's malice and cunning. The princess's peculiar demeanor was likely a response to Li Dai's treacherous behavior. Chapter 19. No one. Li Lijun quietly enjoyed a dinner. Frankly, the portion was substantial. Yet at her age, she possessed a delicate appetite and could hardly consume much. Considering her injuries, she diligently consumed the nutritious items like steamed egg custard and milk, managing to eat only a third of the red date porridge, with the remainder finding its way into Hong's stomach. This maid, robust and hearty, had always been a voracious eater. After finishing her meal and rinsing her mouth, Li Lijun felt the effects of her meal weigh heavily upon her, her head nodding with fatigue. However, before lying down, she ensured to assign tasks to those around her. Chui Mama, accompanied by several trustworthy individuals, proceeded to the mourning hall to guard the coffin of the Qin family, while also keeping a vigilant eye on the happenings both within and outside the Wang residence. This included, but was not limited to, the movements of the Yang family and their associates, the actions of Prince Sui and his son, Prince Si, as well as those of Princess Do, the reactions from the Qin family, and the discussions among the nobility regarding the recent attempt on Li Lijun's life. Although Li Lijun publicly claimed that it was not her third sister, Li Yanjun, who had pushed her down the mountain, but rather the maid, Zihua, those present were acutely aware of the true culprit. Even if Prince Sui and Prince Li Dai were to assign blame afterwards, it would not be due to her breach of promise or leaked information, but rather the indiscretion of Li Yanjun, whose actions had revealed vulnerabilities, compounded by the astuteness of the ladies from various royal households. Thus, acquiring intelligence regarding the Yang family was of utmost importance. Li Lijun entrusted this task to Cui Mama. Since the Yang family had already set their sights on the assets left by the Qin family, it was only a matter of time before they would attempt to seize them, and Li Lijun was determined to thwart their plans. While they were still preoccupied, Mama L was tasked with organizing the items, which would be delivered to Li Lijun the following morning. The Yang family dared to collude with the Chun family to detain both Cui and El Mamas, yet they would not dare employ the same tactics against Li Lijun, a noble lady. However, considering her father, Li Dai, was somewhat unreliable, Li Lijun needed to swiftly devise a plan to secure this inheritance, lest it fall into the hands of her adversaries. She requested the two mamas to attend to these critical matters, to which they wholeheartedly agreed. Although they had reservations about leaving the young mistress resting at the water pavilion, they recognized that there were others to attend to her needs, and thus prioritized the more pressing tasks at hand. The two matrons, Cui and El, solemnly urged Lady Xiao and Hong to diligently care for the injured young mistress. Observing their propensity for lengthy discourse, Li Lijun swiftly shifted the conversation. Matrons Cui, the princess has already dispatched someone to keep vigil at the front hall. I am uncertain of your past associations with those individuals, but it is imperative to cultivate amicable relations moving forward. In a short while, please take some funds to the kitchen and have them prepare warm meals to send over. Although we lack wine and side dishes, a steaming late-night snack on this chilly autumn night is a gesture of our goodwill. Hong responded loudly in affirmation. The room was soon left with only Lady Xiao. Li Lijun implored her not to remain in the inner chamber, confessing her fear that the presence of others would hinder her sleep. Lady Xiao, recalling how her young mistress had nearly been harmed that very day, felt her eyes redden with concern. Tenderly, she tucked the blankets around her, placing the lantern on the long table by the wall, far enough from the bedside to avoid disturbing her rest while ensuring a modicum of illumination to spare the child from fear of the dark. Once she had completed these tasks, she tiptoed out, closing the door gently behind her. Li Lijun was well aware that her wet nurse was always amiable. Alone in the room, she found herself struggling against fatigue, her eyelids growing heavy. Seizing the clarity of her mind while it lasted, she quickly took another pill, then summoned her invaluable aid from myriad worlds of tasks, System 886, Reboot. The sound of gears whirring echoed in her mind, soon followed by the familiar voice of System 886. System 886 rebooting, information update downloading, current task progress 1, 2, 3. As the system counted down, Li Lijun succumbed to a deep slumber. By the time the system completed its update, Li Lijun had enjoyed a restful sleep, feeling significantly rejuvenated. She then attentively listened to the system's latest report. System 886, host Li Lijun, currently situated in a world not catalogued within the Ziwei Tianyu framework. Querying database. Noted as the Xiantang Minor World. The date is the 29th of August in the 749th year of the Xiantang calendar, at 9:38 p.m. The weather is clear, with a northeast wind at level 3, and the temperature is 19 degrees Celsius. She stifled a yawn but did not rise. Instead, she remained nestled in her blankets and commanded the system, how much energy does the drone have left? Is it operational now? This solar-powered drone had been specially customized by Li Lijun during her previous interstellar journey. Although it was a low-end civilian model, its solar charging was both convenient and environmentally friendly, operating silently and discreetly with excellent endurance and a plethora of functions. She found it exceedingly useful and had expended points to bring it along, which was now proving to be quite fortuitous. Li Lijun lifted a corner of her blanket, releasing the drone, which was encased in a sleek black shell and roughly the size of an adult male's palm, watching as it ascended silently to hover above the room. She quietly turned over and got out of bed, feeling her way to the door. Peering through the crack, she saw Madame Xiao sitting beside the couch, dozing off comfortably. Withdrawing to the window, she cautiously pushed it open and released the drone into the wind. The effects of the two pills had already taken hold within her, and her foot injury had nearly healed. posing no hindrance to her movements. Li Lijun closed her eyes and commanded the system to display the synchronized footage captured by the drone, embarking on her quest for intelligence. Chapter 20. Surveillance. The drone flew steadily out of the water pavilion, gliding silently across the expansive thickets under the night sky. In the distance, the faint glow emanating from the morning hall became visible, accompanied by the distant sound of chanting. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Lijun contemplated her urgent need to find a way to visit the morning hall in the coming days. This was not merely to uphold the facade of a dutiful daughter before others and evade potential public scrutiny from the faction led by the young Yang, but rather because she had been separated from her mother for far too long. If she did not seize the opportunity now, while the coffin had yet to be sealed, to bid her mother a final farewell, she feared she might never again behold her mother's visage in this lifetime. At this hour, many remained around the morning hall, the surroundings ablaze with light. Li Lijun dared not risk flying the drone too low, for the chance of being detected would present a significant complication. Instead, she issued a command to the system, instructing it to maneuver the drone to a dimly lit, secluded corner near the morning hall, from where she could observe the situation within from a distance. Currently, the prominent figures of the Sui Wangfu were absent, and inside and around the morning hall, a loyal confidant of the Duchess of Dou, Mama Song, accompanied by Lu Ying and several familiar but nameless maidservants, stood vigil. Shui Mama's whereabouts were unknown. The servants and maidservants she usually kept by her side were stationed in the hall. Additionally, a few stewards sent by the Sui Wang, along with minor officials from the royal mansion, were primarily on duty in the side rooms adjacent to the morning hall, most of whom had nearly succumbed to slumber. As for the monks and Taoist priests who kept vigil and recited scriptures, they resided in another side room, and there was no need to elaborate further. Li Lijun felt a twinge of curiosity about Shui Mama's absence. An unmanned aerial vehicle quietly glided through the back courtyard to the west of the morning hall, capturing a glimpse of Shui Mama and one of her sons in the corner of the frame. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lijun commanded the drone to ascend into the canopy above them, eager to overhear their conversation. Shui Mama was softly weeping, lamenting. In the past, how could the young lady have ever worried about such matters? She always insisted that I remain joyful, indulging in food, drink, and merriment. Yet today, not only did the young lady nearly lose her life, but she has also become utterly silent, questioning every concern she once disregarded, as if she had aged a decade in an instant. Had it not been for the cruel pressure from those wretches in the western courtyard and the third young lady, how could she have transformed into this state? If the lady were still alive and saw the young lady now, one can only imagine how deeply she would ache for her. Her son softly reassured her, "Do not fret, mother. The young lady is astute." Previously, she had the protection of the consort of the air, allowing her to remain carefree, indulging in life's pleasures. Now that the consort has departed, the young lady, bereft of her support, must naturally adopt a more composed demeanor. Is this not a positive change? You need not constantly worry that the individuals from the western courtyard will deceive her. I would prefer that the west courtyard continues to deceive the fourth young lady. While weeping and gritting her teeth, Granny Chui lamented that if they could keep the young lady blissfully unaware for a lifetime, sparing her from suffering, I would willingly turn a blind eye. Alas, their insatiable greed and ingratitude have led them to ruin the lady, and they refuse to spare the young one, even plotting to seize the dowry of the deceased. Even in death, I shall not allow these wretches to have their way. Her son inquired, "Is it true that the demise of Lady Si Wang was orchestrated by Madame Yang?" Granny Chui wiped her tears and replied. The young lady said she overheard the third young lady confessing it herself. In a moment of carelessness, the third young lady let slip the truth. Fearing that the young lady would reveal it, she resorted to murder to silence her. The fact that the third young lady would kill for this indicates that that wretched Yang truly committed such a heinous act. It is regrettable that there is no evidence. As she spoke, her anger rekindled. The Si Wang is utterly biased towards her. Her son sighed. Eldest brother's health is precarious. The doctor cannot assure us of his longevity. Naturally, the Si Wang will favor fourth brother more. Rather than believing that the Si Wang disregards the grievances of the young lady due to favoritism towards Madame Yang, it might be more accurate to say that he is intent on safeguarding fourth brother, ensuring he does not bear the stigma of a disreputable mother. How could Granny Chui not understand this? Yet, her heart remained unsettled. The prince would never allow outsiders to mock the Sui Wangfu. I see that the young lady has little hope of his support. However, the princess is still willing to aid our young lady, yet she is merely a secondary wife. Given the long-standing discord between the Si Wang and her, even if the princess wishes to seek justice for Our Lady and the young one, the Si Wang would never grant her that satisfaction. At this juncture, Granny Chui burst into tears once more. Her son hurriedly offered her some words of comfort, then pondered, if the demise of the noble consort truly pertains to Lady Yang, how could a mere woman of the inner chambers orchestrate a robbery and murder by hiring bandits? It is more likely that she employed others to impersonate those rogues, perhaps even her own brothers to carry out such a deed. I shall inform my siblings to keep a vigilant watch on her brothers. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. If we could apprehend those impostors and present them to the authorities, proving their connection with the Yang family, Lady Yang would be unable to evade justice. Granny Chui quickly ceased her weeping and inquired eagerly, is this endeavor feasible? I fear that those involved may have already silenced themselves. Moreover, neither the prince nor the heir apparent would desire the public to learn of this scandal. Even if we manage to capture someone, what then? Her son chuckled softly. The noble consort is a member of the royal family, and her murder constitutes a grave matter. Whether to pursue this case is beyond the jurisdiction of the Sui princess residence. Should we indeed capture someone or unearth evidence? There is no need to involve the prince. We can report directly to the office of the imperial clan or the minister of justice. Even if the heir apparent remains indifferent and the Sui prince seeks to obscure the truth, the office of the imperial clan and the minister of justice will undoubtedly pursue this matter to its conclusion. Even if the truth remains concealed from the public eye, it will certainly be communicated to the palace. Once the sovereign learns of it, does Lady Yang not wish to elevate her status? Let her dream on. Granny Chui took a deep breath. Very well. Let it be so. A noble woman's good intentions in saving lives must not be in vain. Those treacherous murderers deserve no mercy. The mother and son quietly conferred about the specifics of their plan, after which Nurse Chui reminded her son, do not forget the message I previously instructed you to convey to the shopkeepers. This is a special request from the young mistress. She said that if someone wishes to leave, you must allow them to go without coercion. I am well aware that you brothers cannot possibly depart, and I assume that Lu's brother is also secure. However, I cannot guarantee the same for the other shopkeepers. The young mistress's concerns are valid. Forcing someone to stay could breed resentment and potentially lead to unforeseen troubles in the future. It would be wiser to take advantage of our current favorable reputation and let everyone leave, ensuring that those who remain are truly loyal. However, you must keep a vigilant eye. Even if they are allowed to leave, they must not take away any valuable assets or properties. The young mistress has already shown tremendous generosity by permitting them to take their personal belongings. Any further greed would be a transgression. Her son hesitated momentarily. If the shopkeepers leave, the shop will undoubtedly suffer from a lack of management in the future. What about the craftsmen? If someone knowledgeable about the pomegranate red dye wishes to depart, should we allow them to leave as well? Nurse Chui fell silent. Zhao Qinji primarily engaged in the silk and fabric trade, while other colored materials were of mediocre quality. Only the pomegranate red possessed a unique formula, unmatched by any other dye shop in the entirety of Chang'an. Thanks to the connections with the royal consort, Madame Chen, Zhao Qinji's pomegranate red silk had even become a tribute, and no noble would dare to covet their dyeing formula. However, should a craftsman privy to the secret formula choose to leave, the preservation of that knowledge would be in grave jeopardy. Once others begin to produce the same pomegranate red hue, what basis will Zhao Qinji have to maintain its standing in Chang'an? Both Chui and her son are deeply troubled by this prospect. A drone fluttered momentarily among the tree canopies above them before silently ascending into the night sky. Chapter 21. The night visitor Li Lijun had nearly forgotten that her maternal grandfather's business boasted the exclusive product of pomegranate red. Currently, Zhao Qinji primarily engages in the textile trade in and around Chang'an, operating its own silk weaving and dyeing workshops. Their fabrics are of commendable quality, yet they do not rise to the pinnacle of excellence. It is not only the vast expanse of the world, but also the renowned weaving houses in Shu and Jiang and that pose competition within Chang'an alone. There are 3 or 4 establishments producing fabrics that rival theirs. However, due to the exquisite beauty of the pomegranate red dye, which others cannot replicate, and bolstered by connections with the Sui royal court and the esteemed Gao Lisher, they have managed to present pomegranate red silk as tribute to the palace, alleviating concerns of competition from the aristocracy. This has allowed Zhao Qinji to firmly establish itself in the elite commercial sphere of Chang'an. Li Lijun vividly recalls the appearance of the pomegranate red silk and gauze dyed by Zhao Qinji. Each year, her mother, Chun, would select various materials in this vibrant hue to craft new seasonal garments for the mother and daughter duo. It is a remarkably fresh and radiant red, leaning slightly towards orange, reminiscent of the pomegranate blossoms in May, as brilliant as a ball of fire. In Chang'an, few women, from young girls to middle-aged ladies, do not adore this color. Zhao Qinji has been selling pomegranate red fabrics in Chang'an for over a decade. When she entered the Sui royal court, her family business had already offered this exquisite product. It is said that during her lifetime, Empress Jinxuan had a particular fondness for the pomegranate red silk offered by Zhao Qinji, which she utilized to create splendid garments for attendants at 3 grand palace banquets. Zhao Qinji had capitalized on this event with extensive advertising at the time. However, after the passing of Empress Jinxuan, the subsequent endorsements for Zhao Qinji came primarily from the consort of the Prince of Sui, Lady Qin, along with several other amicable princesses and noble ladies. Although the impact was not as sensational as before, it still retained a degree of influence. Thanks to the allure of the pomegranate red fabric, Zhao Qinji was able to sell other colorful varieties of textiles and expand their business throughout the entire Jingji region. In those initial 10 years, they consistently generated an annual income exceeding 100,000 guan. Until the demise of Qin Wang, the grandfather of Li Lijun, the only daughter, Lady Qin, as the consort of the prince, had to devote her energies to the affairs of the Sui royal house, leaving the management of the business to various stewards, which diminished its previous prosperity, resulting in a slight decline in annual revenue. Nonetheless, even in such circumstances, Lady Qin was able to derive an average profit of 70 to 80,000 guan from Zhao Qinji each year. This was a significant sum, consistently replenished annually. With this wealth, Lady Qin not only enjoyed a comfortable life but also ensured the prosperity of the entire Sui royal house. Regardless of the dissatisfaction expressed by Prince Li Dai regarding the humble origins of his second wife, he was compelled to afford her due respect in the eyes of outsiders. Based solely on the economic support she provided, Li Lijun came to understand the critical importance of the secret dye formula for pomegranate red to Zhao Qinji and realized that the concerns of Granny Cui were indeed quite reasonable. However, her current situation did not suggest that she could retain all the skilled artisans under Zhao Qinji's banner. After the passing of her maternal grandfather, the managers and craftsmen under the commercial establishment began to feel a sense of unease. It was only due to the esteemed status of the Chun family that they had previously suppressed their ambitions for greener pastures. Now that the Chun patriarch has departed, and with the sole heir, Li Lijun, still in her youth, the Qin family does not seem to possess anyone capable of taking over the business. Those who had joined Zhao Qinji solely for the sake of profit or prospects are bound to reconsider their loyalties. Li Lijun realizes that she must devise a strategy to address this predicament. She is not particularly fixated on wealth, as her mind is brimming with various schemes to amass riches. However, Zhao Qinji holds a significance for those left behind by the Chun family that transcends mere financial gain. This enterprise was built from the ground up by her grandfather, a testament to years of hard work from many loyal followers. It is also intertwined with another pivotal figure, the young Gao Lishir in the imperial court, who is the adopted son of the trusted eunuch Gao Lishir and the eldest son of Chun Wang's former business partner, originally named Zhao Dalong, the very Zhao from Zhao Qinji. In his youth, he faced a tragic upheaval when his father suddenly fell ill and passed away after relocating from Wuxing to Chang'an, with officials attempting to seize his inheritance. It was Qin Wang who, despite his illness, hastened from Wuxing to Chang'an to safeguard the lives of his mother and younger siblings. While he himself was taken into the palace as a eunuch, in his absence, Qin Wang took it upon himself to care for his ailing mother and young siblings, managing their finances and connections, thereby assisting him in rising to prominence as Gao Lishir within the court. Li Yanjun hopes to persuade Li Lijun to speak to the young Gao Lishir, urging him to advocate for the reinstatement of the Yangyang family, leveraging the deep ties between Gao Lishir and the Qin family to achieve this end. Once any changes occur with Zhao Qinji, Li Lijun will no longer be able to maintain her existing relations with Xiao Gaoli and the Zhao family under its esteemed name. Furthermore, Xiao Gaoli himself must rely on the guise of gratitude to sustain his connections with the Qin mother and daughter from the Sui royal residence. Otherwise, certain actions of his may raise suspicions of collusion with the royal clan in the eyes of the sage. Li Lijun feels compelled to safeguard Zhao Qinji. But what measures should she employ? Should she prohibit the artisans privy to the secret recipes from departing? Or should she seek alternative exclusive formulas to ensure Zhao Qinji's competitive edge in the market? Or perhaps, she ought to find a reliable patron to deter the scheming Xiaoyang family from making any reckless moves? She hastily commanded the drone to cautiously navigate the dimly lit corners, soaring over the rooftop and gently descending outside the bedroom window on the other side, tracing an arc as it silently slipped beneath the expansive eaves. Due to the angle, the drone was unable to capture the entirety of the scene within the bedroom. Li Lijun caught sight of Xiao Yang clad in casual attire, her countenance marked by irritation as she sat at the table, with maidservants bustling about, yet the trusted figures, Mama Ma and Ma Nyangzi, were conspicuously absent. Before long, a maid whispered something into her ear, causing her to startle with anticipation. Quickly, let them in. She then instructed those nearby to stand guard at the door, ensuring that if the crown prince were to arrive, she would be notified immediately. The maidservants swiftly retreated, and a look of eagerness crossed Xiao Yang's face as she rose, facing the door. Li Lijun felt a pang of curiosity. The visitor could not possibly be Crown Prince Li Dai, so who could it be that prompted such deference from Xiao Yang? Yet, given the late hour, well past the second watch, would anyone still be arriving? It must be someone residing in the Sui Wangfu, specifically within the inner chambers. Li Lijun was still pondering who this individual might be when she heard a male voice from within the room. Why are you searching for me so urgently at this late hour? Are you not afraid of alerting the Prince of the Air? Li Lijun's heart jolted. To be summoned to her own bedroom in the dead of night by the likes of Xiao Yashi, and to find a man there, no less a man other than her husband, Li Dai. Who could this person be? Chapter 22. Eavesdropping inside the room. Xiao Yashi had already seated herself at the table, quite at ease as she poured tea for her guest. I am truly at my wit's end and urgently need to consult someone reliable. Otherwise, I do not know how I should proceed. The visitor seemed to have taken a seat opposite her, yet due to the obscurity caused by the window grills and walls, Li Lijun could not discern his appearance through the drone's lens. Upon hearing this, Li Lijun's initial excitement swiftly faded into calmness. It turned out this guest was Xiao Yangshi's brother, most likely her maternal sibling, Yang Shua. If Xiao Yangshi was meeting him in the middle of the night, it could hardly be a matter of romantic intrigue. Rather, it was likely related to the events of the day. Were they plotting how to deal with her, the victim who had narrowly escaped death? Li Lijun snickered coldly and continued to listen to their conversation. Yang Shua promptly inquired, "What has transpired? Why has the Princess of Dou suddenly turned against you? Moreover, is the Prince of the Air not coming tonight?" "He is not coming. He is currently quite displeased with me. I expect he will remain angry for at least 3 days." Xiao Yangshi sighed, her face displaying a hint of resentment, lamenting, "In the end, it all boils down to Yin Yang's careless actions. The tasks that needed to be accomplished were left undone, and instead, I, the elder, was dragged into the mire." She recounted the events of the day to her younger brother in meticulous detail. However, her narrative was entirely from her own perspective, vastly differing from that of others. For instance, she firmly believed that her daughter had been too impatient, exposing numerous flaws that made it difficult for her mother to rectify the situation. Additionally, she criticized Sui Hua for her carelessness and incompetence, as she had failed to ensure that Li Yanjun was truly deceased during the autopsy, and afterwards, she did not exert herself to take responsibility for Li Yanjun's predicament. More crucially, Li Yanjun ought not to have eavesdropped on her mother's conversation with her uncle, thereby uncovering the details surrounding the demise of the Prince Chun. Nor should she have thoughtlessly revealed such information in front of Li Lijun, forcing her mother to exert considerable effort to explain the situation to Prince Li Dai. Yang Shua appeared quite vexed, and his tone shifted immediately. "What kind of nonsense is this? How could my sister fail to manage the child? How old is Yanjun? How can matters concerning the princess be known to her? Eavesdropping? Is this the behavior befitting a noble lady of the royal family? I will certainly admonish her later. But for now, she is confined within the side courtyard, and I find it difficult to even see her. You need not complain." Young Lady Yang sighed, acknowledging that when a child errs, we must discipline them appropriately, but we cannot truly abandon them. This incident, given its implications for the reputation of the royal household, saw the prince intervening, with the heir also speaking favorably. Thus, the fourth daughter did not pursue the matter further, yet she remained unwilling to let Suwa off the hook. Although I wished to protect Suwa's life, the princess had intervened and even alerted the prince, making it exceedingly difficult to simply brush the matter aside. If Suwa were to perish, her grandmother and mother could be safeguarded, and neither I nor Silang would be implicated. Perhaps it would be better for her to meet her demise. Yang Shua tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in contemplation, before eventually saying, "Did Yin Yang inadvertently reveal something?" Has the fourth lady already concluded that the demise of the crown princess was orchestrated by you from the shadows? What are the attitudes of the prince and princess towards the crown prince? The young lady Yang dismissed the concern. The person is already dead. What more can they do? The fourth lady, however unwilling, is merely a child. As long as I can placate the crown prince, she shall be powerless. The prince is resolute in preserving the reputation of the royal house and would never allow matters to escalate publicly. Now it depends on the actions of the princess. But I believe the prince will not permit her to act recklessly. Ultimately, the situation will be suppressed. She paused, considering that as long as outsiders remain undisturbed, the prince might discreetly instruct the princess to deal with me. Yet I am under the protection of the crown prince and have no fear of her. The crown prince cannot do without me. Even if I must endure hardship, it will not be for long. Young Lady Yang was exceedingly confident in her allure, convinced that Crown Prince Li Dai would be easily charmed by her. Li Lijun, overhearing this, could not help but scoff repeatedly, quietly vowing to teach her a lesson. Yang Shuo, upon hearing her, let out a sigh of relief. That is good. As long as the matter does not spread, my sister can maintain her current status. Enduring a minor setback is not a calamity. The Sui prince is aging and could pass at any moment at that time. This princely residence will surely be at the crown prince's command. Even if the Dou princess enjoys a few years of favor now, in the future, she will have to live by my sister's grace. He pondered for a moment. At present, it was merely that Yin Yang had spoken incorrectly in public, and there was no evidence to implicate his elder sister in the death of the Wang Fei. His sister would undoubtedly deny any connection. In the end, he surmised that Yin Yang would suffer some injustice, but she was still young, and her grievances would be limited. After a few years, no one would remember this incident, and his sister would become the mistress of the Sui Wangfu. Surely she would find a way to make amends with Yin Yang. The maidservants had perished, but his sister had bestowed great kindness upon them. Even if they had sacrificed their lives for her, it was their rightful duty. As for those few individuals who had acted on that day, they could not be spared. Xiao Yangshe hurriedly urged, you must silence them all at once. If you can eliminate those true culprits as well, preventing them from having any opportunity to speak, it would be even more foolproof. Let him harbor his suspicions. Xiao Yangshe scoffed softly, reflecting that her previous attempts to win him over were merely to curry favor with the Wang. Now that she had Silang, who was smarter, healthier, and more cherished by the Wang, she no longer needed him. He had become an obstacle in her son's path, and it would be best to remove him sooner rather than later. Yang Shuo inquired, is sister determined to take action? What are your plans? Li Lijun held her breath beneath the covers. Chapter 23, Conspiracy Yet. Ultimately, Li Lijun was left disappointed. Xiao Yangshe and the young siblings engaged in hushed discussions. Their voices too soft and the distance too great for the drone's recording device to capture anything. Li Lijun could only discern that this brother and sister duo were plotting against their elder brother, Li Jianrang, and they had been deliberating for nearly a quarter of an hour, seemingly devising a grand scheme. The two siblings, the Xiaoyang family, should be quite confident about this plan. After their discussion, a satisfied smile graced Xiaoyang's face. She said to her younger brother, 11th brother, when you procure that medicine, remember to get an extra portion. While you're at it, let's also deal with that little bastard left behind by the Qin family. Yin Yang has revealed her true colors. That girl now perceives us as enemies, and mere words will not appease her. With her around, the Duchess of Dou may find countless excuses to trouble me, so we cannot afford to give them any opportunities. Xiaoyang smiled slightly. The Prince of Xi will only believe I am seizing Zhao Qinji's for his sake, and will not suspect that I have entrusted the shop to my brother for management. In his eyes, we are all on his side. Yang Shuo sighed. At last, we will possess an asset of our own. From this day forth, when I wish to use money for something, I will no longer have to constantly consider the faces of my wife and elder brothers. In social gatherings, I shall no longer endure the ridicule of Zhao Gu and those sisters for being impoverished. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Yang Zhao is clearly more closely related to us by blood. Yet he willingly aligns himself with those sisters, becoming their lapdog without regard for us, his true kin. When the day comes that I gain power, I shall certainly teach them a lesson. Yang Shuo coughed softly and waved his hand repeatedly. Sister, let us not speak of such matters. Better to keep them to ourselves. They are currently at the height of their power, and by ingratiating ourselves with them, we may glean some benefits. We must not be foolish like eldest sister, speaking thoughtlessly and offending others, only to become the subject of public ridicule and frighten ourselves in the process. Had it not been for her offending others during her lifetime, with the Yang family's current prominence, we would have already soared to great heights. How could it have come to the point where you, dear sister, wish to be legitimized as the consort of the heir, yet must first resort to murder and then scheme to send word to the palace? It is but a matter of a single word from the noble consort. Young Miss Yang pressed her lips together. Eldest sister has always been foolish. Her temperament, which she pretends is forthright, is in truth impulsive, reckless, and disrespectful. During the peak of Empress Xinxuan's glory, Yang Yuhuan was her daughter-in-law, and it was commonplace for her to act with such arrogance. Yet, eldest sister insisted on criticizing her, even going so far as to disdain Yang Sanyang for her frivolity. The Pei family does not concern themselves with whether their widow is unfaithful. Why must she meddle? She offended them, and after witnessing Empress Xinxuan eliminate 3 princes in one breath, she began to tremble in fear. If she possessed any fortitude and regretted not a word she had uttered, I might have respected her a little. Instead, she is merely a cowardly fool lacking decorum. Yet the heir still pines for her to this day. Yang Shuo coughed several times. Sister, sister. As she spoke, she rose and peered through the door, then moved to the window to glance outside, seemingly worried that young Miss Yang's words might be overheard. Young Miss Yang waved her sleeve and declared, "Enough. The fact that I called you in the middle of the night to speak means everything is arranged. No one will hear our conversation. Do you not trust me even a little?" After a prolonged silence, young Miss Yang finally said, "Understood. I shall refrain from speaking further." Lowering my head, I took a sip of tea. Rest assured, with the incident involving the Ma family, they can no longer serve in my presence. The remaining individuals are far less useful than they. Thus, I have decided to keep them stationed at a distance outside the room, ensuring that no one will overhear our conversation. I have also made all the necessary arrangements for your visit to the estate tonight. The Chancellor will provide cover for you. Once you leave, you shall take residence in the guest quarters. Tomorrow, someone will inform the Crown Prince that you arrived after hearing of Yin Yang's misfortune, just before the gates closed, but refrained from disturbing him at night. Yang Shuo nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall heed my sister's arrangements. However, with my sister utilizing the Chancellor's connections, it is likely that news will reach home swiftly. Should the madam or my brothers catch wind of our involvement in the assassination of the Crown Prince's consort and attempt to target a Jian, it would spell trouble. We cannot yet sever ties with the family. It is imperative that a Jian's demise goes unnoticed to avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, should I seek promotion in the future, and my sister aim to establish herself, as well as secure the position of 4th Master as the heir to the Crown Prince's title, we would lack the family's support." The young lady of the Yang family nodded. "Do not worry. Ajian's health has never been robust. With the autumn winds growing chill, should he catch a cold, it would be commonplace for the Yang family and would not raise any suspicion." Yang Shuo reassured her, "The situation may not be as hopeless as it seems. Lu Lang often speaks of an event that should have transpired years ago. After such a lengthy wait, there has been no sign from the sage. Merely whispers of rumors circulating. Who can say for certain that the sage will issue a decree in the near future? Perhaps this matter could be delayed for another year and a half, providing ample opportunity for us to devise a plan." Yang Shuo couldn't say for certain. Surely not. However, that wretched person has been rather reticent in sharing news these past 2 years. It remains unclear whether they have fallen from grace or have become so enamored that they have forgotten their master. Li Lijun was perplexed by the mention of the phrase in the last life during their conversation, speculating whether a reincarnated being had emerged. Suddenly, she heard the system notifying her in her mind. "Host, please be aware that the drone's battery is down to 18. It will automatically shut down in 1 hour. Host, please take note, the drone's battery." With the drone's power dwindling and other plans for the night, Li Lijun reluctantly had to abandon her eavesdropping ambitions. Gently maneuvering the drone away from the eaves, soaring across the tranquil night sky, and swiftly heading towards the garden. Chapter 24, Meteor Indeed. It was in front of the Sui Wang, and not before any other individual. The Si Wang had been utterly captivated by the young Yang, to the extent that he could set aside the safety of his legitimate heir. Despite his current annoyance towards the young Yang, a glance at her demeanor reveals his insincerity. In just a few days, he would revert to his original state, akin to the playful antics of lovers. The Do Wangfei, on the other hand, could be regarded as a relatively reliable elder. However, her role as a stepmother inherently places her in a position vulnerable to scrutiny, even if her intentions are purely benevolent. Any involvement concerning her stepson, Li Dai, could easily attract public criticism. Li Dai harbored an inexplicable, long-standing animosity towards his stepmother, leading him to lose his composure upon encountering Princess Do. He often disregarded the truth of the matter, willing to do anything merely to vex his stepmother. Li Lijun suspected that should Princess Do become the one to uncover the schemes of the minor Yang, Li Dai would likely care little for the truth, focusing solely on protecting the minor Yang and launching attacks against Princess Do. In the Sui Wangfu, Li Dai held a position only subordinate to his father and stepmother, being the third most significant figure due to his status as a firmly established heir, wielding power even greater than that of his stepmother, though slightly less than the Sui Wang himself. Considering that he had become a staunch ally of the minor Yang, if Li Lijun wished to confront her, her only recourse lay in targeting the Sui Wang, the highest authority in terms of status and power. Other relatives would prove ineffectual. The Sui Wang was concerned with reputation and progeny, desiring a tranquil existence. As long as these matters were not disturbed, he likely would not object to addressing his son's concubine without involving his son. Furthermore, aside from approaching the Sui Wang, Li Lijun could also contemplate strategies involving the Yang family. She had often heard of the illustrious background of the minor Yang's family, how esteemed their lineage was, and that the Qin family could not overshadow her. The Hongnong Yang family was indeed a prominent lineage, remarkably prosperous with numerous branches. Yet the minor Yang was merely a secondary daughter from a collateral branch of the Hongnong Yang family. Her father had served as the chief historian in the Sui Wangfu and held other official positions, but his highest rank was only that of the 4th grade, and he had since passed away. Li Dai's primary wife, the Sui Wangfei, was of legitimate birth, though she passed away at an early age. Her mother maintained a venerable position as matriarch, while her fraternal brother inherited the family legacy and embarked on a modest career in officialdom. The other two brothers also enjoyed a stable standing within the family. The young Miss Yang has her own mother and siblings. Yet her so-called illustrious maternal lineage is primarily propped up by the prominent Yang family. Despite her frequent declarations that she wed into the royal court as a concubine to care for her deceased sister's offspring, making significant sacrifices, it is conceivable that, when it comes to the safety of the children left behind by the elder Yang, the Yang family might not hesitate to forsake her. Naturally, Lady Yang and her eldest son harbor a greater affinity for their own blood relatives, Li Jianran and Li Chujun. Presently, the most favored imperial concubine is a daughter of the Hongnong Yang family from the Hezhong branch, and her sisters hold considerable influence. While her male relatives wield immense power in the court, the young Miss Yang frequently leverages her connections to these siblings to elevate her status in public. And even noblewomen and dignitaries within the royal family overlook her status as a concubine to befriend her. The Qin family once harbored trepidations regarding the Yang family's influence behind Miss Yang, fearing potential exclusion. Moreover, Nurse Cui once privately confided in Nurse L, expressing concern about what might transpire should the imperial concubine seek to enhance her sister's reputation at the expense of the royal consort's dignity. Lady Lian, while guiding her sister towards the garden's rockery, casually mentioned that the young Miss Yang intended to visit the ailing Lady Qin, sister of the imperial concubine, who had reportedly been unwell since autumn and desired the sweet soup prepared by Miss Yang. This indicates a close relationship between the young Miss Yang and the sisters of the imperial concubine, with frequent opportunities for interaction. Lady Li Dai, aspiring to become a high-ranking official, thus regards the young Miss Yang with an elevated perspective. However, it was only after listening to the conversation between the young Yang and Yang Shuo that Li Lijun realized the extent of the illusion surrounding her so-called maternal family's power. Among her true relatives, those in positions of influence were fundamentally not aligned with her interests. While she covertly plotted to undermine the children left by her elder sister in order to secure a position for her own son, she simultaneously harbored feelings of jealousy and resentment towards those truly thriving relatives. These so-called familial supports could easily turn against her at any moment, leaving her unable to maintain her arrogance. With a cold chuckle, Li Lijun resolved to offer a word of caution to the head of the Yang family, lest they remain oblivious to the fact that the young Yang was not merely a docile tool, but rather a cunning beauty veiled in deception. The drone had already traversed half the garden and was nearing the location of the water pavilion. Just then, a fleeting image of a maid caught her attention, seemingly glancing in her direction. A surge of anxiety coursed through Li Lijun, prompting her to maneuver the drone higher into the air, evading the maid's gaze. That maid was likely stationed by Princess Do to guard the entrance near the water pavilion. It was rather impressive how vigilant she was on such a late night. With hardly anyone around, a testament to her dedication. Princess Do had indeed chosen a reliable person. Momentarily taken aback, Li Lijun swiftly adjusted the drone's camera angle, only to find that the silvery light had completely vanished into the night sky. Yet, the intensity and trajectory of that light, could it have been a shooting star? It was indeed autumn, a season when the night sky often graced observers with numerous meteors, and in other realms, one could witness grand meteor showers from diverse constellations. Speaking of shooting stars, Li Lijun was reminded of a particular technique. The last realm she traversed was a grand world of advanced cultivation. In this domain, her identity was that of a top-tier alchemist disciple within a prestigious celestial sect, specifically the elite of the Inner Circle. This esteemed sect, known as the Chang'an Celestial Sect, possessed several unique secret techniques, one of which was the sun, moon, and star cloud art. This technique involved visualizing the trajectories of celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, and stars, harmoniously integrated with mental cultivation practices. While this art is relatively accessible to initiate, it proves challenging to master. It is said that over the past several millennia, only a handful of individuals have ascended to the nascent soul stage through this discipline, with merely 2 achieving the coveted feat of ascension. Notably, this technique requires minimal spiritual energy, demonstrating efficacy even in desolate, energy-deficient environments, making it exceedingly accommodating for disciples who inadvertently find themselves in such realms. Furthermore, it does not conflict with other orthodox methods, prompting the sect to mandate that every disciple must master it before embarking on journeys as a precautionary measure. Li Lijun was uncertain whether her humble origin from the Xiantan minor world provided sufficient spiritual energy for her cultivation, or if she could successfully awaken her spirit and transcend the mundane in this realm. However, if other avenues were unavailable, the sun, moon, and star cloud art appeared to be a commendable option. When might the heavens bestow another falling star? Chapter 25. The Rising Sun. Currently, Li Lijun resided in a water pavilion, a 2-story structure elegantly perched beside a lake, spacious and airy. The first floor accommodated several rooms, encircled by a corridor. The proprietors of the Sui Wang mansion frequented this place, having established a fixed residence here. Each summer, should they choose not to flee the capital to escape the heat, they would retreat to this haven for a time, seeking solace in the gentle breeze wafting across the lake, bringing with it a refreshing touch of coolness. The second floor serves as a vantage point for admiring the scenery and hosting feasts, surrounded by expansive windows. These window panes can be dismantled and replaced with roll-up blinds, transforming the space into an enormous rectangular pavilion, an ideal retreat for leisure and respite during the summer months. However, as August wanes and the autumn chill sets in, with the Su Wangfu mourning a loss, it is unlikely that anyone would find the time or inclination to enjoy the view or partake in festivities. Even if someone were to come, Li Lijun resides on the lower floor, allowing her to take precautions in advance. The recent shooting star traversed from the southwest, and now, with the drone's lens directed towards the east, what if another meteor appears from a different direction? Madame Xiao remains dozing, and with her home yet to arrive for the shift change, it is the perfect opportunity for her to act. As the door creaked open, a gust of night air flowed into the room, causing the candlelight to flicker violently. Madame Xiao abruptly lifted her head, seemingly startled awake. "Nurse," Li Lijun called out to Madame Xiao in a deliberately sleepy tone. "What time is it? How long until dawn?" Upon hearing her words, Madame Xiao fully roused, hastily approaching her. "Young miss, what brings you out? Do you wish for tea, or are you hungry? You still bear injuries. If you need anything, just call for me. Why venture out on your own?" "After taking the medicine and resting a bit, I feel much improved," Li Lijun replied, leaning against the door frame, feigning a struggle to walk upright. "I was quite frightened, worried I might break my leg and never walk again. Yet, it seems my injuries are not severe, and I shall recover swiftly." Li Lijun casually agreed, and Xiao Nyangzi turned to fetch water, listening to the howling wind outside. A worried expression crept across her face. The wind is quite strong, and the weather is growing colder. The young lady must take care, lest her injuries, which have yet to heal, become infected with chill. After serving Li Lijun a couple of sips of water, Xiao Nyangzi urged her to sleep. "There is still some time before dawn. Dear lady, please rest. I shall remain here, so call upon me should you need anything." Li Lijun felt quite reluctant in her heart, but could only obediently comply, shutting her eyes to sleep. She enjoyed a restful slumber. When she was awakened by the system's sunrise alert, Hong had also entered the room to relieve Xiao Nyangzi. Hong glanced at Li Lijun, noticing her eyes shut as if still asleep, and gently tucked in the corners of her blanket, carefully closing the door behind her. She needed to start the tea kettle to prepare medicine for the young lady, ready for her to take upon waking. As Li Lijun listened to the sounds of her departure, she opened her eyes, turned over, and donned a half-sleeve garment before quietly approaching the eastern window. She had just confirmed through the system that the eastern sky was brightening. The sun was about to rise. The window in her room faced the lake, with trees in the distance across the water, and the sky behind the trees was already tinged with white. Once the pure energy within her circulated along the prescribed pathways of her practice 3 times, she felt the subtle essence of spiritual energy lingering in the air. A wave of joy surged within her. Even if this spiritual energy was scarce, its presence was 100-fold better than an utterly desolate realm. Moreover, she currently finds herself situated in the bustling heart of the grandest capital of the empire, surrounded by a dense population, where spiritual energy is inherently scarce. Yet, in this vast world, could she truly fear the absence of a place imbued with the essence of nature? The presence of spiritual energy signifies that she is not limited to merely the sun, moon, stars, and clouds technique. Li Lijun began to absorb the spiritual energy from the air, once more channeling her incantation, while envisioning the scene of the sun rising in her mind's eye. With her extensive experience, she was adept at this practice. As the sun she envisioned leapt forth from the horizon of the expansive plains, the sun in reality gradually ascended behind the trees, casting a golden hue despite not yet revealing its full form. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the lake's surface, with the reflections dancing upon the window frames of the pavilion, brightening Li Lijun's face. The sun in reality and the one in her mind converged seamlessly. When Li Lijun reopened her eyes, the entire world appeared transformed. Bathed in the morning light, she revealed a faint smile. A new day had dawned. Chapter 26. The thief Erhong cautiously adjusted the fire of the tea stove. Brewing medicine in the pavilion was not nearly as convenient as in the young lady's courtyard, and regrettably, there was no one available to assist her. The young lady clearly harbored suspicions towards those around her. Aside from the 2 elder women, there was only Xiaonyang and herself. Seemingly reluctant to allow anyone else to approach, Erhong dared not voice her concerns. In truth, she felt somewhat unsettled. With the death of the prince consort and the open rift between Madame Yang and the young lady, the prince appeared to be conspicuously aligned with Madame Yang. While Princess Do was willing to lend her support, she too had her own share of grievances. In the courtyard of the princess consort, as well as that of the young lady, how many individuals would be willing to remain loyal, rather than seek higher branches or even betray their master? Erhong glanced at the sky, which had brightened considerably. She felt a twinge of anxiety about whether the young lady would awaken and contemplated sneaking a look. Yet she dared not leave the medicinal pot unattended. Although the garden was currently free from unwelcome intruders, those who were already employed there might still find opportunities to act covertly. Who could say whether there might be spies of Madame Yang among them? What if someone stealthily poisoned the young lady's medicine? She could not bear the thought of allowing the pot to leave her sight. Xiaonyang had already retired for the night, and it would be inappropriate to rouse her. The 2 rough servants likely had not yet risen. As Erhong wrestled with her concerns, she suddenly noticed someone approaching the water pavilion and immediately became vigilant. Who could it be? As the figure drew nearer, she recognized it as Shurqing, a maid from the courtyard of Princess Consort Chun, and she felt a slight sense of relief, only to be overcome by suspicion once more. What brings you here? The princess has ordered that no one approach the water pavilion and disturb the young lady's recuperation. Shurqing hurried over and whispered, Mama L sent me to deliver a message. I spoke with the guards, and they allowed me to enter. Erhong's doubts diminished by half. What message did Mama L send you with? Shurqing glanced towards the direction of the room. Mama L wishes to apologize to the young lady. She had originally intended to report this morning, but it seems she will be delayed until the afternoon, so the young lady need not worry. Erhong quickly inquired, what happened? Is there a discrepancy in the accounts? Shurqing paused for a moment, letting out a sigh. Several sisters have discreetly packed their belongings and intended to leave, even pilfering some of the mistress's possessions, which were discovered by Granny L. The unrest has persisted throughout the night. Granny L insists that we must search through everyone's luggage to ensure no other stolen items remain before reporting to the young mistress. With the mistress recently deceased, such a scandal in our courtyard would inevitably tarnish her reputation. If we choose to remain silent, we cannot justly punish those treacherous individuals who have betrayed their loyalty. Yet if we disclose the matter, the repercussions for our courtyard could be beyond the young mistress's control. with a mere word from the heir. I fear even the matrons may not be spared. Hong listened with a grave expression, although she was not entirely aware of the intricacies involved. The message conveyed by Granny L through Shurqing was clear. She understood that this matter was beyond her jurisdiction. She picked up a medicine jar and pulled Shurqing towards Li Lijun's door. Just as she was about to open it for a glimpse inside, the door swung open, revealing Li Lijun, who appeared composed with her hair cascading down. Having successfully transcended her mortal bounds, Li Lijun was now more perceptive than the average person. She had overheard Shurqing's earlier conversation in the corridor. Though a flicker of annoyance stirred within her, she remained unfazed. She had faced far more challenging situations. Having endured them countless times before, this was hardly significant. Hong, in agreement, hesitated momentarily. Why has the young mistress ventured out again? Madame Xiao mentioned you were roaming about in the middle of the night, especially considering your injured foot. Hong wholeheartedly concurred. The young mistress speaks truly. It is indeed fortunate that the young lady is not gravely injured, yet this should not absolve third lady from her culpability. I shall not disclose this to anyone. Shurqing nodded in agreement nearby. The servants in Chang'an's courtyard, upon the mistress's demise, began to grow disenchanted. In the past few days, the matrons in charge were to keep vigil at the front, leaving the courtyard without adequate supervision, which led to a slight disorder. Thus, some took the opportunity to stealthily abscond with valuable possessions. Madame L, known for her formidable reputation, swiftly initiated inquiries, and soon the thief was exposed. Following a severe reprimand and upon hearing that Madame L intended to expel him from the Wang residence, fear compelled him to betray others who harbored similar treacherous intentions, seeking leniency in return. Consequently, within a single night, the courtyard became populated with 7 or 8 thieves. In Chen's household, almost 1,000 guan worth of valuables had been pilfered, nearly driving Madame L to the brink of despair. Merely days after Chun's passing, a multitude of thieves emerged among her attendants, even without the rumors spread by the likes of Xiao Yang. Many would undoubtedly question Chen's inability to maintain authority and the stewardess' inefficacy. Yet, these thieves were among the maidservants serving in the prince's consort's quarters. Individuals of notable standing, each having experienced the world. How could they so suddenly become so foolish? Madame L's mind was now rife with conspiracy theories. Balancing the task assigned by Li Lijun with the interrogation of the thieves left her overwhelmed throughout the night. Thus, as dawn broke, she dispatched Shurqing to the garden to inform Li Lijun. In her heart, she believed it preferable for her own people to handle this matter, lest it disrupt the prince. The princess consort has passed away, and it is imperative that the young lady is surrounded by loyal and trustworthy attendants. These individuals must not allow themselves to become vulnerable, for they cannot afford to abandon the young lady. Upon hearing the account of events, Li Lijun furrowed her brow. Last night, while eavesdropping with a drone, she did not overhear the mention of such matters by the young Yang. However, the maids who had pilfered valuables adopted a more observant stance upon learning of Li Yanjun's failed attempt to harm her sister, indicating that their intentions to betray were conceived prior to this incident. Even if the young Yang harbored ulterior motives, it is unlikely that she would prioritize them at present. Is the young Yang truly entangled in this affair? What is her aim? If her sole intention is to tarnish the reputation of the Qin family in public discourse, it would be of little consequence. The Qin family has already perished under the identity of the princess consort, unless one day the heir, Li Dai, or the maternal Qin family from Wuxing commits treason and implicates her. No rumors could jeopardize her standing. The young Yang has no need to contend with a deceased adversary in her quest for legitimacy. Could it be that her true objective is to eradicate all traces of Qin's loyal retainers? Li Lijun mused that she may not even be the intended target. It seems more likely that the substantial wealth left behind by the Qin family is under scrutiny. The young Yang appears to be scheming to launch a dual assault alongside the Qin family, aiming to eliminate all loyal servants left in Qin's wake, thereby facilitating her ascent. At that point, she would possess both wealth and status, and with the obstacle of Li Jianrang removed, what further concerns could she have? Chapter 27, Self-Recommendation. Li Lijun could not suppress a cold laugh. The young Yang is indeed excessively greedy and impatient. The title of the princess consort is something she desires, as is the dowry accompanying it. If she cannot obtain them, she resorts to theft, and once she has taken what she wants, she even plots against the life of the biological daughter of another, while driving away that person's loyal servant. Furthermore, there is Li Jianrang, the legitimate eldest son of her elder sister, who has always held her in high esteem since childhood, treating her as if she were his own mother. In the past, she feigned affection before Li Jianrang, presenting herself as the most devoted elder in existence. Yet, when their words collide, she wishes for his demise. All because he poses an obstacle to her son's ascendance to the title of prince. Such insatiable greed and cruelty, does she not fear the consequences of her actions? Moreover, in her ambitions regarding the establishment of her son, she bizarrely seeks to exploit the connections of the Chun family's high-ranking servant, Gao Lishur, which is truly perplexing. As a daughter of the Yang family, and one who frequently claims to be well acquainted with the favored consort's sisters, even if their relationships are superficial, surely such connections are more reliable than those of a mere chamberlain? Li Lijun has always believed that the behavior of the young lady is excessively hasty, as if she is racing against time. There may also be the involvement of a reincarnated individual, Lu Lang. Who is this Lu Lang? He appears to be from the Yang family, yet he does not seem to be a direct sibling of the young lady. Their relationship with her legitimate brothers appears merely superficial. Why does it seem as though she harbors immense trust in this Lu Lang? Li Lijun feels that her collected information is insufficient, leaving her unable to deduce the true intentions of her adversaries at present. However, even in the face of insufficient intelligence, she could still present some challenges for the young. Li Lijun fell into a contemplative silence. Beside her, Shiqing waited for an extended period, and seeing her remain quiet, assumed she was frightened. Thus, he softened his tone in an attempt to reassure her, saying, "My lady, do not fear. Although Granny L speaks of dangers, she is exceptionally capable and surely has everything well in hand." Li Lijun set this matter aside, intending to discuss specific strategies with Granny L when she arrived to report the details. She turned to Shiqing and inquired, "Among the numerous maidservants in my mother's courtyard, many wish to leave. What are your thoughts on this?" Li Lijun had not heard such fervent expressions of loyalty in quite some time. She found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it yesterday when two matrons had spoken similarly, and now it felt even more disconcerting. She cleared her throat and said, "There is no need for such formality. I naturally trust you. If you were not loyal and reliable, Granny L would not have specifically sent you to convey her message to me." Shiqing replied earnestly, "Granny trusts me, and I am grateful. However, what matters most to me is that you trust me, my lady." Shiqing shook her head resolutely. "I wish to remain by your side, my lady." She paused, adding, "Currently, there are only Madame Xiao and Er Hong beside you. I cannot ascertain whether others are truly devoted. If you do not mind, I would be honored to serve you, even if it is merely to handle menial tasks. I am acquainted with many in this Wang residence, and several harbor grievances against Madame Yang. If you trust me, I am willing to exert myself for you, my lady." Li Lijun possessed only a limited understanding of Shiqing, recalling her as a rather reticent and honest individual. Among the maidservants, she excelled academically and demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for accounting. It appeared that the Chun family intended to cultivate her as a financial assistant for their daughter in the future. To her surprise, this revelation was a delightful discovery. A flicker of joy shimmered in Shiqing's eyes, though she refrained from overt displays of elation, merely bowing her head once more in respect to Li Lijun. Now that they were bonded as allies, Li Lijun saw no reason for formality. She instructed Shiqing to fetch water for her face and to reheat the flatbreads delivered from the kitchen the previous night, so they could enjoy a simple breakfast accompanied by hot tea. Shiqing readily complied, but hesitated momentarily before departing. "Isn't anyone staying here to attend to you, young lady? If you are not resting, may I assist you with your hair first?" Li Lijun waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. I had a fitful night's sleep, and I feel somewhat drowsy at the moment. I shall take a brief nap, so you attend to your tasks and summon me once the water is ready." Upon hearing this, Shiqing ceased her inquiries, hastily closing the door behind her. Li Lijun peeked outside to ensure no one lingered in the vicinity before letting out a sigh of relief. Finding time for solitude had become increasingly challenging. She quickly retrieved a medicinal pill and, after some contemplation, also produced a vial of nutritional liquid specifically formulated for children with frail constitutions in the interstellar realm. Consuming it in one go, just the night before, she would have hesitated to drink an entire vial, fearing her delicate frame might struggle to absorb such nourishment, necessitating a gradual intake divided into 3 or 4 portions. Now, however, such concerns had dissipated. Having transcended her previous limitations, her body was now capable of withstanding this level of nutritional energy supplementation. She practiced the celestial harmony technique with an astonishing ease that surpassed her expectations. During her initial attempt, she successfully drew energy into her body, seemingly with greater efficiency than in any of the worlds she had previously traversed. Now, she had reached the first layer of chi refinement. Although her strength was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person, her future prospects appeared exceedingly bright. However, she pondered the true nature of her own physical endowment. Chapter 28. Information. Li Lijun began to rummage through the storage space provided by her system. Since she could draw energy into her body in this small world of her origin, it was evident that it was a realm conducive to spiritual cultivation. Therefore, her first task was to assess her spiritual root status. Having traversed numerous worlds, several of which were also capable of genuine cultivation, she possessed several verification devices. One such device required particularly low levels of spiritual energy. It was straightforward and easy to operate, albeit with slightly inferior accuracy, as it could only provide a rough estimate of the type and strength of the spiritual root. Another device, however, boasted high precision. It could not only determine the category of the spiritual root, but also quantify its strength and even assess various physical constitutions. Its drawback lay in its high demand for spiritual energy. If the surrounding environment lacked sufficient energy, the operator would need to possess a certain level of cultivation. Currently, she found herself in an environment with mediocre spiritual energy, and as she was merely at the first layer of chi refinement, her expectations could not be too lofty. Thus, she resolved to utilize the first measuring device as a compromise. In the future, when her cultivation improved, she would employ the second device for a more thorough examination. Li Lijun located the white jade measuring rod, which possessed the ability to assess spiritual roots, and grasped one end firmly with her right hand, slowly channeling her energy. Before long, the other end of the ruler gradually revealed a soft blue and earthy yellow glow, growing increasingly luminous until the entire bed surrounding her was enveloped in these two colors of light. The soft blue signified the water spiritual root, while the earthy yellow represented the earth spiritual root. Could it be a dual spiritual root of water and earth? Judging by the intensity of the light, the strength of the roots was quite substantial. Li Lijun felt a surge of joy within. A dual spiritual root could be considered an exceptional talent, though it paled in comparison to her former status as a top disciple of a prestigious sect in that realm of cultivation, where she possessed a singular fire spiritual root. It was indeed a magnificent surprise compared to her previous experiences in a lower-tier cultivation world, where she struggled to survive with a 5 spiritual root physique. The dual spiritual root was truly a remarkable gift. Most importantly, regardless of the spiritual roots she had possessed in the past, they belonged to other bodies. She was merely inhabiting another shell for her cultivation. Only this water-earth dual spiritual root genuinely belonged to her. Shurqing brought warm water and a towel for Li Lijun to wash her face, assisting her in her morning rituals and subsequently styling her hair. However, they felt that Li Lijun should not consume the leftover cakes from the previous night. She had risen earlier than anyone had anticipated and, feeling hungry, could have easily summoned someone from the kitchen for fresh breakfast. The cakes sent by the Duchess were more than sufficient for the maids. Li Lijun, however, disregarded their concerns. With a modest appetite, 2 cakes would suffice to sustain her for quite some time, leaving the remainder for the maids. When breakfast arrived from the kitchen, they could discuss it then. Surrounded by attendants, many tasks became somewhat inconvenient, so whenever circumstances allowed, she would strive to carve out a little space for herself. However, this morning, she had no intention of being alone. After a simple breakfast, Hong prepared her medicine. While waiting for the medicine to cool, she requested that Hong and Shurqing provide her with a detailed introduction to the matters concerning the Sui Wangfu, the Qin family, and the royal clan. Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. Poor young mistress. Worry not. Whatever you wish to know, just ask me. I shall not conceal any detail within my knowledge. Shurqing nodded in agreement, her thoughts running deeper than Hong's. I too am willing to assist the young mistress in her inquiries. 2 heads are better than 1. And with our combined efforts, we shall surely navigate through any hardships ahead. Thus, Li Lijun instructed Hong and Shurqing to fetch paper and pen, and they began to recount all they knew, while she took notes on the more significant details. How naive she had been in her youth. That little young family had performed their charade with great care in front of her father, Li Dai, her elder brother, Li Jian, and her elder sister, Li Chujun, yet treated her with much disdain, as if she were merely a child. How utterly deceived she had been. Even after her mother was murdered, she still believed that mother and daughter were virtuous. Her mother, Chun, never spoke of such matters to her. Perhaps it was because the little Yang family had disguised their true nature so skillfully that no faults could be found. Furthermore, the evident favoritism shown by Li Dai towards the young Yang lady was striking. Li Jian, Li Zhujun, Li Yinjun, and Li Wenliang all sided with the young Yang lady, leaving Li Lijun in a precarious position. To shield her from exclusion and hardship, Chen Shi, despite harboring doubts, never voiced her concerns. After all, she was merely a young girl, not a threat to the young Yang lady. Her somewhat naive and sweet demeanor might even allow her to live more comfortably. Chen Shi could not foresee her own demise. The young Yang lady would stop at nothing, even targeting a mere girl for the sake of her dowry. Li Lijun sighed inwardly, casting her gaze down at the notes in her hand that detailed the intricate web of interpersonal relationships within the Wang residence. Her mind swiftly devised two strategies to counter the young Yang lady's influence. She lifted her eyes to Shi Qing and inquired, "Do you know the guard stationed at the main and secondary gates?" Shi Qing took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, there is a gatekeeper by the surname of Liu, who has long been on duty at the threshold. His wife once brought their daughter to me, seeking guidance in literacy and arithmetic. After a month of instruction, she returned with her niece as well. The niece's mother works at the secondary gate. Both girls are quite polite and well-mannered, though not particularly bright. With diligent teaching, they have made considerable progress. Their family is immensely grateful for my assistance and has assured me that I may call upon them whenever I need help." Chapter 29. Adding fuel to the fire. As Shi Qing received Li Lijun's orders and exited the garden, she coincidentally encountered Granny Cui, who was entering with two maidservants. Granny Cui looked somewhat surprised upon seeing her and asked, "What brings you to the garden?" Shi Qing bowed respectfully to Nurse Cui, saying, "Nurse Liu sent me to deliver a message to the young lady. She mentioned that she is in need of assistance, hence I have been retained." Shi Qing glanced around, adding, "I am not entirely certain. Nurse Liu will be coming to see the young lady shortly. You may inquire with her then." Given that Shi Qing had been dispatched by Nurse Liu to convey a message to the young lady, it seemed improbable that she would be ignorant of the happenings in the eastern courtyard. Nurse Cui, discerning Shi Qing's intention to withhold information, refrained from pressing further. Recognizing that they were in a public space where certain matters might be deemed inappropriate for discussion. Instead, she inquired, "The young lady has awakened, has she not? Has she taken her breakfast and medicine? Where are you headed?" Shi Qing was unwilling to elaborate, prompting Nurse Cui to wave her off, allowing her to depart while she continued towards the water pavilion. Upon their arrival at the water pavilion, they encountered Xinjiang, who was delivering breakfast to Li Lijun. Today's repast featured a steaming bowl of yam and remania porridge, complemented by two side dishes, vinegar-dressed celery and boiled sunflower greens with ginger juice, along with a cup of warm milk adorned with crushed red dates. It was said that this menu had been personally curated by Princess Do, reflecting considerable thoughtfulness. Xinjiang remarked to Li Lijun, "I heard that the fourth miss rose early this morning without notifying the kitchen and simply took last night's pastries with plain water. This is rather too meager. Please do not deprive yourself, fourth Mississippi. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct the servants. If assistance is insufficient, I will promptly send over a few attentive and capable maids." Li Lijun, however, preferred not to have additional company, replying, "No need. I currently have sufficient assistance at hand. I rose early, unable to find solace in sleep due to the unbearable pain of my wound, and I wish to avoid disturbing too many people. The vegetarian cakes sent by the princess yesterday were delightful, and I found them quite satisfying, not at all meager." Xinjiang smiled and remarked, "Fourth miss, you seek to avoid troubling others, yet you are unaware that our princess also harbors concern for her granddaughter. In a family bound by blood, why should you stand on ceremony with your grandmother?" This, it seems, was a gesture of goodwill from Princess Do. Li Lijun pondered this internally, yet her countenance revealed a bashful demeanor. "If I were to cause too much trouble, perhaps Lady Yang would speak of my lack of understanding before my father." Xinjiang replied gently, "Fear not, fourth miss. The princess will advocate for you." "Is that truly the case?" Li Lijun's face lit up with hope. "I have a matter weighing upon me, and I am uncertain how to address it. I wish to seek the princess's counsel, yet I dread she might deem me foolish." Xinjiang, with a warm smile, inquired, "What is the matter? Please share it with me." Li Lijun hesitated, her tone uncertain. "It pertains to last night. The princess may have caught wind of it. In my mother's courtyard, a maid has been caught stealing. Granny L was incensed and searched throughout the night. She claims that Lady Yang had promised the maids in my mother's courtyard a secure future, urging them to pilfer my mother's valuable jewelry and intimate garments. The jewelry should preferably be items that have graced significant occasions, while the clothing ought to bear my mother's mark. I am at a loss as to what this implies. This is utterly outrageous. Lady Chen, the princess of the air, has at least saved the lives of both mother and daughter. Could it be that what Fourth Miss has recounted is indeed true? The demise of the princess consort was a deliberate act orchestrated by the scheming Lady Yang, rendering her indifferent to the life-saving grace bestowed upon her. Li Lijun gazed at Xinjiang's face, which was filled with innocence and confusion. Sister Xinjiang, what is Lady Yang attempting to do? Why did she instruct my mother's maid to pilfer jewelry and garments? If the theft of jewelry stems from greed, what value could my mother's clothing possibly hold? Granny L refused to elucidate the matter, only expressing her anger as she scoured the entire courtyard for fear that there might still be stolen goods lurking about. Xinjiang found it impossible to expound upon the intricacies of the situation to the mere 9-year-old child. She was in haste to report to the Princess Dowager, and, without waiting for Li Lijun to finish her breakfast, she departed in a flurry. As she brushed past Granny Chui, the latter's expression shifted dramatically, and she burst into the room, exclaiming, "Young miss, I just overheard outside that such an incident has occurred in the eastern courtyard. Has that vile woman named Yang lost her mind?" Li Lijun signaled to Hong, who promptly stepped outside to confirm that Xinjiang and her entourage had indeed left, leaving only their own people within the premises. It was then that Li Lijun disclosed to Granny Chui, the disturbance in the eastern courtyard is indeed true. However, Granny L only uncovered that several maids had stolen my mother's valuable possessions without mentioning any intimate garments. I was merely embellishing the tale in front of Sister Xinjiang. When you encounter Granny L later, do remember to align your accounts with hers. Of course, Lady Yang may very well have ulterior motives. The maids involved in the theft are acutely aware of the gravity of their actions and are unlikely to confess easily. It is prudent for us to assume the worst, rather than underestimate our adversaries, lest we find ourselves unprepared when the moment of reckoning arrives. Chui Mama was momentarily taken aback, and only then did she realize, letting out a sigh of relief. So it is. The real concern lies in whether that young Madame Yang will admit it. Of course, she would not acknowledge it. Li Lijun absent-mindedly took a spoonful of the Rehmannia porridge, finding the taste somewhat indescribable, yet what did it matter whether she confessed or not? As long as others believed she was guilty, that sufficed. Otherwise, why would she bribe the maidservants of the east courtyard to pilfer my mother's possessions, merely for a few pieces of jewelry? As the favored concubine of the heir, her aspirations seemed rather lowly. There must be a grander scheme at play. While suggesting that Madame Yang's intent was to oust all of Qin's loyal servants was merely conjecture, it also implied that Li Dai was a fool, rather than inciting Li Dai's displeasure. It was preferable to let him believe that his beloved concubine acted out of jealousy in her attempts to frame the deceased legitimate wife. After all, Madame Yang did indeed bribe the maidservants of the east courtyard, commanding them to steal. This was indisputable, with both witnesses and evidence at hand. Could Madame Yang truly elucidate such a tangled web of deceit? What is wrong with a child of my age? Li Lijun blinked. Was this not a perfectly ordinary hypothesis? In the era of Emperor Taizong, was it not the case that Princess Gaoang was discovered in an illicit affair precisely because her private belongings were stolen? If Madame Yang did not wish to replicate such a scenario, why would she specifically instruct someone to steal my mother's conspicuous jewelry? Chui Mama found herself unable to refute this and deeply felt that she had previously underestimated her young mistress. The daughters of the Li family, despite their youth, should never be underestimated. Chapter 30. Adding vinegar. Li Lijun quietly savored her second breakfast. Chui Mama, preoccupied with matters in the eastern courtyard, hurried over to assist Lu Mama with her affairs. Li Lijun, however, remained unperturbed. At this juncture, Madame Xiao had already risen, providing the perfect opportunity to seek her insights. Although Madame Xiao possessed a soft disposition and often succumbed to tears, she was far from foolish. In fact, she was quite astute, albeit with a naturally pessimistic outlook that inclined her to perceive the worst in situations. It was precisely due to her temperament that she tended to notice unfriendly tidings and maintained a vigilant demeanor towards outsiders, seldom extending her trust easily. Among Li Lijun's circle, there were many naive souls, and the present moment called for someone like Madame Xiao to dispense a dose of reality. To Li Lijun's surprise, Madame Xiao possessed more information than she had anticipated. As the daughter-in-law of Chui Mama and a former servant from the Sui Wangfu, she was intimately familiar with the intricate dynamics within the royal household and the Qin family, including personal grudges and alliances. She could discern who favored the Qin family, who was entangled with the faction of the minor Yang family, and the close ties of the Do princess and her offspring. Many of these revelations would have eluded Li Lijun had it not been for Madame Xiao's insights. Fortuitously, her inquiries today had illuminated matters that would have otherwise remained obscured, rendering it far more challenging to navigate her dealings with the minor Yang family based solely on her limited recollections. Li Lijun diligently jotted down several pages of notes, and the contours of her plans grew ever clearer in her mind. Madame Xiao regarded her with concern, asking, "My lady, why do you seek to uncover so much? Given that the princess is willing to protect you, would it not be wise to leave matters in her capable hands for the time being? You are still young, and having sustained an injury, it would be best to focus on your recovery. As you recover, what matters should be avoided? Why must one expend such mental energy at this moment?" Li Lijun lifted her gaze and smiled at her. "Do not worry, nurse. I am well and shall be fine." Madame Xiao sighed. "Clearly, the wound still pains you to the point of sleeplessness, yet you still strive to cheer us up." Li Lijun coughed lightly, and Hong stifled a laugh before leaning close to Madame Xiao's ear to whisper a few words. The latter's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, her demeanor visibly relaxing. Nevertheless, she reiterated to Li Lijun, "Even if the injury is not severe, one must feign a semblance of distress. It cannot simply be a matter of spoken words in front of outsiders. Who knows if there are spies in this garden? Should someone discover it and report it to the Wang family, how would the young lady defend herself? The physician may no longer be as inclined to side with us as he once was." Madame Xiao stepped outside, and indeed, it was Granny Cui and Granny Lu who had arrived. They entered without attendants, instructing Hong to stand guard at the door. Their demeanor shrouded in mystery as they conferred with Li Lijun about the theft. Granny Lu remarked, "Had it not been for Granny Cui's suggestion, I would never have considered that the young Yang might intend to tarnish the young lady's reputation by orchestrating a theft. I had assumed she merely sought an excuse to expel us all from the Wang residence. Thankfully, the young lady is astute and did not allow that wretched woman to exploit any loopholes." Li Lijun gestured for her to continue, inquiring, "Has the thief confessed? Are there any witnesses or evidence that can implicate Madame Yang?" Mama sighed, lamenting that 2 maidservants had received purses from the master, containing some gold coins, but lacking any marks of authenticity, rendering them inconclusive. Even with witnesses, the Prince of C might remain skeptical. Cui Mama, standing nearby, scoffed, suggesting that if Xiao Yang had no ulterior motives, she would not have sent someone to pilfer the lady's handkerchief, which bore the lady's insignia. Several maidservants who had committed theft were interrogated throughout the night, growing increasingly fearful. Eventually, one confessed, admitting that Xiao Yang had specifically instructed her to steal intimate belongings of the princess, including handkerchiefs, cloaks, purses, and jade pendants, with a preference for undergarments if possible. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the maidservant dared not directly target Madame Chen's intimate garments, opting instead to carelessly select a handkerchief to present as evidence. However, she now recognized her error and was willing to testify against Xiao Yang in public. Li Lijun remained non-committal regarding the veracity of this testimony, not expecting such accusations to hold weight before her father, Li Dai. She merely instructed the 2 matriarchs to ensure that the thieves, along with the maidservant willing to testify against Xiao Yang, were handed over to Princess Do for her judgment. After all, in the residence of the Sui Prince, Princess Do was the true matriarch, and it was only fitting that the affairs of the inner court be entrusted to her. Furthermore, the matriarchs were to remain vigilant regarding any activity from the western courtyard, ensuring that no one exploited any vulnerabilities. With Madame Chen deceased and Li Lijun recuperating at the water pavilion, both their courtyards were momentarily without a commanding presence, necessitating diligent vigilance to prevent any schemes from unfolding. As for the servants below, should they wish to remain, it goes without saying that arrangements will be made for their respective duties and future treatment. However, if they are disinclined to stay, there is no need to impose upon them. Provided they are not like those few treacherous maids who have been bribed to betray their master, they may depart freely. It is best for everyone to part amicably, as they will continue to live in the same royal residence, preserving a sense of kinship that may prove useful in the future. For those whose conduct raises suspicions, but who have not displayed any overt flaws, Li Lijun advocates that under the pretext of her mother Chen's mourning, they be sent to guard the grave or to pray for the deceased, or perhaps to work in the estates that were part of Chen's dowry, allowing for careful observation over time. After all, once they arrive at Chen's estate, it is tantamount to being on familiar ground. Would they dare to escape? Time will reveal true character, and this method ensures that no one is wrongfully accused. The two matriarchs expressed no dissent regarding Li Lijun's plan of action, secretly acknowledging that the young lady has indeed matured. Only a few days prior, she was merely indulging in childish play. Yet now she demonstrates a remarkable ability to systematically arrange the whereabouts of the servants. Truly, she is the direct offspring of the esteemed elder and his lady, possessing an innate intelligence and capability. Chui matriarch also noted that the tasks assigned by the young lady yesterday have already been communicated by her son. Although it remains uncertain how many will choose to leave, those who have heard of it commend the young lady's benevolence and integrity, remarking on her inheritance of her maternal grandfather's virtues. Any person who has not lost their conscience, even if they do depart, will surely remember the young lady's kindness and would not dare to commit acts of treachery against her. Chui Mama softly remarked that those accustomed to conducting business possess an innate sense of balance, even though they may admire the grandeur of noble families. They must lead their lives with practicality. Rather than seeking refuge with the enemies who had caused their matron's demise, it would be wiser to find a more reliable patron. In the bustling city of Chang'an, numerous affluent individuals require assistance in managing their estates. Thus, it matters little whom one chooses to ally with. Who does not yearn for a benevolent master, ensuring a peaceful existence without the peril of being easily cast aside? The Yang family's lineage is not particularly distinguished. Their splendor belongs to other branches, and not everyone in her family shares a common purpose with her, rendering her unable to assert any dominance. Chui Mama provided an example. This morning, the elderly matriarch of the Yang family, accompanied by several gentlemen, clearly favored the elder Yang, Jianrang, and expressed closer ties with the elder daughter, Chu Jun, thereby indicating disapproval of the younger Yang's guidance towards the third daughter, Yanjun. When the younger Yang invited the matriarch to the inner courtyard for tea, ostensibly to visit the fourth son, her invitation was declined. The elderly matriarch had initially intended to visit Li Lijun, but Princess Do refused on the grounds that the child required rest, leading their party to the residence of Li Jianrang, while the younger Yang was left outside. It remains unclear what transpired within, as they lingered for a full hour before taking their leave. Chapter 31. The Yang family. Li Lijun was somewhat taken aback by the early visit from the Yang family. It was uncertain whether their arrival was prompted by news of Li Yanjun's punishment or whispers regarding the late princess consort Qin's demise and its connection to the younger Yang, who had sought to resolve matters with Li Jianrang in the process. It seemed more likely to be the latter. For if the Yang family had come in concern for Li Yanjun, there would be no reason for them to meet only with Li Jianrang and Li Chujun while dismissing the younger Yang and her child. But how did they come to know? While the Yang family certainly has informants within the Sui royal residence, they would likely lean towards the faction of the younger Yang. Could it be that there are those who remain loyal solely to the elder Yang mother and son, who, upon receiving the news, discreetly related to the elder Yang's mother and brother, despite the younger Yang's influence? Both Nurse Chui and Nurse L were in agreement that this speculation was the most plausible. Nurse L remarked, "The current consort of the heir and the heir himself have been childhood companions. Her father, the late Lord Taishan, was once a prominent official in the Sui royal residence, having nurtured many of his subordinates. Even in death, he retains considerable prestige within these halls. After the current consort married into the Sui royal residence, she held the position of matriarch for many years, wielding significant power to the extent that even the royal consort had to defer to her. Though the younger Yang has seemingly flourished in the heir's presence over the years, she entered under the pretense of caring for her deceased sister's orphan, which naturally limited her ability to act against those loyal to the elder consort. She could only placate them, enticing them to willingly assist her. Yet, should she fail to maintain their goodwill and reveal her true intentions, how could they be expected to continue to endure her deception? If the elder brother were to meet with any misfortune, those attending to him would certainly not fare well either. Who would be foolish enough to remain oblivious? Nurse L felt a sense of vindication and even contemplated sending messages to the attendants of the elder brother, hoping to enlighten them regarding the truth. They should not be swayed by the younger Yang's slander, branding their mistress as a malevolent stepmother while regarding the truly malicious younger Yang as kin. The distinction between good and evil is now evident. The elder brother and sister-in-law ought to discern right from wrong. She does not expect these two masters to turn against the young Yang lady, yet she hopes they will at least treat her dear sister with kindness, willing to offer protection in the future so that the young lady, despite having relatives, does not lead a desolate life akin to that of an orphan. Granny L is somewhat agitated, and Li Lijun can only strive to calm her. "Granny, please remain composed. Such matters must be pondered over by the elder brother and elder sister themselves. They have previously doubted us. Even if you reveal the truth to them now, they may not believe it. It is better for them to investigate on their own. After all, the Yang family will not let the young lady be deceived easily. When it concerns the safety of the elder brother, they cannot be too cautious. Granny L gradually regains her composure. What the young lady says is indeed true. This matter requires careful deliberation and cannot be rushed. Granny Chui interjects. Currently, we fear that the Yang family may prioritize their own interests. After all, the young lady has not truly harmed the eldest son, and he has always been frail. No one knows when he might falter. If that day were to come, would the Yang family willingly forfeit their ties to the Suwang residents and the status of the Suwang family? They may harbor discontent towards the young lady. But when it comes to their interests, they might well suppress their momentary grievances, turning a blind eye to the actions of the young lady in order to ensure that the fourth brother can succeed the eldest brother. Li Lijun smiles gently. If the elder brother were truly to face misfortune, they might indeed consider such matters and accept the fourth brother as the successor. But the elder brother is still alive and well, is he not? Who can ascertain that he will not live to marry and have children? If he were to pass away under normal circumstances, it would not hinder the young lady's efforts on behalf of the fourth brother. Yet he remains unscathed. In her quest to pave the way for her fourth brother, Lady Yang seeks to take lethal action against him, a move that the Yang family would undoubtedly not tolerate. Even if the Yang family resolves to preserve the status of the Sui royal family, they need only Li Wen Yang, the fourth son. The young Lady Yang holds little significance. Would they idly stand by as she continues to threaten the safety of another scion of the Yang family, Li Chujun, within the Sui royal residence? When the time comes, they might arrange for her to meet with an unfortunate accident or succumb to illness, subsequently selecting a suitable young woman from the clan to fill her void, or even directly pursuing the title of Sui Wangfei. The interests of the Yang family would remain unscathed. Should the newly married young woman bear healthy offspring, the presence of Li Wenliang would become less consequential. Perhaps the Sui Wang, Li Dai, might feel displeased. But as long as the incoming young woman is sufficiently charming and capable of producing healthy progeny, he would likely soon find solace. Li Lijun is acutely aware of her father's true nature. He is a selfish and callous individual, merely professing affection with his words. Once, he and the elder Lady Yang were childhood sweethearts and bound by marriage, often invoking her name. Yet, how many beauties have graced his courtyard since? Now, he shows clear favoritism towards the young Lady Yang. Yet has he ever contemplated the implications of her intentions to harm the sonborn of the elder Lady Yang? Unbeknownst to him, he has come to value Li Wenyang more than Li Jianran. However, this does not imply that the young Lady Yang has captured his entire heart. Despite her apparent favor, having eliminated her rivals in the harem one by one, it has not deterred Li Dai from continuing to take in new concubines. Their fleeting moments of glory may be brief, yet they have indeed existed. During the zenith of the Xiaoyang clan's prominence, they existed unabashedly. Li Lijun firmly believed that the Xiaoyang clan would eventually fall from grace. The thought of having overheard their scheme to conspire against Li Jianrang only strengthened her conviction. She instructed the two elderly matrons, Zhang and El, if anyone from the elder brother or sister's side inquires about what the third sister once confided in me, you may reveal a few details judiciously, but do not volunteer information. If they do not ask, we shall remain silent. After all, there will always be discussions within the Wang residence. Let them seek the truth themselves. The two matrons immediately understood. Indeed, there is no need for us to be overly eager. Those in the residence will surely engage in private discourse. Should the eldest son and daughter-in-law catch wind of anything, it would not be due to our disclosures, and the crown prince could not lay blame at our feet. Chun, having served as the crown princess for over a decade, wielded genuine authority, even if she no longer enjoyed her husband's favor. For seasoned matrons accustomed to managing affairs, assigning a few individuals to secretly disseminate information was a trivial matter. Li Lijun turned to Matron Shui and said, "Henceforth, we shall rely on your vigilance regarding news from outside, particularly concerning the Yang family. By the way, what response has there been from the Qin family?" Li Lijun raised an eyebrow. Is it not true that the head of the third branch of the Qin family in Chang'an is to be dispatched next year? She had previously gathered intelligence on this matter. Li Lijun felt reassured. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to rest and rejuvenate. In the afternoon, I intend to visit the morning hall. The crowd was immediately struck with alarm. Young miss, you must not. Chapter 32. The disguise everyone opposed Li Lijun's visit to the morning hall. She was still recovering from her injuries, being young and frail. Even if she insisted that her condition had improved significantly, it was prudent for her to rest and not move about carelessly, let alone venture to the morning hall. The atmosphere there was far more chilling than elsewhere, and kneeling in such a place was an arduous task, wholly unsuitable for a convalescent young lady. The two elder women earnestly advised Li Lijun to take at least a few days to recuperate, suggesting that she could pay her respects on the 7th day after the passing, which would not be too late. If she overexerted herself now and jeopardized her recovery, what would happen in the future? Their lives as servants were inextricably tied to the fortunes of their master. Madame Xiao recalled her previous thoughts. Was the young lady concerned that those in the western courtyard might seize the opportunity of her absence to spread slander against her? Yet, it seemed that Madame Yang was already overwhelmed with managing the affairs of the Yang family and finding a way to assist the third young lady. She likely had little time to consider such matters, even if they did engage in such deceit. They were not devoid of agency and would surely defend the young lady in public. If worst came to worst, there was always the princess to rely on. Li Lijun smiled. Placing one's hopes on others is far too passive. My health is presently stable. Spending an hour or two in the morning hall during the peak hours of visitation will not adversely affect my recovery. This is not only a means to thwart any potential slander from Madame Yang, but also an opportunity to cultivate a favorable reputation for myself. Regardless of whether my grandfather and father wish for me to keep the family's scandals concealed, or whether the Qin family disapproves of my maternal grandfather's mercantile pursuits and is wary of my mother's marriage into nobility, I, a dutiful, innocent, and filial child, harbor no ill intentions as I think of my mother. No one shall tarnish my reputation. More importantly, following the passing of Madame Chun, her body is to be sealed within 7 days, after which Li Lijun will never again behold her mother's visage. She feels an overwhelming reluctance. As long as her health permits, she yearns to spend more time with Madame Chun, to cherish her mother-esque company for a while longer. Once this sentiment is expressed, neither the elderly matrons nor Lady Xiao can oppose it any further. Granny Cui, with reddened eyes, wipes her tears and says, "The young lady's filial piety is commendable. I shall not stand in your way. However, I implore you to take care of your health and not to grieve excessively, for if the lady sees you in sorrow, it would surely break her heart. She has always cherished you dearly." Lady Xiao, nodding her head while tears stream down her cheeks, is rendered speechless. Witnessing their distress, Li Lijun feels a pang of sorrow and attempts to lighten the atmosphere. It is also beneficial for me to keep vigil at the morning hall. Remaining in the garden to recuperate is peaceful, yet the Duchess forbids anyone from visiting me. While solitude has its merits, it also brings the drawback of isolation from news. For instance, my elder brother, elder sister, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, younger aunts, and numerous cousins, those in the clan who are aware of my injury, including the matriarch of the Yang family and members of the Qin family. If they wish to ascertain what transpired yesterday, they can only gather scattered rumors that may not be entirely accurate. What if Lady Yang seizes the opportunity to distort the truth, concocting lies that obscure reality, leaving me at a disadvantage? It is only fair that those intrigued should have the chance to glean information directly from me, the party involved. Suddenly, the crowd comprehended. Yet Erhong hesitated. But, is it not a matter of concern? My lady, the prince and the heir have forbade you from disclosing the matter of third lady's grievance against you to others. Li Lijun smiled softly. Indeed, that is why I shall not overtly reveal anything. Furthermore, we still have you by our side, do we not? How many capable individuals do we possess? Let us select a few loyal and trustworthy ones to subtly inform them of the internal affairs, allowing them to have some engaging conversation when mingling with their friends and family. Erhong remained somewhat perplexed, while Xiao Lady had already grasped the essence. Yes. When the young lady goes to pay her respects, she need only remain quietly composed. It is we, the servants, who will engage in conversation below. If the young lady does not leave the garden, how can we possibly venture out? Granny L chuckled upon hearing this. This matter is easily managed. Allow me to impart some wisdom. Do not initiate discussions on the subject, lest you provide others with incriminating evidence. Those eager to glean information from the outside will surely devise their own methods to reach you, avoiding direct inquiries. You must feign being deceived by them, inadvertently revealing just enough. Say what must be said and conceal what should remain hidden, ensuring no trace leads back to the young lady. Should anyone offer you favors, feel free to accept them, for they are rightfully yours. There is no need for Li Lijun to provide detailed guidance. These two astute matrons have already imparted numerous cunning strategies for disseminating information and ensnaring others, far more comprehensive than Li Lijun had anticipated. And she felt she had learned quite a bit herself. The morning was spent in this extraordinary classroom. Lunch, once again, was provided by the kitchen, with the Duchess personally selecting a dish for her little granddaughter, a serving of dumplings accompanied by a broth made from various mushrooms. Though it appeared simple, the flavors were remarkably exquisite, and the noodles were delightfully smooth and refreshing. After finishing her meal, Li Lijun rinsed her mouth, took a moment to rest, and then retreated for an afternoon nap, seizing the opportunity to send everyone else out of the room. The drone had been fully charged and awaited on the eaves of the second floor. However, in broad daylight, despite its unassuming appearance, the drone lacked stealth capabilities, making it unwise to deploy it within the palace for reconnaissance. She had no choice but to swiftly launch the drone, elevating it to a height imperceptible to the human eye below, assigning it the role of an aerial sentinel to monitor the comings and goings around the Sui royal residence, while also taking note of the surrounding street layouts to prepare for future outings. Her mastery of the celestial harmony technique was still rudimentary, having just reached the first level of chi refinement. To advance further, she required new celestial phenomena to visualize. While the daily sunrises and sunsets could suffice, their benefits were exceedingly minimal. Relying solely on these natural occurrences might mean decades of cultivation without achieving foundational stability. It would be far more advantageous to seek rarer astronomical events. Meteor showers would be splendid, and encountering a meteor shower would be even better. It was said that one of the esteemed predecessors of this discipline, who ascended to immortality, experienced several significant meteor showers within a century, and even witnessed the rare celestial alignment of 9 stars, which greatly enhanced their abilities. Such fortuitous luck. How could it not evoke envy in those who practiced the same art? Splendid. Today, Lady Xiao and Heir Hong did not insist on lingering by her side. Both matrons and Shi Qing were dispatched by her on various errands, granting her a precious moment of solitude. Li Lijun stealthily extracted a diminutive crystal vial from beneath the covers, roughly the size of 2 fingers, containing a small quantity of viscous, pale purple liquid. She unscrewed the cap, which was ingeniously designed with a dropper, effortlessly drawing out a few drops of the purple potion. Raising her head, she administered a drop to herself. Upon ingestion, her body temperature dipped by 2 degrees, and a gradual sense of weakness enveloped her. She carefully stowed away the crystal vial, silently turning from the bed and making her way to the dressing table. Lifting the mirror veil, she glanced at her reflection and was pleased to see her once rosy complexion transformed into a pale visage, lips devoid of color, resembling a state of severe illness. This purple concoction was a magical elixir she had procured from a previous mission realm. She was well aware of its formula, though the ingredients were challenging to gather, and this scant amount must be conserved. Despite its apparent utility in feigning illness, it was, in fact, a beauty elixir. After consumption, she would maintain this ghastly pallor for 12 hours, but once the time elapsed, the effects, whitening, acne reduction, pore tightening, and diminishment of redness, would be remarkable. That sense of weakness was merely an illusion. In truth, her body was in perfect health, making it ideal for her to put on a facade today. Chapter 33. The Morning Hall. When Li Lijun made her appearance in the morning hall, all present were taken aback. Her complexion was ashen, her face frail, and a white bandage adorned her forehead, faintly stained with blood. She was carried over by the maidservant, Hong, and upon her descent, it was evident that she stood unsteadily, her body still exuding a potent medicinal scent. In her pitiful state, even without her explanation, all present friends and relatives understood that she had suffered injuries and had forced herself to come. Whispers had circulated about the absence of her only kin, the 4th Miss, at the morning hall following the death of Madame Chun. Only the eldest son, Li Jianrang, was present to keep vigil, alongside the nieces and nephews from the 2nd and 3rd households, which seemed rather inappropriate. Although some mentioned that the daughters of Wang Li Dai were frail and perhaps ill, murmurs persisted in hushed tones. Now, the truth had emerged. Chen's biological daughter, Li Lijun, had sustained serious injuries, and it was clear she was far from recovery. Her absence from the morning hall for a few days was hardly surprising. Yet, here she was, despite her injuries, insisting on kneeling in mourning. Her filial piety seemed almost excessive, and the elders of the Sui Wang residence appeared to neglect their younger kin. Li Lijun offered a shy smile tinged with bitterness, expressing gratitude for the concern of her aunts and mothers. "Thank you for your kindness, Dear aunts, I am quite well. This injury is of no consequence. My mother has only one child. How could I allow her to remain alone in the morning hall? Regardless, I must accompany her on her final journey. Viewed from any angle, this was hardly the treatment befitting a young woman mourning her mother, yet no one found it amiss. The noble ladies present included some who had experienced the recent incident involving the rockery and possessed a degree of understanding regarding the true nature of Li Lijun's injuries. Others were entirely unaware, having merely heard irrelevant rumors, and were perplexed as to how, in just one day, Li Lijun had sustained such severe wounds. Feeling an overwhelming sense of pity for her, curiosity even stirred in some, who wondered if Li Lijun's injuries were somehow connected to the absence of Xiao Yangshi and Li Yanjun. Amidst their discussions, mention was made of Li Lijun's presence, while Li Yanjun, as a concubine's daughter, remained unseen, and the legitimate eldest daughter left by Li Chujun also failed to come forth to pay her respects. Was this not a breach of propriety? Everyone understood that Qin's untimely death was entirely for the sake of protecting the family's children. Surely, the beneficiaries of such kindness should feel a sense of gratitude, regardless of how Li Chujun had previously criticized her stepmother's character. It was now inappropriate to dwell on old grievances, for the truth had revealed her stepmother's virtue and benevolence. Conversely, it was Li Chujun, the stepdaughter, who appeared somewhat ungrateful. Should she choose to amend her attitude, it could be excused as youthful ignorance, a misunderstanding of her stepmother's character, and if she were to learn gratitude now, it would be a cause for universal joy. Li Lijun remained silent amidst the discussions of her relatives and elders, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful and quiet younger member of the family. It was the Duchess of Dou, accompanied by her second aunt, Huang, who intervened on her behalf. Let us not surround Li Jiang. If she is reluctant to part from her mother, allow her a moment to stay with her. With that, she instructed maid Xiao and Erhong to attend to the fourth young lady, ensuring she was taken to the tea room after a quarter of an hour, to prevent any exacerbation of her injuries. Maid Xiao and Erhong promptly complied. Princess Dou cast a worried glance at Li Lijun, inquiring with genuine concern, "Is everything truly all right? Just yesterday, you appeared to be in good spirits, and Shunjiang also mentioned that you were not gravely injured. Why, then, does your complexion seem so pallid now?" Li Lijun responded with a faint smile, which, set against her ashen visage, appeared to be a mere facade. "Do not worry, grandmother, I am perfectly fine. It is merely that the wound is causing me some discomfort." She then led the other noble women to another part of the hall to converse, leaving Li Lijun in solitude. Yet, amidst the constant ebb and flow of visitors in the spirit hall, how could Li Lijun truly find peace? No sooner had the others departed than her second sister, Li Huijun, approached her. Li Huijun was the sole daughter of Li Lang, the third son of the Sui Wang and Princess Dou. She was 11 years old. Her mother, Wang, had tragically perished during childbirth, and her father, Li Lang, refused to take another wife, resulting in her being raised by her grandmother, Princess Dou. In recent years, whenever it was time to impart the skills of household management to Li Huijun, Princess Dou would send her to the Qin family, believing that Qin, the successor princess, possessed greater aptitude for overseeing domestic affairs. Consequently, Li Huijun and Li Lijun spent considerable time together, fostering a cordial sisterly bond. In contrast to her elder sisters, Li Chujun and Li Yanjun, who shared the same father, Li Huijun displayed a much warmer demeanor towards Li Lijun. She was gentle in nature, capable of discerning right from wrong, and was not easily swayed by the slanderous remarks of individuals such as Xiao Yang. On occasions when Li Chujun's treatment of Qin was overly disrespectful, Li Huijun would offer gentle counsel, though the former seldom heeded such advice. With an attempt to reassure her sister, Li Lijun managed a slight smile, saying, "I am unharmed. It merely appears more alarming than it truly is. A day or two of rest will suffice." Li Huijun sighed as she adjusted the table that the maid had just brought, placing it in a more convenient position. "I have heard everything. What madness has overtaken third sister? How could she resort to such ruthless measures against you?" As she spoke, she glanced furtively around. "My wet nurse has tried every means to uncover the truth, but to no avail. The people around grandmother are remarkably tight-lipped. I learned that third sister has been confined to the side courtyard, which is not far from our northern courtyard. I sneaked over to inquire, but all she did was cry out in injustice, accusing you of framing her, yet she could not provide a coherent explanation, clearly revealing her guilt and her lies." Li Lijun scoffed softly. She had anticipated that Li Yanjun would not accept punishment quietly, but it mattered not. She would not allow her adversary the opportunity to distort the truth. Chapter 34. Suspicion. Li Lijun understood that Li Chujun had been brainwashed by the young Yang. Yet she harbored no intentions of indulging a spoiled child. Li Chujun had not anticipated that Li Lijun would dare to refute her, which only fueled her anger. You have truly grown bold, emboldened by the support of the princess, daring to be so disrespectful before me. Have you forgotten all decorum since your mother is passing? Upon hearing her words, which bore the semblance of an affront to Chun, Li Lijun became even more forthright. My mother is the stepmother of the eldest sister, and her coffin lies here. To speak so disrespectfully before her is a clear indication that Lady Yang has utterly failed to instill any sense of propriety in you. Eldest sister, I advise you not to be foolish. You are the legitimate granddaughter of a prince. Why must you accept the teachings of a mere concubine? What could she possibly impart? Lessons on vying for favor in the inner chambers, or how to hire assassins to suppress the legitimate heirs? Li Chujun was utterly dumbfounded. She had never been particularly bright, and after years of upbringing by the younger Yang family, her temperament had grown increasingly impulsive and irritable. Although the elderly matriarch of the Yang family was her biological maternal grandmother, the old woman, being advanced in age and lacking vitality, had her attention primarily focused on her own children and grandchildren, particularly on her ailing grandson, Li Jianrang. As for her healthy granddaughter, Li Chujun, as long as she occasionally visited the Yang family, maintained emotional closeness, and understood how to act charmingly in front of her elders, there seemed to be no cause for concern. The matriarch had never contemplated that the illegitimate daughter of the younger Yang family would harbor the audacity to harm her own half-sister's children. Faced with Li Lijun's blatant mockery, Li Chujun momentarily failed to react. When she finally grasped the situation, all she could utter was, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" She was on the verge of causing a scene at the funeral, embarrassing herself in front of numerous relatives and guests. At this critical juncture, Li Chujun's older brother, Li Jianrang, arrived. He admonished his sister, "Chun, must you not cease this at once? Do you not recognize where we are? What is the occasion? Do you intend to disgrace yourself before our elders?" At last, Li Chujun managed to regain some semblance of composure, though she still felt a deep sense of grievance. Pointing an accusing finger at Li Lijun, she turned to her brother to complain, "Brother, the fourth girl has lost her senses. She dares to speak to me in such an offensive manner." Li Lijun, however, remained remarkably composed. "If my brother were aware of what the eldest sister has said to me, he would understand that I have been exceedingly courteous. If I were to allow my elder sister to insult my mother as she pleases, I would no longer deserve to be called her son." She lifted her gaze towards Li Jianrang, reflecting on the years my sister had spent under the tutelage of Yang Yangzi, pondering what she might have learned. Perhaps she believes that in her quest to uphold Yang Yangzi and the children born of her, she can disregard all notions of grandmother, mother, stepmother, and sibling ties. Yet, I cannot bring myself to act in such a manner, nor can I acquiesce to such behavior. Even if my sister were to become furious and scold me for it, I would resolutely engage her in debate. Li Chujun was instantly engulfed in rage once more, but her words were abruptly cut short by Li Jianrong's command. "Silence. Fourth sister speaks with reason. Elder sister, cease your nonsensical tirade." Li Chujun spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief as she addressed her elder brother. "Brother, have you lost your senses? How could you scold me on her behalf? I am your true sister." Li Jianrang, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "You are all my true sisters." He grasped Li Chujun's hand, pulling her aside while lowering his voice. "You are truly out of your mind. We are in the morning hall. Our grandmother and all the aunts, uncles, and cousins are right here. Why would you choose this moment to insult someone? You are chastising none other than the fourth sister, right before the coffin of the crown princess. Do you even recall what you just said? Are you so eager to let others claim you lack decorum and proper upbringing? Do you even remember who you are?" Li Chujun raised her gaze towards the direction of the outer room of the morning hall. She was aware that her step-grandmother, the Duchess of Dou, had just taken many noble ladies there. Now, indeed, well-dressed maids were peering towards the morning hall from in front of the outer room, likely disturbed by the commotion she had just caused. An overwhelming sense of coldness washed over her, bringing a clarity that made her realize the foolishness of her previous actions, and a twinge of regret began to stir within her heart. Li Jianrang looked at his sister with a profoundly complicated expression. "Why do you harbor such sentiments? You were at the back that day, surrounded by numerous maids. Perhaps you did not see everything clearly. Those evildoers did not merely demand that fourth sister deliver gold and silver, they were fixated on her when I spoke." Regardless of whether the princess of the air was motivated by the desire to save fourth sister, She ultimately preserved my life, and thus I must be grateful to her. Even if her actions were primarily for fourth sister's sake, what of it? I am not her own flesh and blood, and I have never been particularly close to her. As a stepmother, her willingness to save me and not thrust me into the clutches of evil is a profound kindness in itself. He sniffed, his eyes already tinged with red. In truth, throughout the years, she has always treated us kindly. Our daily needs were never neglected, and she ensured that we were well taken care of. Whenever we spoke ill of her in front of others, she never scolded us. Nor did she ever withhold anything from us or punish those around us. The stepmother and the servants often claimed that she was a cruel stepmother, incapable of accepting us. But what has she truly done? Nothing at all. The so-called malice attributed to her is merely idle gossip from the stepmother and her ilk, devoid of any substantial evidence. Li Chujuan's eyes widened as he took a few steps back, gazing at his brother as if he were an enormous gorilla. Heavens, brother, have you truly lost your mind? Are you suggesting that the stepmother and her followers are lying? I might not have thought this way before. Li Jianrang closed his eyes briefly, then reopened them, now filled with clarity. Yet now, the princess consort has undeniably saved our lives, while the stepmother continues to speak ill of her, even compelling you to humiliate yourself before so many elders. This leaves me no choice but to harbor doubts. If the princess consort, who saved me, is still regarded as the malicious stepmother, lacking sincerity towards us, then how genuine can the stepmother, who has never even attempted to save me, truly be? Chapter 35. Awakening. Li Jianrang was no fool. He was raised by his grandfather, the Duke Sui, and had moved out of the inner quarters at the age of 8 to live with him. Although he had been frail as a child and seldom ventured out, he was now 13 years old and naturally engaged with others frequently. Once, he primarily interacted with the cousins of the Yang family, but later became acquainted with many uncles and brothers from the royal clan. Occasionally, an uncle or a cousin would take him to external poetry gatherings and banquets, broadening his horizons and providing a respite for his mind. As he engaged more with the outside world, he gradually perceived discrepancies between the words of his maternal relatives and the actual circumstances. He began to doubt the claims of his father, Prince Li Dai, regarding his own exceptional qualities and talents. Yet, as a child, he felt reluctant to voice these thoughts, occasionally inquiring of his grandfather, Prince Sui, who merely advised him to remain at ease and focus on nurturing himself, dismissing the concerns of others. Naturally, he dared not press the matter further, burying these sentiments deep within his heart. Regardless, he believed that his family wished him well and meant him no harm. However, Li Jian's perspective has since shifted. For days prior, by the banks of the Wei River, he witnessed his stepmother, Lady Chun, shield him and his younger sister from the blades of assailants. In stark contrast, his usually doting aunt, Lady Yang, cowered in the background, hiding behind her maidservants. Even after the attackers fled and the crowd gathered to mourn his stepmother's plight, Lady Yang remained absent, later presenting herself as if paralyzed by fear when his father, Li Dai, arrived. She did not approach him, instead lamenting the fright endured by him and his siblings in front of their father. Upon returning to the Prince Sui's residence, it was reported that she had flown into a rage, chastising several servants and expelling them, attributing the blame to their negligence in failing to detect the impending threat. Li Jianran had initially believed that Xiao Yangshi was genuinely upset over the negligence of a few matrons. It was only this morning, when his grandmother, Lady Yang, accompanied by several uncles and aunts, arrived to share the whispers circulating among the servants of the Sui Wangfu, that he comprehended the true reason for her ire. She was angered that those wretches had failed to fulfill her orders, having only slain one Shun while allowing him, her legitimate eldest son, to escape unscathed. She was the biological sister of his mother, who had forsaken a promising marriage and bright future to become a concubine in the Wangfu, solely to nurture her sister's orphan children. From their childhood, she had shown them unwavering affection and consideration, even relocating to their quarters to safeguard them from the potential cruelty of a stepmother and competing for their father's favor, fearful that he might neglect them in favor of another concubine. Her dedication to them was greater than that towards her own offspring. She was as devoted to them as their own mother. Li Jianran had always held this belief, even when he noticed inconsistencies in her words and actions, attributing them to unintentional error. Until this morning, his entire world seemed to have turned upside down. After the shock subsided, a sense of dread enveloped him. How fortunate he was. Prior to the birth of his fourth brother, Wen Liang, he had moved to his grandfather's quarters, with his daily needs attended to by his grandfather's servants. During the perilous encounter by the Weihe River, He fortuitously had his fourth sister by his side, and their benevolent stepmother, Qin, bravely stepped forward to save him. The assailants, lacking composure and audacity, fled after committing one murder, thereby allowing him to preserve his own life. He had initially remained ensnared by the deceptions of his aunt, Madame Yang, until his third sister unexpectedly attempted to harm the fourth sister, thereby revealing Madame Yang's true nature. Among his attendants, there were those unwaveringly loyal to his biological mother, untainted by Madame Yang's illusions, who promptly relayed the news to the maternal family, alarming his grandmother and uncles, and awakening him to the reality of his situation, freeing him from being led astray. Had he not been so fortunate, what would his circumstances be now? Li Jianran dared not contemplate such a possibility. Aware of the perilous nature of his previous predicament, his perception of Aunt Madame Yang had fundamentally shifted. Considering her years of care for him, alongside the reputation of his maternal family and his father's sentiments, he suppressed these thoughts deep within, revealing not a hint of them to anyone. However, upon witnessing his own sister, Chunyang, publicly act foolishly, and reflecting that this was a result of Madame Yang's misguidance, his resentment could no longer be contained. He yearned for his sister to awaken to the truth, at the very least, to not be deceived by their aunt's lies any longer. Yet, Li Chujuan's understanding of her stepmother and aunt was already deeply ingrained. How could it be altered by merely a few of his words? Instead, she believed her brother had fallen prey to slanderous whispers, which prompted his ungracious remarks. Their aunt had nurtured them for many years and had always acted in their best interests. How could he suspect her sincerity based on the words of others? On that day, when those malevolent individuals were so cruel, their aunt had been paralyzed with fear. Unable to act from afar, what could she have done? Was it fair for her brother to deem her inferior to Qin simply because she did not rush out to shield him from harm? If Aunt knew of your thoughts, her heart would undoubtedly be shattered. After all these years of meticulous care, she has raised a heartless ingrate. Li Jian let his eyes brim with tears. I do not blame Aunt for her fear at that moment, which prevented her from rescuing me. However, while Aunt was paralyzed by fear, the Princess of the Air saved my life. On what grounds does Aunt then slander her? If she truly cared for me, she should have felt gratitude. Instead, she incited you to be ungrateful, and that is the root of my resentment. Li Lijun scoffed. I sincerely hope that you, dear sister, are truly seeking the truth, rather than merely inquiring with the true culprit, believing blindly whatever others say. When the day comes that you discover there is no injustice, that third sister indeed committed misdeeds and your aunt harbored ill intentions, I hope you can accept reality rather than simply venting your anger. Crying as if that will negate what has transpired, allowing you to comfortably continue your ignorant existence. Li Chujun flushed with indignation and fled. Li Lijun adjusted her sleeves. Paying no heed to her attitude, Li Jian gazed at this younger sister in astonishment, perceiving a stark transformation in her demeanor, as though she had completely changed. He remained silent, and Li Lijun discerned his thoughts. Brother, there is no need for surprise. Before third sister pushed me down the artificial hill, I never anticipated she would be such a person. My previous understanding of those around me was largely misguided. If I continue to be as naive and weak as before, I might not even realize when harm befalls me. My demise matters little, but who will seek justice for my mother if I perish? If the truth behind my mother's murder remains elusive and the perpetrator evades justice, I shall never find peace, even in death. Li Jianrang fell silent for a moment before hoarsely inquiring, Third sister, did she truly speak to you? That day by the Wei River. Before he could finish, Li Lijun already anticipated his question. Of course it is true. Had she not inadvertently let it slip? How would I have come to know such matters? What motive would she have to silence me in broad daylight? Li Jianrang closed his eyes, acknowledging that he could no longer evade the truth. The reality was undeniable. Regardless of his reluctance, he must confront it. He could not continue to be deceived by his aunt and stepmother, carelessly risking his life. Should he perish, how heartbroken would his father, mother, grandmother, and uncles, those who genuinely cared for him, be? What fate awaited his innocent and naive younger sister, Chujun, who had been misled and had failed to guard against their stepmother? Even his younger sister, Li Lijun, who had not yet reached the age of 9, understood the necessity of resilience. As the elder brother, he could not allow himself to be outdone by his younger siblings, could he? Chapter 36. The promised Li Jianrang solemnly offered an apology on behalf of his sister, Li Chujun, to his younger sister, Li Lijun. Li Chujun had indeed acted thoughtlessly and with a degree of rudeness, bordering on ingratitude. However, This was a consequence of being misled by others, deceived into misunderstanding the character of their stepmother, Chen, and their younger sister, Li Lijun, which led to such grave errors. At heart, she was not a child devoid of reason. Li Jianrang hoped to illuminate the truth for his sister and believed that she would eventually awaken to it. They were siblings born of the same father, both having lost their mother, thus sharing a profound sense of mutual empathy in their shared plight. It was only natural that they should support one another and foster a bond of respect and affection in the days to come. The attendant of Li Jianrang entered the morning hall quietly, calling out to him, "Eldest brother, a few esteemed guests have come to pay their respects. Prince C wishes for you to meet them." Should Li Jianrang embrace the solemn duty of a filial son, Li Lijun would undoubtedly be pleased. Not solely due to his status as the legitimate eldest son, but rather because he possessed a discerning sense of right and wrong and an understanding of gratitude. Based on his previous remarks, Li Lijun was confident that her mother, Madame Chun, would have cherished such a son. However, lingering doubts clouded her heart. Had their grandfather given his consent? Did their father agree as well? Were Madame Yang and her sons aware of her brother's intentions? Li Lijun raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It is indeed commendable for my brother to step forward. I express my gratitude on behalf of the younger sister. Logically, my brother should frequently make appearances in public, allowing the world to recognize you as our father's legitimate eldest son, one who embodies knowledge, propriety, filial piety, and righteousness, qualities that are commendable among the scions of the clan. Otherwise, should you remain at home, ailing, outsiders will only speak of your frailty, deeming you incapable of bearing great responsibilities. If the sage ever seeks an heir from the Sui royal house, who would remember my brother then?" Li Jianrang perceived the deeper meaning behind her words and cast her a penetrating glance. With the attendant urging him onward, he refrained from further discourse, leaving her with a simple remark, "Fourth sister, take good care of yourself. I shall find the time to visit you." He then turned and departed. Li Huijun edged closer. Having previously taken a couple of steps back to observe the scene, her heart aflame with astonishment at the unfolding drama. She could hardly fathom that Li Chujuan's willful temperament would dare to erupt on such an occasion. Nor could she imagine that there would ever be a quarrel between the siblings, Li Jianrang and Li Chujun. Upon overhearing the conversation between Li Jianrang and Li Lijun, she seemed to have unraveled certain secrets. Unable to contain herself any longer, she approached Li Lijun, asking, "Fourth sister, those words you spoke to elder sister moments ago, do they imply that Madame Yang harbors ill intentions towards them? You possess quite the audacity to voice such thoughts. Are you not afraid that elder sister will report you to our uncle?" Having suffered numerous setbacks in her youth, Li Lijun had refrained from countering Li Chujun in recent years, enduring all her reprimands in silence, and when it became unbearable, she would simply turn away. Several times, Li Huijun had been unable to stand by and watch, yet she was surprised to discover that her fourth sister still possessed a fiery spirit. Li Huijun blinked and remarked, "Fourth sister, you have changed considerably in just one day. You would never have spoken so boldly before." Li Huijun listened in silence, letting out a sigh. "You speak truthfully." Li Lijun spoke softly. "I have heard that the princess intends to arrange a marriage for our third uncle with the daughter of the Duke of Lin. Yesterday, the Duchess of Lin visited our royal residence. I am unaware of what kind of woman the daughter of the Lin family is. But perhaps second sister could discreetly inquire with the princess?" "Really?" Li Huijun straightened up instantly. "I only heard that. The Lin family wishes to marry their daughter into our royal family, but I assumed it was for our uncle." Li Lijun shook her head. "My mother has only been gone for a few days. The Duke of Lin's household is quite respectable. How could they come to propose marriage at such a time? Moreover, the royal consort shall undoubtedly refrain from meddling in my father's matrimonial affairs. Her concern, of course, lies solely with the marital prospects of my third uncle." Li Huijun, unable to contain herself any longer, rose from her seat with determination and made her way towards the entrance of the morning hall. Li Lijun discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. After such an extended period in the hall, she finally found herself with a moment of solitude. Although it was said to be solitude, Xiao Nyangzi and Hong remained present. However, Li Lijun paid them no mind, as her intentions did not necessitate evading their company. For the moment, no new guests had arrived to pay their respects. Those distinguished guests mentioned by the heir, Li Dai, were still engaged in pleasantries with Li Dai and Li Jian in the flower hall ahead. Seizing an opportunity, Li Lijun requested Hong to provide her a diversion, while she assisted Xiao Nyangzi in approaching her mother, Madame Chen's, coffin. The coffin was surrounded by an array of ice, emanating a palpable chill. Within the coffin, Madame Chun lay adorned in the resplendent attire befitting a royal consort, resting in serene repose. Though her makeup had been meticulously retouched that morning, it had now begun to smudge. Her countenance bore an unnatural stiffness, yet she appeared dignified and tranquil overall. Li Lijun grasped the edge of the coffin, peering down at her mother. Initially, she believed she could maintain an unperturbed heart, yet ripples of emotion began to surface within her. Her nose tingled, and her eyes grew warm. Before she knew it, tears had begun to fall. She had never forgotten. Quietly, Li Lijun nodded to herself and retrieved 4 small pouches crafted from black silk from her bosom, artifacts she had prepared during her time in the celestial realm of Ziwei, fashioned in a mystical Western world. Each of the 4 pouches contained a piece of pure silver foil, inscribed with specially crafted runes, which together formed a miniature magical array capable of repelling serpents, insects, rodents, and even those with malevolent intentions. At that time, her identity in that realm was that of a mid to high tier extraordinary being. Thus the artifacts she created possessed considerable efficacy, drawing upon the natural energies of the land to sustain their power for a century or two without fear of degradation. Qin was merely a consort of the king. Although the location of her tomb had yet to be determined, Li Lijun was acutely aware that it could never compare to an imperial mausoleum. Having traversed numerous worlds, she was well aware of the countless royal tombs that had been plundered, with only a scant few escaping such fate. The situation of ordinary ancient graves was even more dire, leaving her deeply concerned for her mother's eternal peace. With this set of silver talismans, at least for the next 100 years, her mother's resting place would remain undisturbed. Once her cultivation advanced, she could further enhance her mother's tomb with new protective arrays, ensuring absolute security. Coincidentally, her innate spiritual roots were of both water and earth, endowing her with a unique affinity for earth-related spells. The silver talismans, placed by her own hands, would thus exert even greater influence. With a silent incantation of the accompanying spell, she positioned the 4 pouches at each corner of the coffin, concealing them with layers of silk. Unless one were to search meticulously, these additions would remain undiscovered. Having secured the silver talismans, she knelt beside her mother's coffin and solemnly began to recite the Sutras of Rebirth, a Buddhist scripture she had learned in another realm of cultivation. Though it remains uncertain whether this world possesses scriptures akin to the Buddhist sutras, the text itself embodies a tranquil and harmonious essence, invoking blessings for the deceased, wishing for their swift ascendance to paradise, and serving to dispel resentment and absolve transgressions. Chun, a devout adherent of Buddhism, finds it wholly appropriate to recite this sutra in honor of her spirit. Qin sacrificed herself for the protection of others, yet posthumously she received neither gratitude nor kind words, but rather faced slander and distortion of truth. Li Lijun ponders whether her mother, in the afterlife, would lament her past kindness and compassion upon discovering the true nature of those around her. Yet, deep within, she yearns for her mother to relinquish the chaos of the mortal realm and to depart this world with serenity. Whether she ascends to the Western paradise of Buddhism or embarks on the journey of reincarnation, may she no longer be disturbed by those who failed to cherish her. They're unworthy. Li Lijun softly recited the sutra 3 times before opening her eyes, perceiving a newfound clarity in her surroundings. The once somber and frigid morning hall now seemed to radiate warmth and light. She realized this was not merely a figment of her imagination. The environment had indeed transformed, leaving her somewhat astonished. Yet she quickly reconciled this with the notion that if she could cultivate her energy in this realm, it must inherently harbor extraordinary and mystical elements. The sutras she had learned from other realms endowed with supernatural power could likewise yield effects here. Was this not entirely reasonable? If the sutras proved effective, did it imply that by reciting them more fervently for her mother, she could ensure her mother's peace and tranquility in the afterlife? Might her reincarnation be rendered more seamless? As Li Lijun was about to clasp her hands and recite the sutra once more, Mrs. Xiao suddenly inquired, "My dear, what scripture are you reciting? It sounds rather unfamiliar, as if I have never heard anyone chant it before." Li Lijun replied, "It is the Sutra of Rebirth, which I learned from an enlightened monk intended for the salvation of souls." She then asked Mrs. Xiao, "Has your wet nurse never heard of it? Do the monks in the temples outside not recite this sutra?" Mrs. Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. "I have accompanied my mistress to various grand temples and have encountered many esteemed monks, and while I have heard of the Sutra of Rebirth, the verses differ significantly." "Where did you learn this, my dear?" Li Lijun, of course, could not speak the truth. She had long forgotten the name of that master. Yet he was indeed a revered monk she had once met. In reality, as long as it was a good sutra, who taught it mattered not. Mrs. Xiao nodded. You speak wisely, my dear. She glanced at the interior of the coffin and lowered her voice. What was it that you placed inside just now? Li Lijun vaguely replied. It is a scripture I personally transcribed, meant to accompany my mother in her burial, so she may always have my presence beside her. And it can also serve to bless and protect her. She looked up at Mrs. Xiao with pleading eyes. Please do not tell anyone. For I fear someone might take my belongings away. I wish for them to accompany my mother, just as I do. A pang of sorrow struck Mrs. Xiao's heart, and she hurriedly reassured her, Your wet nurse will not speak of it, so do not worry. As tears threatened to spill from her eyes, she added, But do not dwell too much on these sorrowful matters. If your mother were still here, she would wish for you to be safe and joyful, and not to grieve excessively on her account. Li Lijun acquiesced and turned once more to kneel beside the coffin. Her eyes closed as she recited the scriptures for the departed. Just as she finished her recitation, more visitors arrived at the mourning hall. They came to express their gratitude. Yet she pondered why they did not direct their thanks towards Qin, the direct party involved. Reflecting on the disapproval expressed by the elderly Mrs. Yang regarding her grandson Li Jianrong's role as a filial son at the Qin funeral, Li Lijun felt a sense of insincerity emanating from the old woman. Her words, though sweet, lacked genuine intent. However, it mattered little, for Li Lijun found it difficult to be sincere in her dealings with the other party as well. Since a meeting was inevitable, she resolved to seize the opportunity to plant a few seeds of discord. Chapter 38. Inquiry. Mrs. Yang appeared to be in her 60s, slightly plump, and dressed in a modest and unadorned manner, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. To the unacquainted, she would seem like a gentle and amiable elder. Yet, were she truly a harmless, kind-hearted soul, she would not deliberately incite her grandson's animosity towards his kind-hearted stepmother. Although the young Miss Yang was indeed the principal instigator. Li Jianrang and Li Chujun spent several months each year residing within the Yang household, attended by servants largely inherited from the late Mrs. Yang or appointed by the Yang family. It was inconceivable that Mrs. Yang remained oblivious to the thoughts and actions of the siblings. Her awareness, coupled with her apparent indifference, or worse, her tacit approval or encouragement of the young Miss Yang's continued defamation of the Qin family, revealed her true nature, far from the benevolent and respectable image she projected. Consequently, Li Lijun approached her with a heightened sense of vigilance. Princess Do was also present, and Li Lijun, unconcerned about the possibility of Lady Yang's public disrespect, feigned an appearance of grave injury and, leaning on Hong, offered a rather perfunctory greeting to Lady Yang, citing her physical limitations as an excuse, before taking a seat on the couch nearby. Li Lijun readily acquiesced, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for her grandmother's care and consideration. Princess Do, displaying genuine concern, inquired about her injuries, urging her not to be overly sorrowful, and had a maid bring a supportive pillow for her granddaughter. Li Lijun adeptly portrayed the image of a devoted granddaughter, repeatedly expressing her thanks. In that moment, the two of them appeared to be in harmonious spirits, leaving onlookers to believe they were truly a loving pair of kin. Lady Yang observed this performance with a smile, uttering a few words of praise, commending Princess Do as a kind and attentive grandmother who showed great care for her grandchildren. Her compliments, however, seemed somewhat forced, likely due to her discomfort in lowering herself before her son-in-law's stepmother. Yet, despite her reluctance, pleasing Princess Do had become imperative. The Yang family's daughter had heired, leaving her fate in the hands of her husband's family, and Princess Do, as the legitimate matriarch, could easily whisper disfavor into the ear of Prince Sui, leading him to distance himself from the Yang family. The reasons for such actions were readily available. Lady Yang, indifferent to the future and well-being of her illegitimate daughter, recognized the necessity of maintaining the connection with the Sui royal family, thus refraining from acting impulsively. With a steely resolve, Lady Yang flattered Princess Do for a considerable time, and then ventured to compliment Li Lijun before cautiously probing for information. She sought to uncover what Li Yanjun had disclosed to Li Lijun, as it was imperative for Lady Yang to ascertain the truth of the matter. If the young Yang truly conceals her intentions towards Li Jian and the siblings Li Chu and Li Li, then she and her sons must take decisive action. The smile on the old Lady Yang's face began to falter. Li Lijun cast a glance at her and recounted the events that transpired in the garden yesterday. Naturally, she recounted the version shared with Prince Sui and Princess Do, the one relayed by Li Dai. Upon finishing, Li Lijun deliberately added, My third sister refuses to acknowledge her involvement in these matters. The only other person present was her personal maid, Sawa, who would naturally side with her. Without any other witnesses, I cannot compel outsiders to believe my account. Nevertheless, this has been my experience. Until yesterday morning. I believed my third sister and I shared a close bond, only to discover her true nature after being lured into the garden. It is inconceivable that I would intentionally leap from the rockery, risking my life to slander her out of resentment, since she indeed pushed me down the hill. There must be a reason behind it. She had feigned affection towards me, and had it not been for her careless slip revealing a monumental secret, why would she hasten to silence me? This was not a mere impulse. She was aware of the need to verify the body and to frame another for the deed. By the time the old lady Yang had absorbed half of this narrative, the smile upon her face had completely vanished. Her hands trembled slightly. Her ears and neck flushed with indignation, seemingly at the peak of fury, yet she forcibly suppressed her rage, managing to muster a strained smile. Earlier today, I visited Yin Yang, and she lamented to me, claiming that fourth Mrs. wronged her. She insists that she never uttered such words. Li Lijun scoffed, as if to say that she believed she could simply pretend nothing had transpired by refusing to acknowledge it, all the while assuming she remained her father's most cherished daughter. Then, in a manner that seemed almost like soliloquy, she mused, how peculiar it was that yesterday, before both A1 and AE, third sister had unmistakably tacitly accepted her role in pushing me down the mountain, while vehemently denying her words, expressing regret that the scoundrels had not also taken the lives of her elder brother and sister. Could it be that she thought there was a distinction in killing, that her act against me was inconsequential, while she could not admit to wishing for her brother's demise? Is there truly a difference? Undoubtedly there is. Old Lady Yang quickly discerned the reason behind Li Yanjun's plight and no longer doubted Li Lijun's account. Though young, Li Yanjun exhibited a certain cleverness in her daily demeanor, and surely understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, with Chen's demise, the life or death of Chen's daughter held little significance. All that mattered was a plausible explanation for the cause of death. Yet, should the young Yang be suspected of harboring ill intentions towards Li Jianrang, she could easily fall out of favor with Li Dai, and her own future with the Yang family would become uncertain, dragging down Li Wenliang alongside her. Thus, Li Yanjun had every reason to deny any involvement. Even if her biological mother, the young Yang, had indeed committed some transgression, she would resolutely deny it to the end. Once old Lady Yang grasped this realization, her barely concealed anger became evident. At that moment, Princess Do, feigning a sigh, addressed her, "In-law, do you now comprehend? It is not the prince and I who deliberately seek to trouble your daughter. Rather, her actions have been profoundly disappointing. The prince and I initially believed that she willingly entered our Sui Wangfu as a concubine to care for a Jian and Chunyang, feeling a certain sense of indebtedness towards her. To our utter astonishment, she possesses a heart as venomous as a serpent. A Jian and Chunyang regard her with the utmost reverence, treating her as their own mother, yet she harbors intentions of harming these two innocent children. How can the prince and I not be filled with trepidation? To this day, the heir prince remains steadfast in his trust towards her, refusing to impose any punishment. However, the prince and I are deeply concerned that her treacherous heart remains unrepentant, and she may one day pose a threat to a Jian. It must be noted that the heir princess is no longer with us. The heir princess was murdered by someone under the orders of the little Yang family. She has already taken one life. Could she not take another? Old Madame Yang is tormented by the very thought of the Fraser daughter. Yet she cannot refute the claims of Princess Do. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lijun interjected, "I understand why Madame Yang is so audacious. It must be to ensure that the fourth brother inherits his father's throne, right? It is truly baffling. Clearly, the eldest brother is far more capable. So why does Madame Yang elevate the fourth brother to the status of a prodigy? Outsiders believe that the eldest brother is frail and weak, while the fourth brother is the one most favored by their father." Old Madame Yang immediately redirected her gaze. From where does the fourth miss speak such words? A Jian mingles with society, and it is well known that he is the grandson of the Sui Wang heir. This little girl is merely a concubine. How could she possibly overshadow a Jian? Do not deceive me, fourth miss. Who is deceiving you? Li Lijun rolled her eyes. If Madame Yang cannot accomplish it, my father certainly can. Chapter 39, Stirring the Flames. Old Madame Yang was left speechless, unable to counter. The affection that Li Dai bestows upon the younger Yang lady has long stirred a sense of bitterness within the heart of the matriarch of the Yang family, who secretly empathizes with her own daughter, the elder Yang lady. She once believed that the bond between the elder young lady and Li Dai, having grown up together and married, with a pair of children to their name, was unparalleled. Yet, during the lifetime of the elder young lady, she did not receive the same preferential treatment from Li Dai as the younger young lady does today. Their marriage was not devoid of quarrels. The son-in-law professes his love for his daughter, yet how could his heart be swayed by a seductive temptress? Nevertheless, the current Yang family requires the younger young lady to win over Li Dai, and more importantly, to safeguard Li Jianrang within the royal court of sway. Thus, the matriarch has chosen to suppress her grievances. However, if Li Dai's favoritism towards the younger young lady extends to her son, Li Wenyang, and he is positioned to become the heir at the expense of the life of Li Jianrang, the legitimate firstborn, the matriarch can no longer tolerate it. Li Jianrang is her own grandson. The mere thought of him being harmed by the younger young lady to elevate Li Wenyang in his stead drives her to the brink of madness. While her sons continue to chant the mantra of the Yang family's interests, seemingly believing that there is little difference between Li Wenyang and Li Jianrang. As long as the future heir to the Sui throne is of Yang blood, the matriarch, hailing from a prominent family and having navigated the intrigues of concubines all her life, is not so naive. The younger Yang lady harbors malicious intentions, and with her biological mother still within the Yang household, appearing docile yet secretly colluding with her son, she is poised to act. Once Young Yang's son ascended as the heir to the Sui royal residence, the entire Yang family would inevitably rise in prominence, with the young Yang becoming the de facto matriarch. Would Yang Shua, emboldened by his sister and nephew's influence, attempt to usurp the authority of the family head? The elderly matriarch harbored no desire to see her decades of stewardship and the achievements of her three sons, who had all secured official positions, usurped by a concubine's illegitimate offspring whom she had always looked down upon. She would rather embrace death than endure such indignity. After several deep breaths, the matriarch managed to regain her composure, a gentle smile once again gracing her face, a smile that often adorned her countenance. Fourth daughter-in-law, you jest. Our Jian is the legitimate eldest son of the heir, cherished by him. No matter how much favor the heir bestows upon one Liang, it cannot surpass that which a Jian receives. Outsiders, unaware of the truth, merely see a Jian's frail health and chatter thoughtlessly. Our kin, however, will not be easily deceived. Li Lijian inwardly scoffed at the matriarch's expression when she uttered those words. It was evident to anyone that her statement lacked veracity. Yet, she continued to challenge her verbally. My brother can walk and move about daily. He can read, practice calligraphy, and is skilled in the arts of music, chess, and literature. Is his health truly as frail as you claim? You often insist he must rest quietly and take medicine every few days, as if he were an invalid. Naturally, outsiders would conclude he is incapable of accomplishing anything. As for the fourth brother, he is but a few years old. I have not heard of any remarkable talents from him. He merely recognizes some characters and recites poetry. Yet both father and mother Yang praise him, as if he were unparalleled in the heavens and unmatched on earth. An outsider, unaware of the intricacies, observing I's demeanor and hearing the rumors, would surely be moved to contemplation, would they not? The smile of the venerable Lady Yang faltered, her lips pressed together. Ah Jian is indeed frail. Since childhood, physicians have attested to this. Last year, we summoned the imperial physician from the Shangyao Bureau to examine Ah Jian, who declared that he suffers from a congenital deficiency, exacerbated by improper care thereafter, leading to his continued ailments. Li Lijun smiled wryly. I have long heard of my brother's frailty and the meticulous care bestowed upon him by Lady Yang. And yet he has grown to be in such a state? The physician spoke of improper care. What could possibly account for that? Lady Yang, initially untroubled, found her mind racing with suspicions. However, the fact that Li Jian has always been weakly was undeniable. She had never entertained doubts about anyone, believing it to be merely normal. Could it be that Li Jian was curable all along, and that a malevolent hand had deliberately intervened to ensure his persistent ailments? Noticing the shift in her expression, Li Lijun added fuel to the fire. I find it quite perplexing. If Lady Yang wished to harm my brother, why resort to hiring a villain for the deed? She could merely tamper with his medicine. Everyone would attribute his condition to the gravity of his illness, believing it to be fate, never suspecting her involvement. Such an approach might require patience, yet it promises safety and discretion. Why the haste? Lady Yang trembled, a chill creeping into her heart. The Duchess of Dou cleared her throat, casting a reproachful glance at Li Lijun. Lijun, you must not speak so. Such words are unbecoming of a young lady like you. You ought not to entertain such thoughts. Li Lijun innocently remarked, Grandmother, I, too, once refrained from such contemplations. Yet, having nearly faced death at the hands of another, it is only natural to ponder the reasons behind such treachery. I truly cannot fathom why Lady Yang would resort to these actions. She has coexisted with my mother for over a decade. What could possibly provoke her to commit murder? My third sister even suggested I beseech the young hero Gao to advocate for Lady Yang's elevation. Such absurdity. Have they lost their senses? The Duchess of Dou deliberately interjected, This matter indeed defies logic. If Lady Yang has been on amicable terms with the lady of the state of Qin and is a cousin of the beloved imperial concubine, why would she seek assistance from the young hero Gao? Surely, it would be more prudent for the imperial concubine herself to intercede, as her influence would surely sway the sage's approval. Madame Yang's expression darkened, due to the late Lady Yang's disrespectful remarks. She had offended both the Lady of Guo and the Yang clan's Yang Sanyang and Yang Zhao, resulting in a lack of emotional ties between their branch and the imperial concubine sisters. In contrast, the younger Lady Yang had endeavored to please the Lady of Qin over recent years, gradually restoring relations with their noble kin. Should the younger Lady Yang indeed conceal her intentions from her maternal family and seek the Lady of Qin's advocacy before the imperial concubine to secure her own elevation? It might not be an impossible feat. The younger Lady Yang's orchestration of the assassination of the Chun family was likely a maneuver to eliminate an obstacle. With Chang'an and Li Dai content, who could possibly impede her ascent? The notion of soliciting the young hero Gao was presumably merely to request his assistance in conveying a message to the imperial concubine. In light of the recent bereavement at the Sui Wangfu, the female relatives are unable to enter the palace, and the lady of the Qin state is ailing, thus unable to send messages to the palace. Young Lady Yang finds herself at a loss. Gradually, old Madame Yang begins to piece together the intricate details of the situation, and her suspicions regarding young Lady Yang's intent to harm Li Jianren dissipate entirely. Should young Lady Yang secure her position, Li Wenliang would be recognized as the legitimate heir. At that juncture, should anything befall Li Jian, who could possibly prevent Li Wenliang from ascending as the successor to Prince Li Dai of the Sui dynasty? Even if Li Dai were to take another consort and have more offspring, none could surpass Li Wenliang in the line of succession. Old Madame Yang is filled with both fury and resentment. Her previous fondness for Li Wenliang has long since vanished, and he is now regarded as a foe with intentions to bring harm to her beloved grandson. If it were not for this son, would young Lady Yang dare to audaciously covet that which rightfully belongs to Li Jianren? She can no longer permit that vile offspring to act with impunity. If she continues to consider the so-called interests of the Yang family and tolerates young Lady Yang's actions, she fears that even she and her few remaining kin may be devoured whole. The marriage alliance with the Sui Wangfu is indeed significant. Yet the Yang family is not lacking in daughters. Should one young Lady Yang be lost, another may simply be acquired. If son-in-law Li Dai cannot abide by this, there are certainly other worthy suitors among the noble families. The Yang family is currently in a position of prosperity. They need not fear the inability to forge a favorable alliance. Should Li Dai truly disregard the eldest son left by his first wife for the sake of a concubine's illegitimate child, the Yang family would not hesitate to assert themselves. The Prince of Sui is not limited to a single heir. Li Lang, whom Li Dai has always regarded as an eyesore, is also a legitimate offspring. Having lost his wife in his youth, he is yet to remarry and remains without children. If Li Jianren were to encounter any misfortune, old Madame Yang would undoubtedly not hesitate to elevate Li Lang to prominence, thereby teaching Li Dai a lesson. In Chapter 40, Throwing Peaches, old Madame Yang originally intended to glean information from Li Lijun, but unexpectedly, her words ignited a genuine fire within her. Yet, old Madame Yang did not perceive herself as being incited. Rather, she believed she had arrived at her own conclusions and uncovered the schemes of the young Yang family. The mere thought that her own legitimate grandson, Li Jianren, might have been poisoned by the young Yang family from a tender age, and that perhaps even his daily meals were tainted by their malicious intent, left old Madame Yang restless. Having already unearthed the information, what was she still doing there? Was she to feign reluctance in flattering the Princess of Dou and listen to her son-in-law's complaints about the daughters of other women? In haste, old Madame Yang departed, leaving only the Princess of Dou, Li Lijun, and their trusted maids in the hall. The princess turned to Li Lijun. My dear child, it seems you have grown quite astute in just a day. Were those words you spoke taught to you by your nurses? Li Lijun smiled gently. Grandmother, I understand your lingering doubts about your granddaughter. If I had the protection of my parents, I would not need to concern myself with so many matters. I could simply enjoy my days in blissful ignorance, treating the schemes and intrigues around me as mere entertainment. Alas, without any support if I wish to avoid peril. I must be more discerning and vigilant. While my nurses have certainly imparted much wisdom, I cannot rely on them for guidance my entire life. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Do could not help but sigh. You, my child, have it far from easy. However, your mother has always been a shrewd and capable individual. And as her offspring, it is only natural that you would not be lacking in merit. Should Li Lijun prove to be moldable, she could indeed find herself with an additional ally in the household, even if she is the biological daughter of the treacherous Li Dai. As long as she is not a fool, she would be inclined to lend a hand. It is truly arduous for a secondary wife to exist within this family. Once the notion of support arises, Princess Do speaks to Li Lijun with a newfound candor and warmth. What you just said to old Lady Yang. While it may ignite her ire and instill a sense of wariness towards the young Mrs. Yang, along with fostering further suspicion towards the heir, she may not necessarily hold sway over the Yang family. Her sons are all driven by greed, relentlessly striving for advancement. Alas, lacking genuine talent and social connections within the clan, they are compelled to resort to unscrupulous means. As long as the young Mrs. Yang agrees to advocate for them in front of the Qin ladies, they will be unwilling to relinquish this sister. For them, Jian and Wen Liang are equally regarded as nephews, with little distinction between them. Jian's mother has been deceased for over a decade. The bond of brotherhood they once shared pales in comparison to the allure of power and wealth before them. Once these brothers are resolute in their decision, old Lady Yang will ultimately have to yield. Li Lijun had anticipated this all along, as long as they harbor a modicum of resentment and vigilance towards Mrs. Yang. Her words will not fall on deaf ears. Even if they eventually indulge Mrs. Yang for the sake of their own interests, at least prior to that, they can obstruct her to some extent. As the Yang family grows divided and the elder brother no longer places unwavering trust in Mrs. Yang, she can no longer act with the same impunity as before. In the midst of adversity, one can always carve out a path to survival. At that moment, Lady Do felt a surge of compassion for Li Lijun, perceiving her plight as even more tragic and pitiable. Dear child, she said, there is no need for you to be excessively despondent. Although the young Miss Yang frequently boasts of her connections with the consorts of the state of Qin, I observe that the esteemed ladies do not hold her in high regard. She often presents gifts to the consort of Qin, funded entirely by the Prince of Xi's own purse. Her brother, Yang Shuo, frequently associates with Yang Zhao, engaging in unsavory tasks that are best kept from public knowledge, those ignoble deeds that tarnish one's reputation. The relationship between the young Miss Yang and her brother with the prominent Yang family is far from genuine. The consort of Qin delights in the flattery and lavish gifts from the young Miss Yang, while Yang Zhao appreciates having someone to carry out his unsavory tasks. Thus, they extend a semblance of respect to the siblings, allowing them to boast outwardly. However, this does not imply a deep-seated familial bond between the two parties. Lady Do revealed to Li Lijun a hidden past, one that the inhabitants of the Sui royal residence, apart from the third generation, are acutely aware of yet choose to remain silent about. It is said that during the lifetime of the elder Miss Yang, she had offended the Yang sisters and Yang Zhao. As the eldest daughter of a distinguished family within the Hongnon Yang clan, who held a rank of 4th grade, the elder Miss Yang married into the Sui royal residence at a young age, becoming the consort of the Prince of Xi. Possessing both beauty and talent, along with a son, she enjoyed a life of prosperity and inevitably developed a sense of superiority. Even when her cousin, Yang Yuhuan, ascended to the rank of the consort of the Prince of Shou, she did not perceive herself as inferior. At most, she regarded them as equals in the royal family. She harbored a disdain for Yang Yuhuan's frivolous demeanor and the unrefined behavior of her third sister, further exacerbated by her aversion to Yang Zhao's wife, who hailed from a family of courtesans in Shu. Consequently, during gatherings with her family and friends, she did not shy away from expressing her sentiments, and her disdain extended to Yang Yuhuan's mother-in-law, Lady Wu Huifei, whom she also regarded with little respect. Presently, the Yang family's relatives humbly ingratiate themselves before her, and it is likely that the Yang sisters and Yang Zhao secretly revel in this situation. For the sake of pride, as long as the young Yang and Yang Shuo are not overly foolish, they would retain their presence nearby. Yet, this could only be deemed a trivial amusement. Who would sacrifice their own interests for such minor pleasures? Li Lijun was not entirely aware of this matter. Yet she found herself suddenly enlightened regarding many previously perplexing issues. This was a goodwill gesture from Princess Do, and she was more than willing to reciprocate. Dear grandmother, there is something I wonder if you are aware of, as I too have only heard it through the grapevine. It is said that the chief of the Wang mansion has a close relationship with the elder Yang, and Lady Yang has received considerable attention from the chief during her time at the mansion. The elder Yang, during his tenure at the Wang mansion, established numerous arrangements, all of which are under the chief's purview, frequently assisting Lady Yang in secret. Whenever she wished to bring someone into the mansion, she would do so. And if she desired to introduce items deemed inappropriate, there were always those to cover for her. Princess Do's expression shifted slightly. While it was true that the chief of the Wang mansion had a history with the Yang family and treated them with some familiarity, he was fundamentally a trusted individual of the prince, known for his discretion and never leaving room for gossip. Moreover, his wife was a distant relative of mine, often coming to flatter me. I never imagined that he would undertake such clandestine matters for the young Yang family. The chief historian of the royal residence holds a prominent position within the court, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Sui monarch. If he were to secretly align himself with the young Yang clan, rallying his subordinates to support princely Dai, what place would the rightful consort of the prince and her descendants have in the Sui royal household? Chapter 41. Whispers of Betrayal Now. The Duchess of Do could no longer remain at ease. She was genuinely astonished to discover that the chief historian had colluded with the Yang family. She had thought that, due to her familial ties with the historian's wife, who often sought to ingratiate herself with her, they could be considered allies. Although she had not yet regarded them as trusted confidants, she had shared some relatively confidential matters without hesitation, even expressing grievances about her own family in their presence. The root of the issue lay with the couple of the chief historian. The Duchess recalled that she had instructed the historian's wife the previous day to have her husband engage with the Qin family. Rising abruptly, she felt a surge of suspicion that the couple might be scheming against her, and she was determined to avoid enmity with the Qin family. After all, the Qin family was related to the Sui royal household and also the maternal side of Li Lijun, and a rift could lead to difficulties for her granddaughter in the future. With that thought, she commanded her home to carry Li Lijun and personally supervise their party as they entered through the second gate. Li Lijun, resigned to her fate, had no choice but to abandon her resistance. Today, they accompanied Li Lijun to the front hall, each with their respective duties, and were not always present before their young mistress. Whenever they found themselves alone, there would inevitably be someone seeking them out to inquire about matters. This afternoon, during a brief span of time, several prominent figures approached her, including the Princess of Jin County and various noblewomen, as well as Jin Riren, the mother of Li Lijun's second uncle Li Jiao, and Lady Huang, alongside the wet-nursed Song Nyangzi of the eldest son, Li Jianrang, the experienced Mama Chui and others. Forewarned by Li Lijun, were well aware of the necessary disclosures and the appropriate tone to adopt. Thus far, the outcome appears favorable, with no one expressing skepticism towards their accounts. The princess and her companions were primarily concerned for Li Lijun's health and circumstances, finding solace in the knowledge that she was recuperating peacefully in the garden. However, they noticed her pallor and profound sorrow before her deceased mother's spirit, prompting them to advise Mama Chui and her associates to care for the young mistress attentively and offer her additional comfort. Regarding Li Dai's management of her daughter's injury, some of them expressed discontent and voiced their complaints. Yet, as this pertains to the affairs of the Sui royal household, and with the Sui prince remaining silent, they felt it inappropriate to speak further. Nevertheless, among those present to hear the news was another princess, closely allied with the young Lady Yang. Upon hearing Mama Chui's words, her expression soured considerably. Previously, she could dismissively praise Li Yanjun, yet now she lacked even the courage to criticize the child for her lack of understanding. In her view, Li Yanjun's malicious actions against her legitimate daughter warranted the harshest punishment. The fact that Lady Yang not only failed to intervene but also sought to cover up her daughter's misdeeds struck her as exceedingly foolish. The primary consort has already passed away, regardless of whether the young Lady Yang wishes to elevate her status. There is no necessity to harbor animosity towards the daughter left behind by Lady Chun. Instead, she ought to extend her concern towards the child, allowing both Prince Sui and Li Dai to witness her virtuous and benevolent nature, which befits the honor of a primary consort, an expectation of noble women within the royal family. Should Lady Yang aspire to secure a position for her son in the line of succession, there is no need to plot against the daughter of her husband. Rather, her focus should be on the legitimate eldest son, Li Jianrang. The actions she has undertaken are both malicious and foolish, yielding no benefits, and instead entangling her own daughter, with the potential to implicate her son as well. Associating with such a person undoubtedly diminishes one's own standing. The princess consort departed hastily before she could finish her remarks. After her exit, several other princess consorts and noble ladies whispered among themselves, noting that the former had visited the residence of the lady of the Qin state the previous day to inquire about her health, and had casually mentioned the troubles currently faced by Lady Yang. However, she was met with a distinctly indifferent response, as the other party expressed disdain for her visit so soon after her bereavement, deeming it inauspicious. The princess consort, having endured such indignities, felt a sting of bitterness upon hearing of Lady Yang's so-called achievements within the Sui prince's household. Was she merely a pawn in Lady Yang's schemes? Were her misfortunes a source of amusement for the other women? Frustrated, she left, while the other noble ladies could not help but lament her misguided efforts, wasted on an unworthy cause. In truth, had she sought the Yang sisters to undertake certain endeavors, a few flattering words and a generous gift would have sufficed. Under ordinary circumstances, the Yang sisters would have had no reason to decline. There was no need for Lady Yang to act as an intermediary. Yet she chose to take a convoluted route, remaining oblivious to the ultimate outcome. After the matter was concluded, Nurse Chui recited a prayer. This county princess has not spared our young lady in the past. If she were to visit the Sui Wang mansion less frequently, our young lady might enjoy a few more days of tranquility. Li Lijun appeared pensive. It seemed that with the filial duties of the young Yang not allowing her to constantly accompany Madame Qin to flatter and ingratiate herself, their relationship would gradually become more distant. The noble ladies who once surrounded her would also begin to neglect her. The young Yang's period of filial obligation would last at least a year. In that span of time, much could transpire. Nurse Chui then mentioned Jean Ruren and her mother-in-law, Huang Shi. Jean Ruren was a concubine of the Sui Wang, hailing from an official family, and after giving birth to Li Jiao, the Sui Wang conferred upon her the title of a fifth-rank concubine. With few residents in the Wang's courtyard, she held the most esteemed position after the legitimate wife, conducting herself with caution and restraint, preferring to avoid disturbances, thus earning the tolerance of both previous queens. However, her relationship with her daughter-in-law, Huang Shi, was not particularly harmonious, often marked by quarrels and minor grievances, yet they would unite in action when faced with external matters. Regarding the information gleaned from the maidservants around Li Lijun, they expressed no opinions, merely rewarded them with money before departing. Recalling the past when this matron had been in charge alongside Li Jianrang, Li Lijun privately speculated whether she might be the loyal servant of the Yang family who had informed old Madame Yang. Contemplating the goodwill extended by the Duchess of Dou today, Li Lijun resolved to reciprocate the kindness. She beckoned Nurse Chui closer and, lowering her voice, instructed, "Everyone has performed admirably today. Moving forward, should anyone seek to inquire, follow my guidance." She then quietly shared her thoughts. Chui Mama was taken aback. Is the young lady truly intending to publicize the disturbances caused by thieves in our eastern courtyard? What shall we do if Prince C learns of it? In Chapter 42, reporting to Li. The turmoil in the eastern courtyard led Lu Mama to firmly believe that it was the scheming of Xiao Yang, whose aim was to exploit the negligence and incompetence of their duties to provoke Prince Li Dai into expelling all the loyal servants of the Qin family from the Sui Wangfu. If that were to happen, they would have no means to thwart Xiao Yang's attempt to usurp the wealth bestowed upon the Qin family as dowry. Though Lu Mama had timely intervened to prevent the bribed maidservants from absconding with the valuables and personal belongings of the Qin family, sending them instead to the Duchess of Dou for her to deal with, she remained tense, fearing that this matter might eventually reach Li Dai's ears. Under the influence of Xiao Yang's slander, he might still seek excuses to dismiss them. At that point, would not the young lady Li Lijun be left utterly isolated within the Sui Wangfu? With such apprehensions, Lu Mama was exceedingly reluctant for this affair to escalate. Hoping instead that the Duchess of Dou would discreetly handle the errant maidservants, Chui Mama concurred with her old friend's sentiments and, having listened to Li Lijun's speculation that Xiao Yang's theft of the Qin family's possessions was a ploy to tarnish her reputation, grew increasingly disinclined to allow outsiders to become privy to the convoluted entanglements at play. Even if the Qin family were innocent, they could hardly withstand the malicious gossip of the ill-intentioned. However, Li Lijun held a different perspective. Since this matter was orchestrated by Xiao Yang, why would she comply with the wishes of the Qin family's maidservants to keep it a secret? At present, due to the sudden incident involving Li Yanjun, She is preoccupied with handling the aftermath of her daughter's rescue, leaving no time to fill the pit previously dug in the eastern courtyard. When the opportunity arises, a few casual remarks in front of Li Dai would undoubtedly provoke her to seek retribution against the two wet nurses, Chui and L. Since this impending crisis is destined to explode eventually, it would be wiser for Li Lijun to ignite it herself, thereby retaining some semblance of control over the situation. Li Lijun believes that the matter is not as grave as the two wet nurses perceive. The chaos in the eastern courtyard ultimately stems from the actions of the minor Yang clan. Without substantial evidence, they can only rely on rumors. As long as those truly in power within the Sui Wang residence are convinced by these whispers, what can the minor Yang clan do? Thus, Li Lijun gestures for Nurse Chui to instruct their confidants that, following today's incident of receiving bribes outside the morning hall and leaking some internal information, should anyone inquire further in the future, they can feign reluctance while claiming that the nurses had caught wind of some rumors and are forbidden from disclosing matters from above to outsiders. Naturally, if pressed with further questions, they may find themselves unable to resist persuasion or carelessly divulge more information. Although the two nurses have escaped immediate danger, the minor Yang clan remains undeterred, sending individuals to bribe the maids of the eastern courtyard. They covertly pilfer the deeds and documents from Chen's dowry, only to be caught in the act by Nurse L. In the dead of night, Nurse L dispatches the culprits to the Duchess of Dou for punishment, tightening her grip on her subordinates, who now dare not engage with outsiders lightly for fear of being misinterpreted as traitors. If anyone intends to verify these matters, it is evident that the two matriarchs, Chui and L, were ensnared on the day Li Lijun was injured, as well as the fact that Lady Dou sent the Chun family members to the authorities, and that the wet nurse Ma and her 3 grandchildren were detained by Lady Dou. Matriarch L apprehended a thief throughout the night and subsequently handed him over to Lady Dou. All of these are manifest truths that can substantiate the veracity of the servants' accounts. The only discrepancy lies in the sequence of events, which is generally inconsequential to most. However, when the statements of the servants reach the ears of those unacquainted with the intricacies, it may appear that the wet nurse from the Yang family took advantage of Li Lijun's weakened state following her injury, harboring ambitions to seize the inheritance of the deceased mistress. Should the wet nurse from the Yang family claim this inheritance under the pretense of Li Lijun's demise, the Prince Sui and his heir, Li Dai, might interpret her actions as an endeavor to safeguard her husband's family's wealth. Yet, Li Lijun is still alive. Thus, the actions of the wet nurse from the Yang family would transform into a treacherous betrayal, aiming to forcibly seize a substantial fortune belonging to the Prince Sui's household, enriching her own family's coffers. If Li Dai were to assist her, it would render him foolishly indulgent, allowing his brother-in-law to unjustly benefit from their family's wealth. How could the Prince Sui possibly tolerate such an affront? Despite the esteemed status of the Prince Sui's household, endowed with considerable assets and wealth, both he and his son have considerable expenses. The former devotes significant sums annually to Buddhist practices, including hosting large religious gatherings, printing scriptures, feeding monks, and gilding statues. The latter indulges in a life of luxury while also striving to secure influential positions, without the substantial dowry from the Qin family to support them. The resources of the Prince Sui's household would scarcely withstand the drain imposed by their extravagant lifestyle. Devoid of the Qin family's financial backing, they would inevitably find themselves in dire straits. When the time comes, there shall be no need for Li Lijun to take any action. Wang Sui will stand before her, exacting punishment upon the young Yang and reproaching Li Dai. With the true authority of the household asserting his will, Li Dai, despite his lingering affection for the young Yang, must acquiesce. To the outside world, his position as heir seems as steadfast as a mountain, yet in his own heart, it is as precarious as a house of cards. He is perpetually convinced that his stepmother, Princess Dou, and his younger brother, Li Lang, are scheming to usurp his claim to the throne. As long as his father draws breath, he cannot find solace. Li Lijun meticulously articulated her thoughts to Granny Chui, who ultimately found herself persuaded. The young lady makes a compelling argument. Thus, this blend of truth and deception could indeed shift the blame for the turmoil onto the young Yang. Should the heir continue to heed the young Yang's slanders, driving them from the royal residence, the prince would surely perceive himself as foolish and would be inclined to retain them, for they effectively serve as guardians of Wang Sui's estate. Li Lijun's plan holds yet another advantage. The maidens in the eastern courtyard, having been bought, come from diverse backgrounds. Some are guest girls brought by the Qin family. Others are daughters or relatives of the stewards within Wang Sui's household. and some are descended from the general servants of the Wang residence. While Chun was alive, she wielded wealth and power as the heiress consort, attracting those eager to curry favor. Should these girls commit grievous errors and face punishment without public knowledge of their transgressions? Might their parents harbor resentment towards Grannies Chui and El? Their current circumstances in the Wang residence are already fraught with difficulty. If they also provoke enmity with a multitude of palace servants, how could they possibly endure? Let a portion of the truth be revealed, so that the servants of the Wang residence may discern who truly instigates the chaos. When one's own daughter goes against her principles, she cannot complain when her master enacts punishment. In the end, the resentment will be directed at the ill-fated Xiao Yang. Is it not the case that Xiao Yang relies on her deceased father's connections within the Sui royal household to wield influence? One must ponder whose connections, those of the Yang family or the servants of the Wang residence, would hold greater sway. Should any disturbance arise, the formidable Dou princess, overseeing the household affairs, could swiftly replace several eyesores with her own trusted individuals. This would be a mere trifle. Chapter 43. Wrath. The plan is progressing smoothly. After Lady Li knelt in mourning for her mother, Chun, for 3 consecutive days, whispers regarding Xiao Yang's audacious attempt to usurp the rightful position and wealth of the primary wife circulated within the Sui royal household and among the noble women. Naturally, this reached the ears of the Sui king, who was incensed. He sought out the Dou princess to inquire about the veracity of several matters. Having been forewarned by Lady Li and being well acquainted with the situation herself, the Dou princess revealed all she knew, needing only to slightly twist the truth regarding Xiao Yang's scheme to corrupt the eastern courtyard maidservants to validate the rumors. Jin Riren and Huang did not merit significant mention. It was the wet nurse Song who served as the focal point of the Dou princess's emphasis. Thus, the narrative shifted to portray the loyal servants of De Yang, left behind by Li Jianran, as vengeful against Xiao Yang's nefarious intentions towards her elder brother's legitimate son. While Li Jianran is indeed a kind-hearted and dutiful child, his attendants could not bear to witness their good-natured master being wronged in silence. The Sui emperor sighed, his heart aching for his legitimate eldest grandson. The thought of a Jian's plight swiftly took precedence. Life had not been easy for him. Having grown up cherishing the affection for his aunt, one feared he had never realized that the Yang clan harbored no genuine feelings for him, and perhaps even wished for his demise. Ultimately, the fault lay with the Yang clan. Not only did she use her beauty to deceive the crown prince, but she also entertained treacherous thoughts, betraying her own household. Such a woman is the very source of chaos within a family. She must not be allowed to remain. Although the Sui emperor was known for his fondness for Buddhism and recognized as a benevolent and kind-hearted elder of the royal family, he had never shown leniency towards those he found distasteful. After all, he belonged to the Li family, a lineage notorious for its intricate intrigues and bloody conflicts. He first sent word to the Yang family, then instructed a trusted confidant to convey a message to his son, Li Dai. As this was his son's concubine, it was best for his son to handle the matter himself. He wished to ascertain whether Li Dai was truly as enraptured by lust as the rumors suggested, to the point of being blinded to right and wrong by the Yang clan's allure. If the situation proved dire, he would need to expend effort in educating his son. What a bother! He had already conferred with a venerable monk about commencing the construction of a new Buddhist temple in Chang'an this autumn, aiming to perform a great deed of merit. Much of the trivial matters had been managed by his eldest daughter-in-law, Chun, but now that she had been suddenly murdered, and there were those scheming to seize her dowry, it nearly derailed his grand plans. Even if the temple construction proceeded without a hitch, who would attend to the myriad of mundane affairs that would now burden him? He was already burdened with enough troubles. His son and his son's concubine only added to his distress, and his legitimate grandson's health was rather poor, which was a source of extreme worry. The Princess of Dou often felt a sense of unease regarding Li Lijun's occasional pallid and frail condition. Observing the concerned expressions of the two caretakers, Chui and El, as well as that of Madame Xiao, it seemed their worry for Li Lijun was genuine. When Li Lijun encountered Li Chujun in the morning hall today, the latter initially believed her pale complexion was merely due to makeup, and she reached out to press her hand heavily against Li Lijun's face. To her surprise, no makeup came away, confirming that Li Lijun's pallor was indeed as stark as that of paper. At that moment, the Princess of Jin, who happened to be present, admonished Li Chujun and scolded her for bullying her younger sister. Li Chujun, embarrassed and somewhat enraged, found herself in a difficult position. Her younger sister was genuinely frail and not feigning illness. which made her own indignation seem unreasonable. Ultimately, after persuasion from her elder brother, Li Jian, she reluctantly apologized to Li Lijun before turning to flee. The Princess of Dou speculated that Li Lijun's condition could still endure. Her previous injuries had caused significant blood loss, leading to her pale complexion. However, a frail, injured 9-year-old girl, kneeling in the cold morning hall for 3 consecutive days, each time remaining for 2 full hours, often seated beside the coffin and exposed to the chill, only appeared slightly pale after 3 days, without aggravating her injuries or developing new ailments. This demonstrated the remarkable resilience of her constitution. In contrast, Li Jian knelt for several days near the entrance of the morning hall, only to find himself beset by dizziness, nasal congestion, and overall weakness, resembling a frail patient far more than his younger sister. The Sui prince reflected on this with a sigh. Then I shall submit a memorial to the palace, beseeching the sage to bestow his grace. Had his elder brothers still been present, with a protective elder sibling by his side, he would not have had to tread so cautiously. However, carelessness was no longer an option. The current third brother was not the same as before. He had grown fond of associating with the favored consort and the young siblings, showing much indifference towards his own offspring, let alone the royal clan. Should he truly provoke the third brother's ire, there would be no elder to shield him. The Sui prince retreated to his study to compose the memorial, yet as he wrote, a sense of melancholy began to envelop him. He reminisced about the days when his brothers were still alive, when the third brother had treated him kindly, frequently inquiring about his health and bestowing upon him gifts. During feasts, he was invariably summoned to partake. Due to a severe illness in his youth, which had been inadequately treated, he bore a lingering frailty, weaker than his brothers, unable to indulge in hearty drinking, and required to be cautious with his diet. Often confined to the royal residence, he would fall ill for several days at a time. Despite this inconvenience, his brothers had never shown disdain for him. Whenever they encountered delightful delicacies or amusements, they would send someone to deliver them to him. Why did those blissful moments have to fade away so swiftly? Had he known what would transpire? During the time when Empress Xinxuan had conspired against Prince Ing and the other royal siblings, he would have refrained from speaking in defense of his nephews. The third brother was ruthless, willing to condemn his 3 biological sons to death based on mere slander. If a father could make such sacrifices, why should he, as an uncle, meddle in affairs that did not concern him? In recent times, he found himself in a position where his words held less weight than those of several distant relatives in the presence of his own elder brother. The Sui Wang sighed, his spirit sinking further into despondency. At that moment, the Crown Prince Li Dai hurriedly arrived, neglecting the customary greetings, and directly addressed his father. Father, A Ing is my beloved concubine. She has borne me San Yang and Si Lang, and has nurtured De Lang and De Nyang to adulthood, enduring great hardships and contributing immensely. How can you condemn her to death based on mere rumors? The Sui Wang, already in a foul mood, was instantly enraged by these words. She has committed countless and scrupulous deeds, causing even your wife to suffer harm. Does she not deserve punishment? She has plotted to kill your son. How can she be considered to have done great service? Have you been bewitched by her? Chapter 44, each with their own thoughts. Li Dai was well aware of the whispers circulating within the royal household, and he felt considerable disdain towards the schemes orchestrated by the minor Yang clan. Yet, he remained reluctant to wish death upon her. With patience, Li Dai urged his father, these are but rumors, lacking any substantiation. I have had inquiries made. It is Jean Rurin and the second house who are instigating this. I once believed them to be honest individuals, never imagining that the second son would harbor such delusions. He is intent on bringing disgrace upon me. If I were to act upon his machinations and dispose of the minor Yang, it would only lead to a farcical situation. The Sui Wang was not easily swayed by his son's words. By indulging the minor Yang, you have already created a significant spectacle. Are you aware of how the royal family now speaks of you? They say you have been blinded by desire, entranced by a woman. First, he favored his concubine over his wife, and then he willingly handed over his son's bride price to the brother of his mistress. Now, he seems indifferent to the life and death of his own son. I thought this was the peak of absurdity. Yet I never anticipated that he would dare to defy a father's command for the sake of that woman. How far are you willing to go in this madness? Li Dai, his face flushed with indignation, gritted his teeth, and said, Father, when did I ever plead for your mercy on behalf of Yang Yueying? I did so for the sake of Sir Si. Eldest brother has been frail since childhood, and even the physician cannot ascertain whether he will survive to adulthood. If anything were to happen to him, I would only have Cersei as my heir. If Cersei's biological mother dies under a tarnished name, can he still inherit my throne? Even if I exhaust every means to secure a title for him, would the palace even consent to it? Prince Sui furrowed his brow and let out a cold laugh. How can you call yourself the true father of a Jian? He isn't scathed at present. Yet you have already presumed his demise, fixated solely on paving the way for your younger son. Have you not considered the possibility that a Jian might endure? He could very well live to marry and have children, inheriting his rightful place as the heir. Yet, you insist on keeping the little Yang, the one who nearly brought about his demise, ensuring he faces a lifetime of peril. What do you expect him to think? Or do you intend to bypass your legitimate eldest son and directly secure a title for the son of your beloved mistress? Li Dai's face flushed with embarrassment. I would never dare to. Father, your words are too harsh. A Jian is my legitimate eldest son. As long as he remains safe and sound, the throne will naturally belong to him in the future. Is this not merely a precaution? What if he does not live to the age of marrying and begetting children? With Cersei in place, my son can find solace. Should he have other sons? Healthy ones at that. He would not be so fixated on the youngest, Li Wenliang. Yet, he truly cannot afford to take risks. If his legitimate eldest son were to fall ill and perish, and the youngest were to lose his right of inheritance due to having a mother of questionable reputation, he would be unable to beget any more sons. Thus, the illustrious legacy of the Sui royal house would fall into the hands of his third brother, Li Lang. Li Lang, though legitimate, has no children of his own, yet his robust health allows for the possibility of remarriage, ensuring that progeny could come forth at will. Moreover, one must not underestimate the second brother, Li Jiao. Once a man of simplicity, he has lately become rather unpredictable. He has 2 sons to his name. He gazed at his son. Could it be that the scheming involved the young Lady Yang? A perfect scheme to eliminate both the legitimate heir and the favored concubine. Have you never entertained such suspicions? Li Dai hesitated upon hearing this, pondering carefully. It seemed he acted swiftly to execute those 2 once favored concubines upon the counsel of Lady Yang. Yet, that must have been merely a fit of jealousy. Surely she would not go so far as to conspire against the unborn child of Chun? Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Chun's demise, Li Dai found himself uncertain once more. Observing his son's turmoil, the Sui king could not help but sigh, as the heir to the Sui throne, bestowed by the sage himself, you must harbor some plans for the future, whether or not you serve in the court. For you are to oversee the vast estate left by your father and engage in matters of the royal family. How could you lack even the slightest foresight? No matter how much affection you bestow upon the young Lady Yang, it is imperative to maintain a sense of propriety. One must not overstep the bounds. Otherwise, those within the palace and the court ministers may perceive your readiness to be swayed by a mere concubine, rendering them unable to discern the gravity of matters at hand. And how could they possibly trust you with significant responsibilities? It is truly perplexing that such a son harbors ambitions of ascending to high office, believing his talents to rival those of Li Linfu. Li Linfu would never indulge a concubine to such an extent. Li Dai was roused by his father's words. Reflecting on his own lofty aspirations, he gradually regained his composure. The son now understands. However, considerations for progeny remain, especially with the Yang family currently enjoying imperial favor. Should he rashly execute Yuang, it could breed resentment, leading them to whisper slander in the presence of the sovereign, thereby tarnishing the reputation of our Sui royal house. The Prince of Sui found the matter manageable. It does not require you to publicly denounce the young Lady Yang's transgressions and execute her with great fanfare. While she has indeed committed numerous misdeeds, rumor remains just that, rumor. Should we acknowledge her guilt, it would reflect poorly on our Sui royal house, suggesting that we allow a mere concubine to act with impunity within the inner sanctum. Handle this matter discreetly. First, have her feign illness. Then confine her to the courtyard for recuperation, ensuring no one visits her, and send Xin Yang and Si Lang to be raised elsewhere. After a span of 10 days or half a month, allow her to pass away quietly. Our royal household has physicians. This task is quite manageable. After all, Empress Jinshuan once caused the demise of 3 princes, only to perish herself in fear and guilt. Young Lady Yang, having caused the death of the mistress and with her schemes now revealed, could also meet a fate of fright and demise. What could be more ordinary? As long as she is not executed for a crime, the Yang family would not hold a grudge against the princess residents for the natural death of a daughter. And Li Wenliang's reputation would remain unscathed. Should Li Dai fail to bear any offspring in the future, he could still be considered a candidate for succession. The Sui Wang recalled the Qin family and could not help but sigh. Though you often speak ill of the Qin family, they have proven to be quite virtuous. You should heed the whispers of concubines less in the future. Li Dai responded awkwardly, feeling reluctant to part with the young lady, yet refraining from contradicting his father. Was it merely a matter of claiming the young lady was ill? He decided to observe the opinions of the Yang family and the Qin country matriarch first. Chapter 45. The ghostly fetus. When the news of the young lady's illness and subsequent confinement for rest reached Li Lijun, she was dining with her elder brother, Li Jianrang. The siblings had been meeting daily in the morning hall, engaging in conversation from time to time, and their relationship had significantly improved. At least now, they could sit amicably at the same table, and their attendants were no longer overly chatty. Today, the Tang matron was absent from the young mistress's side, leaving only 2 maidservants to attend to tea, with Hong managing the chopsticks. Li Jianrong's maid did not wipe or replace the young mistress's chopsticks after Hong had arranged them, which was indicative of the considerable progress in their relationship, now built upon mutual trust. In the morning, Xiao Yangshi had still appeared at the morning hall, presenting herself as a delicate and sorrowful concubine, ostensibly grieving for the benevolent primary wife. It seemed she sought to demonstrate that she had not committed any act of malice against the primary wife, and that all rumors were merely the fabrications of ill-intentioned individuals. In times past, this Fade would have successfully deceived a few unsuspecting souls. However, her reputation had now become utterly tarnished, and the victim, Li Lijun, bore visible wounds, frequently appearing at the morning hall to expose the transgressions of her and her mother. Surely, such a situation could not be obscured by a mere few words from Xiao Yangshi. The noble women of the royal family largely sided with Li Lijun, and those who once supported Xiao Yangshi had long since vanished. With no one to advocate for her, she was forced to depart in disgrace. How curious it was that she appeared in good health only to suddenly fall ill by afternoon. It was evident to all that something was amiss. Prior to delivering the news, Kangui had already sent someone to inquire and discovered that it was the heir, Li Dai, who had personally issued orders to confine Xiao Yangshi within her own quarters. Most of Xiao Yangshi's retainers had been dismissed, leaving only her most trusted servants. Furthermore, Li Dai had instructed that the young Li Wenyang be taken away, fearing that Xiao Yangshi might pass her illness on to her son, only to send the child to the Sui Wang. The Sui Wang was hardly inclined to care for a child, after all. It was only after Li Jian reached the age of 7 that he moved in with him. Li Wenliang, being merely 4 years old and accustomed to indulgence, would wail and fuss at the slightest inconvenience. The Sui Wang intended to send his grandson to the Dowager Princess of Dou. However, Li Dai remained anxious, fearing that his stepmother might bring harm to his son, and hastily rushed to dissuade his father, leaving Xiao Yangshi behind. Xiao Yangshi was abandoned in the courtyard, having not been attended to by a physician, and was hastily declared to be suffering from a malady of fear and anxiety. She was acutely aware that she had fallen from grace. Initially, she believed she had the support of the heir, which gave her a sense of security. Yet, once even the heir abandoned her, how could she remain composed? Previously, she had maintained a dignified demeanor befitting a lady of noble lineage, receiving flattery that suggested she was more suitable than Chen Shi to be the heir's consort. However, today she wept pitifully, crying out in protest, disregarding all semblance of poise. Unfortunately, the heir, who had always shown her considerable tenderness, was absent and did not witness her lamentable state. Song Chui, the daughter of Lady Song, loyal to the great Yang clan, was incensed by Xiao Yangshi's actions. Seeing her current predicament brought her a sense of satisfaction. Li Jianrong's feelings, however, were quite complex. He harbored resentment towards his aunt, Xiao Yangshi, but he had cherished her for over a decade, and such sentiments are not easily cast aside. Witnessing her downfall did not sit well with him. He could not help but inquire of Song Chui, what did father say? Did he merely confine her to her quarters under the pretense of illness? Did he specify how long she must be ill? Song Chui looked at him with a gaze of affection and replied, "You are too kind, my dear. What does it matter how long she must be sick? Since Lady Yang has suddenly fallen gravely ill, she shall surely languish in her ailment, unable to recover. She dared to attempt harm against you. Should she miraculously survive? What if she were to plot against you again? The prince and the heir both care for you deeply and would never permit that venomous woman the chance to strike again." Li Jianrong's expression changed. "Are you saying that my aunt will die?" He suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty. Li Lijun raised her eyes to look at him. "Brother, you are simply too soft-hearted. Yang's lady has even contemplated your demise, and yet you still feel pity for her. That is not what I mean. Li Jianrang gazed at the evident wound on his younger sister's head, finding it difficult to admit his lingering feelings for their aunt. He could only say, I just believe that there is ultimately no concrete evidence regarding the incident involving my aunt. It is merely a flurry of rumors circulating. If she were to be condemned to death based solely on hearsay, I fear she would not accept it, nor would my grandmother and uncles. Li Lijun blinked. So, brother, you believe that without tangible proof to demonstrate her intent to harm both my mother and you, our elders should not punish her. Is that correct? Li Jianrang felt increasingly ashamed. I understand that my fourth sister has suffered greatly, and that is indeed the fault of our aunt and third sister. I am not defending them. Li Lijun stated calmly. You simply think that regarding the matter of Yang's lady inciting others to kill our mother and you, there is only a single slip of the tongue from our third sister, which she later fervently denied, thus it cannot be taken as truth. You require more definitive evidence before you can believe that the young lady, whom you have always respected as your own mother, harbors murderous intent against you. Otherwise, you cannot accept that she should lose her life over a lack of evidence. Li Jianrong's face flushed crimson, yet he did not counter her words, effectively conceding to his sister's argument. Each time you awaken from your stupor, you find her vigilantly watching over you at your bedside. Thus you hold immense gratitude towards her. Yet, the ones truly keeping vigil by your bedside are my mother and several nurses, along with your sisters. This is solely due to that treacherous womaness orders. She has commanded that the moment you show any signs of awakening, she must be informed, which is why she invariably arrives at your side the moment you open your eyes. My mother has long suspected that this wicked woman harbors ulterior motives. Yet she remains oblivious to the extent of her audacity in plotting against you. Just yesterday, my mother spoke volumes to you. How is it that you still hold any regard for that vile woman? Li Jianrang looked contemplative, hesitating to voice his thoughts. The nurse has always had a somewhat strained relationship with the young Lady Yang, and now she is fervently publicizing the misdeeds of Lady Yang, leading him to suspect that the nurse might be acting with intent. However, as the nurse has always shown him kindness, he could not bring himself to speak the truth that might wound her heart, and thus he chose to remain silent. Observing this, Li Lijun offered a faint smile. Brother, you may have your doubts about me, but surely you trust grandfather and father? If they had not uncovered solid evidence, would they have so readily taken action against Lady Yang? Even if they cared little for her, they would not allow the reputation of fourth brother to be tarnished. Since they have resolved to impose severe punishment on Lady Yang, there must be sound reasoning behind their decision. Their restraint from publicizing the matter is likely out of consideration for the Yang family's dignity. After all, the Yang family currently enjoys great prestige in Chang'an, and grandfather would not wish to provoke them unnecessarily. Li Jianrang felt enlightened by her words. While he held a moderate confidence in his father, he had always revered and trusted his grandfather. Since his grandfather had tacitly endorsed his father's decision, to question it would be to betray his grandfather's benevolent intentions. Surely, his grandfather's concern for his safety prompted the decision to deal with his aunt as well. Li Jianrang chose to momentarily set aside his concerns. While Li Lijun lowered her head, contemplating that it was nearly time for the world to become aware of the numerous transgressions committed by the Xiaoyang clan. Otherwise, naive individuals like Li Jianrang might genuinely believe her to be wronged. After all, the wrath of the Sui monarch would only arise from personal interests being compromised. Chapter 46. Surveillance. In recent days, Li Lijun had not been idle. In addition to her daily practice of the Ryu Xingyunju at dawn, she had utilized drones to surveil several individuals within the Sui royal palace, gathering a wealth of intelligence. She now possessed a clear understanding that Jin Ruo and Li Jiao, along with the Huang couple, would become entangled in the rumors surrounding the Xiaoyang clan due to the grievances stemming from the Sui monarch's primary consort, the biological mother of the heir, Li Dai, who had once mistreated Jin Ruo, a mere concubine. Jin Ruo had nearly suffered a miscarriage while carrying Li Jiao. Although the Tang Empress had passed away long ago, the subsequent consort, the Dou Empress, had treated Jin Ruo with considerable courtesy. Yet Li Dai held little affection for Jin Ruo and her second brother, Li Jiao. He merely performed superficial gestures while privately expressing many sharp words. Even when Li Jiao sought to secure a favorable position, it was nearly accomplished until Li Dai intervened. Though the current turmoil involved the Xiaoyang clan, they had consistently collaborated with Li Dai in the past, assisting him in plotting against the second branch. Jin Ruo and Li Jiao, alongside the Huang couple, found themselves unable to confront Li Dai for the time being. Thus they resolved to take their revenge on the Xiaoyang clan instead. As for Lady Tsang, the wet nurse of Li Jianrang, her devotion stemmed from the early demise of the esteemed Lady Yang. Being a trusted confidant of the late Lady Yang, she took on the role of wet nurse for Li Jianrang, nurturing him as if he were her own. She believed that no one in the world cared for the young master as deeply as she did and aspired to become the most valued elder by his side, wielding authority over the household affairs and finances. However, the ambitious young Lady Yang skillfully endeared herself to both Li Jianrang and his sister, Li Chujun, winning their affection and obedience, thus relegating Lady Tsang and Li Chujun's wet nurse to the periphery. Lady Tsang was convinced that once the young Lady Yang was out of the picture, she would soon ascend to the position of Li Jianrang's most trusted confidant. She even confided in her daughter, Kangqi, that if Li Jianrang's health improved, he should take Kangqi as his concubine and quickly bear him a son. After all, the rumors of Li Jianrang's frailty were well known, and prominent families would likely hesitate to marry off their daughters to him. Yet, if a girl of lesser birth were to be considered, how could she possibly be worthy of the Sui prince's legitimate grandson? Given the challenges surrounding Li Jianrang's marriage prospects, it seemed prudent to secure a concubine and produce offspring while his health still permitted, as long as they could ensure the continuation of the Sui royal bloodline. The mother and daughter would have rendered a significant service, one that the Sui prince would not obstruct. Lady Tsang was confident in her daughter's character, believing she would not act foolishly towards a new mistress. Together, they would safeguard Li Jianrang, ensuring he led a contented life. When Li Lijun overheard the conversation between the mother and daughter through a drone, she was left utterly speechless. Li Jianrang was only 13 years old, and already, his maidservants were contemplating bearing children for him. With such loyal servants around him, how could his health ever improve? With such thoughts in mind, Li Lijun felt no further hesitation regarding her plan to leverage the various factions within the Sui Wangfu. Each individual harbored their own selfish motives and desires. She did not intend to harm them, merely to make use of them slightly, to avenge her tragically deceased mother. What could be so wrong with that? After all, their target was also the Xiaoyang family. Li Lijun possessed only a single drone, and with merely 12 hours in a day, the intelligence she could gather was limited. However, she had already discovered that a certain medicine mentioned during an earlier meeting between Xiaoyang and her brother Yang Shua had been secretly delivered to the Sui Wangfu. Coincidentally, Li Jianrang had begun to show signs of illness after catching a chill in the morning hall, and Xiaoyang originally intended to send him medicine as she had done in the past. Yet, the elderly Lady Yang had specifically instructed Song Yangzi not to use any external medicines or food, insisting that all preparations be made by their own hands. Song Yangzi remained vigilant, leaving Xiaoyang with no opportunity to act. The message had just been dispatched when Li Dai confined Xiaoyang to her courtyard, simultaneously announcing her severe illness and detaining her trusted attendants while sending her son away. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Xiaoyang maintained connections with the long history officials and numerous subordinates within the Wangfu, and half of her attendants remained unconfined. Once the news reached her maternal uncle, in an effort to resolve her immediate predicament, it was quite likely that Yang Shua would come to her aid. This development suited Li Lijun perfectly. Today marked the 6th day since the passing of Chen Shi, with tomorrow being the 7th day, a significant occasion when Chen Shi's coffin would be sealed. This was indeed an important day, and Li Lijun responded with obedience. The two siblings shared a simple yet nourishing dinner together. After their meal, Li Jian, who was about to rise and leave, suddenly recalled something and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said to Li Lijun, fourth sister, the princess. Grandmother mentioned that your elder sister and third sister's zodiac signs clash with that of the princess consort. Hence it would be inappropriate for them to appear at the morning hall tomorrow. I hope you won't take offense. This, of course, was a fabrication. Li Yanjun remained under house arrest, and Princess Do had no intention of letting her out. Moreover, Li Chujun had been causing trouble for Li Lijun at the morning hall these past few days, and Princess Do feared that she might create a scene in front of the numerous guests tomorrow. Thus, she concocted an excuse to keep her confined in the courtyard. Li Jian understood the truth, but felt too embarrassed to voice it before his younger sister. Naturally, Li Lijun did not mind. It was perhaps for the best that her elder and third sisters would not attend, as one could only speculate what antics they might engage in. Grandmother was thoughtful, and her reasoning sounded both reasonable and dignified. Tomorrow would afford them some peace and quiet. At that moment, Li Lijun received a notification from the system, indicating that a drone had detected Yang Shua appearing at the side entrance of the Sui Wangfu. where he was quietly ushered inside. Li Lijun clenched her fist in secret. The opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 47, The White Shadow. Li Lijun was currently only at the first layer of qi refining, rendering her unable to utilize many spells. However, with the aid of certain tools, she could temporarily animate some small objects. Li Lijun obediently acknowledged but did not head to the side room. Instead, she walked to the entrance of the morning hall, turning to the corner beneath the eaves, where she stood on the steps, watching from a distance as the three little paper figures disappeared into the thicket, carried away by the breeze. Li Lijun offered a stick of incense to her mother, Chun, kneeling quietly beside the coffin as she recited the Rebirth Sutra. She had meticulously charted the course for the paper figure, with accompanying symbols set to execute her plan at predetermined moments. All she needed to do was pay attention to the drone's notifications and await the unfolding events. As Li Lijun completed her third recitation of the sutra, her brother, Li Jianrang, seized the opportunity to speak to her. "Fourth sister, let us depart. Night has fallen, and we must rise early tomorrow." Behind him, the servants of the Wang residence were hanging plain white lanterns at the entrance of the morning hall. Observing the pitch-black sky outside, Li Lijun responded, "Allow me a moment to see mother once more." "You may go ahead, brother." As the siblings exited the morning hall, they were greeted by a commotion emanating from the front courtyard, suggesting that something unusual had transpired. Li Jianrang, taken aback, inquired, "Who possesses such audacity? Is it a bandit? Even if it were a thief, surely they would not dare to intrude upon a prince's estate under the cover of night?" The residence is still bustling with people. Initially dismissive of the potential thief, Li Jianrang was suddenly reminded that their stepmother had met her demise at the hands of wrongdoers. A stark reminder that even those of noble lineage could fall victim to the unscrupulous. He promptly revised his intention. "Let us wait in the side chamber for a while." It was reported that the palace guards patrolling the outer courtyard had spotted a white shadow scaling the walls, suspecting the presence of an intruder within the estate, which had ignited the ensuing uproar. A group of personal guards had hastened to investigate the location where the white shadow had last been seen. Yet they found no trace of him. They only knew that he was last spotted atop the western wall of the royal residence, and it was highly plausible that he had scaled the wall into the inner courtyard. However, the ground bore no footprints, rendering it impossible to ascertain whether he had truly entered. Li Jianran furrowed his brow and inquired, "How long must we wait? Who exactly is this individual? How audacious must one be to intrude upon the Sui royal residence at dusk?" Kangui discreetly glanced at Li Lijun and shook her head. "I am unaware. I have already instructed the guards to search diligently. Please rest assured, my lord." The white shadow was one of the three small paper figures she had dispatched. Although diminutive, these figures were advantageous for conserving energy and facilitating stealthy movement. The paper figure concealed itself in a dim corner, yet to be illuminated. And as the guards approached its position, it suddenly enlarged through the use of mystical symbols, gliding over the wall in the darkness, resembling a figure in white scaling the palace wall. The guards patrolling that area had been previously arranged by Li Lijun, who discreetly utilized her connection with Princess Do to adjust the duty roster for that evening. The guard in question was originally a captain of the elite guards, rumored to have been demoted due to encounters with supernatural occurrences. He found himself in the Sui Royal Guard, serving in a minor capacity, deeply disdainful of ghostly tales. He was determined to investigate any such matter and unveil the true nature of the specters, even if he had not intended to pursue the white shadow today. Upon hearing it described as a ghost, he would have undoubtedly followed it. What Li Lijun required was nothing less than his relentless pursuit of the white shadow. Upon scaling the wall, the first paper figure had already accomplished its mission, transforming into a shadowy gray and seeping into the earth. Li Lijun, utilizing a drone, confirmed that the captain was escorting individuals, accompanied by several matrons, into the secondary gate. She then redirected the drone, allowing it to silently hover above the western courtyard for surveillance. At that moment, Yang Shua had just finished a heated exchange with the person sent to guide him. The drone descended a few feet, just enough to faintly capture the latter half of their conversation. The guide, a trusted attendant of the Duke's chief scribe, was imploring Yang Shua to withdraw and refrain from attempting to clandestinely meet his sister, as young Miss Yang was confined within the western courtyard, with servants guarding the outer perimeter. A moment's carelessness could expose Yang Shua, implicating the scribe who had facilitated his entry into the estate, thereby posing an excessive risk. Should the siblings require communication, the attendant was willing to assist, yet he was unwilling to assume any danger. How could Yang Shua possibly relent? He was acutely aware of the perilous situation faced by his sister. Given her confinement, it was imperative to swiftly transport certain life-threatening items outside, ensuring that no one discovered their actions. Although the chief scribe maintained a close relationship with the Yang family, Yang Shua could not place his trust in him regarding the safety of young Miss Yang's son. He insisted on entering the western courtyard, leaving the scribe as attendant with no choice but to agree to take him to the western courtyard for a potential covert entry. Fearful that any further argument might attract unwanted attention, the two concealed themselves among the foliage outside the western courtyard, and to their astonishment, they observed that the kitchen was delivering dinner to the servants tasked with guarding the area. The servants lined up in an orderly manner to receive their meals, engaging in light-hearted conversation, which momentarily revealed several vulnerabilities in the previously tight security. Chapter 48. Encirclement through the lens of the drone. Li Lijian observed from above as Yang Shua and a trusted aide of the Chancellor stealthily approached the small door at the rear of the western courtyard under the cover of night. A subtle smile crept onto her lips. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? The reason Yang Shua and his companion were fortunate enough to find an opportunity to infiltrate the western courtyard while the servants guarding it were queuing for their meals was undoubtedly due to her prior arrangements. Today marked the first day of the young Yang's confinement to the western courtyard, and there were no established regulations regarding the food and lodging of the servants stationed outside her quarters. During Chen's stewardship, the two matrons, Chui and El, had organized personnel in the kitchen, but it was not a lucrative position, and thus had not drawn attention until now. Presently, the management of the Sui Wang's household fell to Princess Do, as long as she was willing to collaborate with Li Lijun. Arranging for these individuals to take on the task of delivering meals was certainly feasible. Li Lijun had previously instructed the matrons to inform the servants to prepare the meals before dusk, so that when the commotion arose in the outer courtyard, they could promptly deliver the food to the western courtyard. Hence, the kitchen staff arrived at this opportune moment. Among the servants guarding the western courtyard, there were individuals with whom Li Lijun had discreetly inquired about beforehand, known to have close ties with the Chancellor and his wife. Such individuals were most likely to grant Yang Shua entry, conveniently providing Princess Do with an excuse to purge a group of those close to the Chancellor later on. What Li Lijun desired was for Yang Shua to enter the western courtyard. Otherwise, how could she ensure his capture in the act? Yet, in the heavens above, a pair of watchful eyes kept a vigilant gaze on her, observing Yang Shua's every move within the western courtyard with clarity. As Yang Shua swiftly entered the main hall under the guidance of a maid, Li Lijun skillfully maneuvered a drone to hover beneath the eaves where it had lingered a few nights prior, capturing the dialogue between the Yang siblings within. Young Miss Yang had come to comprehend the recent events that transpired in the Wang residence, her heart brimming with pent-up frustration. The scheme regarding Chen's dowry was a decision she had only made after Chen's demise. Hastily arranging for Mammy Ma to bribe the maids of the East Courtyard and colluding with the Chun family to intimidate the two nurses, Chui and El. Initially, she believed there would be no significant repercussions. Li Lijun was merely an insignificant ant in her grasp, easily extinguishable. However, the failed attempt by Li Yanjun to eliminate her sister, coupled with the fact that the Duchess of Do had caught her in a compromising position, left her utterly unprepared. In her frantic efforts to persuade Li Dai to save her daughter, she neglected other matters. Mammy Ma's reckless actions alerted their adversaries, and subsequently, both she and her daughter, along with her grandson, fell into the Duchess of Do's hands, failing to maintain their control over the East Courtyard and allowing rumors to spread, which ultimately exacerbated the situation. Slipping beyond young Miss Yang's grasp. Deep down, young Miss Yang understood that due to her allure towards the heir, Li Dai, he would never easily relinquish her. His current callousness could only be attributed to a direct order from Prince Sui. Yang Shua inhaled sharply. What should be done now? Could they not clarify the situation? Although Chen's dowry was substantial, it paled in comparison to the safety of his sister, as long as she remained unharmed, with the affection the heir held for her. That wealth would eventually find its way back to them. There was no need for haste. Xiaoyang cast a fierce glance at her younger brother, exclaiming, "It is no longer a matter of whether we desire that dowry. Rather, the pressing concern is whether Prince Sui and Prince Si will spare my life. Should I perish, what future shall we speak of?" Yang Shua clenched his fist with determination. "That is absolutely unacceptable. We must persuade them to reconsider." Xiaoyang gritted her teeth in frustration. "What is the current state of affairs in our household? Does the old matriarch intend to see me dead? And what of my elder brothers? Have they abandoned the prospect of an alliance with the House of Sui? Without my influence over Prince C, do they not fear that he may marry another and cast them aside? As Yang Shua stepped out of the house, his stepmother and elder brothers were still embroiled in heated debate over this issue. They had already received a message from Prince Sui. The old matriarch was resolute in her desire to eliminate Xiao Yang, favoring the marriage of a lesser daughter into the House of Sui. Meanwhile, her sons remained indecisive. Yang Shua was deeply troubled. If our family refuses to intervene, could we perhaps enlist the aid of Zhao Gu or Madame Qin to plead your case? They are currently in a position of prominence. Prince Sui would surely not dismiss them outright. Xiao Yang's face was filled with indignation. Yang Ban Yang has the audacity to feign illness at this critical moment, ignoring my plight, despite my efforts to curry her favor for so many years. If you have any means, go and beseech Yang Zhao. Prepare generous gifts. I shall reimburse you for any expenses incurred. Li Lijun observed the siblings, who were racking their brains to navigate the predicament. Meanwhile, the personal guards, under the leadership of the captain, had arrived at the open space in front of the western courtyard, where they encountered the servants lining up for their meals. The two parties exchanged information regarding their respective situations. The captain inquired whether anyone had seen a suspicious white shadow. The maids were oblivious and obstructed them from disturbing the royal family. The guards pondered whether they should search the nearby houses and thickets, as they had distinctly observed a white figure approaching. The second paper figure had lured individuals here, nearly completing its task. With the last remnants of its strength, it replicated what its first companion had done, flipping over the wall in a dim corner where the guards could see, yet lacked sufficient light. The captain and his men instantly noticed and refused to let the opportunity slip. There. Quick, pursue. He must not escape. The guards swiftly surrounded the western courtyard. They dared not disturb the royal family within, but could prevent anyone from fleeing the encirclement. They requested the maids to seek the approval of Lady Dou, instructing the maidservants in the western courtyard to count heads and ensure no suspicious individuals were among them. They intended to temporarily relocate Lady Yang to another area so they could search the courtyard, fearing that malevolent individuals might be concealed within, posing a threat to the safety of the royal family. The maids hurriedly reported to Lady Dou, who, upon hearing the news, recalled the peculiar requests made by her granddaughter Li Lijun, and with a thoughtful expression, she promptly rushed over. Not only did she personally head to the western courtyard, but she also sent word to Prince Sui, requesting his presence as well. The western courtyard was part of the inner residence, and the guards should not have entered. If anything were amiss, it should be addressed by Prince Sui, who held authority over the guards. Ultimately, news reached the heir's side, and he hastened to arrive. As a multitude of individuals gathered at the entrance of the western courtyard, the trusted aide of the chief historian, originally tasked with guiding Yang Shua, found himself despairingly hidden behind the thicket, gazing at the towering walls of the courtyard and exchanging glances with several vigilant guards stationed by the small gate. Ultimately, he could only stamp his foot in frustration and, before the guards could notice his presence, turned to depart from this perilous place. He needed to swiftly report this unforeseen and alarming turn of events to the chief historian. Unbeknownst to him, two guards had set their sights on his retreating figure. Chapter 49. The medicine bottle. Young Lady Yang and her brother Yang Shua were initially oblivious to the commotion outside. They were deep in discussion, pondering what measures to take if Yang Zhao were to accept a substantial bribe yet refuse to offer assistance, or if he were to assist. But the Prince of Sui would not acquiesce. What then would be their course of action? The Prince of Sui and the heir apparent had not formally accused young Lady Yang, nor had they openly dealt with her. Instead, they asserted that she was ill, prolonging her suffering until her demise. Could Yang Zhao intercede on behalf of his clan sister and implore the prince not to let her languish in illness? Such appeals would be futile, even before a sage. The sage, burdened with the affairs of state, would hardly concern himself with the life or death of his nephew's concubine. Young Lady Yang felt it imperative to prepare for the worst. Should the situation indeed escalate to that extremity, how could she extricate herself? With resolute determination, Yang Shua clenched his teeth. He had gathered incriminating evidence against several of his brothers, originally intending to leverage it against them when he attained power to seize the head of the family. However, given the precariousness of his sister's life, he resolved to utilize it sooner, threatening them to approach the Prince of Sui for negotiations. No matter the outcome, he vowed that he would not allow his sister to lose her life. Xiao Yang, however, felt that the leverage possessed by her and her brother was woefully inadequate. Her brother's foundation was shaky, lacking authority and allies. Even if they presented irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing, it was highly likely that their legitimate brothers would swiftly eradicate them, leaving them utterly defenseless. Those incriminating materials would only prove useful once they had secured power. At that juncture, there would be no need to intimidate their legitimate brothers. They could simply disseminate the information and allow the court to enact justice. In that case, the Yang family's fate would rest solely in her brother's hands. Rather than squander those pieces of evidence now, she preferred an alternative approach, recalling when the Qin family suffered a second miscarriage. The blame had been placed upon a newly favored concubine. At the time, no one could fathom why she would target the legitimate wife despite having no sons. The truth was, she believed herself to be pregnant, and with a son no less. There were still remnants of the concoction that had deceived her. If I were to consume it, within 3 to 5 days, I could claim to be with child. Even if the imperial physician came to take my pulse, I would surely evade detection. No matter how much the prince loathed me, he would not dare to act against his own grandson. As long as she could evade this calamity, she could devise a means for the Sui prince to abandon any thoughts of her demise. Yang Shuo hesitated, recognizing a critical flaw in her plan. Sister, even if you manage to feign pregnancy in 3 to 5 days and fool the physician, you cannot conjure a child within your womb. Once the heir discovers the truth, it is likely that he will act with cruelty before the Sui prince even has the chance to intervene. Xiaoyang smirked. As long as he believes I am with child, he will come to see me. Once he does, what need is there for me to fear an empty womb? In time, the falsehood shall transform into reality. Yang Shuo pondered, is it truly feasible? What if? What if the crown prince has already come and you, sister, are unable to conceive? The cold voice of Madame Yang responded, if I cannot conceive, I shall find a scapegoat to blame for my miscarriage. That maid left behind by Chan is the perfect culprit. Hearing this, Li Lijun could not help but stifle a laugh. This woman still harbored intentions to harm others at such a critical moment. If she did not receive a stern lesson, she would remain oblivious to the fact that the king of horses has 3 eyes. At that moment, Madame Yang's trusted stewardess hurriedly knocked on the door, exclaiming, Madam, it is dire. The personal guard has surrounded the courtyard for reasons unknown, and now we cannot exit through either gate. Although the western courtyard was expansive, it encompassed only a limited area. The number of individuals present and their identities were known, and Yang Shuo could not evade detection. If he were to be discovered, it would be impossible to explain. With darkness now enveloping the sky and Madame Yang still under house arrest, who allowed an outsider to enter the inner courtyard of the prince's residence? Madame Yang was confident she could concoct an excuse to deceive the crown prince, Li Dai. But it would suffice only for him. Should the Duke and Duchess of Sui take this matter seriously, no excuse would hold water. If the chief historian of the palace were implicated, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Moreover, Yang Shuo possessed that lethal vial of poison. Madame Yang hurriedly instructed her confidant to keep watch at the courtyard gate, insisting they must find a way to buy some time. Yet, as for Yang Shuo, she truly did not know where to hide him. Under the bed, inside the wardrobe, or perhaps in the small storeroom. Regardless of the location, a thorough search would surely uncover him. If he had not been discovered, it would have been fine. Yet once he is found out, others would undoubtedly suspect her guilt, leading to her brother's concealment and the inevitable spread of unsavory gossip. Therefore, it would be wise for Yang Shuo to sit in the room openly and await discovery. They could claim that Yang Shuo had heard of her illness and, out of concern for his sister, had come to visit, which should sound entirely reasonable. His nocturnal visit could be attributed to a heartfelt desire to see his sister, discreetly avoiding drawing too much attention. Since the Sui Wangfu merely announced her illness and not her confinement due to wrongdoing, the Sui Wang had no grounds to prevent her family from visiting her. Although this course of action might provoke the Sui Wang's displeasure and jeopardize those who allowed Yang Shuo into the estate, as long as her brother could safely exit the Sui Wangfu without the vial in his pocket being discovered, there would be room for maneuver. She could then turn her efforts towards the Sitsi Wang, striving to carve out a path for her own survival. The siblings swiftly outlined their forthcoming plan, as Sui Wang and Do Wang Fei, along with Sitsi Wang Li Dai, entered the western courtyard and permitted their guards to search for any suspicious figures. The young lady boldly approached with Yang Shuo in tow. Unbeknownst to them, a small paper figure stealthily climbed up Yang Shuo's sleeve as he moved, silently adhering itself to the vial within. When the Yang siblings bowed to the Sui Wang couple and Sitsi Wang Li Dai, explaining that Yang Shuo had disregarded the late hour due to his concern for his sister's condition, Yang Shuo suddenly felt a searing heat at his elbow, as if fire were igniting within his sleeve. Though he was aware that he harbored something of utmost significance within his sleeve, he could not suppress the pain and, with a few vigorous shakes of his right hand, a white object was flung forth, landing upon the floor before Prince C with a resounding clatter. Both his and Lady Yang's countenances turned ashen. Li Dai glanced down at the small white vial before him. What could this be? He refrained from bending down to retrieve it, yet Princess Do gestured for her maid, Lu Ying, to pick it up and present it to her. The petite porcelain vial, approximately 3 inches in height, bore a stopper wrapped in red silk, and was affixed with a charred piece of paper inscribed with words. Although a portion had been incinerated, the remaining text was still legible: childless and grandchildless pill. Chapter 50. The blame game. Princess Do nearly succumbed to laughter, but quickly composed her expression, handing the vial to Prince Sui. Your Highness, this matter is no jest. We must have it examined thoroughly to ascertain the authenticity of this potion. What was young Master Yang's intention in bringing this into the royal residence? Upon reading the inscription, Prince Sui's countenance darkened immediately, and he tossed the vial into the arms of his eldest son. Examine carefully what sort of people you choose to surround yourself with. Ever since the birth of the 4th son, you have not welcomed a single child into this world. Now, the reason is abundantly clear. Prince C. Li Dai fumbled to catch the vial, utterly bewildered by his father's reprimand. However, upon discerning the inscription on the paper, his expression mirrored that of his father's, darkening in disbelief. He looked at his beloved concubine and her brother, pointing accusatorily at the vial in his hand. What is this? What were you thinking bringing such a thing into our royal residence? However, the reactions of the Sui royal couple and Li Dai were utterly unexpected for her. A sense of foreboding settled in her heart. Upon discerning the words inscribed on the paper affixed to the vial, she felt as though a colossal hammer had struck her on the head, rendering her momentarily dazed. Contraceptive pill? What on earth is this? The chronic poison she had painstakingly acquired now bore an unfamiliar name. Where did that singed paper originate? Turning to glance at her brother, Xiao Yang's expression mirrored her own shock. This is not mine, he uttered, bewildered, asserting that he had never placed such a paper in his pocket. Who had secreted it into his sleeve? His words incited Li Dai's ire, who interpreted his denial as a rejection of ownership of the vial. Not yours. It emerged from your sleeve. How could it possibly belong to anyone else? Is it conceivable that someone stealthily inserted it, and you remained oblivious? Yang Shuo was rendered speechless. Xiao Yang's eyes darted, and she quickly interjected. My brother heard I was ill and intended to deliver a vial of medicine purported to soothe the spirit. Yet, this is not the name of the remedy. The color of the vial is even different. This must be a mistake. Perhaps someone took advantage of my brother's inattention to deliberately switch it, seeking to frame him. Why would he, without cause, bring such a potion to the royal residence? This is a misunderstanding. Li Dai hesitated, while Princess Do chuckled softly nearby. Deliberate substitution? And who might that be? Where did the exchange occur? What could possibly motivate such an act? Today, Yang Shi will be discovered concealing this vial of medicine. For we unexpectedly arrived and blocked the entrance to the western courtyard, leaving him no chance to escape. Could it be that someone anticipated this event in advance? Who possesses such extraordinary powers, able to deduce the whereabouts of both the prince and myself? Suddenly, she retracted her smile, her countenance darkening. There is no need for further justification. If your disgraceful deeds have been exposed, you ought to truthfully confess the reality. How did you acquire this medicine? To whom have you administered it? What are its effects? Is there a remedy? Speak all of it to me. The Sui king nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of saving lives at such a moment. He had no time to entertain the petty grievances of his son as concubine. Li Dai was awakened by his father's words, and his mind cleared somewhat as he rebuked the young Yang. Did you not hear? Why do you not promptly clarify the situation? Young Yang knelt down weeping, her tears flowing like rain. Your Highness, I am wronged. What I speak is the absolute truth. Yang Shuo hastily followed suit, kneeling beside his sister, echoing her sentiments. I truly do not know where this medicine came from. I merely intended to bring my sister a beneficial remedy for her health. Li Dai began to waver again. The Sui king, witnessing this, was infuriated, and with a kick, he sent him sprawling. Useless wretch. A few tears from a woman, and you lose your senses. She is the one who has poisoned you. Do you truly believe she harbors any genuine affection for you? Li Dai stumbled to regain his footing and murmured, Father, that argument holds no water. I have always treated her well. Why would she wish me harm? Without me, who could provide her with a life of splendor and luxury? The Sui king sneered. She is not poisoning you. She merely wishes to render you incapable of having heirs. You often lament that Jian's health is poor and fear he may not grow strong, hence your undue favor towards Liang. How many troubles has this venomous woman caused? You consistently overlook her transgressions in light of your regard for Liang. If the poison she has administered takes effect, you will never again sire a third son. And this wicked woman will continue to wield her influence in the royal household, emboldened by your favor towards Liang. Are you so foolish as to fail to grasp this fundamental truth? Li Dai's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Xiao Yangshi now laced with menace. I have treated you with such kindness, and yet you dare to scheme against me? What man would willingly allow his body to be poisoned, rendering him unable to father sons? He is but 30 years old, in the prime of his life. Xiao Yangshi could hardly fathom the enormity of the blame thrust upon her, incessantly proclaiming her innocence and insisting that the vial was not hers. Nor had she ever wished for Li Dai to be left without heirs. With utmost sincerity, she declared, even for my own sake, I wish to bear more children for the heir, so that I may provide support for Si Lang in the future. What advantage would I gain from administering such poison to the heir? At this juncture, the Dowager Princess interjected coldly, in the past, there was no benefit, which is why you never dared to give the heir such a potion. But now, are you not ill to the point of desperation? You know well that the heir will inevitably take a new wife, and you fear that should he have more offspring, Si Lang might be neglected. Thus, you had your brother deliver this poison to the palace, intending to find an opportune moment to administer it to the heir. Am I correct? Thus, regardless of how many wives and concubines the prince may have in the future, he shall bear no progeny. Fourth Master will certainly live comfortably within the walls of the Sui Prince's residence. As a mother, you have indeed exerted considerable effort for your son. Lady Yang felt as though a heavy blow had struck her, as if a dark burden had been thrust upon her. Despite her incessant attempts to assert that she had never harbored such intentions, the expressions of the Sui Prince and Li Dai conveyed their disbelief. Yang Shuo remained oblivious to the resolution his sister had firmly made, still defending himself. This is truly not a poison that brings about the destruction of one's lineage. The medicine bottle itself bore no label. He stole a glance at Princess Do, steeling his heart. Realizing that it was the princess who had deliberately affixed the label to the bottle when she received it, in an attempt to frame his sister and himself. In days past, when Yang Shuo had cast aspersions upon Princess Do, regardless of whether the Sui Prince Li Dai believed him, he would have followed suit, eager to vex his stepmother. However, today, the medicine bottle lay before him, only to be retrieved later by a maid and handed to Princess Do. Li Dai observed clearly that the label had been affixed from the very beginning, contradicting Yang Shuo's claims. Contemplating that the medicine was intended for his own use, Li Dai felt his heart grow cold. He glared at Yang Shuo with a hostile expression. Oh, are you implying that this medicine was originally good, but merely deemed harmful due to a label affixed by someone? Can you guarantee that? Yang Shuo hesitated for a moment, firmly convinced that he had placed the bottle in his own sleeve, unaltered by anyone else, and nodded. I can guarantee it. Instantly, Yang Shuo's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 51. Collapsed through the lens of the drone. Li Lijun witnessed Li Dai commanding 2 of his guards to restrain Yang Shuo, coercing him to ingest an unknown number of pills from a bottle. A sense of clarity washed over him. Despite Yang Shuo's desperate pleas as he clung to Li Dai's legs, the latter showed no inclination to relent, indicating that his tolerance for this pair of siblings had reached its breaking point. While he might harbor a modicum of fondness for the younger Yang, his patience for Yang Shuo had completely evaporated. Unbeknownst to him, the poison had been entrusted to Yang Shuo by the younger Yang to smuggle out of the Sui Wang palace. He assumed it was Yang Shuo who had brought it into the palace to deliver to the younger Yang, thus directing his ire solely towards Yang Shuo. Li Lijun cared little for this matter, whether it was the younger Yang or Yang Shuo. Both were culpable in the demise of the Chen family and were undeserving of a favorable outcome. Yet, she pondered the nature of the poison. What consequences would arise from Yang Shuo consuming such a quantity at once? Indeed, the substance was the chronic poison given to Yang Shuo by the younger Yang, and the so-called sterilizing pill was merely a ruse. After inscribing the predetermined runes on the 3rd paper figurine, Li Lijun added a few words with ordinary ink. These 5 words would not affect the runic efficacy of the figurine itself, but would bring about far graver consequences once the figurine stealthily infiltrated Yang Shuo's pocket. Utilizing the drone's surveillance, Li Lijun remotely ignited the paper figurine, causing Yang Shuo to writhe in agony from the searing pain. As long as the pill bottle, or rather, The paper figurine remained in proximity to Yang Shua's warm body. It would continuously emit heat until it distanced itself from the source of human warmth. Yang Shua's patience was exceedingly poor. As soon as the paper figurine began to ignite, he hastily discarded the vial. Consequently, the paper figurine was only singed at the edges, leaving the remainder appearing as a typical slip of paper, with the characters still legible, misleading those unaware of the circumstances into believing it was merely an accompanying note of the vial. Li Lijun was unclear about the nature of the poison procured by the young Yang. Given her conviction that administering the poison to Li Jianrang and Li Lijun would lead others to mistakenly believe the siblings succumbed to illness, she surmised that the poison itself likely would not produce overtly alarming symptoms. Such a poison would be challenging to verify for toxicity within a short span of time. Li Lijun feared that with her father Li Dai's muddled mind, upon observing that the test subjects, be they human or animal, exhibited no immediate adverse effects after consuming the potion for a couple of hours, he would hastily conclude the substance harmless. She could not permit the young Yang to evade culpability so easily. Were Li Dai to discover that the substance was not a chronic poison, but rather something akin to a sterilizing elixir, it would certainly not be a potion verifiable in the short term. He would not recklessly summon a chicken or dog for a brief trial, expecting results within a day or so. Concerning the lineage, he would undoubtedly exercise patience, enlisting several animals to consume the potion and then arranging for their breedings, observing for at least a year and a half to ascertain the potion's efficacy. Yet, before he could establish that the potion rendered individuals infertile, it had already caused the demise of the test subjects. Had he been able to enlist a competent physician or apothecary to analyze the potion's composition and deduce its effects, such a course of action would have been far more prudent. Regardless of the circumstances, the young Yang could never successfully argue that the potion was harmless. With Li Dai directly using Yang Shua to test the medicine, the situation became even more straightforward and evident. The more the young Yang pleaded desperately, the more Yang Shua struggled to escape, which only served to underscore the potion's harmful nature and their own guilt. There was no longer a need to seek out any animals for verification. Li Dai would firmly believe that the siblings aimed to ensure he would remain childless. When he eventually discovered that it was a chronic poison rather than something that could render him without heirs, his anger would only intensify. He felt he had treated the young Yang with kindness, yet she sought to poison him, which he would perceive as an act of ingratitude. Could the young Yang still argue that her intent was to harm Li Jianrang instead of Li Dai? Even if she did, Li Dai would never forgive her, and the Sui Wang would be even more incensed. This was not merely a case of hearsay from an informed party lacking tangible evidence. It was a blatant exposure of the truth. In comparison to the existence of that vial of poison, Yang Shua's nocturnal intrusion into the Sui Wang's inner sanctum seemed trivial. Li Lijun feigned a posture of resting her eyes, focusing intently on the unfolding drama, momentarily indifferent to Li Jianrang. After being coerced into consuming the potion, Yang Shua found himself in a state of utter collapse, desperately attempting to expel the ingested substance while frantically pouring tea down his throat at the tea table. Even though the young Yang admonished him in hushed tones to remain calm, he could not regain his composure, and in a fit of desperation, he shouted at Li Dai, declaring that he would not suffer in silence and would report this to his cousin Yang Zhao. Li Dai glared at him with a dark expression. "Go ahead and report it. It would be best to take it all the way to the throne." "You shall not go. I must lament to the sage. What intentions does the son of the Yang family harbor? Is he truly scheming to ensure the extinction of the Li family line? Could it be that he harbors treasonous thoughts?" The young lady of the Yang family, upon hearing this, turned pale, and before her brother Yang Shua could react, she swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. "Silence. Such matters are not to be uttered." She understood well that her brother's relationship with Yang Zhao was not particularly close, much like her own connection with the lady of the Qin state was not overly intimate. Were it merely a trivial affair, Yang Zhao might have been inclined to support Yang Shua. However, if the Prince of Sui and his father truly sought to pin such a grave accusation of treason upon them, Yang Zhao would undoubtedly distance himself from the murky waters of this situation, rapidly severing ties with them. He might later devise a scheme to undermine the Prince of Sui, seeking a measure of retribution, but by then, it would be too late for the siblings, who might be reduced to mere ashes. What purpose would that serve? It is futile to expect Yang Zhao to come to their aid. The more they raise their voices, the more incensed Li Dai shall become. While Yang Shua may still have a chance to preserve his life, she finds herself beyond redemption. The young lady of the Yang family could only kneel before Li Dai, hesitantly articulating a diluted truth. "Your Highness, I assure you, I harbor no intentions of harming His Highness. This medicine is truly not a potion for extinction, but rather a concoction that induces illness, leading to a gradual decline and demise. Originally, it was intended for fourth miss. Due to the influence of the fourth young lady, Yin Yang is now confined to the side courtyard. As her mother, I feel a profound sense of sorrow and, in a moment of weakness, I find myself harboring resentment towards the fourth young lady. Before Li Dai could speak, the Duchess of Dou interjected. Yin Yang is confined because she attempted to murder her own sister. Why do you not reprimand your daughter but instead choose to resent Lin Yang? Do you resent her for not complying with Yin Yang's murderous intentions or for not lying to protect her? What kind of reasoning is this? Furthermore, Yin Yang has committed a grave offense yet has only been punished with confinement, solely because Lin Yang's injuries are not severe, which has prompted the mercy of the Crown Prince. Now you intend to poison Lin Yang, causing her to fall ill and perish. Keep in mind that Lin Yang has been seen by others these past few days despite her injuries. Should anything happen to her, people will only perceive it as a consequence of her wounds, and Yin Yang's crime of fratricide will be inescapable. Even if the prince and the crown prince are reluctant to act, the Department of Ancestry will not turn a blind eye. Are you truly seeking to save your daughter or to bring about her demise? Xiao Yang remained silent, her head bowed. The Duchess of Dou fixed her gaze upon her and continued, "Moreover, Lin Yang's attendants are wary of you. What means do you possess to ensure she ingests this medicine willingly? On the contrary, a Jian, who has been frail for years and has always held you in high regard, does not suspect the food you send him. If you claim this medicine is intended for him, it would be more plausible. Should anything happen to a Jian, the crown prince would be left with only one Liang as his son, which would surely serve your interests far better than attempting to poison Lin Yang." At this, Xiao Yang's heart burned with resentment, and she could not help but glare at the Duchess of Dou, who merely smiled faintly in response. Chapter 52. Verification. As for the subsequent events, Li Lijun did not continue to observe. Li Jianrang called for his younger sister several times with great determination. And even though Li Lijun feigned sleep, he showed no signs of relinquishing his efforts. Reluctantly, Li Lijun opened her eyes and inquired, "What is it, elder brother?" "I apologize. I was feeling drowsy while seated and unintentionally dozed off." Li Jianrong's expression was somewhat awkward as he hesitated before speaking. "I heard that Uncle 11 stealthily entered to visit our aunt, really?" Li Lijun displayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that the white shadow seen by the guards was him? Surely not. Li Jianrang also appeared skeptical, remarking, "I've heard that the intruder possesses remarkable agility, having scaled the walls to enter the inner residence. How could Uncle 11 possibly have such capability?" Listening to the increasingly elaborate conjectures, Li Jianrang grew more uneasy. Why would Uncle 11 engage in such behavior? If he wishes to see our aunt, he could simply visit the manor tomorrow to inquire about her health, couldn't he? Entering the inner residence at night, isn't that rather disrespectful? Kang Kui scoffed dismissively. "In our Wang manor, ever since Mistress Yang gained the favor of the heir, she has meddled in all affairs. With her backing, 11 young master navigates the manor with ease, regardless of day or night, inside or outside. As long as the matter does not reach the ears of the prince and princess, who would dare voice objections over such trivialities. To do so would offend Mistress Yang and the heir alike." Li Jianrang displayed a look of shame and lowered his head, for Yang Shuo was his maternal relative, and her unruly conduct within his household brought him embarrassment. Li Lijun addressed him, saying, "They are intent on deceiving your elder brother, making you believe they are virtuous individuals. How could they allow you to uncover their misdeeds? There is no need for your elder brother to dwell upon this." Yet, the Yang family, fully aware of Madame Yang's confinement, still daringly infiltrated the Wang residence under the cover of night to see her. One wonders what urgent matter compels them. Perhaps it pertains to your elder brother? It might be prudent for him to send someone to inquire further, so as to be informed. Li Jianrang had yet to respond when Song Chui promptly expressed her gratitude for Li Lijun's counsel, exclaiming, "Indeed, fourth miss. Our elder brother is reluctant to perceive others in a negative light. Little did he realize that one must always guard against deceit. For knowing a person's face does not guarantee knowledge of their heart. My mother has already dispatched someone to the western courtyard to gather intelligence, and as soon as we receive news, I shall inform our elder brother." Li Lijun smiled. It would surely be amusing to witness Li Jianrang's reaction upon learning of the events that transpired in the western courtyard. Li Jianrang hastily rose to his feet, stating, "I shall escort fourth sister Li Lijun did not refuse, as he was merely accompanying her to the entrance of the garden. Shurqing, who had not witnessed the occurrences in the western courtyard firsthand, learned through indirect inquiries that the information was somewhat distorted, yet it was generally accurate. Yang Shuo had clandestinely entered the inner courtyard of the Sui Wang residence at night, meeting with his own sister to deliver a vial of mysterious poison. The young Yang claimed it was intended to harm fourth Miss Li Lijun, but others speculated that the true target was Li Jianrang, in a bid to pave the way for her own son, Li Wenliang. This prompted Li Jianrang's wet nurse, Song Yangzi, to rush forth with the news, directly accusing the young Yang of attempting to poison their elder brother before the Sui Wang and the Do Wang Fei. It is said that in recent days, Li Jianrang has been feeling unwell, and Xiao Yangshi has been delivering food and nourishing soups to him almost daily, urging him to eat more. However, Li Jianrang has had no appetite at all. Moreover, the old lady Yang had previously instructed those around him to be particularly cautious with his diet, which led to the food brought by Xiao Yangshi remaining untouched by the elder. Nevertheless, Song Yangzi was quite meticulous. She ordered that everything delivered by Xiao Yangshi be fed to the dogs. The dogs, once robust and healthy, suddenly fell ill for reasons unknown. This incident immediately became evidence that Xiao Yangshi was attempting to poison Li Jianrang. As for the medicine that Yang Shuo sent to Xiao Yangshi today, it was interpreted as the latter having failed in her poisoning attempts several times and hastily needing a refill. Shurqing also relayed the opinions of others to Li Lijun, stating that everyone was saying how daring Madame Yang and young Master Yang 11 were to act against the elder. Surely they must be concealing their actions from the Yang family. Consequently, Prince Si Wang was utterly unconcerned about young Master Yang 11 reporting him. After all, they were all relatives of the noble concubine, as long as the old lady Yang and several uncles stood by the elder's side. How could the noble concubine protect Madame Yang and young Master Yang 11? Their true aim was to harm the descendants of the Li family. Li Lijun smirked slightly and then asked Shurqing, "I presume brother has also heard the news? What has been his reaction?" Li Lijun lowered her voice and inquired, "Have we been able to identify the person behind the white shadow pursued by the guards? And who allowed young Master Yang 11 into the residence?" Shurqing hurriedly replied, "We still do not know about the white shadow, but some guards mentioned that it seems they have captured a trusted aide of the Grand Historian near the western courtyard. It remains unclear why he was in the inner courtyard at night. The prince has already dispatched individuals to investigate and has ordered a thorough examination of those stationed at several gates of the residence, seeking to uncover who permitted Yang Shi to enter. He has vowed that such treachery will not go unpunished. This evening, many within the estate have been taken away, and it is anticipated that results will not be revealed until tomorrow morning. Fortunately, those on duty in the corridor have remained with the personal guards throughout the night, enabling them to attest to their innocence and thus evade calamity." Of course, Shurqing has not neglected to quietly assure Li Lijun, "Rest assured, my lady. Those few uncles and aunts understand the gravity of the situation and harbor a deep disdain for the Yang siblings. They will not utter a single word regarding your instructions this evening." Li Lijun smiled. In truth, it mattered little if those individuals spoke. What transgression had she committed? The capture of Xiao Yang and Yang Shuo this night was their own doing, not hers. Chapter 53. Review the events transpired after nightfall today. And the personal guards continue to surround the western courtyard. Although various rumors circulate, the outside world will require more time to glean accurate information before the interrogations conclude. In the western courtyard, Sui Wang has already departed, leaving Do Wang Fei and Si Wang to continue questioning the servants surrounding Xiao Yang. It remains uncertain when results will emerge. Li Lijun is in no rush. Having reached this juncture, Xiao Yang's chances of redemption are akin to climbing a mountain. Moreover, she has not had the opportunity to consume the potion previously employed to feign pregnancy, making it improbable that she could invoke such a pretext to escape her predicament. With the vigilant gaze of Princess Do, even if Li Dai were truly enamored and befuddled by a favored concubine, it would not be so simple for her to elude scrutiny. Li Lijun instructed those around her to take their rest, for tomorrow held significant matters to attend to. Dealing with the likes of the minor Yang family was akin to catching grasshoppers after autumn. There was no need for them to be distracted from the grand funeral rites of the Chen family. Before she closed her eyes, Li Lijun observed that the matron guarding the small gate on the western courtyard had begun her watch. Trembling, the matron confessed that she was unable to withstand the pressure from a trusted aide of the Grand Historian of the Wang residence, thus allowing Yang Shuo to enter. It appeared that the grand historian would also not escape this predicament. She then shut her eyes and began to reflect on the day's endeavors. Today, she had successfully set a trap for the two siblings of the minor Yang family. Her strategy primarily involved utilizing drones to monitor the enemy's movements from above, seeking the optimal moment to strike. Additionally, she had her associates gather intelligence within the Sui Wang residence. The information collected proved to be exceedingly valuable, and those she had bribed did not disappoint, executing their tasks flawlessly while leaving no obvious traces. Finally, the three small paper figures she had dispatched, albeit limited in functionality to mere amplification, navigation as directed, or self-immolation, proved to be remarkably effective due to her impeccable timing and their diminutive size, which afforded them a high degree of concealment. The minor Yang family now found themselves in an untenable position. Even if someone were to meticulously investigate later and uncover that Li Lijun had once interacted with the guards of the threshold and the secondary gate, or that some had uttered sentiments regarding the manifestation of the heir princess, it would serve as little proof of wrongdoing. The palace guards might indeed find themselves curious about the true identity of the shadow. However, apart from the team leader, the others merely needed to invoke the term haunting to deflect any scrutiny. Who would take it seriously? A young girl, recently bereaved of her mother, lamenting the injustice of her mother's wrongful death and uttering a few words about her mother's vengeful spirit. What grave sin could that possibly be? The Sui Emperor would certainly not hold it against her. He has never concerned himself with such trivial matters. Even if he were to later discover that she had orchestrated a scheme leading the guards to uncover Yang Shua's infiltration of the Sui palace, he would not be angered. Li Lijun timely thwarted the Yang siblings' conspiracy, thereby rescuing her elder brother. He would be elated, praising his clever granddaughter for her affection towards her brother. As for Princess Do, she is of no concern, as long as Li Lijun does not side with her father against her and continues to fiercely oppose the young Yang family. She would undoubtedly be regarded as a good and obedient granddaughter in the eyes of a loving grandmother. Regarding those, like Princess Do and the gatekeepers, who may have received her earlier warnings, whether they suspect that the elusive white shadow was conjured by her, let them indulge in their own speculations. She insists it was her deceased mother manifesting, and what can they say to that? Princess Do still believes it was her clever maids who devised a plan to retaliate against the young Yang family, completely unaware that it was the idea of this young lady herself. Over the past 9 years, she has been seen as nothing but a naive child, leaving an indelible impression on her lenient grandmother, which cannot be easily altered. Li Lijun's conclusion upon reflection is that the overall benefits of the plan far outweigh any potential drawbacks. Even if there are minor risks, they pale in comparison to witnessing her enemy's misfortunes. She subsequently planned to manipulate public opinion to directly characterize the white shadow produced by the little paper figure as the manifestation of Chen's spirit. Chen had endured so much indignity in life and in death, and even now her husband, Li Dai, had not held her in regard. If Li Lijun did not stir up some commotion on her behalf, who knew how much more Li Dai would take advantage of her absence? Even though Chun had passed away, she remained the consort of the Prince of Sui, and she deserved every bit of the treatment befitting her status. To bully the deceased, knowing they cannot voice their grievances, and to carelessly dismiss her plight, including the unwillingness to diligently search for her murderer, absolutely not. Li Lijun had already devised several methods to fabricate signs of haunting and spiritual manifestations. If Chen did not receive a dignified funeral, she would employ these methods one by one. After all, the materials for the little paper figure were simple, and the talismans were not difficult to draw. She had even prepared the materials herself. At most, it would merely consume more of her spiritual energy, which was limited to the first level of qi refinement for now. As Li Lijun contemplated her future plans, she gradually sank into slumber, enjoying a night devoid of dreams. She could sense the spiritual energy within her increasing each day, yet the quantity remained insufficient. Relying solely on the dawn for cultivation, it would likely take her considerable time to ascend to the second level of qi refinement, with foundational establishment even further away. The day and moon star cloud technique was easy to begin, but advancing to higher levels proved to be quite troublesome. She needed to devise a strategy to remedy this deficiency promptly. When it was time for her to rise, Hong peeked through the door, and upon seeing that Li Lijun was awake, she hurriedly called for Madame Xiao to assist in her grooming. When Li Lijun arrived at the morning hall, the Sui Wangfu had already received a scattering of guests, all gathered for the grand funeral ceremony of the Chen family. The Chen family had suffered the tragic loss of a young life, and thus, During the prior small funeral, the deceased had been prepared for viewing, placed within the casket, and appropriately wrapped to avoid any unpleasant sight. Consequently, today's grand funeral ceremony was simplified, omitting many steps. The primary focus was to cover the casket, while ensuring that the requisite rituals were duly observed. The Sui Wang, being the emperor's own brother, held a distinguished position within the royal family, making his presence at his eldest son's funeral imperative, drawing attendance from all members of the clan. The late Chun had been well-liked in life and had perished in an act of bravery, thus the noble women whom she had saved were also expected to pay their respects. As the sun ascended higher, more members of the royal family began to arrive, and soon the courtyard before the mourning hall was teeming with people. Li Lijun, clad in mourning attire, knelt within the hall, receiving comfort from numerous noble women, with the Princess of Jin expressing particular affection towards her. From their conversations, it seemed that the events of the previous night at the Sui Wangfu had already reached everyone's ears, though the means of dissemination remained a mystery to Li Lijun. She pondered whether it was the work of Princess Do or perhaps the second branch of the family when suddenly a voice called out, "The old Prince So has arrived." Instantly, the hall fell silent, and then with a rush, everyone hastened outside to greet this esteemed newcomer. Chapter 54. Prince Zhou. Li Lijun felt a twinge of surprise. The old Prince Zhou was no ordinary member of the royal family. He stands as the most venerable elder among the current royal lineage, having reached the age of 75. Truly embodying the essence of an ancient sage. Old Lord Zhou, in terms of bloodline, traces his ancestry back to Emperor Taizong, and his connection to the Sui royal household has become quite tenuous over time. However, he does share a bond with the Qin family, specifically through a profound friendship with Qin Wang, the father of Qin's lineage. Although the Qin family hails from the Wuxing branch, they descended from a collateral line, and her father was often derided as a mere merchant. Yet, she managed to marry into the Sui royal family as the consort of the heir apparent, a match facilitated personally by this venerable elder, Old Lord Zhou. Qin Wang's father, who is also the great-grandfather of Li Lijun, served as a record-keeping officer in the household of Old Lord Zhou's father, holding a position of 6th rank. During this period, when Empress Wu wielded power, the royal family was rife with discord, leading to insurrections. Following the quelling of these rebellions, many within the royal family faced execution, while the younger scions were exiled to remote regions, where numerous souls succumbed to the hardships along the way. Old Lord Zhou's father and brothers were among those executed. He, being but a child, narrowly escaped death but was nonetheless condemned to exile in Ling'an. Qin Wang's great-grandfather, though an official of the royal household, discerned the brewing turmoil early on and sought an excuse to resign from his post. Although he later faced repercussions and demotion, he managed to preserve his life. Having once benefited from Old Lord Zhou's kindness, upon learning of his exile to Lingnan, he resolved to accompany and support him. Indeed, he succeeded in catching up with Old Lord Zhou, tending to his sustenance and medical needs, ensuring that he weathered several illnesses unscathed. Upon arriving at the place of exile, other young members of the royal family also received assistance from Qin's great-grandfather, allowing them to barely cling to life and maintain a semblance of sustenance. For 17 years, Lao Zhou Wang and his companions resided in Lingnan, while Qin's maternal grandfather never left the area, passing away in the 15th year of their stay. Before his demise, he urged his son, Qin Wang, to marry the daughter of a prominent local family. Following his death, Qin Wang relied on his wife's family, using her dowry as capital to engage in trade, thereby accumulating wealth to support the stable lives of Lao Zhou Wang and other members of the clan. Initially, the clan members intended to leverage his connections to secure official positions in the capital, but their dissatisfaction grew upon witnessing his success. However, Qin Wang remained indifferent, choosing instead to live a modest life focused on his wife and children. When clan members sought to enter the capital for official appointments, he was willing to write letters of recommendation, yet he opposed their ambitions for personal gain, which could inadvertently entangle Lao Zhou Wang and the other long-suffering relatives in political turmoil. While many clan members harbored grievances against him, Lao Zhou Wang and his companions were profoundly touched by his loyalty. Consequently, Qin Wang ventured to the capital for the sake of his wronged business partner, establishing a residence and opening a shop, with considerable assistance from several relatives. All but Lao Zhou Wang eventually passed away, yet their descendants honored their ancestors' counsel and treated Qin Wang with great respect. Qin Wang's wife had long since died, his health was failing, and he had suffered the loss of sons, leaving him with only a daughter, yet he possessed immense wealth. Fearing that his relatives would seize his fortune and mistreat his daughter after his death, he resolved to arrange a secure marriage for her. Lao Zhou generously proposed a union with a member of the clan. Although she would be a secondary wife, she would still hold the status of a legitimate spouse. Even if the Qin family did not receive favor from Li Dai, as long as she held a title, she would live a life of stability. And the Qin clan would dare not offend her. As for the unforeseen demise of Qin's wife at the hands of the young Yang, such an outcome had never crossed Lao Zhou's mind. When Chen Wang passed away, he harbored a sense of reassurance regarding his daughter's future, utterly unprepared for the unforeseen events that would follow. The elderly gentleman had lived to a venerable age, yet his health had been precarious for over half a year, making even the simplest act of walking a challenge. Given his limited mobility, one might wonder why he had chosen to come in person today. Numerous individuals had gathered at the morning hall to receive the old King Zhou, yet Li Lijun remained still, kneeling before the spirit tablet, her curiosity compelling her to glance outside. Before long, the Sui King and the heir, Li Dai, entered, each supporting a frail, white-haired elder who stooped as he walked. Without the need for introductions, Li Lijun deduced that this must be the old King Zhou. In terms of familial hierarchy, the Sui King referred to King Zhou as uncle, while Li Dai addressed him as great-uncle. As the daughter of Li Dai, Li Lijun was thus required to call King Zhou great-great-uncle. With utmost seriousness, she bowed and paid her respects to the old King Zhou. However, before she could complete her act of reverence, the old King Zhou hastily beckoned for assistance to help her rise, expressing concern for her well-being. Poor child, you still bear injuries. There is no need for such formalities among family. The Sui King commanded that a stool be brought for King Zhou, who then settled down and began to sigh deeply toward the spirit tablet of the Qin family, his eyes reddening. Minji, how could your fate be so tragic? Had I known this would come to pass, I would never have facilitated that match. Minji was the given name of the late Qin. Upon hearing King Zhou's lament, Li Lijun felt a pang of emotion swelling in her chest, and Li Dai too began to feel a sense of discomfort. Was the old King Zhou implying that he held Li Dai responsible for the misfortune that befell Qin, leading to her untimely demise? Yet how was this matter in any way connected to him? It is evident that Qin's family ventured into the wilderness and, unfortunately, encountered nefarious individuals. Even if this incident is inextricably linked to the Xiao family, the fault lies solely with them, and it bears no relevance to him. Yet, no one paid heed to Li Lijun's thoughts. The crowd was solely concerned with old Zhao Wang's emotions, offering him consolation. Uncle Wang, do not be too sorrowful. Given the circumstances, we shall take good care of the descendants left by Chun, allowing her to depart in peace. Upon hearing this, old Zhao Wang sighed deeply and then turned his gaze towards Li Lijun, gesturing for her to come closer. She complied. Grasping her hand, old Zhao Wang whispered, "Fear not. Dear child, I remember the vengeance for your mother. The villain who took her life has already been apprehended. I assure you, Uncle Wang will ensure they meet a dreadful end." Li Lijun was taken aback. "Great uncle, are you saying the scoundrel who murdered my mother has been caught? This is monumental news. Why has no one else mentioned it? Granny Cui has someone watching the Jingzhou government office. Surely, she would know if there were any updates." Not only was Li Lijun astonished, but even Prince Sui and Prince Si Li Dai were equally surprised. Prince Sui inquired with great concern, "Is your information sourced from the Jingzhou prefect? My nephew sent someone to monitor the situation, but has heard nothing regarding this matter. Could it be that they were only captured today?" Old Zhao Wang shook his head, responding, "Merely sending someone to the office is insufficient. We, as the aggrieved parties, must dispatch our own kin to investigate. No outsider can match the dedication of family." Prince Sui felt somewhat awkward, while Prince Si Li Dai's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from voicing his discontent. Old Zhou Wang continued to speak to Li Lijun, expressing his bewilderment. "The oddity lies here. The old man dispatched his men to apprehend a few criminals and sent them to the Jingzhou Yamen, yet they claimed to have made a mistake. However, the old man had distinctly inquired about those present on that day. It was undoubtedly those individuals, so how could there be a misapprehension?" In an instant, Li Lijun grasped the reason. The individuals captured were those sent by Yang Shuo to commit the heinous act. They were indeed the culprits. Chapter 55. The villains. Li Lijun recalled that the official investigation into the death of the Qin family concluded that she had fallen victim to a band of rogues. This group had been marauding along the northern bank of the Wei River, terrorizing several households, and had long been placed on the wanted list by the authorities. However, During her initial surveillance of the young Yang and his brother Yang Shua's clandestine meeting with the use of a drone, she had overheard them mention that it was indeed Yang Shua who had recruited individuals to assassinate Qin and Li Jianrang, masquerading as that band of criminals. After the deed was done, suspicion would never fall upon them. The young Yang had expressed concern that should the true robbers be captured, they might deny their involvement in the murder of a noblewoman. To eliminate any potential threats, it was imperative to silence the perpetrators. Once the genuine criminals were eradicated, leaving no witnesses, the imposters would be left to bear the blame, and any denial or cries of innocence could easily be dismissed as mere subterfuge. Li Lijun was uncertain whether Yang Shua had successfully silenced those genuine perpetrators masquerading as criminals, but gleaning from old Zhou Wang's words, his men had likely apprehended this group. The Jingzhou Yamen's refusal to acknowledge the capture stemmed from their steadfast belief that the real offenders were indeed the habitual criminals they had been pursuing, thus creating an incongruity. Old Zhou Wang sought out individuals who had witnessed the tragic event of Qin's murder, confirming that the person he had apprehended was indeed the culprit. This revelation contradicted the conclusions drawn by the Jingzhou government. She quickly addressed old Zhou Wang, saying, "Great uncle, since the murderer has been identified by those who were present at the scene, their testimony holds greater weight than that of others. I wish to meet these witnesses. Once the true murderer is confirmed, I shall personally negotiate with the Jingzhou Yin, regardless of how they assert that you have captured the wrong person. Who could possibly speak with more authority than a victim and eyewitness like myself?" Old Zhou Wang squinted and inquired, "My dear child, do you not wish to avenge your mother with your own hands?" Li Lijun replied, "As long as I can witness the culprit face justice. It matters not whether I personally deal the blow. After all, the laws of the Tang dynasty shall not spare such murderous fiends." Old Zhou Wang chuckled, "Excellent. Our Li family children possess a grand spirit. Since the law can speak for us, there is no need for us to turn this public case into a personal vendetta." He promptly summoned several noble ladies who had witnessed the murder of Chun. Today, all were present, apart from the ladies of the Sui royal family. Even the princess of Jin, the honorable Lady Rongyi of the Qi royal family, and the wife of the 7th Duke of the Shui family had arrived. Upon learning that old Zhou Wang had captured Qin's murderer, everyone expressed their willingness to testify, determined to bring the villain to justice. The princess of Jin even choked back tears, saying, "Let us go and identify the culprit right away. If we can reach a conclusion today, perhaps Sister Chun, in spirit, might witness the outcome of the murderer. This matter is easily manageable. Lord Zhou has already dispatched a group of miscreants, securely bound, to the carriage house of the Sui Wangfu, where they are closely monitored by his most trusted guards. The ladies need only take a few steps to witness the scene." The princess of Jin County took the lead, guiding the other women towards the location. Li Lijun even sent someone to summon Li Jianrang, as he was also a witness to the event and could help identify the culprits. It was imperative to confirm their identities thoroughly before proceeding with the rightful punishment. Upon receiving the news, Li Jianrang was quite astonished, but he soon recalled the information disclosed by the wet nurse, Lady Tsang, which left him somewhat hesitant. Is this truly prudent? Might there be complications regarding their identities? Li Lijun glanced at him. What complications could arise? As long as we ascertain that these individuals are indeed the murderers of my mother, who would concern themselves with their backgrounds? Investigating the case and administering justice is the responsibility of the Jingzhoin. I have already pledged to my uncle and father to seek vengeance against the criminals without delving into other matters, and I shall not renege on that promise today. As for whether others will pursue the investigation further and uncover ties to the Xiaoyang family, that is of no consequence to me. Upon hearing his sister's words, Li Jianrang grasped her underlying intent. Observing Lord Zhou composedly seated in the morning hall, while the noble women eagerly moved to identify the wrongdoers, he understood that neither the Sui Wang nor the heir had any grounds to intervene. Realizing there was nothing he could do, nor any reason to act, he sighed softly and accompanied his sister to the carriage house. There were 4 miscreants in total, all robust young men. The leader, somewhat older, was covered in blood and had lost an arm, hastily bound with a strip of cloth. The other men bore injuries on their faces and bodies as well. Despite their disheveled appearance, a closer inspection revealed that each was dressed respectably, their feet clad in black boots, albeit with thinner soles than the usual style. This appearance suggested that they were not so much desperate bandits fleeing from justice, but rather servants of affluent families in the capital. The Duchess of Jin and her companions recognized them as the very criminals from that fateful day, albeit dressed quite differently, and a flurry of conjectures arose in their minds. Recently, whispers had circulated regarding the favored concubine of Prince Li Dai, known as Xiao Yang, who was rumored to have hired assassins to plot against the legitimate wife and eldest son. The peculiarities of the criminals seemed to align eerily with these rumors. Li Lijun had also urged Li Jianran to identify them. Though she had been greatly startled that day, her memory remained intact, and she would not forget the faces of her enemies. She recognized the four men almost instantly. Regrettably, the actual perpetrator who had attacked the Chen family was not among them. However, one man had previously brandished a knife at Li Lijun and Li Jianran, coercing the children into delivering valuables, which had prompted Chun to step forward in their defense, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of another thug. Li Lijun responded loudly, respectfully bidding farewell to this esteemed elder of the royal family, and instructed Granny Chui to follow them. Regardless of the outcome from the Jingzhou government office, they, as the true victims, needed someone to represent their plight. Upon receiving the news, Granny Chui hastily made her way to the carriage shed, filled with an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon the perpetrators. Now, having received the young lady's command, she was invigorated as if infused with the essence of life itself. Resolutely thumping her chest and assuring that she would keep a vigilant eye on the Jingzhou Inn, swiftly bringing the culprits to justice. Madame Xiao, a witness to the events, accompanied Granny Chui on this mission. Li Dai gritted his teeth, contemplating the dire consequences should the truth come to light. Chapter 56. The Truth Despite the Capture of the Suspects by Old King Zhou, which made it appear as though the Sui royal household was indifferent to the plight of their own consort. The Sui king was acutely aware that his household had deployed numerous personnel in earnest search of the truth, yet they had been met with an unsettling lack of results. The Jingzhou government had, too, remained uncommunicative. The Sui king, having invested significant effort, found the absence of leads to be a testament to the cunning of the assailants, attributing the blame solely to the Yang siblings. Determined to protect his family's reputation, the Sui king had resolved to press his eldest son, Li Dai, to execute the small Yang. Yet he wished to keep this affair from public scrutiny, lest outsiders perceive his household as chaotic and incapable of managing even a minor consort. Ironically, the vendetta against the Sui royal household had been avenged by the Zhou royal family. While some may speculate that the Sui royal household was less invested in the demise of the consort than the Zhou royal family, such rumors were inconsequential. The Chen family's patriarch shared a deep camaraderie with old King Zhou, and merely stating that he was greatly concerned for the death of his friend's daughter would suffice to quell dissent. The Sui king harbored concerns that the Yang family, specifically the Yang Zhao and several noble ladies allied with the favored consort, might harbor resentment towards the Sui royal household due to this incident. After all, the scandal surrounding the Yang family is exceedingly disgraceful. Even if it is not openly discussed, whispers about the Yang family's upbringing have emerged, causing embarrassment for both the favored concubine and several noble ladies. The Duchess of Dou comforted her husband, saying, "There is no need for the prince to be overly concerned. It is the old Uncle Wang who has apprehended the culprits and sent them to the Jingzhou Yamen, thus bringing the entire affair to light. Should the Jingzhou magistrate ultimately trace the matter back to the Yang family, it would not be our intention at the Sui royal residence. After all, it is the young Yang's lack of discretion that led to Uncle Wang capturing their people. I believe that if this incident escalates, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. The young Yang is destined for death. In the future, everyone will recognize that her demise was well-deserved, absolving us of any accusations of wrongdoing. Should her relatives wish to place blame, it shall not fall upon us." Upon hearing this, the Sui prince's expression softened. Indeed, it is the young Yang's own folly, compounded by Uncle Wang's zealous involvement. We have remained completely in the dark throughout this entire affair. Having made up his mind, the Sui prince turned to admonish his son, Li Dai, forbidding him from obstructing any inquiries into the truth behind Chen's death. He urged his son to personally visit the Jingzhou Yamen, allowing outsiders to perceive his genuine concern for his wife's demise. It would be preferable for people to believe that the Yang siblings' negligence led to the exposure of their crimes, rather than for them to discover that he had been deceived by a concubine for so many years, nearly jeopardizing the life of his legitimate heir. The frequent clandestine visits of Yang Shua to the inner court only fuel speculation. How much gossip would arise if this were to leak? While you may be indifferent, I still possess my dignity. The Sui prince's wives and daughters reside within the inner quarters. Li Dai's face flushed with indignation as he recalled the little Yang family. His resentment overshadowed any lingering attachment he might have felt. He believed he had always treated the little Yang family with utmost kindness. Why, then, Could she not simply accept her role as a devoted concubine for life, instead of stirring up discord within the household? Now, he found himself the subject of whispered gossip. Accused of favoring his concubine over his wife, of being foolish and lustful, of lacking affection and loyalty. His reputation had plummeted, and he could no longer leverage the Yang family's connections to secure a high-ranking official position. All of this misfortune he attributed to the little Yang family. Once the funeral rites for Qin had concluded, Li Dai hurriedly made his way to the Jingzhou government office with several companions. Though he felt an overwhelming impatience, he was compelled to feign concern, his inner turmoil palpable. Accompanying him were numerous members of the royal family, all equally eager to discern the reactions from the Jingzhou office. With the ceremonies for Chun nearly complete, the majority of them naturally shifted their focus to more pressing matters. This group of about 10 individuals, more than half of whom had previously engaged in unsavory activities, were all tall and robust, possessing remarkable skills. They often assisted Yang Shua in clandestine endeavors. Once they donned the attire of the Yang family servants and infiltrated Yang Shua's estate or mingled within his entourage, their true identities would remain concealed. On that fateful day, they were tasked with assassinating Chun, acting under Yang Shua's orders. The directive not only mandated the elimination of Chun, the consort of the heir, but also included the necessity of dispatching Li Jianran, the heir's legitimate eldest son. Others were deemed inconsequential, but it was imperative that the little Yang family and her daughter, along with their retinue of maids and servants, remained unharmed. Regrettably, after their leader brutally murdered the royal consort, he was suddenly gripped by fear. Upon hearing the approach of others, he mistakenly believed that the officers had arrived, and hastily turned to flee, forgetting about the target, Li Jian. For this blunder, they were severely reprimanded by their master, Yang Shua, and their reward was halved. Just a few days ago, Yang Shua sent someone to compensate them with the promised bounty, leading them to believe he had calmed down. However, upon opening the door, they were met with the deadly blades meant to silence them. Their leader was the first to be slain. Some of the others were caught off guard and killed before they could resist, while others, despite their attempts to fight back, met the same fate. The 4 who were eventually captured by the old Duke of Zhou were merely fortunate enough to have been away from their dwelling at the time, and upon hearing the whispers of danger, they managed to escape. Yet, even in their flight, they faced relentless pursuit, resulting in their disheveled state. When discovered by the Duke's personal guards, they were utterly spent and could run no longer, thus willingly surrendering to evade the wrath of their former master. The assembled nobility listened with a mix of astonishment and sorrow to the confessions of the assailants. Although they had long suspected the involvement of the young Yang clan in this affair, the revelation of their complicity brought forth a profound sense of lamentation. What could the young Yang clan hope to achieve? Everyone understood, yet it was precisely this understanding that rendered their ambitions seem utterly delusional. The most pitiable of all was the victim, the Qin family, and her daughter left behind. The onlookers discreetly regarded the solitary figure of Li Wenyang, once the center of attention, now accompanied only by a wet nurse, ignored by all, evoking a sense of sympathy. A mere 4-year-old child left to confront the weight of all accusations alone. Chapter 57. The arrival. Li Wenliang, having been indulged since childhood, was utterly unaccustomed to such treatment. With thoughts of his mother haunting him, it was not long before he succumbed to tears and wails. Despite the efforts of the wet nurse to soothe him, he remained inconsolable until the Dowager Princess ordered that he be taken away, which finally brought him some peace. Witnessing Li Wenliang's childish outburst, the surrounding nobles engaged in a flurry of gossip, criticizing the inability of the young Lady Yang to properly educate her son. They wondered how her family had ever acquired a reputation for virtue. Some mentioned her eldest daughter, Li Chujun, who was notorious for her ill temper and capriciousness, while others recalled the relatively well-regarded Li Yanjun, who had recently been embroiled in a scandal involving the murder of her sister, revealing a deeply flawed nature. With all 3 children of Lady Yang exhibiting faults, it seemed her reputation for propriety was rather inflated, perhaps a mere fabrication of her own making. Comparing her demeanor to that of the main wife, Lady Chun, it was evident that she fell woefully short. The nobles expressed disdain for Lady Yang's hypocrisy and malice, while also lamenting the untimely death of Lady Chen. Li Lijun, seated in the morning hall, did not lift her eyes but continued to recite prayers with her head bowed. She understood that despite the multitude of relatives and friends extolling Lady Chen's virtues and disparaging Lady Yang, most of them were merely spectators, lacking any genuine sense of righteousness. Lady Chun had endured Lady Yang's bullying for many years, yet how many had come to her defense? Most merely exchanged whispers behind closed doors, refraining from confronting Lady Yang directly. Today, the infamous assassin who intended to slay the Chun family has been delivered to the authorities by the esteemed Zhou Wang. The case, linked to the Yang siblings, has erupted into the latest gossip, captivating the public's attention. However, within a few days, new stories will emerge in Chang'an, and the intrigues of the Sui royal household will fade from memory. Thus, Lady Li Lijun must not mistake the multitude of supporters surrounding her today as a source of reliance. Life will proceed as it must. The outside world can merely chatter. They offer little tangible assistance. As for Li Wenliang, the misdeeds of the young Yang and Lady Li Yin have no bearing on this innocent child. At merely 4 years of age, he may struggle to articulate his thoughts, rendering him incapable of effecting change. Lady Li Lijun has neither the time to dwell on him nor the concern that he might suffer. Despite his current neglect, appearing pitiable, he is well cared for by his wet nurse. The servants attending to young Yang know that their best chance for self-preservation lies in aligning with their young master. They are aware of the necessary course of action. Until their father, Li Dai, begets another healthy son, Li Wenliang remains a cherished treasure in his heart. Within the Sui royal palace, no one dares to harm him. Moreover, the Yang family still stands strong, while young Yang's position may be precarious. Unless the Yang family marries another daughter into the fold and produces a son, the uncles will not relinquish their hold on their nephew, Li Wenliang. With young Yang gone, controlling Li Wenliang will become even easier for them. In contrast to this young lad, Lady Li Lijun finds her own predicament far more complicated. Rather than concerning herself with him, she would do well to focus on her own affairs. A significant event transpired today, drawing the attention of the royal family members visiting the Sui Wangfu towards the Jingzhou Yamen. The funeral rites for the Chun family received little focus, yet fortunately, Li Jianrang fulfilled his duties as a filial son admirably, observing all the necessary protocols, shedding tears when appropriate, and lending support when needed. Now that the Qin matriarch has been laid to rest in her coffin, the next step is interment. Li Lijun wept for half the day, contemplating the reality of never seeing her mother again, unable to suppress her tears. The morning hall fell into a hushed silence. Li Lijun calmly shook her head, expressing her desire to spend more time with her mother, insisting that her elder brother could attend to other matters. Li Jianrang urged her, emphasizing that regardless of her sorrow, she must take care to rest and not overexert herself. He suggested she join the elders in conversation, as they held her welfare in high regard. Li Lijun acknowledged their concern but reiterated that her time beside her mother was limited, and she preferred to remain and converse with her. Assured by the presence of attendants, she dismissed her brother's worries. Seeing her resolute stance, Li Jianrang sighed and departed with Zhang Yangzi, leaving Li Lijun in the morning hall. This had been her routine for several days. Hong and the maids had grown accustomed to it and paid her little mind. With the perpetrator behind the Chun family's tragedy apprehended, their focus had shifted towards the Jingzhou Yamen. Granny L lamented that the murderer had met his demise, thus escaping the death penalty which she deemed too lenient of fate. Hong, however, was curious about the extent to which the Jingzhouin could pursue the case, wondering if it would be possible to sentence the instigators, the young Yang and Yang Shuo, to death as well. Upon hearing this, Granny L fell silent and then sought to comfort Li Lijun. "My dear, although we wish for that vile young woman to meet her end tomorrow, she is nonetheless a member of our Wang family and has borne 2 children for the crown prince. While it may not be difficult to bring about her demise, dragging her out to execute her, the crown prince would surely never consent to that." Li Lijun remained unfazed. "As long as she is dead, I care not how she meets her end, be it by decapitation, hanging, or poison. It matters not. The world knows she deserves her fate, and my mother's grievances will be laid to rest." Granny L quickly affirmed, "Indeed, my lady." At that moment, Hong quietly proposed, "Should we not inform those in the west courtyard about the events that have transpired? That wicked Yang should taste the bitterness of fear. It would be best to send a message to Third Miss as well. We may not hold a grudge against Fourth Young Master, a mere child, but Third Miss nearly caused Our Lady great harm. She is also a villain. Such matters were hardly feasible." Granny L sighed internally but refrained from dampening Li Lijun's spirits, instead offering vague reassurances. Eventually, even the west courtyard fell into silence. As night descended, a chilling breeze swept through the hall, causing the white curtains to flutter wildly and paper offerings to scatter. Li Lijun felt a stirring within her and lifted her gaze toward the coffin, only to suddenly sense a powerful pressure descending from behind her. Her expression shifted slightly. Was it possible that this world also harbored cultivators? Or perhaps a true foundation establishment master? Chapter 58. Motherly Legion had ventured into realms inhabited by cultivators. And not merely one. She had once been a novice in the Qi refinement stage, then progressed to the foundation establishment phase, and even transcended into the golden core stage. She was acutely aware of the level of pressure emanating from the powerful figure behind her, which could only belong to someone who had established their foundation. And not just recently. They must have been cultivating for several years, perhaps even nearing the second layer of foundation establishment. To someone like her, who had only recently entered the Qi refinement stage, such a practitioner was an overwhelming presence, capable of extinguishing her life with the slightest effort. In the blink of an eye, Li Legion resolved to do everything in her power to safeguard her life and secure her future. She was uncertain of the origins of this arriving foundation establishment practitioner, but she was confident she had not offended any formidable individuals in this realm. The foundation establishment master regarded her as though she were no more significant than an ant. If she could discern the intentions of this formidable presence, she might still carve out a chance for survival. As Li Legion prepared to speak, Hong approached her, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and gently urged her. "My dear, the night is cool and the wind is brisk. If you remain here any longer, you may catch a chill. It would be wise to retire for the night." Li Legion scrutinized Hong, suddenly sensing something amiss. Hong had clearly passed by the young man in the robe. Did she not see him? How could she remain silent in the presence of a stranger? This suggested that the robed youth had not revealed himself to mortals. A realization dawned upon Li Legion. Perhaps she should feign being an ordinary person as well. With the protective system she possessed, even as a first-layer Qi refiner, others would be unable to perceive her true nature, unless they were powerful beings at the nascent soul stage or above, who might penetrate the veil of her system's concealment. Since this foundation-building practitioner does not intend to reveal her presence before mortals, it stands to reason that she would not readily resort to taking lives. What then? Compels her to voluntarily expose herself? Li Legion swiftly made up her mind and feigned nonchalance as she said to Hong, "I wish to spend more time with my mother. Please fetch me a cloak." The young man in the Taoist robe entered the morning hall, glancing lightly at Li Legion as he passed by, before continuing forward. His gaze fixated on the spirit tablet before the coffin. Li Wenqi pays his respects to his biological mother. "I humbly request the presence of the princess." Behind him, Li Legion clenched the paper money tightly in her hand, then, as if unaffected, tossed it into the fire pit. Could it be that her mother, Chen Shi, might truly manifest? Would she have the chance to see her mother once more? This individual claims to be Li Wenqi. What is his background? The only ones who could refer to Chen Shi as their biological mother are the two children born of Xiaoyang. Yet, neither of them is this Li Wenqi. A gust of wind swept through the morning hall, causing the surrounding white drapes to flutter wildly and the paper money to scatter. A wisp of white shadow appeared ethereally before the coffin, gradually shifting from insubstantiality to clarity, until a familiar figure stood before Li Legion. With an oval face, willow-like brows, slender lips, and cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, complemented by the yellow flower sticker on her forehead, it was indeed the familiar visage of her mother, Chen Shi. Tears streamed down her face, coinciding perfectly with the appearance of Chen Shi. Yet, some emotions cannot be suppressed at will. Those tears, rebellious and unrestrained, flowed forth. What could she do? Bowing my head in an attempt to conceal my emotions, I found myself unable to divert my gaze from my mother's face, remaining rooted in place. Chen observed her daughter with a semblance of melancholy. Yet, she refrained from uttering a word to her child, and turned to speak with Li Wenqi instead. "Who might you be? Our family does not seem to have a child named Li Wenqi. Moreover, I am not a princess, merely a consort to the crown prince." Li Wenqi's eyes remained fixed on Chen, and upon hearing her words, he lowered his head respectfully and replied, "The princess does not recognize me. I was meant to be born several years later, my biological mother being Yang Yueying. Due to complications during my birth, my mother remained bedridden thereafter, while my father, fearing that her lineage might adversely affect my future, entrusted me to the care of the princess until I was 10. When my mentor discovered my aptitude for cultivation and took me away from the royal residence, the princess has always treated me with great kindness, and thus, I have naturally revered you as a mother. A child destined to be born years later?" Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. "How could that be? You appear so mature." Li Wenqi hesitated, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "This is because I have achieved a level of cultivation that allows me to transcend the mortal realm, granting me the hope of longevity. Therefore, I did not experience life anew like everyone else. Consequently, my mother will never have the opportunity to give birth to me in this lifetime. Even if she were to bear another child in the year I was meant to be born, that child would not be me. Qin regarded him for a considerable time before exhaling deeply, though I am but a specter of the past. Your words are so fantastical that they might indeed frighten me. How could one possibly live again? Moreover, is it truly feasible for everyone to bear the burden together? Surely. You must be jesting. Li Wenqi revealed a hesitant expression. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I should not have divulged it outwardly. However, since you have passed on, there is no risk of it reaching another's ears. Thus, I felt compelled to share a few more words. Should I endeavor to elucidate the situation, it may prove too intricate for your understanding. You may speak freely, comprehension can only follow hearing. Qinshe gracefully walked past Li Wenqi, positioning herself beside her daughter to obscure his view. I find myself with ample time at this moment. Although Lin Yong cannot perceive my presence after tonight, I remain uncertain whether I shall have the opportunity to see my daughter again. Seizing this moment to gaze upon her a few more times is indeed desirable. I shall remain until the stroke of midnight before departing. Li Lijun immediately grasped her mother's intentions. She stifled her tears, reluctantly lowering her head, feigning ignorance, and quietly engaged in burning paper offerings. Chapter 59. The incense pill. Though Qinshe afforded Li Wenqi ample time to recount the intricacies of the situation, it was evident that he held back. Even if he believed that Qinshe posed no threat of revealing secrets, he chose to speak in vague terms. He considered his candor to be sufficiently sincere. Were it not for the nurturing kindness Qinshe had shown him in a past life, he would never have risked imparting such a monumental secret to her. In truth, despite Li Wenqi appearing to be merely in his 20s, he had actually lived for over a century. He had experienced the transition of the Tang dynasty from prosperity to decline, and being of royal lineage himself, he harbored a certain understanding of that formidable figure's intentions. Feeling no opposition to the latter's actions, Li Wenqi offered a faint smile, his expression suggesting a hint of self-satisfaction. I entered my master's tutelage at the tender age of 10 and established my foundation at 80. My cultivation speed can be regarded as among the finest in comparison to my fellow disciples. Our sect possesses exceptional heart methods that ensure eternal youth, along with beauty-enhancing elixirs that allow one's appearance to remain in the prime of life. Such matters are hardly extraordinary. It is a pity that the princess lacks celestial affinity and cannot perceive this. These words stirred discomfort within Li Lijun. Although she was unaware of Li Wenqi's innate talent or the caliber of his sect, the fact that he only established his foundation at 80, and now, at over 100 years of age, possessed merely a second-tier foundation, raised questions about the competency of his sect. If he was among the most distinguished disciples, how inadequate must his sect be? Despite having once been a novice during the Qi refinement phase, in that task world, she was merely an unanchored loose cultivator. Whether in the high-level cultivation realm she had recently traversed or under the tutelage of her master Yunli from the Ziwei celestial universe, she had encountered various sects of differing scales. She understood that a proficient disciple from a commendable sect would typically reach a certain level after a century of cultivation. Based on these experiences, Li Lijun could ascertain that either Li Wenqi's sect was lacking and his talent mediocre, or the spiritual environment of this Xiantang realm was subpar, unable to support many cultivators in attaining higher levels. If it were the former, it would be acceptable. However, if it were the latter, Li Lijun would be grateful that she had chosen the foundational technique of the Ryu Xingyunju. Although this method relies somewhat on fortune, it has the advantage of not demanding a high level of spiritual energy. Despite the inconvenience of Guangda Lane, the nearby Tongyi and Xinghua lanes both house the residences of noble families, and she could always seek lodging there if necessary. Although Li Dai had recently lost his wife and, as a bereaved family, faced certain taboos, the status of the Sui Wangfu within the noble circles made it unlikely for him to be spurned or rejected at the door. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lijun felt there was little to worry about. At present, the enigmatic guest in the morning hall was of greater significance, though her mother, Madame Chun, remained her foremost concern. She could not afford to be preoccupied with her father's side just yet. Thus, she casually remarked to Hong, "Is father truly worried about finding a place to rest? The Jingzhao Yin has made such a grievous error in my mother's case, nearly allowing the murderer to escape right under his nose. He is too preoccupied with concealing his own faults to dare neglect my father." Hong regarded her with some caution, asking, "What does the young lady require that for?" She then advised Li Lijun, though the fragrance is unique. It may not be suitable to burn before the spirit. If it interferes with the scent of the incense and candles, it could be problematic. Perhaps it would be better to wait for another day to burn it? With no further arguments to offer, Erhong reluctantly acquiesced and withdrew. Meanwhile, Li Wenqi continued to speak leisurely with Madame Chen about matters concerning his own sect, seemingly indifferent to the interaction between Li Lijun and her maid. Thus, he remained oblivious to the fact that the so-called incense pill was merely a trap laid for him by Li Lijun, who harbored a disdain for him. A few novice incense pills were hardly significant. Li Lijun simply sought to exploit the guise of the incense pill to ignite a specially crafted incense right beneath Li Wenqi's nose. This fragrance, concocted from flora unique to a particular task world, or a subtle scent that would elude the ordinary nose. However, it would leave traces visible solely to a master incense maker and could linger in the air for over a decade, making it perfect for tracking purposes. Chapter 60. Discrepancy. Chen's attention was momentarily diverted by the conversation between his daughter and Erhong, yet Li Wenqi paid it no heed. Although Li Lijun was, by blood, his full sister, sharing the same father, she was merely a mortal. He had already established his foundation in cultivation and harbored hopes for immortality, rendering him fundamentally different from his siblings. Apart from the gratitude he felt towards Chen for her nurturing and upbringing, which garnered her a modicum of his favor, he held little interest in those within the Sui royal mansion, including his biological father, Li Dai, who had been exceedingly indifferent towards him, as well as his siblings, Li Yanjun and Li Wanliang, with whom his relationship was rather lukewarm. His birth mother, Lady Yang, had suffered complications during childbirth and remained bedridden for many years thereafter, causing resentment among his siblings towards him, were it not for the kindness of his stepmother, Chen, who took him under her wing and cared for him. And her persuasion to his father to release him when a master came seeking disciples, he would not have attained his current standing. Now, aside from his biological mother, Lady Yang, he found himself caring only slightly for his stepmother, Chen. Li Wenqi chuckled dismissively, remarking that it would depend on the identity of the person in question. If one could etch their name into the annals of history, the mighty would undoubtedly safeguard their true essence, preventing them from directly reincarnating. In such a case, reviving them in the future would be considerably easier. However, for the ordinary folk, whose lives bear no significant impact on worldly affairs, does it truly matter who they once were? Life would continue as usual. Although the powerful possess formidable abilities, it is impossible for them to oversee every individual. Nor is it necessary to expend their energy on those deemed inconsequential. Chen pondered for a moment. So, what exactly am I? Li Wenqi hesitated briefly before responding. Although the princess is but an ordinary person, your son was once the heir of the Sui dynasty. Thus, you must be someone of historical significance. Chen was taken aback. My son? When did I ever have a son? In this lifetime. She had indeed not borne a son, yet in her previous life she had. According to Li Wenqi, had it not been for her untimely misfortune, she would have given birth to Wulong the following year. Wulong was a bright and healthy child. Coincidentally, Dalao Li Jianrang was also destined to pass away the following year. As soon as he drew his last breath, Chen began to experience labor pains, and 3 days later, she welcomed a son who not only bore a striking resemblance to Li Jianrang, but also shared a similar temperament. Consequently, the Sui Wang believed that Wulong was the reincarnation of Li Jianrang, and he cherished him greatly, without hesitation designating him as the next heir to the Sui Wangfu. Wulong was also exceptionally fortunate. In a few years, turmoil will engulf Chang'an, compelling the emperor to flee with his esteemed ministers and relatives. Young Wulong, accompanied by his mother, Lady Chen, rides in a carriage. During their journey, Wulong's cries prompt Lady Chen to halt at the roadside, where they fortuitously encounter two noble figures in distress. Loyal to the new sovereign, she graciously invites them into her carriage, and together they continue their journey. When the new ruler ascends the throne, this event will be attributed to the merit of the Sui Wangfu. Even though Wang Li Dai faces neglect from the new sovereign due to his ties with the Yang siblings, his title remains intact, and Lady Chen firmly secures her position as the primary consort, ensuring Wulong's status as heir remains unassailable. As for Wulong's future, inheriting the title of Sui Wang and living a life replete with fortune and a multitude of descendants, Li Wenqi chooses to refrain from elaborating. In any case, even though he departed Chang'an at the tender age of 10 to become a disciple of the Immortals, he cannot help but feel that his brother possesses remarkable fortune. In moments past, he had mused before his biological mother, the late Lady Yang, and now harbors doubts that Lady Yang's decision to act against Lady Chun this autumn might have been an attempt to intervene before Wulong could be conceived, thereby preventing his destiny from shielding his rightful mother and thwarting her plans. However, he refrains from divulging these thoughts in detail to Lady Chen, merely hinting at them in passing. Lady Chen, on the other hand, is pierced with anguish. She had never realized that she might have had the opportunity to bear such an extraordinary and fortunate son. Now, she contemplates, I am already gone. What will become of Wulong? Will he still have the chance to be born? Will he be born within the Sui Wangfu? Will he inherit his father's throne as he did in his past life? Li Wenqi lightly cleared his throat and said, that is naturally impossible. Aside from his fortune, my fifth brother has not truly influenced the political landscape. Whether he is reborn or not makes little difference. If fortune does not favor him, he might not even have the chance to be born. Should a powerful being be benevolent, he may find himself reborn into another noble family. However, whether he can inherit the title of prince as he did in his previous life depends on his destiny. Even so, Chen felt an unbearable pain in her heart and could not help but softly weep. Li Wenqi, with a sense of resignation, remarked, such matters are inevitable. Even if one were to live again, the world is not immutable. Differences will always arise. The fact that my fifth brother cannot be reborn into our Sui royal household is not of great consequence. Take, for instance, our fourth sister here. In her previous life, her temperament and appearance were quite different from those of this life, and she was somewhat older. Thus, upon a mere glance, I discerned that she was not the fourth sister I once knew, and consequently, I felt no sense of familiarity. Chun, astonished, turned her gaze from Li Lijun to Li Wenqi, and after a considerable pause, she spoke, regardless of the age, temperament, or appearance of my children. They are all my flesh and blood. My affection for them remains unchanged. With a sigh, she continued, if my fifth brother is the reason I am recorded in history, then who knows into whose womb he will be reborn? I shall inevitably become an ordinary person of no significance. After today, I shall descend to the underworld, unaware of which family I may be reborn into. Li Wenqi hesitated, stating, not necessarily. Perhaps you should venture to the underworld and witness how King Yin judges matters. Chun, with a bitter smile, shook his head and gently inquired, have you come to see me today because you are aware that I am soon to be reincarnated, wishing to bid me farewell? Li Lijun, standing behind him, raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her skepticism regarding his true intentions. Chen replied, what if it is true? And what if it is not? I was destined to enjoy a life of honor and would have given birth to the future heir of the Sui dynasty next year. Yet your mother caused my untimely demise. Should I not seek justice for myself? She turned her gaze to Li Wenqi, asking, could it be that you have come to avenge your mother? Chapter 61. Past life. Li Wenqi fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, he solemnly bowed to Chun, stating, I must apologize to you. Your life was abruptly cut short due to my error. Chen widened her eyes slightly, while Li Lijun lifted her head in curiosity. The mother and daughter were suddenly filled with intense intrigue at his words. Li Wenqi maintained his usual unhurried tone, though a hint of shame colored his expression. The situation was indeed intricate. It was said that in his previous life, Li Wenqi's mother, the young Yang, had long relied on her maternal family. And although she did not commit any heinous acts, she often exerted her influence to undermine the legitimate wife, Chen, causing quite a stir known throughout the capital. It was common knowledge that she was in cahoots with the Yang siblings. When the chaos of war descended, the royal family of the Sui dynasty had already lost their sovereign. In their flight alongside the imperial entourage, the Yang siblings fell victim to the marauding soldiers. And even the favored consort met her demise at the emperor's command. Naturally, their supporters were systematically eradicated. The reputation of the young Lady Yang was quite notable, and soon she attracted the attention of the rogue soldiers. Fortunately, due to her advanced pregnancy, she was impeded in her ability to flee and remain towards the rear of the caravan, where she was shielded by the benevolent primary consort, Lady Chun. Within Lady Chen's carriage were two esteemed individuals, and the brigands dared not disturb them, thus sparing Lady Yang's life. However, the trauma from this incident led to a difficult labor, resulting in the premature birth of her son, Li Wenqi, who was named Lu Lang. Subsequently, she was bedridden with illness. Li Dai harbored resentment towards her for the troubles she had brought upon him, nearly costing him his throne. He showed no kindness towards Lady Yang and neglected even the newborn. It was only through the kindness of Lady Chen that the child was cared for. Otherwise, Li Wenqi might not have survived. At that time, Li Chujun and Li Yanjun had already married. The former's situation was somewhat tolerable, but the latter's husband, due to his close ties with the Yang family, also perished at the hands of the soldiers. Although Li Yanjun wished to remarry, no prominent families were willing to accept her. She dismissed suitors of lesser standing. Ultimately, she chose to join Princess Xianyi in a life of seclusion, becoming a nun, and soon thereafter succumbed to despair. Li Wenliang, having been pampered since childhood, developed a foul temperament. Following his mother's fall from grace, he lost his father's affection and found himself unsupported. Resentful of his stepmother, Lady Chun, he fixated on ingratiating himself with the powerful, seeking to elevate his status. However, in his naivete, he became embroiled in a conspiracy against the royal family and, in a bewildered state, was executed. Xiao Yangshi lost both her son and daughter, leaving only her youngest son, who had been raised by the Chun family since childhood. Their bond was distant, and her heart was laden with melancholy. Yet, the kind-hearted Chun matriarch insisted on prolonging her life with the aid of physicians, allowing her to linger in a half-alive state until she reached her 50s. At that time, Xiao Yangshi refrained from speaking ill of Qin, perhaps fearing the consequences or simply lacking the strength to voice her grievances. She clutched her youngest son's hand, fervently expressing her deepest regret, her early closeness to the Yang siblings. Though she had derived no benefits from that connection, only using it to undermine Qin, the status of Chun as the legitimate wife remained unshaken. Ironically, her fortuitous bond with the Yang siblings had led to her ruin. Had she known this would be her fate, she would have contentedly remained in the secluded quarters of the Sui Prince's residence as a favored concubine. Even if her son could not inherit the title of Sui Prince, he could still seek another honor, securing a life of affluence. After bidding farewell to his biological mother, Li Wenqi bore this lesson in mind. More than a century later, when a powerful entity wielded extraordinary magic to alter the cosmos, this memory resurfaced in his consciousness. However, as a disciple of the celestial realm, he could not easily descend to the mortal world. Furthermore, it was considered taboo for celestial beings to interfere with the fates of mortals. Yet, Xiao Yangshi had accomplished little in her lifetime, merely an ordinary person. With careful conduct to avoid drawing attention, it was not impossible for him to manipulate events discreetly. After considerable effort, he secured a position patrolling the outer regions of the mountain, circling the perimeter of his sect's sacred mountain. This is an opportunity to traverse between the mortal realm and the celestial abode, provided one does not get discovered sneaking into the city of Chang'an to pursue certain endeavors. However, when he discreetly approached the young Miss Yang, she had already ascended to the favor of the lady of the Qin. Li Wenqi, mindful of the gravity of his secrets, could only reveal his identity and caution the young Miss Yang and her brother Yang Shua to maintain their distance from the favored concubine and her kin, including the clan member Yang Zhao, for they were destined to face misfortune in the coming years. He further advised the young Miss Yang to foster harmony with the primary wife, Chun, for their father, Li Dai, was unreliable, and the position of heir was fated to belong to Chen's son. A rift with Chun would ultimately prove detrimental to the young Miss Yang and her offspring. Li Wenqi exhibited a bitter smile towards Chen, though my transgressions were unintentional. I nonetheless caused the demise of the princess and implicated my fifth brother in his inability to be reborn, leaving me engulfed in guilt. This was all the fault of my biological mother. Yet, she did grant me the gift of life, enduring great suffering during my difficult birth. I owe her a life, which I should repay, yet I should not have dragged another benefactor into suffering. Now, the water has spilled. I cannot return a life, only offer my apologies. With that, he bowed again to Chen, who had been standing there in stunned silence. When she was slain, she was genuinely shocked, never anticipating that a band of passing robbers would dare to strike her, fully aware of her noble status. Gradually, she came to realize that the assailants were indeed targeting her, harboring deep resentment towards the Yang siblings for their malicious intentions. She initially believed that the impulsive thoughts of the young Yang family were merely a scheme to clear the path for her son, resorting to plotting against both her and Li Jian. Little did she realize that the true origin of all this turmoil stemmed from the very son of her past life, who, in a misguided attempt to alter his birth mother's tragic fate, had merely uttered a few ill-considered words. Chen's eyes reddened and her face flushed, but she quickly regained her composure. She calmly addressed Li Wenqi, saying, "How can this be blamed on you? Your intentions were noble, wishing for your mother and me to coexist harmoniously. Yet she could not tolerate my presence, fearing that if I bore a son and attained the title of heir, your brother would be left with nothing. You are a distinguished celestial being and cannot be expected to monitor the trivialities of the mortal realm. allowing your mother to exploit that oversight. Little does she understand that all matters in this world are governed by cause and effect. The path that was meant to be set has been forcefully altered by your mother. How can the celestial beings above remain indifferent to such transgressions? Chapter 62. Threat. Qin's words left Li Wenqi feeling somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that a powerful entity had indeed noticed the Yang family's actions, disapproving of her interference, and thus orchestrated her current plight? Those who practice cultivation are indeed particular about the principles of cause and effect. Although he shares the surname Li with the ancestor, he is not the only disciple bearing that name. Would the ancestor overlook him solely for that reason? His heart was filled with uncertainty, distracted and agitated. Li Wenqi failed to notice that behind him, Li Lijun was glaring at his back with gritted teeth, having harbored resentment over her mother's death for nearly 2 centuries. Initially, she believed it was merely a stroke of ill fortune to have encountered a villain. However, she later deduced it was the machination of the Yang. Today, she finally uncovered the truth. Anger surged within her as she berated Li Wenqi. Even if he genuinely aspired to alter the tragic fate of his biological mother, he ought to have approached the matter with greater astuteness, rather than being so ambiguous, speaking only in fragments that left others to fill in the gaps. Had he candidly revealed the true fate of the Yang siblings, rather than merely hinting at their impending misfortune? How could the Yang still be foolish enough to seek to exploit the Yang family's influence? She must have thought that as long as she could timely leverage the Yang family to achieve her own ends, she would eventually ascend to the status of a royal consort, with her son as the heir to the princess estate, no longer needing to curry favor with the Yang siblings. Their downfall was of no concern to her. Li Wenqi had scarcely spent any significant time with his biological mother and uncle, yet he believed that by disclosing his identity as a member of the celestial lineage, he could command their obedience. How naive! The very actions taken by the Yang and Yang Shua, concealed from their family, revealed that they were far from honest individuals. Most damning was Li Wenqi's indiscretion in suggesting to the Yang that the heir to the Sui Prince's estate would be the son of the Qin family. How could he expect the Yang to foster a harmonious relationship with the Qin family under such circumstances? He had to tread upon her sensitive areas. After triggering a landmine, he had the audacity to flee. Li Lijun seethed with rage, barely managing to suppress her anger to avoid detection by Li Wenqi. After a prolonged silence, Li Wenqi finally addressed the Qin family. The princess is indeed correct. As descendants of the celestial realm, we hold great regard for the concept of causality and seldom dare to interfere lightly in the affairs of the mortal world. Once a debt of causality is incurred and not timely resolved, it proves detrimental rather than beneficial to our cultivation. He spoke with utmost gravity. I have received immense kindness from the princess, yet have failed to repay it, even leading to her untimely demise in this life, which weighs heavily on my conscience. Today, I wish to escort the princess to the underworld for a proper arrangement. Although reincarnation may not be feasible, I am acquainted with several judges and emissaries there. I can implore them on her behalf to secure her a tranquil abode in the afterlife. Thus, when this fourth sister eventually arrives in the netherworld, she may reunite with the princess. Though the princess could not accompany her daughter in her upbringing during this life, they may continue their maternal bond in the afterlife, which holds equal significance. Should the princess wish to reincarnate one day, I shall again petition the judges, ensuring that she is treated with the utmost respect in her next life, destined for a family of wealth and nobility. Qin observed him. Are you well acquainted with those in the underworld? Fairly so. Li Wenqi seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic, promptly taking charge on Qin's behalf. If the princess deems this acceptable, I shall escort you to the underworld at once. Qin, however, was not inclined to depart so hastily. Why the urgency? I just mentioned that I wish to stay with my child until midnight. He could only urge Qin, it would be wise to leave sooner. This way, I can confer with the judges in the underworld and ensure your proper placement. Naturally, Qin would not acquiesce. She wished to converse privately with her daughter. I am well aware of your filial piety. However, today marks my final day in the mortal realm. It is but a fleeting couple of hours. Allow me to spend this time with my dear child. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. When the time comes, I shall naturally make my way to the underworld. There is no need to hasten the matters concerning the judge. They can be attended to whenever convenient. Should it prove impossible, there is no need for compulsion. Qin's eyes revealed a wary glint. Are you threatening me? If my daughter were to live perpetually under Li Wenqi's watchful gaze. Li Wenqi hastily waved his hands. Your Highness, You misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions towards Ling Yang. I merely wish to repay your kindness through her. Chun pressed her lips together. I am already dead. Do I still yearn for your repayment? You need not visit Ling Yang so frequently. Though the crown prince may lack reliability, your mother has already fallen from favor, rendering her unable to incite the crown prince against my child. The prince and princess have always shown great affection for their descendants. Who would dare cast a frown upon Ling Yang? Li Wenqi sighed, for he did not wish to speak so plainly. I have always held gratitude for you. Yet, Yang Yueying is, after all, my biological mother, and because of me, she has strayed onto a misguided path after her rebirth. If I were to simply abandon her, allowing her to be slain in the depths of the royal manor, how could I bear to call myself her son? Chen inquired, do you wish to save your mother? What use is it to merely take me away? The entire Sui royal manor, as well as the Li Tang royal family and the Jingzhou office, are well aware of the grave crimes your mother has committed. She cannot escape. I have no intention of aiding her escape, Li Wenqi replied with a bitter smile. She urgently summoned me, hoping I could procure a few longevity elixirs to present to the emperor, seeking mercy on her behalf. How could I dare to undertake such a task? That would be placing myself directly under the scrutiny of formidable powers. He merely contemplated that the shattered dreams of his biological mother held little significance in remaining within the walls of the Sui Wang mansion. After all, it was impossible for her to bear another child in this lifetime. His sister, Yanjun, and his elder brother, Wen Liang, had their own caretakers. Thus, he resolved to take his mother away, seeking a secluded valley near their sect to build a few modest cottages and cultivate a small patch of land, ensuring her comfort in a tranquil setting. He would occasionally visit to oversee her well-being, harboring no concerns about her ability to sustain herself. Although the mountain life was solitary, it was certainly preferable to the peril of losing one's life, and there was no need for him to endure her incessant nagging. Chapter 63. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Li Lijun began to discern the nature of Li Wenqi. He was devoid of worldly concerns and looked down upon ordinary mortals, even those who were his closest kin. While he acknowledged the kindness bestowed upon him by his stepmother, Chun, he would not hesitate to betray her if it meant safeguarding the well-being of his biological mother. Xiaoyang, upon discovering that his biological mother was facing a crisis, one likely instigated by the vengeful spirit of Chun, he rushed to prevent further retaliation against her. Chen had explicitly expressed her reluctance to depart immediately, wishing to spend more time with her children, yet he insisted on leaving at once, driven by a pressing sense of urgency. But was he truly dutiful towards his biological mother, Xiaoyang? From beginning to end, Li Wenqi seemed solely preoccupied with his own desires. Regardless of his declarations of gratitude and respect towards his stepmother and his affection for his biological mother, he had not genuinely considered the sentiments of either woman. In his heart, both mothers were merely expected to comply with his wishes. As he is a disciple of the celestial sect, an extraordinary being far removed from the mundane world, Li Lijun harbored no expectations for Li Wenqi. She was not his rival at present, yet she believed that one day she would have her chance to assert herself. As long as the Chun family remained safe and sound, residing temporarily in the underworld was of little consequence. She had encountered the realm of the dead before and feared neither specters nor phantoms. Her home brought forth a small black wooden box containing a few crooked incense pellets, which emitted a tolerable fragrance, though it paled in comparison to truly exquisite incense. Unable to restrain herself, Hong inquired once more, "My lady, do you truly intend to burn these incense here? Or shall I fetch some fine incense from Sister Xinjiang, so that you may enjoy a more pleasing aroma?" Li Lijun, her mind consumed with her forthcoming plans, waved her hand to signal Hong to leave. With no other choice, Hong stepped back and discreetly beckoned Shi Qing. The two stood guard at the entrance to the morning hall, striving to prevent others from entering, lest the unpleasant scent created by their young lady be detected by outsiders, thus tarnishing her reputation. Chen paused her conversation with Li Wenqi, staring blankly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood that her daughter could see her, and these words were meant to soothe her heart, urging her to refrain from further quarrels with Li Wenqi, to avert any unforeseen calamities. The incense pellets were cast into the fire pit and promptly ignited. Before long, a refreshing and ethereal fragrance began to waft through the morning hall, soon carried by the breeze to where Chun and Li Wenqi stood. This scent was undeniably different from the incense her daughter had once blended. A serene smile graced Chen's lips as she spoke. "My dear Li Yang, I always knew you were a clever and capable child who would never disappoint your mother." In just a few days, You will turn 9. I shall wait for you in the afterlife for 100 years. There is no need for haste. You must ensure that you live well, for your happiness brings me joy. Li Wenqi, initially losing patience in his attempts to persuade Chen, now beamed at her concession. He felt inclined to express admiration for the refreshing fragrance that had settled on his robe. Is this the scent of Linyang? Indeed, it is exquisite and delightful. A fragrance that transcends the ordinary. The daughters of the princess, whether it be the fourth sister or Linyang, possess extraordinary qualities. With a sigh, Chen regarded him earnestly, saying, Wenqi, you must promise me that you will not intrude upon Linyang's life without cause. Since your mother's departure, she and her family, along with her children, will not act against my son. If you agree, I shall abide by your wishes regarding my placement, and I will not intentionally create difficulties for your mother. After all, the little Yang is destined to lose that which she holds most dear. Even if she escapes with her life, she will be plagued by lifelong regret. The longer she lives, the deeper her remorse will grow. For someone like her, living in such a state is akin to a fate worse than death. With this thought, Chen felt a sense of release. Li Wenqi readily acquiesced, assuring her repeatedly, I have several friends in the afterlife who will take good care of you. Please rest assured and live comfortably there. I shall also leave you a talisman. Should there arise any urgent matter requiring your contact, simply burn the talisman, and I shall immediately become aware and seek the opportune moment to come forth, waiting for your command, just as my mother summoned me today. Chen smiled gently, offering no refusal. Very well. She approached her daughter, once again obscuring Li Wenqi's gaze, and tenderly embraced her. My dear Li Jun, you must take great care. I shall watch over you from the underworld. Li Jun nearly succumbed to tears, and in a discreet motion, she slipped a small porcelain vial into her mother's hand, masking it with a downward glance. This vial was specially crafted, allowing spirits to interact with it, containing elixirs that would enhance a spirit's essence, proving exceedingly beneficial for ghostly cultivators. Li Jun was unaware of her mother's current circumstances, yet she knew that this elixir had proven effective across various task realms, and it would surely hold the same efficacy within the Xiantang microcosm. The vial came with instructions. Once Chen found herself in solitude, she would easily discern how to partake of the medicine. Chen quietly concealed the vial, reluctantly rising to her feet. Li Wenqi approached from behind, his robe now infused with a stronger fragrance. Princess, let us depart. He paid no heed to her murmurs, and upon noticing Chen's hesitation, he could not restrain himself any longer. He seized her wrist, and together they vanished into the ether. Li Jun, listening to the system's report, understood that her mother had completely departed, and at last, she could no longer hold back her tears. She persevered in reciting the scriptures 3 times before finally opening her eyes and rising to her feet. Thus, within the span of a decade, she would have the freedom to seek her mother in the underworld or venture to that so-called paradise of the immortals to confront Li Wenqi's ill fortune. However, at present, the most pressing matter is to organize the intelligence that Li Wenqi had just revealed. Although his words were somewhat vague, the turmoil that would unfold years later resonated deeply within her. It reminded her of historical tales that had once caused her great unease. The Yangshi Rebellion. Chapter 64. Memories. Li Jun first learned of the Yangshi Rebellion a long time ago. At that time, she had just departed from the Xian'ang microcosm and entered her first task world within the Ziwei celestial realm, her initial novice world. This realm was starkly different from the Tang dynasty, enveloped in chaos and unrest. According to a teammate she later came to know, Zhou Xuanmei, it was a world steeped in the narratives of the Republic of China. In this tumultuous world, she assumed the identity of a young daughter from an old scholarly family. Transitioning from the Tang dynasty to the Republic, she found herself utterly unaccustomed to every facet of life, from clothing and food to customs and social norms, leading to a great deal of discomfort. Fortunately, there was another novice practitioner with a similar designation who had entered the same world, becoming her teammate and uncle, none other than her future mentor, Yunli. Yunli, a sword cultivator from a world of spiritual cultivation, found himself stripped of his extraordinary powers in this mundane realm plagued by conflict, reduced to a seemingly frail scholar without the strength to swat a fly. Despite his own struggles, his cold demeanor belied a warm heart. Upon seeing the young girl alone and vulnerable, he offered her his unwavering support. And together they navigated the challenges of that world, ultimately finding solace in each other's company. Initially, she followed her parents in studying traditional subjects, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and needlework, which bore little distinction from what she learned in the realm of Tang. Upon reaching the age of 15 or 16, she conformed to societal trends by enrolling in a modern girls' school, thereby laying a foundation of diverse knowledge, common sense, and understanding of human affairs. In the world of the Republic of China, Li Lijun's grandfather and father were both esteemed scholars, particularly renowned for their expertise in the history of the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties, and their home was replete with a vast collection of books. She initially listened to the discussions of her elders regarding scholarly matters, and as she absorbed their conversations, she began to recognize several familiar names, which piqued her interest in their discourse. When she ventured to peruse the texts herself, discovering familiar dynastic titles, reign periods, and various names and events she had previously heard of, she began to suspect that the Tang depicted in the books was indeed the very world from which she hailed. If the Tang was truly as described in those volumes, then, calculating the years, it seemed that the Ungshi rebellion was not far off. This was the pivotal turning point of the Tang, marking its decline from prosperity, with many royal relatives perishing in that conflict. Reflecting on the friends and family she knew, how could she remain at ease? From that moment on, Li Lijun suppressed her inner desires and endeavored to embody the virtues of a girl from a scholarly family, merely exhibiting a keen interest in learning and an affinity for Tang history, which did not raise any suspicions. This was largely thanks to the assistance of her uncle, Yunli. However, as she delved deeper into the texts, she increasingly discovered discrepancies between the historical accounts of the Tang and the knowledge she possessed. The most significant difference lies in the historical records, which state that when Emperor Xuanzong ascended the throne, only 5 brothers were alive, with the youngest, the 6th brother Li Longti, having tragically passed away at the tender age of 11. His grandfather, the Sui Wang, bore the name Li Ti, with the character Long omitted to avoid the emperor's taboo. It is inconceivable that he could have died at 11, for now, even his great-grandson surpasses that age. However, Li Lijun vaguely recalls her mother, Qin, mentioning that her grandfather suffered a grave illness during the 2nd year of Wuzhou, nearly losing his life. Yet he managed to survive against all odds. At that time, he was confined with his father and brothers, unable to receive timely treatment, which left him with lingering ailments. It took many years after his marriage before he finally welcomed a healthy son, Li Dai, as all his previous children had perished. The emotional toll of losing several offspring while only one survived led to his first wife, the Tang Wangfei, succumbing to both physical and mental exhaustion shortly after giving birth to Li Dai. It was only later that he took the current Do Wangfei as his second wife. Remarkably, during the 2nd year of Wuzhou, he would have been precisely 11 years old. Furthermore, upon examining other historical accounts, discrepancies regarding several senior members of the royal family emerge, as if they had never existed at all. At that time, Li Lijun was oblivious to these complexities, believing that the Tang of her lineage was distinct from the Grand Tang, and that her kin might escape the calamities of the Ungshi rebellion. Nevertheless, to safeguard against the unforeseen, she felt compelled to document certain matters, lest she forget pivotal events during her protracted journey through time. As a novice then, she was impoverished and inexperienced, with scant resources, capable of bringing back merely a printed volume from that world. Can a single book truly elucidate the historical developments surrounding the Ensure Rebellion and the associated figures? Ultimately, Li Lijun opted to create her own study notes, meticulously transcribing what she deemed significant historical events and personalities in small script, binding them into a volume that she tucked away in her storage compartment. Since the handwritten manuscript was not a printed work, it afforded her a certain degree of leeway. Subsequently, she traversed various task realms, yet she encountered no further historical records pertaining to the Tang dynasty. Within her storage space, a myriad of items came and went, and although she consistently reserved a space for that notebook, it had long been relegated to the recesses of her memory due to its disuse over the course of a century or two. Just days ago, she had indeed overheard the mention of An Lushan, a name that resonated with familiarity, yet she paid it little heed. It was only today, prompted by Li Wenqi, that she recollected the critical matter of the Ensure Rebellion. If the historical trajectory of the Xian Tang microcosm mirrors that of the history books she had studied, then calculating the years reveals that this is the year 749 AD, leaving merely 6 years until the onset of the rebellion in 755 AD. Situated in the heart of one of the war-torn cities, Chang'an, what actions could she undertake during this brief span? In retrospect, this powerful individual likely harbors intentions to alter the course of the Ensure Rebellion. Should the rebellion be averted, the Tang dynasty would not decline as swiftly, nor would its demise be hastened. Thus, in this moment of temporal reversal, how might this formidable being respond to the impending conflict 6 years hence? If Li Lijun also seeks to take action, would her endeavors conflict with this individual's plans? Should he become aware of her existence, what stance would he adopt? Li Lijun felt a sense of uncertainty creeping into her heart, momentarily overwhelmed by the vastness of the road ahead. This hefty notebook was crafted from the finest and most readily available paper she could find in the world of the Republic of China, meticulously bound by her own hands. The pages were filled with densely packed, tiny characters penned with a fountain pen. To facilitate her search, she had also created index labels, affixed with paste to the upper right corner of the notebook. Through these indices, she could effortlessly locate significant events documented in history concerning the Tang dynasty during the 6 years preceding the Insha rebellion, as well as the key figures who precipitated this conflict. Should she find the time to meticulously revisit the contents of her notes, she was certain she would uncover even more intelligence. Chapter 65. Disappearance. She was merely a minor member of the royal family, possessing little influence even within her own household. How could the emperor in the palace heed her counsel? Historical records clearly illustrate that many had advised Emperor Xuanzong against placing blind trust in Lushan, against indulging the Yang family. Yet did he listen? Not only did he disregard their warnings, but he also delivered those loyal ministers who had earnestly cautioned him into the hands of Lushan, indifferent to their fates. With such an emperor, Li Lijun dared not harbor even a glimmer of hope. If she intended to intervene in that great turmoil, it would be wise to prepare early and begin with others. Her grandfather, Prince Sui Li Ti, might manage to speak a few words before Xuanzong, yet his influence remained limited. Most of Xuanzong's brothers had already passed away, leaving only the younger Prince Sui, who was often absorbed in Buddhist practices and seldom concerned himself with state affairs. If Li Lijun wished for Prince Sui to take action, she would first need to find a way to persuade him, which seemed an arduous task indeed. It is better to first accumulate one's own strength. How should she amass her power? Elevating her cultivation must be her foremost priority. Li Lijun initially believed that, being in a relatively peaceful environment with scarce spiritual energy, she could only practice the sun, moon, star, and cloud technique, a method reliant on celestial timing and fortune, and that she must take her time. However, her perspective has now shifted. Merely days after she began drawing energy into her body, she encountered Li Wenqi, an ambiguous adversary. There is no longer room for patience. To locate the spirit of her biological mother, Chang'an, and to confront the enemy, the malevolent Xiaoyang, she must inevitably contend with Li Wenqi. Regardless of her disdain for his aptitude and cultivation, the undeniable truth remains that he is a formidable figure at the second level of foundation establishment, while she is merely an inexperienced novice at the first level of qi refinement. To stand her ground against Li Wenqi, she must at the very least establish her foundation. Moreover, with the Enshi rebellion looming just 6 years away, if she truly wishes to take action to avert this calamity, possessing a foundation establishment level of cultivation would undoubtedly enhance her confidence in her endeavors. Furthermore, an unknown yet powerful entity lurks in the shadows, observing this world, poised to intervene and alter the course of the Tang dynasty's history, thus determining the fate of the nation. Li Lijun remains uncertain of this being's disposition towards the younger generation of cultivators and must exercise caution. With so many tasks ahead of her, how can she afford to be complacent? She must urgently elevate her cultivation, even if 6 years is insufficient time to fully establish her foundation. She must at least strive to approach the completion of her qi refinement, for only then can she safeguard the loved ones she holds dear, whether they be living or deceased. Indeed, it is preferable to establish a solid foundation as swiftly as possible. As the host's cultivation advances, the system will inevitably undergo corresponding upgrades. A host who has successfully laid their foundation will gain access to the celestial marketplace of the Ziwei Tianyu and will have the opportunity to connect with friends from other realms. With reliable allies and elders by her side, receiving occasional guidance and support for her cultivation would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than persevering alone in isolation. Even in the face of peril, she would have a means to seek assistance. Li Lijun inhaled deeply, resolutely deciding to find a tranquil and undisturbed place for her practice without delay. When necessary, she might subtly communicate with her trusted confidants, allowing them to grant her some breathing space. Otherwise, continuing her life as a young lady of the Wang residence, surrounded by people, would limit her to mere snippets of time for cultivation, leaving her to wonder when she might achieve any meaningful progress. The opulence of the mortal realm is, after all, ill-suited for the sacred pursuits of a cultivator. Yet, she cannot completely sever ties with the world and ignore its affairs. At the very least, she must remain vigilant regarding the happenings within Chang'an, particularly the movements of Emperor Xuanzong, the favored consort, the young siblings, and the Insure duo, seeking opportune moments to intervene and prevent them from committing acts that would jeopardize the state. For this purpose, she must avoid confronting her family and strive to achieve her goals as inconspicuously as possible. It is indeed a daunting challenge. She is uncertain if she can accomplish such a feat. Li Lijun quickly glanced towards the door, and to her relief, she saw Cui and Xiao enter, their faces etched with worry and indignation. Mrs. Xiao let out a soft sob, uttering no words as tears began to flow. With a sorrowful expression, Aunt Cui addressed Li Lijun, saying, "My lady, there has been no alteration in your case. The Jing's has thoroughly examined the matter, and it is indeed true that that vile woman from the West Courtyard conspired with her brother to incite her subordinates to masquerade as robbers, intending to harm both you and your husband. However, those individuals were never true thieves. After they attempted to kill you, they fled in fear, causing no harm to your husband. Yang Shua even vented his fury upon them, threatening to silence them, and they narrowly escaped, only to fall into the hands of Prince So. Upon hearing their testimonies, Prince Si was greatly enraged and did not intercede on behalf of Yang Shua. The Jing's has already detained that wretch, and the Yang family did not intervene. Given these circumstances, why then does Aunt Cui display such a countenance? She sighed and remarked, "Ultimately, there lies the reputation of the Yang family of Hong Nong, and the young Yang has a close relationship with the lady of the chain. Now that Prince Si has chosen to spend the night within the Yang family's domain, can he truly take the life of the young Yang? It is likely that the Yang family will offer some inducement to Prince Si in exchange for allowing that wretched woman to continue residing as the lady of the Sui estate, especially considering the fourth young master, who is currently the most promising candidate among the young lords to inherit Prince Si's title. The Yang family will undoubtedly endeavor to protect him." After speaking these words, Aunt Cui could not help but feel a sense of despair. She consoled Li Lijun, saying, "Regardless, your grievances will finally be vindicated, and there is a strong possibility that Yang Shua will face justice. The world is well aware of the malevolent deeds of the young Yang. She cannot hope to persist in her arrogance. As for other grievances, my lady, it would be wise to endure for the time being and refrain from provoking Prince Si. The only one who would suffer would be you." Li Lijun raised an eyebrow, her mind receiving information transmitted from the drone system. Recently, the drone that she had reassigned to its original location observed young Miss Yang sulking alone in her room, suddenly letting out a scream before vanishing into thin air. Li Wenqi had taken young Miss Yang away. What other mischief could possibly arise from the Yang family? Chapter 66. Pursuit. Li Lijun was curious about how many members of the Yang family, aside from young Miss Yang and Yang Shua, were aware of Li Wenqi's existence. Regardless of whether the Yang clan intended to bribe Prince Li Dai in a bid to save young Miss Yang's life and her son Li Wenliang's claim to inheritance, should Li Wenqi discreetly remove young Miss Yang, their only recourse would be to declare her death due to sudden illness, irrespective of her actual fate. Li Lijun could not suppress a cold laugh, intrigued to see the expression on young Miss Yang's face at that moment. Thus, she remained unperturbed. As long as Yang Shua faced justice, there would be no one left in the Yang family capable of conjuring talismans to summon Li Wenqi for trouble. She even took it upon herself to reassure Granny Cui and Madame Xiao, "Fear not, the royal family is well aware of young Miss Yang's true nature. Even if the Yang family forcibly protects her life and upholds the reputation of the fourth brother, when father seeks a title for him in the future, there will be those who will bring up the transgressions of his mother. Moreover, my father is not one to forego taking a new wife. Once the future stepmother bears additional brothers, how could grandfather and father still concern themselves with the fourth brother? Even if Li Dai does not father a new son, as long as Li Jianran survives, Li Wenliang's prospects would be utterly bleak." Granny Cui, however, harbored little confidence in this matter, for the Yang family truly held considerable power in Chang'an. Yet, how could such realities be conveyed to the young lady? Since the young lady is open-minded, they should refrain from speaking unnecessarily and adding to her troubles. Thus, Grandma Cui concurred. "The young lady is right. We were merely feeling aggrieved on her behalf. This matter is not of great significance. Regardless of how absurd Prince Si may be, the prince and princess still reside in the manor." Li Lijun acknowledged with a soft sound, not wishing to prolong the matter. She had previously tampered with the drone, ensuring that the images captured were sufficiently high definition and realistic, capable of recording even the most subtle traces of the supernatural. While others might not discern anything amiss, she, as the creator of that tracking incense, could still perceive the ethereal rosy traces left in the air, even through the camera lens. Initially, Li Wenqi moved within the confines of Chang'an at a rather leisurely pace, employing a certain technique that allowed him to traverse approximately 40 to 50 meters per second, briefly vanishing from sight. Upon exiting the city, it seemed he had switched to a more rapid flying apparatus, as his trajectory transformed from discrete points to an irregular, serpentine path heading southwest. At this moment, Li Wenqi had already departed southeast with the young Yang, alleviating Li Lijun's concerns about the drone colliding with him. She thus allowed the drone to advance at full speed along the route he had previously taken with the Qin family. Regrettably, as she peered through the lens and beheld a vast expanse of dark mountains in the distance, the drone could proceed no further. With an operational range of 100 kilometers, the drone had not yet exceeded this limit. However, the remaining battery power was insufficient to sustain further progression in the return journey. Li Wenqi had ventured farther than she had anticipated. Li Lijun gazed at the vivid magenta streaks in the night sky captured by the camera, gritting her teeth and reassuring herself that it was all right. After all, these traces would not vanish in a decade, nor would they be discovered by anyone. She would surely find a way to continue her pursuit in the future. At this moment, the hour had passed midnight, and after a high-speed flight of over 100 kilometers, the drone was nearly out of power. She brought it to its usual perch on the second floor, and fatigue overtook her, plunging her into a deep slumber. Not long into her rest, she was awakened by the system alarm, marking the beginning of her daily practice at sunrise. Once she completed her routine, she finally had the opportunity to rummage through her storage space for another item she had brought from the Republic of China world. It was a thick atlas, a printed volume she had acquired just months before leaving that world. Since discovering the historical records of the Tang dynasty within the Republic of China, she had harbored suspicions about the close ties between the two realms, and the map of Chang'an recorded in Tang history seemed to correspond closely with her understanding of the city. Having grown up in a royal residence, her opportunities to explore the surrounding geography had been limited to excursions with her elders, leaving her somewhat unfamiliar with the local terrain. Would the map from the Republic of China allow her to gain a deeper understanding of the land from which she hailed? With this thought in mind, she diligently collected various maps during her time in the Republic of China. As a daughter of a scholarly family, possessing some financial means and having attended a modern girls' school, she found it relatively easy to either borrow maps from the school library or purchase them from local bookstores, thanks to her grandfather, father, uncles, and brothers who were either working or studying at universities. Upon discovering the existence of official printed atlases, she decided to gather such materials. By the time she departed from the Republic of China world, she had indeed succeeded in bringing away a comprehensive and detailed newly compiled atlas. It contained not only the map of Xi'an, also known as Chang'an, but also maps of provinces and cities across the nation, and even a world map. Alongside various depictions of mineral resources, forest resources, the distribution of mountains and rivers, topography, agricultural production, and population density, among other maps and data. The content was thorough, and the printing was clear. Although it may not rival the exquisite detail of certain atlases she had encountered in other worlds, it sufficed for her current needs. She quickly flipped to the page featuring the map of Xi'an, noting the surrounding terrain, speculating that the mountain range she had seen last night might be Shouyang Mountain. While she could not visit Shouyang Mountain at the moment, she pondered where Li Wenqi and the young Yang were headed as they traveled southeast. She resolved to operate a drone tonight to investigate. Chapter 67. Shifting blame. Tonight's matters would be addressed tonight. Li Lijun had other tasks to attend to. After breakfast and taking her medicine, she declared that her foot injury had significantly improved, that she felt no pain, and could walk unaided, no longer requiring the support of Hong and others. Madame Xiao and Hong were somewhat skeptical, yet upon witnessing her ability to walk slowly without visible strain, they felt immense joy. Madame Xiao wished to summon a physician for a follow-up examination, but Shi Qing quietly reminded her. I heard someone say yesterday that the physician has gained the favor of the princess. Not only can he remain as the court physician, but he has also been appointed by the princess to check on the health of the prince, princess, and county lord daily. Jean Ririn also mentioned that she has been feeling unwell lately, and it seems that the two young gentlemen of the second household are also experiencing some discomfort. In any case, the physician is currently quite occupied, and it remains uncertain whether he has the time to attend to us. The doctor invited by the Qin family appears to have found a new patron within the Sui royal court, and may not be inclined to continue serving the daughter of his former master. Upon hearing this, Madame Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, regardless of the circumstances. We must inquire about it. The princess is currently quite fond of our young lady, and it is likely that the physician would not dare to neglect her. Li Lijun waved her hand dismissively. It is of no concern. We shall continue to keep vigil in the main hall. If we happen to encounter the physician, we can ask him to take a look then. There is no need to summon him specifically to the garden. Madame Xiao acquiesced, but insisted on supporting Li Lijun as they walked, anxious that her foot injury had not fully healed and that excessive walking might exacerbate her condition. Li Lijun thought that if they were to play a part, they ought to do it thoroughly, and thus agreed, resolving once more to seek an opportunity to have a candid discussion with her trusted confidants, as she could no longer allow them to hover around her incessantly, treating her as if she were a fragile vase. Upon arriving at the morning hall, it felt even more desolate than a few days prior. Not only were there fewer people, but those present also seemed somewhat distracted. The monks and Taoists invited had seemingly departed at some point, leaving the east and west wings empty. After waiting for half an hour, only a few individuals trickled in to pay their respects. Curiously, after offering incense at Qin's memorial tablet and exchanging brief pleasantries with Li Lijun, they quickly took their leave, yet they did not exit the Sui royal court. Instead, they sought excuses to visit the lord of the estate or some officials, as if they were particularly intrigued by the events that transpired within the Sui royal court the previous day. The two matriarchs, Chui and El, along with several maidservants, were approached in succession by the attendants of the guests, who discreetly slipped them some money and benefits in exchange for information about the events of the previous day. They provided vague details, withholding crucial information, yet the inquirers seemed unsatisfied and sought answers from others. By midday, Li Huijun arrived at the morning hall and immediately grasped Li Lijun's sleeve, leaning in to whisper a significant piece of news. It was rumored that last night, the young Mrs. Yang from the western courtyard had suddenly vanished. Li Lijun, aware of the implications, feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Vanished? What does that mean? Did she escape? Were the guards not vigilant?" Li Huijun, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. "That is precisely what I surmised." The elders share the same suspicion. Yet the maidservants attending to the young Mrs. Yang insist that when she disappeared, everyone was present inside and outside the house, save for the bedroom. She had sent them away, seeking solitude, but outside the door, in the courtyard, and beyond, there were people everywhere. Not a single soul witnessed her departure. Isn't that peculiar? Li Huijun continued, "Truly, we are in sync. My grandmother and I share the same thoughts. As for what my grandfather believes, I cannot say, however." Upon receiving the news, he promptly dispatched someone to find Prince Si early this morning. This matter must be addressed by Prince Si himself. She cast a knowing glance at Li Lijun. "Have you heard? Prince Si stayed in Xianyangfang last night. Many members of the Yang family reside in that vicinity. I wonder what discussions transpired between them and the prince. My father remarked that if the Yang family could secure a favorable position for Prince Si, he would likely be indifferent to the fate of the young Miss Yang. Conveniently, with her absence from the estate while he was away, she simply vanished. Even if my grandfather were to place blame, he would have ample grounds for rebuttal. Thus, the responsibility for the disappearance of the young Miss Yang was deftly cast upon Prince Si, Li Dai, by Princess Do and her offspring. While Li Dai may feel a surge of anger, it is improbable that he would unleash a tremendous outburst. Rather, he might be inclined to scrutinize the retainers and spies of the Yang family still lingering within the Sui royal residence. He would hardly entertain the notion that the young Miss Yang possessed the audacity to vanish without a trace. Her ability to escape surely stemmed from the assistance of someone within the palace. How could Li Dai trust such treacherous servants to remain by his side? He did not proceed directly to the morning hall, but first visited his father, the Sui Wang, before hastening to the western courtyard. He meticulously inspected every corner of the courtyard, but found no evidence of the young Miss Yang's flight. Consequently, he interrogated all the maids attending her, as well as the guards and servants stationed around the perimeter of the western courtyard last night. Yet, he extracted nothing from them. The young Miss Yang had disappeared from a sealed room, unseen by anyone outside. She had not taken any jewelry or valuables with her, and she left dressed in plain garments, even donning soft slippers meant solely for indoor use. She had not disclosed her intentions to any trusted maidservants, nor had she taken anyone with her, not even her own kin. Could such a sheltered and pampered woman, accustomed to the confines of the royal household. Truly have attired herself in this manner and departed on her own? Even if she were to flee, shouldn't she at least don a suitable outfit and take along some valuable possessions? Could it be that a skilled individual has come to rescue or abduct her? The royal guards have sworn that not a single suspicious person has been allowed entry into the palace since the incident in the western courtyard the previous night. It has been their utmost priority to keep it under surveillance. They have surrounded the western courtyard so tightly that not even a solitary bird could escape their watchful eyes. How then did the young Lady Yang vanish? Li Dai, in a fit of fury, interrogated every servant in the western courtyard. All maids and matrons were subjected to beatings, with those who had previously enjoyed the favor of Lady Yang receiving the harshest treatment. Even the 3 members of the Ma family, detained early on by Princess Do, were summoned by Li Dai for rigorous questioning, as he sought to uncover all those who might have been secretly harboring Lady Yang within the palace. Even the attendants of Li Jian and Li Chujun, due to their connections to the Yang family, found themselves caught in the crossfire. Unable to identify any suspicious individuals, Li Dai's suspicions began to fall upon the head of the palace's chief historian. Meanwhile, the Yang family, upon receiving news, resolutely denied any involvement in the matter, turning the tables to question Li Dai instead. Had he perhaps changed his mind and, wishing to renege on their agreement, concocted an excuse to eliminate Lady Yang while deceiving the world into believing she had fled of her own accord? Li Dai, at a loss for words, grew increasingly irate, frequently lashing out at the maidservants of the western courtyard, inflicting grievous injuries upon them. In the afternoon, a messenger arrived from Xingqing Palace, bearing the decree of the imperial concubine, which finally interrupted Li Dai's acts of violence. Chapter 68, The Reward. Li Lijun followed Xinjiang into the main hall of the Su Wangfu, where the messenger from Xingqing Palace awaited. By the decree of the imperial consort, it was mandated that she must be present. Upon entering, Li Lijun immediately recognized the angel sent to convey the edict. It was none other than the well-known Gao Lishur, whose real name was Zhao Dalong, the eldest son of Chen's former business partner. Through this connection, Chen had successfully presented his wares to the esteemed figures of the palace, thereby establishing his reputation. Though Chen had long since departed from this world, Zhao Dalong, the Gao Lishur, had forged a deep bond with the Chen family. He had learned of Chen's demise some time ago, yet his own circumstances had constrained him, and it was only today that he found an opportunity to pay his respects under the guise of an official duty. Given this connection, upon encountering the long-lost Gao Lishur, Li Lijun felt a wave of warmth wash over her, overwhelming her with emotion. She yearned to embrace him and weep. Unfortunately, the occasion did not permit such displays, and she could only respectfully acknowledge the angel before dutifully receiving the edict alongside her family elders. The imperial consort's decree was specifically crafted after hearing of the scandal involving Xiao Yang and Yang Shuo, aimed at soothing the grievances of the wronged party, namely the Chen family. While Li Dai was also a victim, being a royal descendant made it inconvenient for the consort to engage with him directly. Thus, only Li Lijun was mentioned. The consort began by addressing the absurdities committed by Xiao Yang and Yang Shuo, expressing her ignorance of the matter and her profound indignation that such disgraceful conduct had emerged from her own kin, tarnishing the reputation of the Hongnong Yang clan. She had summoned the matriarch of the household to inquire about the brother and sister, discovering that they intended to report them to the clan for removal from their lineage, which brought her great satisfaction. On the other hand, Yang Shuo had received a decree from the favored consort, ordering the minister of the capital to act in accordance with the law. As a member of the royal family, the young woman was also to be dealt with by the office of the clan affairs. However, upon hearing of her disappearance, the consort was taken aback and commanded the Prince of Sui's residence to swiftly investigate her whereabouts, while the office of the clan affairs would dispatch individuals to pursue her, ensuring her capture for a formal trial. She reassured Li Lijun that justice would surely be served, allowing the restless spirit to find peace. Following this, the consort's remaining orders primarily consisted of listing various treasures, gold, silver, silk, and exquisite musical instruments to be bestowed solely upon Li Lijun, enough to make her immensely wealthy overnight. After bestowing the gifts, the consort reminded Li Lijun not to dwell too sorrowfully and to take care of her health before concluding her decree. Upon reading the edict, the young Gao Lishur instructed his men to open the 2 or 3 dozen boxes containing the gifts for Li Lijun to behold, which sparkled with opulence and an array of treasures. The family of the second house was left awestruck, with only Lady Jean maintaining her composure. subtly urging her son and daughter-in-law not to embarrass themselves in front of the esteemed guests. Li Lijun calmly glanced at the boxes, acutely aware that these were likely the consort's form of compensation or perhaps a silencing fee. Accepting them meant she could no longer speak of the deeds committed by the young Yang woman, lest it tarnish the reputation of the Yang family. The thought that this bounty was purchased with her mother Chen's life filled Li Lijun with a sense of distaste, prompting her to wish to turn away and depart. However, before she could make a move, Li Dai took the initiative to speak. Your Grace, I truly feel unworthy of such kindness. These matters do not concern your Grace. They are the misdeeds of Yang Yueying. Although she is currently missing, there will surely come a day when she faces justice. Please do not allow her actions to cause you distress. If your health suffers, it would trouble me greatly. Such flattery was palpable. Li Lijun, regaining her composure, glanced at her, and upon seeing the Sui Wang nodding at her, she silently offered a bow and exited the room. Choosing to ignore how Li Dai was ingratiating herself with the court envoy and how her uncle's family was currying favor, the Duchess of Dou had already cleared the room. Seeing that the young Gao Li Shi was alone, Li Lijun hurriedly approached and called out "Uncle," tears streaming down her face. The young Gao Li Shi's eyes also glistened with tears as he gently patted her head, scrutinizing the lingering scars on her forehead. Good child, you have suffered. I should have found a way to see you sooner. Li Lijun shook her head, refraining from mentioning that her scars were intentionally left. She offered several incense sticks to Gao Li Shi, saying, Please do not worry, I am well now. The crimes of our enemies are now widely known, and my mother's grievances have subsided. Your duties before the emperor are not easy, so there is no need for you to be concerned for us. The young Gao Li Shi sighed, taking the incense and first proceeding to pay respects at the altar. Li Lijun briefly recounted the peril she faced in the garden's rockery, pondering the initial intentions of Li Yanjun. She still could not fathom how they thought to persuade her to seek assistance from you in interceding on behalf of the young Yang, hoping to elevate her status. What absurd notion could have led to such a plan? Little Gao Li pondered thoughtfully. Seeing this, Li Lijun hurriedly inquired, Uncle, do you perhaps have a clue? Little Gao Li paused momentarily. I cannot say for certain. Logically speaking, the intentions of His Highness King Zhou should remain unknown to outsiders. Could it be that someone has leaked information? King Zhou? Li Lijun exclaimed in astonishment. Is this matter truly connected to him? The very villain who murdered my mother was captured by the old prince's orders. The old prince had always been sentimental. Little Gao Li sighed. He, being aged and frail, had long been troubled by the lack of heirs. Recently, he had been contemplating elevating an elderly matron in his household to the status of a consort to secure a future for his grandson. To enhance the probability of success, the old King Zhou was also considering enlisting a few relatives in similar circumstances to collectively seek favor from the sage. Should this endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly benefit more than one royal concubine. Chapter 69. Favorable winds. He had taken 2 years to recuperate before marrying his original wife. However, her health was also far from robust, and after enduring several years together, during which they lost 3 children, the first princess, Zhou, passed away in sorrow. The second princess, Zhou, though in better health, bore 3 daughters in succession without producing a son. Nevertheless, the 3 daughters thrived and, after marrying, bestowed upon the old King Zhou a multitude of grandchildren. The second princess, Zhou, passed away approximately 10 years ago, and since then, the old King Zhou had not taken another wife. He was not without sons, as 2 of his concubines had borne children, one of whom had given birth to a son, whom he honored with the title of matron. Now, that illegitimate son of his has also begotten several offspring. It is said that the legitimate eldest son is quite intelligent and robust, making him one of the prominent young talents within the royal kin. However, given his illegitimate descent, the uncertainty looms over whether he can inherit the title of the Duke of Zhou. In hushed tones, the young Gao Li Shi confided in Li Lijun that this matter was, in fact, his subtle maneuvering on behalf of the old duke before the emperor. The prospects of success have reached a substantial likelihood. The crux of the issue lies in the emperor's desire to ascertain the old duke's health condition. Should the venerable elder indeed be in poor health, the emperor, acknowledging the long-standing loyalty of the royal elder, would be unlikely to withhold this grace. Originally, the Duke of Sui was not a contender in this matter. However, after the demise of the heir Wang Li Dai's wife, in an effort to ensure a healthy son to inherit the title, he might petition to elevate his side consort, the esteemed Yang clan, who shares noble lineage with the favored concubine, with the support of young Gao Li Shi. It is conceivable that the machinations of the Yang clan could succeed. Many opportunists abound, and the emperor may not notice that Li Dai has a legitimate eldest son, who, upon remarriage, could potentially father additional legitimate heirs. The legitimization of a concubine would not impede the succession of the title. This, one might presume, is the ultimate aim of the Yang clan. Li Lijun was acutely aware that this scheme had likely succeeded in her previous life, which is why Li Wenqi, being privy to this information, would bring it up in the presence of the Yang clan. The Yang clan intended to exploit this opportunity by first eliminating the Chun family to vacate the primary consort position, and subsequently leverage the connection between Li Lijun and young Gao Lishur to ensure her inclusion in this advantageous arrangement. Li Yanjun volunteered to assist her mother, but, unable to maintain her composure, resorted to indiscreet remarks after being rebuffed by Li Lijun. In her desperation, she contemplated silencing her adversaries, yet inadvertently exposed her own machinations, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Shaoyang clan. Thus, it is evident that one must not be overly greedy. Desiring everything often results in acquiring nothing at all. Li Lijun smiled wryly, pondering the implications of the imperial decree from the beloved concubine. She knew well that her loyalty still lay with the Yang family. The lavish gifts were merely a means to placate her, prompted by the scandals surrounding the Shaoyang affair. Should she wield this decree to demand her father's support in punishing her elder sisters, it would likely result in her own humiliation. Li Lijun was taken aback. Could the Yang Guifei truly be such a person? Xiao Gali continued. The direct brothers of Yang Weiying would surely be reluctant to see the position of Prince of Sui slip away. If your eldest brother's health continues to falter, they may very well seek alternative solutions, perhaps even marrying another daughter into the family, either as a wife or a concubine. In such a scenario, the inner workings of the Prince of Sui's household may well be thrown into turmoil once again. You are still young and lack the favor of the heir, hence, you must act with greater caution moving forward, avoiding the childish frivolities of your youth centered around mere indulgence. I observe that Princess Do treats you well and conducts herself with great propriety, embodying the virtues of a benevolent elder. You should cultivate a closer relationship with her. Regardless of what the heir may say, as long as the Prince and Princess of Sui are willing to protect you, you can find solace within your home. Li Lijun silently nodded, her expression easing. In that case, I can rest assured. I too wish to avoid enmity with the favorite of the sage. Given his honest and straightforward nature, it is unlikely that he would conspire with the Yang family to deliberately trouble a mere child. Li Lijun sensed a deeper meaning in his words and wished to inquire further. However, the young Gao Lishur was resolute in his reluctance to elaborate. The attendant who accompanied him out of the palace had already urged him once, and now a second summons was upon him. Aware that he could no longer afford to linger, he addressed Li Lijun. I must take my leave now, but I shall find a way to return and visit you. Should you have any messages for me, do not send them to the residence at Yishanfang. I am currently stationed at the South Inner Xingqing Palace, which is rather distant from Yishanfang, making it inconvenient for visits. I have purchased a modest abode behind Xingye Temple in the southwestern corner of Shengyifang. It is not large, but sufficient for my needs when I need to rest outside the palace. If you wish to send a message, have it delivered there. The mute servant who tends to the house is trustworthy. If you doubt his ability to communicate, you may leave your message at the Lingluo shop of Zhaoqinji in the East Market. I often stop by there when I exit the palace, and the shopkeeper is well acquainted with me. He will ensure that your message reaches me. Li Lijun had many more things she wished to convey, yet seeing his urgency, she suppressed her thoughts and obediently agreed, escorting him out of the morning hall. Li Dai had been waiting at the entrance of the Wangfu for quite some time. Upon seeing Gao Lishur, he approached him, dismissing the young girl with a casual wave. Li Lijun felt a lingering irritation at his earlier conduct and refrained from engaging him further, silently bidding her uncle farewell. After seeing off Gao Lishur, Li Dai hurried to consult with Prince Sui, eager to discern his father's perspective on the meaning behind the imperial consort's decree. If the young Yang truly faces expulsion from the Yang family, what shall become of Li Wenyang? Is he to take another concubine and place the fourth son in her name? Moreover, having just lost his wife, and with his beloved concubine missing, all his former maidservants have long been dismissed by his cherished partner, leaving his courtyard utterly desolate. Even though he remains in mourning for a year, he feels quite unsettled. Should he select a few striking maidens from the Wang residence to join his household? Or perhaps, directly take a well-bred and reputable concubine? Surely, he cannot be left to endure a year of solitude. That evening, Li Lijun overheard discussions regarding the prince's ire towards the heir, who had been summarily expelled from the study. Second son Li Jiao made a special effort to console his father, while Lady Jean provided a calming ginseng soup. However, when Lady Dou arrived shortly thereafter, both Lady Jean and Li Jiao were swiftly dismissed. Under the gentle persuasion of Lady Dou, the prince finally quelled his fury. Li Dai, feeling dejected, retreated to the eastern courtyard for the night. With few attendants remaining in the western courtyard, he found no desire to behold the familiar surroundings, which only reminded him of the now missing young Yang, who was suspected of having fled. Li Lijun allowed the cunning matrons of the courtyard to carry out their schemes without interference. That night, she retired earlier than usual. Once the door was closed and silence enveloped the surroundings, she discreetly operated a drone, sending it soaring towards the southeast. The previous evening, Li Wenqi had returned from the southwest, departing the Sui Wang residence with the young Yang in that very direction. Through the lens of the drone, Li Lijun could still discern the vivid magenta streaks across the night sky. Having learned from the previous night's experience, she refrained from flying the drone too swiftly, instead guiding it leisurely along the luminous trail high above. After traveling a distance of 4 or 5 dozen miles, a dark, foreboding mountain range emerged ahead. The magenta streaks meandered down the mountainside, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Li Lijun consulted the map in her hand, cross-referencing it with the drone's recorded coordinates, and suspected she had arrived at the Zhongnan Mountains. Peering through the lens towards the mountain peak, she faintly observed a serene aura ascending into the heavens, prompting her to take a deep breath. It seemed that the fabled sanctuary mentioned by Li Wenqi, belonging to his sect, was indeed located here. Chapter 71. The wind's direction. After considerable contemplation, Li Lijun resolved to alter the drone's course and return to Chang'an. Although she had uncovered the whereabouts of Li Wenqi's sect, she had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. With disciples over a century-old possessing foundational cultivation, it was reasonable to assume that their master must be at least in the golden core stage. Uncertain of the sect's true nature and conduct, she noted that while their demeanor suggested they were a reputable and orthodox faction, such groups often protect their own. She doubted they would hold their disciple accountable for the grievances among mortals. Revealing her identity and subsequently suffering losses would leave her with no recourse for redress. It would be wiser to wait until she amassed sufficient strength before seeking out these local practitioners. She hoped that the members of this sect would be rational and virtuous individuals, disinclined to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Li Lijun was pleased to discover that there were cultivators in her humble world, as this would facilitate her inquiries into local resources and enable her to exchange information with others, rather than having to embark on every exploration alone from scratch. However, she felt that it should not take her many years to establish connections with the local sections. Her concerns were primarily about the sect's modus operandi and Li Wenqi's stance. Without delving into the former, she noted that although Li Wenqi possessed considerable cultivation and a formidable temperament, he was not necessarily an insurmountable adversary. Observing the traces he left while moving through the air, she could surmise the technique he employed. This method, which involved momentarily appearing every few dozen meters, was actually available for purchase in the marketplace of the Ziwei Tianyu, redeemable with points at a modest price and with a relatively low learning threshold. However, it lacked the ability to render one completely invisible and was not particularly swift, which were its few shortcomings. Its advantage lay in the minimal consumption of true qi, with corresponding advanced versions available for each major realm, usable from the qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage, making it a highly cost-effective method of evasion and quite popular among the taskers in Ziwei Tianyu. Li Lijun had learned this technique, but soon found a superior alternative and thus set it aside. Yet, due to her prior experience, she easily recognized that Li Wenqi was employing this very technique, albeit the version suited for the qi refinement stage. Given that he had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment, why was Li Wenqi still utilizing a technique from the qi refinement stage? Did he not know of its advanced version for the foundation establishment stage? From this, Li Lijun deduced that either his sect lacked depth or its lineage was flawed. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Wenqi's potential for development would remain constrained. As long as Li Lijun could flourish, she believed that she would soon no longer need to worry about finding herself once again in the awkward predicament of watching Li Wenqi take her mother away last night in the morning hall. While the sun had yet to rise, Li Lijun, in the darkness, hastily crafted a small spirit-gathering array, its range limited to the surrounding space of approximately 1 meter, resembling a hemispherical dome inverted upon the ground. Though diminutive, this array required only a low-grade spirit stone to emit sufficient spiritual energy for her to practice once, enhancing her cultivation of the Qi refinement stage. With the assistance of this ultra-compact spirit-gathering array, her efficiency in practicing the sun, moon, and stars technique would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Even if it required the expenditure of spirit stones, the attainment of genuine cultivation was undeniably worthwhile. Merely hoarding wealth without striving to elevate oneself, even with mountains of gold and silver, would not guarantee preservation. Li Lijun felt quite cheerful throughout the day, though she had to temper her demeanor in public. In truth, those around her were too preoccupied to concern themselves with her feelings. The arrival of the young strong man slightly shifted the dynamics within the Sui Wang residence. Li Yanjun, who had been confined to the side courtyard, had lost all hope of being released by her mother. Li Dai resolutely refrained from mentioning the release of this daughter. Instead, she instructed her subordinates to send additional bedding, clothing, and daily necessities to the side courtyard, even packing up her maidservants to accompany her, seemingly determined to keep her confined for several more months. Upon encountering her own kin, Li Yanjun felt no joy. Instead, she wept incessantly, occasionally lashing out in anger. However, the remote location of the courtyard rendered her cries unheard. Save for the servants attending her and the rough maids sweeping outside, Li Wenyang, on the other hand, fared relatively well. Although he no longer enjoyed the privileges he once did under his mother's care, he still lacked for nothing essential. Li Dai treated her healthy younger son kindly, visiting him daily whenever she had the time, and no servant in the Wang residence dared to neglect him. Yet, it was impossible for Li Wenliang to expect the same level of indulgence as before or to be unreserved with his siblings. The two sons of the second branch began to tease their younger cousin, occasionally playing pranks or snatching away his toys and treats. Nonetheless, these were mere trifles. As long as their antics remained within reasonable bounds, Li Wenliang would only cry out in protest, unable to contend with his older cousins. Li Dai had little time to concern herself with the squabbles among the young boys. Recently, due to the disappearance of the young Yang, she found herself at odds with several of his legitimate brothers. Fortunately, another branch of the Yang family empathized with her plight and took the initiative to mediate between the parties. The son from this branch maintained a good rapport with Li Linfu, a powerful minister in the court, and was willing to facilitate an introduction. Although Li Dai harbored the belief that her abilities were on par with those of Li Linfu, she was nonetheless eager to forge connections with influential figures. She was contemplating securing a prestigious official position. Li Lijun continued to visit the morning hall daily, yet she heard some rumors from her cousin Li Huijun, suggesting that a daughter from the Yang clan, who was recently acquainted with Li Dai, was waiting in her boudoir and likely had a keen interest in the position of Wang Jifei. The family of Li Jianrang and his sister Li Chujun also caught wind of these rumors. How could they remain idle? They had long harbored intentions to marry their daughters into the Sui royal household, whether as wives or concubines, to sustain their kinship ties with the Sui royal family. If another branch of their clan were to seize the opportunity, then their years of investment in the Sui royal household would surely go to waste. The dismissal of the royal chief historian and the expulsion of numerous servants had already inflicted considerable losses upon them. They could no longer afford to watch the situation deteriorate. On the 8th day of the 9th month, the day before Li Lijun's 9th birthday, old Madame Yang brought her daughter-in-law and daughter to the Sui royal household to visit her ailing grandson, Li Jianrang. Li Dai unexpectedly encountered his newly come-of-age sister-in-law, Yang Shilian, outside the room of his eldest son, leaving him somewhat distracted. Old Madame Yang invited her son-in-law to her grandson's study, where they engaged in a private discussion for half an hour, after which Li Dai left, his face aglow with excitement. Chapter 72. Dispute. Li Lijun's 9th birthday was celebrated with great modesty. The kitchen sent over a bowl of delectable mushroom vegetarian noodles in the morning, topped with 2 eggs. Lunch and dinner also featured 2 additional dishes compared to usual. Her grandfather, the Sui Wang, and her step-grandmother, Princess Do, each gifted her a set of clothing, while her father, Li Dai, presented her with a jade tassel. Li Lijun recalled that this set of jade ornaments was originally crafted last year by the young Yang family for her sister, Li Yanjun. However, due to Li Yanjun's aversion to the color of the jade, it was exchanged for another design, leaving this exquisite jade piece relegated to the storeroom, unseen and forgotten. To her surprise, Li Dai would think of it this year. Li Lijun had long since abandoned any hope in her father. She regarded his birthday gifts merely as a means to accumulate her private collection, accepting them without intention of showcasing them publicly. The second and third branches of the family, along with affectionate relatives, also presented gifts, ensuring that all siblings made their gestures. Even though her elder sister, Li Chujun, had yet to recognize her younger sister's significance, their eldest brother, Li Jianrang, graciously compensated for this oversight. He even quietly apologized to his younger sister for Li Chujun's rudeness. Li Lijun took no offense. Recently, Li Chujun had been subjected to tremendous distress. The once trusted aunt had been exposed for numerous misdeeds, even attempting to harm her own brother. The young Yang herself had admitted to these transgressions before vanishing without a trace. Li Chujun, burdened by her father's incessant lamentations, came to believe that the young Yang had fled with the aid of the Yang family, not considering the possibility of her encountering misfortune. The actions of the young Yang shattered Li Chujun's entire perception of her aunt, leaving her feeling as though the sky had fallen. She was reluctant to accept the bitter truth and seethed with shame and fury for having been deceived by the young Yang for so many years. In recent days, she has been rather irritable. It was only after her grandmother, Lady Yang, personally came to soothe her that she calmed down a bit and began to worry about her brother's health. However, in the blink of an eye, a certain Yang 16 emerged, standing outside her brother's chamber, engaging in a love-at-first-sight spectacle with her father, Li Dai. Although Li Chujun had been somewhat misled by the young Yang's demeanor, she was not entirely foolish. She began to suspect that this entire scenario had been orchestrated in advance. Lady Yang's visit was not genuinely intended to express concern for her brother's illness or her own emotional state. Rather, it was merely a pretext to introduce 16 to her father, with the ulterior motive of marrying her into the Sui royal household to fill the void left by the young Yang. Li Chujun frequently visited her maternal family and was thus well acquainted with this 16, aware of her striking beauty and gentle disposition, which often charmed people. Yet she harbored considerable cunning. According to her grandmother's private assessments, she was akin to her own mother, a suitable candidate for a concubine, adept at feigning affection to win a man's favor. How could such a woman ever embody the virtues of a wise wife and nurturing mother? Li Chujun had always looked upon this 16 with disdain, and now she could hardly accept her as a stepmother. She would prefer Chen, who, at the very least, was dignified and graceful, devoid of any beguiling demeanor. Lady Yang had always regarded her own illegitimate daughter with disdain and had never anticipated that the young Yang would cause trouble or mysteriously vanish. Thus, she had never foreseen a day when Yang 16 would need to marry into the Sui royal household. Having once criticized her illegitimate daughter without restraint in front of her granddaughter, she now found herself unable to placate her granddaughter when the time for utilizing such a daughter arose. The more Lady Yang sought to explain to her grandchildren that Yang Shiyang was a virtuous woman who would treat them kindly after marrying Li Dai, the more Li Chujun doubted her sincerity. Given that their maternal family had previously married the morally questionable Xiao Yang to Li Dai as a concubine, while fervently assuring her grandchildren that she would regard them as her own, only to have those assurances shattered by Xiao Yang's recent misconduct. How could they trust that Yang Shiyang would not become the next Xiao Yang? After all, Xiao Yang had feigned virtue for over a decade, unlike Yang Shiyang, who had been labeled a seductress by Lady Yang from a young age. Li Jianran, having suffered from past experiences, now harbored doubts regarding his maternal family. He chose to remain silent about his grandmother's words, feigning illness and delegating the decision-making power entirely to his father, Li Dai. He understood that as long as Li Dai was willing, no one could prevent him from taking another wife or concubine. Li Chujun vehemently opposed the idea of Yang Shiyang entering their household, even though Lady Yang insisted that it would be beneficial for the siblings. She would only begrudgingly accept Yang Shiyang as a concubine and had no intention of honoring her as she once did with Xiao Yang. To her, Yang Shiyang would merely be another of her father's concubines. Li Chujun, considering herself a noble lady of the prince's residence, would treat the concubine as a stepmother when pleased. But when displeased, she would regard her as insignificant, akin to mere pets. This had always been her attitude towards her father's concubines, and Yang Shiyang would be no exception. Lady Yang found herself in distress over the attitudes of her two grandchildren. She had promised in front of the noble consort to disassociate the young Yang lady from Yang Shuo, and as a result, she faced considerable resentment from her sons and daughters-in-law. Her heart was already inclined towards making amends. She naturally hoped that Yang 16 could marry Li Dai as a secondary wife, Otherwise, if Yang 16 were to bear offspring, they would hold no more significance than Li Wenliang's children and might even be relegated behind them in the line of succession. What purpose would that serve? Yet, Yang 16 was merely a concubine. Without the support of Li Dai's legitimate children, how could she secure her position as the primary consort? Currently, she possessed youth and beauty. But other young ladies shared those same attributes. Her bargaining chips paled in comparison to those of Qin, who at least had familial connections and a generous dowry. The matriarch of the Yang family sensed that other branches within the clan were also attempting to forge closer ties with Li Dai, which made her anxious. She seized upon her grandson's illness as a pretext and almost daily brought Yang 16 to visit. At this moment, Li Dai was indeed captivated by Yang 16, prompting him to visit daily to check on his son, coincidentally encountering his sister-in-law. Yang 16 was acutely aware that her future happiness hinged upon these few days. It was a decisive moment where she could either ascend to the esteemed position of the heir's consort, enjoying a life of wealth and ease, or follow in the footsteps of her sixth sister, Yang Weiying, becoming a secondary wife at the mercy of her family. The answer was all too clear. She needed to seize this opportunity with all her might, even if it meant inciting the displeasure of her future stepchildren. As long as her brother-in-law Li Dai was willing to formally take her as his wife, that was all that mattered. In Li Jianran's courtyard, grand dramas unfolded daily. While the matriarch and Li Chujun often found themselves embroiled in disputes within his chambers, he longed to turn a blind eye to it all. Yet he found it impossible to rest peacefully, and his health continued to deteriorate without improvement. It was still the Princess Do who could no longer bear the situation and personally invited her in-laws to the parlor for a conversation, allowing Li Jianran a moment to breathe. The Princess Do ardently extolled the virtues of Yang Shilu, which provoked Li Dai, who relished opposing her stepmother, to begin criticizing Yang Shilu, asserting that she was not as flawless as portrayed. The old matriarch Yang was nearly driven to despair, beginning to suspect that the Princess Do was deliberately orchestrating this to thwart her family's daughter from entering the Li household. At that moment, Li Dai chanced upon another daughter of the Yang clan and found her quite appealing as well. Additionally, there were other families drawn to him due to his newfound status as a widower, who, either intentionally or inadvertently, approached him to forge connections. Realizing he had numerous options, Li Dai felt no urgency. He had just taken a maid from the east courtyard, and now he was presented with a pair of beautiful maidens. With company in his quarters, he no longer felt the pangs of solitude at night and wished to be more prudent in the matter of remarriage. He had always been dissatisfied with the Chun family's background and resolved that when he sought a new wife, she must come from a distinguished lineage with influential relatives, possessing not only virtuous character but also a pleasing appearance. Although he harbored interest in Yang Shilu, he would not abandon his plans for her sake. However, he would not openly disclose this fact. Was it not rather amusing that a coveted beauty would go to such lengths to win his affection? Chapter 73. Burial. Li Lijun was indifferent to her father's matrimonial strategies. Recently, her spirits had been high, for she had finally advanced to the second level of qi refinement the day after her birthday. Despite the increasing demands for spiritual energy and the prolonged time required for each subsequent upgrade, her heart remained brimming with hope. Additionally, over the past few days, she had been utilizing drones to observe the ground from above, comparing the discrepancies with the map of Xi'an she had brought from the Republic era. She meticulously adjusted the differences and redrew a high-definition map of Chang'an, although she had yet to familiarize herself with many of the city's streets. This map alleviated her fears of losing her way within Chang'an and its surrounding areas. Just as Li Lijun was enthusiastically planning her tracking mission, Lady Do sent Shun Jiang to summon her. With great seriousness, Shun Jiang relayed a disheartening message that shattered her good spirits. "What do you mean?" Li Lijun asked, incredulous. "Father and grandfather have decided that mother should be interred without delay? But we have yet to reach the second 7. Lady Do sighed, expressing her uncertainty about who had influenced Crown Prince Xi's resolute decision to hasten the burial of the Crown Princess, as he seemed unwilling to postpone any further. Although the prince found this course of action illogical, the Crown Prince invoked the decree of the favored consort, which left him somewhat swayed. On the day following the disappearance of the young Lady Yang, the favored consort issued an edict mandating the expulsion of the Yang siblings from their family line. Regardless of the Yang family's willingness, once the consort had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. The Sui royal residence, unable to locate the young Lady Yang, had Li Dai announced to the public that she had succumbed to a sudden illness, and the funeral was conducted in a hasty manner. Following the expulsion from their clan, Yang Shua was swiftly judged by the Jingzhou Yin and sentenced to exile, set to depart shortly. Their biological mother was sent to a nunnery for spiritual retreat by Lady Yang, originally as the consort of the heir. Qin was to remain in the Sui prince's residence for a period of 49 days of mourning, especially since it was autumn and the weather was pleasant. Given that she had met an untimely death, no preparations had been made for her burial plot, and finding a geomancer to select a suitable site would undoubtedly take considerable time. Now, with merely 2 days past the 7th, Li Dai suddenly insisted on hastening the burial of his deceased wife. In such haste, how could everything be properly arranged? Reflecting on her father's recent unreliable words and actions, Li Lijun's expression grew stern. She addressed Princess Do, saying, "My father has issued his command, and I must obey. However, in this rush, we have yet to secure a burial site. Where can my mother possibly be laid to rest? My elder brother and sister's mother rests in a place of exquisite feng shui, yet there is no justification for my mother to be interred alongside her." Princess Do sighed. Regarding the selection of a burial site, the prince has previously discussed it with the heir. The heir believes that as long as it is a picturesque locale, your mother would not be displeased. However, the prince feels that it would be best for our family to remain close together, fostering a sense of warmth and reunion in the future. Yet, the Sui prince had not yet passed, and the burial site had already been determined at the late emperor's Xiao mausoleum, except for the Prince of Ning, who was posthumously honored as the Emperor of Righteousness and has a Huai mausoleum. The late emperor's sons were primarily interred alongside him at Xiao mausoleum. The current emperor would eventually have his own mausoleum, but as the youngest son, the Sui prince was entitled to a parcel of land within his father's burial grounds. A reasonable arrangement indeed. The accompanying burial site was completed many years ago, with the original consort of the Sui king, Princess Tang, having already taken residence there, leaving space for the future tomb of the Sui king and his secondary consort, Princess Do. However, due to the limited area, the Sui king could at most share the tomb with his wives and perhaps include a beloved child who had passed away prematurely. Yet, other grown children, grandchildren, and descendants would undoubtedly require separate burial sites. The Qiao tomb lacks a place for the Qin family, while the late Yang matriarch has her own designated burial ground chosen by the Yang family. When the site was selected, it is likely that Li Dai did not foresee the necessity of being interred alongside his primary consort in the future. At present, he is still quite young and hardly contemplating the matter of his own burial site. So where, then, should the Qin family be laid to rest? Li Lijun recalled the tales of Tang tombs she had heard in the Republic of China, believing it would be best for her mother to be buried as close to the imperial mausoleum as possible. The burial ground need not be overly opulent, nor should the accompanying offerings be excessively lavish. However, the structure itself must be sufficiently robust and should avoid areas that may later be chosen for the construction of royal tombs. After consulting a high-definition map of the regions surrounding Chang'an in her mind, Li Lijun began to formulate ideas for the burial site. Perhaps there are still suitable locations near the Qiao tomb? In the future, when family members go to pay their respects to their ancestors, they could conveniently stop by to honor her mother as well. Princess Do understood Li Lijun's intention. She feared that should the Chun family remain without descendants in the Sui royal residence, and with Li Dai not giving them due regard upon her marriage, her brothers and nephews might neglect the ancestral worship of the Qin family, prompting her to consider a burial site closer to her grandfather's tomb. It is but a common sentiment, Lady Do, delighted to provide her granddaughter with convenience, said, "In that case, I shall send someone to inspect the vicinity of Qiaoling. If all proceeds smoothly, it is likely that by the 7th of the month, the Prince of Xi will arrange for the burial of the Princess of Xi. You must prepare yourself, do not anger the prince. Should you require anything, feel free to express your needs openly. If he desires your compliance, he will not fuss over trivial matters. After all, this affair must be attended to eventually. Given that we currently have the edict of the noble consort and the court's ladies are feeling indebted to the Princess of Xi, it would be more prudent for you to ensure her dignified interment rather than engage in disputes with the prince, which would only lead to widespread discontent and ultimately a hasty burial." Li Lijun accepted Lady Do's counsel and took the opportunity to state her own condition. "I wish to personally oversee my mother's funeral arrangements. All that is required from my father is financial and manpower support. I prefer that he not be burdened with further concerns, as he is quite occupied at present." Lady Do, however, was not entirely in agreement. Qiaoling is quite distant from Chang'an, and the area is desolate and remote. It is hardly a place for a young lady such as yourself to venture. You need only remain at home and await news. Even in the pursuit of filial piety towards your mother, this is not the matter to concern yourself with. Yet Li Lijun remained resolute. How many are willing to thoughtfully plan for my mother's funeral? I might as well take it upon myself. Moreover, our household is currently in disarray, with guests arriving incessantly, leaving me quite at a loss. If I seize this opportunity to step away, I may find some peace for a few days. Finally, Lady Dou relented. Since you have made up your mind, very well. Bring along several companions, and I shall allocate additional assistance to you. You must be obedient and not wander about. Simply follow the arrangements made by the elders. With her objective achieved, Li Lijun felt a sense of relief and complied dutifully. Chapter 74. Preparations. The fourth young lady intended to personally venture out in search of a suitable burial site for the consort of the heir. This news swiftly spread throughout the Sui royal residence. Regarding the selection of the daughter-in-law's tomb, his subordinates had already collaborated with the officials from the Historical Bureau to identify several potential locations. However, due to the chaos of previous matters, he had not yet made a decision. Now, he would simply convey these locations to his granddaughter, allowing her the freedom to choose. Whether near the Qiao mausoleum or in another picturesque locale, the choice was entirely hers. This way, she would not have to start from scratch, sparing her some effort. He personally selected a loyal guard to accompany Li Lijun. The leader was Ding Wulong, the very individual who, while on patrol, had spotted the elusive white figure scaling the wall. Ignoring the rumors of ghostly apparitions, he relentlessly pursued the matter, ultimately uncovering Yang Shua's whereabouts. Although he had rendered significant service that day, his superior worried that the heir, having lost his beloved concubine, might harbor grievances against Ding Wulong for being overly inquisitive. To protect this subordinate, the superiors sought an opportunity to transfer him to another position, minimizing his contact with the heir. However, the Sui king saw Ding Wulong as a steadfast and loyal officer whom he greatly admired. Observing that his granddaughter required assistance, he decided to assign Ding Wulong to her side. After all, the Yang family, upon encountering the daughter of the Qin clan, instinctively felt diminished. Hastily retreating without daring to act against her entourage. Upon meeting Ding Wulong and recognizing his identity, Li Lijun's emotions became somewhat intricate. On that day, she had utilized this individual, though to date, she had not inflicted any adverse consequences upon him. However, should he choose to join her in the future, it would be inevitable that she would have to offer him some form of compensation. She greeted Ding Wulong with utmost cordiality, elucidating the purpose of her journey and her preliminary plans, requesting him to arrange for protective measures, with her assurance of cooperation. Ding Wulong had never harbored any doubts regarding the fourth miss of the Sui Wang Fu having exploited him in any manner. He still did not believe that night had been an encounter with a ghost. Rather, the mysterious disappearance of Xiao Yang prompted him to suspect the presence of some unknown expert lurking about. Given that such formidable individuals were stirring trouble within the Sui Wang Fu, the safety of the fourth miss during her travels was of paramount importance. He solemnly accepted the task, assuring her of his utmost commitment to her protection. Following this, he immediately began to contemplate the arrangements for transportation and personnel. The heir, Li Dai, had yet to make an appearance. Although he found his youngest daughter to be meddlesome, since the Sui Wang had given his consent, there was no need for him to intervene. Furthermore, with his daughter handling the affairs related to her mother's posthumous arrangements, regardless of the outcome, he would not bear the blame afterward. He was content to take a step back, merely instructing his subordinates to supply his daughter with ample funds, silks, and other provisions for her expenses. Thus, that evening, Li Lijun received several carts laden with gold, silver, fabrics, and spices, along with a list of 40 strong servants, prepared to assist her in the construction of her mother's burial site. Li Lijun accepted her father's goodwill with an impassive demeanor. As long as Li Dai refrains from interfering with her actions, she is still willing to play the role of a seemingly harmonious father-daughter relationship. However, Li Dai merely provides financial support and remains indifferent to his daughter's actions, as if he has truly entrusted the affairs of his deceased wife to a child, a stance that has drawn considerable criticism from many. Not only have Jean Ririn and the couple from the second household, as well as the third household's Uncle San, expressed their dissatisfaction to Prince Sui and Princess Dou, but even the women from the Ning and Shui families have come to inquire about the details. When discussing Li Dai, everyone remarks on his uncharacteristic behavior. Previously, People attributed his favored concubine's arrogance to her indulgence, believing she harbored nefarious intentions against the legitimate wife. Now, however, many have started to think that it is indeed his favoritism towards the concubine that has allowed a woman like Xiao Yang to flourish. Additionally, upon hearing news of his recent encounters with two daughters of the Yang family, some suspect that the Yang family is employing beauty as a strategy, unwilling to let go even after Chen's demise, and is intent on overshadowing Li Dai's former legitimate wife to bolster the newcomer, while simultaneously seeking revenge on the wronged parties due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Xiao Yang and Yang Shua. Because of such discussions, two prominent families that initially intended to vie for the position of the next consort of Prince Sui have quietly withdrawn. The Yang family is currently in a position of power, appearing determined to secure Li Dai's position for their own, so why risk offending them? Moreover, the unfeeling and disloyal Li Dai is hardly an ideal match. Li Dai does not ponder this deeply, merely considering that the Yang family has used strategy to eliminate their competition, feeling slightly displeased. Each day, he engages in superficial interactions with the Yang family, while covertly exchanging glances with their daughters, truly neglecting the affairs of his deceased wife, leaving them to be managed by his youngest daughter, while he stands idly by. The people around her whispered in private upon hearing the news, yet Li Lijun remained unperturbed. Her preparations for departure were nearly complete. After consulting with Princess Sui and Princess Do, she planned to set off the following morning. It was imperative to finalize her mother's burial site swiftly so that she could lay her mother to rest. That night, she meticulously reviewed the items she intended to bring, only to turn and find the two matrons, Chui and El, standing before her, their faces laden with concern. The matrons were perplexed, since the injustices against the young lady had been rectified and the noble consort had decreed punishment for the minor Yang. Why did the prince and the heir still insist on an early burial for her? The young lady did not utter a word of complaint, obediently complying instead. Li Lijun smiled gently, stating, "Mother has departed. Why must we prolong her stay in the realm of the living? Is it truly more dignified that way? I believe Mother would prefer tranquility. Father is preparing to take a new bride. Why subject her to witnessing that? It is better for her to be free from sight." The matrons felt their eyes welling with tears, contemplating her words and recognizing the validity in her reasoning, thus refraining from further discussion. Unbeknownst to them, there was a significant underlying reason for Li Lijun's decision. Chapter 75. Departure. Li Lijun had long been discontented with her constrained existence as a noble lady within the princess residence, without the means to wield a sword. Even her desire to strike someone was thwarted. Now, with the opportunity to venture outside, albeit accompanied by many, she was relieved to escape the confines of Sui Wangfu. Whether she could find a suitable location remained uncertain, yet she could use this occasion as leverage to broach the subject of relocating with Princess Do. If they ultimately discover the resting place of her mother, Chen's grave, and there exists suitable accommodation nearby, it would be indeed fortuitous. Her declaration of guarding her mother's tomb was not mere pretense. She was resolutely committed to this duty. That night, as she gazed at the summit of Mount Chang'an, she perceived an ethereal aura lingering at the peak, leading her to believe that a celestial sect must inhabit that location. However, she dared not venture too close to this sect for fear of attracting the attention of Li Wenqi. Yet, since Mount Zhongnan exuded spiritual energy, it was highly probable that the surrounding mountains possessed similar vitality. Under the guise of selecting a burial site, she planned to survey the wooded hills surrounding Chang'an, confident that she would find a suitable location. Should her search prove futile, she would simply choose a spot that appealed to her aesthetic sense and rely on her handcrafted spirit-concentrating array for her cultivation. On the following morning, after completing her daily practice, Li Lijun rose to freshen up and dress. Madame Xiao assisted her with her hair, while Hong brought in breakfast, which consisted of a generous bowl of steaming, fragrant sesame porridge accompanied by a plate of vegetarian pancakes. Li Lijun instructed Hong to ensure that everyone was well fed and that they packed ample food, water, a stove, and charcoal, not to mention rain gear. When venturing outdoors, the comforts of home are often absent. It is preferable to endure a little inconvenience now, ensuring that everything necessary is brought along, rather than scrambling for supplies when the moment arises. Hong chuckled at this. Rest assured, young mistress, the elder women have long provided their guidance, and everything is already prepared. There is no need for you to worry about such matters. Li Lijun touched her nose, observing that her hair had been elegantly styled, and hurried off to breakfast. Hong, with a knowing smile, redirected Madame Xiao's attention. Just now, I saw Shiqing outside. She appeared to be in tears. We all followed the young lady out. Yet she insisted on remaining behind to guard the home, which caused her considerable distress. Upon hearing this, Lady Xiao wiped away her tears, remarking, "It is merely a few days' absence. There are important matters to attend to. Do you think we are merely going out for amusement? Someone must remain to oversee the household. Otherwise, if everyone departs, even with mountains of gold and silver, they could easily be carted away." After speaking, she ventured out to have a heart-to-heart with Shiqing. In the midst of their conversation, Hong approached with a look of astonishment, announcing, "The county princess has arrived." The visitor was Princess Li Wanji of Pingde County, the youngest daughter of Princess Do and the aunt of Li Lijun, at the tender age of 16. She was a demure and reserved young woman, who typically shunned social interactions. In her childhood, she would occasionally play with her nieces, but since her elder brother, Li Dai, began to express disdain for their stepmother, often speaking ill of her and her children, Li Wanji had significantly reduced her interactions with the family. Even when Chen was alive and treated her kindly, she maintained a polite distance, striving to avoid any personal connections with her elder brother's side. The only younger relative with whom she shared a close bond was her own niece, Li Huijun. Li Wanji was quite silent. Upon seating herself, she noticed that Li Lijun had yet to finish her breakfast. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "Please continue your meal. Eat well, so you do not go hungry on your journey." Li Lijun, bewildered, could only comply, burying her head in her food. Once she had satisfied her hunger, Li Wanji produced a small pouch the size of a palm. "This is something I made," she said. "Inside, it contains aromatic herbs to alleviate motion sickness. Keep it with you. If you feel unwell during your journey, simply inhale its fragrance. You may also place it beside your pillow while you sleep for some comfort." Li Lijun accepted the pouch with gratitude. Li Wanji waved her hand dismissively, pausing before she added, "Your father may not be a good man, but there are other elders in your family who care for you. Do not be too hard on yourself. If you have any grievances, speak to my mother. She will advocate for you." With those words, Li Wanji rose and departed. Her visit had been brief, yet left the onlookers in bewilderment. Hong could not help but turn to ask Xiaonyangzi, "Did the county princess come all this way just to present the pouch to the young lady?" Shiqing smiled softly. "Though the county princess usually prefers solitude and rarely engages with us from the main house, she has a kind heart." Hong retorted, "If it weren't for the crown prince's abrasive tongue and his penchant for offending others, the county princess would have likely been more cordial." Xiaonyangzi shot her a glance. "Enough of that. It's getting late. We must pack our things. We have a journey ahead, and we cannot afford to dawdle, lest the young lady miss her lodging for the night." There was no question of lingering. With Li Lijun now at the helm, she felt adequately prepared for the tasks ahead. Efficiently, she bid farewell to the Sui Wang couple and her father, Li Dai, before heading directly through the second gate. Having made her move, the others could hardly afford to lag behind. When news finally reached Li Huijun and she was ready to send them off, Li Lijun's carriage had already departed from the Daojing Square, proceeding eastward along the main road, heading directly toward the Chunming Gate. The vast expanse of the world outside Chang'an unfolded before Li Lijun's eyes. Chapter 76. The journey. The infrastructure of the Tang dynasty was commendable, though it was primarily confined to official projects. While the roads within Chang'an were well paved, the conditions outside the city presented a different narrative. The maintenance of the official roads was satisfactory, but the state of the non-official routes varied greatly. In the densely populated and affluent regions, the roads were relatively well kept, whereas in the more ordinary rural villages, one could only find poorly maintained dirt paths. In some areas, there were scarcely any proper roads. Instead, the paths formed from the frequent passage of foot traffic had merely created yellow mud tracks. Under the arid weather, the passage of horse-drawn carriages stirred up clouds of dust, rendering even the most pristine individuals covered in grime. In the event of rain, the entire path would transform into a quagmire, with each step taken by pedestrians resulting in muddy pitfalls, while the carts and oxen had to tread carefully to avoid becoming ensnared in the muck. Given the construction standards of carriages in this era, traversing such roads was far from a pleasant experience. On the first day of travel, Ding Wulong largely dictated the pace. Concerned for the frail health of the young Xin Yang, fearing she might not withstand the rigors of the journey. To his surprise, Li Lijun persevered without incident, appearing remarkably unfazed. In contrast, the accompanying maids and elderly attendants all bore expressions of discomfort. That evening, they lodged at a sizable inn adjacent to the San Juan County Post Station, where they had reserved 3 spacious courtyards to accommodate everyone comfortably. Upon the arrival of esteemed guests, the host attended to them with utmost diligence, serving sumptuous dishes and providing warm water for bathing. However, Crone Shui and the others were too fatigued. They hastily consumed their meal, soaked their feet in warm water, and urged Li Lijun to retire promptly. The following day, the countenances of the group showed little improvement. Except for the 4th Miss, Li Lijun, whose demeanor appeared more composed, and her complexion seemingly better than in the previous days. Ding Wulong, a man of serious disposition and rigid principles, believed his duty was to escort the 4th Miss, prioritizing her needs above all else. As long as she was well, the ailments of others were of no concern to him. He could not possibly delay her journey for the sake of a few servants. He understood that both the prince and the heir apparent intended to inter the heir apparent's consort shortly after the 3rd and 7th days. They truly had little time to spare. Therefore, on the 2nd day of travel, he did not reduce their pace. Rather, he urged everyone to hasten. Li Lijun maintained her calm, but the other attendants in the carriage were not so fortunate. No matter how they attempted to distract themselves, they all appeared pallid, their lips tinged with white. At lunchtime, few could manage a meal, and by evening, even Crone Shui had to apologize to Li Lijun, confessing her old bones could no longer endure, and she needed to retire to rest, unable to assist the young lady at dinner. Naturally, Li Lijun did not wish to impose upon her, and she also dismissed Lady Xiao and her home. Her home, however, was reluctant to leave. Her constitution was sturdier than that of others, and although she had suffered greatly today, she could still hold on. Considering that the young lady had brought only a few close attendants along, old Lady Cui had grown frail, and Lady Xiao was in poor health, so they took their rest. However, if I were to leave as well, who would remain by the young lady's side? It would be unthinkable to have those coarse women serve her meals and assist with her ablutions. Li Lijun managed a few hollow chuckles, secretly wishing for a moment of solitude. Of course, she would not voice her true feelings and instead shifted the conversation. Tonight, we are staying in a place called Yiting City, are we not? It seems to be the seat of Fuping County. Is Dingling located here? No. As for the feng shui of Dingling, Li Lijun was uncertain if it was favorable or not. But she had heard tales of its calamities from her elders in the Republic of China. If the imperial tombs were so afflicted, the accompanying mausoleums were not spared either. Who could fathom what fate would befall the Qin family if buried here alone? Even if she could establish effective anti-theft measures, their efficacy might not surpass 200 years. It would be wiser to keep a distance. With resolve, Li Lijun crossed out the area near Dingling from the list. On the morning of the 3rd day, they set off directly for Fengxian County, present-day Puqing. Though everyone was weary, perhaps due to the 2 days of travel, they had begun to acclimate somewhat, allowing the carriage to move faster than in the previous days without causing anyone to feel ill. Thus, they hastened along, and after nightfall, they arrived at a large and outside Fengxian County. Fengxian County was over 200 miles from Chang'an, and most travelers coming from the capital preferred to stay locally. The local post stations were limited in scale and did not appeal to the gentry, prompting some to establish a few private inns within and around the county, tastefully arranged and spacious, catering specifically to the needs of such distinguished guests, proving to be quite profitable. In recent years, the number of visitors has diminished considerably. After all, those who could be buried at the bridge tomb have nearly all passed away, and the few who remain are likely to be interred elsewhere. Moreover, the guards stationed at the tomb also possess their own consumption needs. Li Lijun has developed quite an affection for this inn. Her lodgings are situated at a higher elevation and are considerably more spacious than others, even more so than the courtyard in the Sui Wangfu. The main building of her courtyard consists of 3 rooms, and from the steps at her front door, she can gaze into the distance, clearly seeing the undulating mountains beneath the starry sky to the north. This evening, prior to entering the city of Fengxian, her party had already passed the bridge tomb. Now, standing in this location, she could identify Fengshan, where the bridge tomb lies, as part of that mountain range. As she slowly surveyed the mountains, her gaze shifted to the northeast, where several towering peaks came into view. On one of these summits, a faint ethereal aura lingered, subtly emanating a golden sheen. In contrast to the peak of Zhongnan Mountain, Li Lijun felt fortunate. Merely 3 days into her journey, she had already discovered a peak imbued with spiritual energy. Yet, simultaneously, She sensed a stroke of misfortune, for that mountain was evidently claimed by another. Chapter 77. The paper crane. Li Jun hesitated for a long while. How should she approach a sacred mountain with an owner? She had inquired with the innkeeper and, combining this information with the maps and geographical data at her disposal, she speculated that the mountain in question was likely Yaoshan. Renowned throughout Guangzhou, it has been steeped in legends since ancient times and attracts a steady stream of visitors. From this perspective, it was hardly a suitable place for tranquil cultivation. However, after 3 days of travel, she found that only this mountain possessed a certain spiritual aura. If she were to abandon her quest without further investigation, she would feel a sense of regret. Mount Yao was merely 30 miles from Fengxian County and not far from Qiaoling either. If she intended to use the excuse of guarding a tomb to move out and live separately, Mount Yao would indeed be a commendable choice. A cursory glance revealed that besides Mount Yao, there were no other locations in the vicinity that exuded such spiritual energy. Was she truly ready to relinquish her pursuit? Even if the place were already occupied, she could still pay a visit, perhaps even forge a friendship. If the spiritual vein there were sufficiently strong and the number of inhabitants few, living as neighbors could indeed be a possibility. Li Jun deliberated for a moment before deciding to cautiously probe the situation. Given her current cultivation level of the second tier of qi refining, accompanied by numerous attendants, it was impractical for her to ascend the mountain personally. She could only observe from a distance. Ideally, a drone would serve as the most effective tool. But if the entity she sought to investigate possessed profound magical abilities and a volatile temperament, it could easily destroy the drone. She had no spare, and the loss would be considerable. In such circumstances, the paper crane she had folded yesterday and today would prove invaluable. Her maid and wet nurse assumed she was merely entertaining herself during her travels, folding paper to pass the time. However, she had no intention of wasting time. The cranes she crafted were meant to substitute for the drone in executing simple tasks. Her current magical prowess allowed her to manipulate paper constructs larger than mere paper figures. The paper crane cannot soar as high or travel as far as a drone. It is susceptible to moisture, easily damaged, lacks high-definition visibility, and requires a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. Yet, it possesses a singular advantage that outweighs all its shortcomings. It is inexpensive and readily available. A slight injury to a drone causes her great distress, whereas the loss of 100 paper cranes would not trouble her in the least, for they are merely ephemeral creations crafted from ordinary paper. Even in the realm of Tang, obtaining superior quality paper is less convenient than in other task worlds. However, as a noblewoman, she can easily procure paper with a mere word, rendering such an expense trivial. Among the numerous items that Li Dai had provided her, there was an ample supply of white and gold paper suitable for her mother's funeral. She casually took a stack to fold into cranes while in the carriage, only to inadvertently lose all her creations without raising suspicion among those around her. Li Jun rummaged through her storage compartment and unearthed another familiar artifact, the small Ganlu bottle. This bottle, originally not bearing that name, had been brought from a high-magic Western world. It was initially carved from a single block of amethyst, designed to hold floral essence and placed upon an altar for divine offerings. Through a twist of fate, it was stolen by a defector priest. During his escape, the priest devised a plot against the divine envoy pursuing him, utilizing the power of an evil deity to imprison the envoy within the bottle. His intent was to eliminate the envoy, yet the envoy spent over a decade gradually enhancing his power, ultimately penetrating the confines of the bottle and breaking free from the external seal. The bottle later returned to the temple with the divine messenger, only to be lost in another internal strife, eventually finding its way into the hands of Li Jun. This bottle possesses the ability to harness divine power, amplifying the effects of any liquid substance contained within. The longer the liquid is stored, the more pronounced the enhancement, while simultaneously eliminating any negative influences. For Li Jun, who was overwhelmed by the demands of her mission at that time, this bottle served as an invaluable aid for beautification, restful sleep, and healing. Its remarkable utility prompted her to acquire it using her points upon departing that task-oriented realm. Upon her return to the Ziwei celestial realm, her teammate, the adept craftsman Tang Mingsong, refined the bottle further, infusing it with superior materials and enhancing it with intricate arrays. Now, this bottle has undergone a magnificent transformation, its exterior shifting from amethyst to a jade hue that subtly glimmers with a lavender light. It no longer relies on divine power for its efficacy. The engravings on its surface are designed to absorb the natural energies surrounding it, ensuring optimal performance in any realm. Even in worlds devoid of extraordinary forces, it retains more than half of its functionality. Presently, when Li Lijun retrieves it, it is not for the purpose of treating her own visage. Before departing from Chang'an, she had collected the autumn dew that condensed upon the flower blossoms at dawn. After several days of transformation, this dew must have evolved into a celestial essence imbued with a hint of natural power. She intends to use a few drops of this essence to dissolve vermilion, adding a touch of spiritual ink to bring her paper crane to life and inscribing mystical symbols upon its form. The once unremarkable paper crane could wield half the power of a drone. Li Lijun quietly prepared 3 such paper cranes, and as a precaution, she also made 3 small paper figures, 1 for each crane. In addition, she gathered a bronze mirror, a silver bowl, and pure water, with the celestial elixir being indispensable. She intended to infiltrate another's domain, necessitating some form of disguise and protection to avoid revealing her identity and inviting trouble. After completing her preparations, Li Lijun retired early for the night. Following a restful slumber, she awoke the next day to find that the expressions of her attendants had brightened. After they had breakfast, Li Lijun and her companions first journeyed to Qiaoling. Their visit was not to pay homage to the late emperor, but rather because the tomb designated by the Sui emperor lay within the Qiaoling vicinity, where his principal consort, Lady Tang, the biological mother of Li Dai, was interred. Now that they were there, Li Lijun felt compelled to pay her respects to her grandmother. Conveniently, a candidate burial site was located along the route from the county town to Qiaoling, and she decided to take a look. The road from Fengxian County to Qiaoling was notably smoother and wider than others, possibly due to the significance of the royal tombs. Guards were stationed at the mausoleum, and upon spotting an approaching caravan, one of them rode over to inquire. Upon learning that it was a royal family paying tribute to their ancestors, the guard posed no further questions, merely confirming the identity of the noble from which the party hailed before allowing them passage. Qiaoling is situated to the northwest of Fengxian County, yet the tomb designated by the Sui emperor is located within the southeast cluster of accompanying tombs. Quite close to the county town, Li Lijun had no intention of orchestrating a grand sacrificial ceremony. A modest offering, a few incense sticks, a humble bow, and a brief declaration of her purpose would suffice. When she departed from Qiaoling, the sun had barely risen to its zenith. She hastily surveyed the nearby candidate burial sites, which were, on the whole, acceptable, though somewhat diminutive and uncomfortably close to the roadside. While convenient for those coming to pay their respects, one could not help but ponder if such proximity would equally serve those harboring ill intentions. Li Lijun remained non-committal and instructed her entourage to alter their course northeastward, heading towards Yaoshan, where several suitable burial grounds awaited. A flicker of excitement danced within her. What manner of person resided atop the ethereal peaks of Yaoshan? Chapter 78. The Holy Mother. The journey to Yaoshan proved more arduous than anticipated. By the time Li Lijun and her party arrived at the foot of the mountain, the sun had dipped below the horizon, compelling them to seek refuge in a local inn. The establishment was bustling with guests, predominantly pilgrims visiting the Holy Mother or tourists eager to witness the autumnal splendor of the renowned mountain. As evening descended, the common room thronged with laughter and lively conversation. Ding Wulong ensured Li Lijun's accommodations were arranged before retreating with a few subordinates to gather information in the main hall. Remaining in her room, Li Lijun performed a quick ablution and, feigning fatigue, dismissed everyone, seeking solitude. Through the window, she discreetly released 3 paper cranes, adorned with invisibility runes. They were imperceptible to the ordinary eye. The dimming light of dusk, coupled with the northern winds, effectively masked the faint rustling sounds made by the delicate creatures as they took flight. Li Lijun delicately dropped the celestial dew into pure water, pouring it into a silver bowl, which she then placed before a bronze mirror. Through a series of accompanying incantations and gestures, images began to materialize in the mirror, revealing scenes visible through the eyes of a paper crane. At this moment, the sky had not yet surrendered fully to darkness. The silhouettes of mountains and pathways could still be discerned. The paper crane gracefully ascended the winding mountain trail, where scattered pilgrims could be seen descending with baskets in hand. The crane dipped slightly lower, eavesdropping on the conversation among several women, who were revealed to be from a nearby village. Having come to the sacred mother temple to light incense and pray for offspring, they spoke of the mother's remarkable efficacy. asserting that they or their daughters and daughters-in-law would soon conceive. Contemplating this, Li Lijun pondered the ethereal energy that enveloped the summit of Yaoshan, seemingly imbued with a golden radiance, leading her to suspect that this deity might be one of benevolence, perhaps a goddess of fertility. If her powers were indeed profound, the golden light could very well signify the blessings of merit. Although her knowledge of divine practices was limited, she surmised that the practitioners of this mystical realm differed from those in the high magical world of the West, likely devoid of sinister peculiarities. Furthermore, the divine roles primarily revolved around safeguarding peace and granting progeny, typically requiring only the collection of incense offerings, suggesting that their cultivation might not be particularly advanced, nor would they engage in any malevolent acts that could jeopardize their own spiritual journey. Despite her musings, Li Lijun remained cautious, skillfully guiding the paper crane along the mountain path, while striving to conceal its form amidst the branches and foliage of nearby trees. Before long, the night had fully enveloped the landscape. However, the moonlight remained relatively bright, allowing her to discern the contours of rocks and trees through the bronze mirror. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and before her eyes, a few flickering lights materialized. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that not far ahead stood a modest temple, with the illumination emanating from its entrance. Though the temple was small, it was bustling with a vibrant incense offering. Despite the presence of several individuals moving about in the late hours, it was evident that they were merely ordinary temple attendants and laborers. Li Lijun cautiously observed these individuals for a while, concluding that they did not resemble practitioners of any spiritual cultivation. She then guided the paper crane to circle the mother temple, even venturing to inspect the quarters of the temple staff, yet found nothing amiss, which left her puzzled. Where could the master of Yaoshan be? Was he indeed the Yaoshan Holy Mother, the Lady of Spiritual Response, spoken of by the pilgrims? After circling twice without encountering anyone, she pondered and decided to let the paper crane ascend towards the mountain peak. Having perceived a serene aura at the summit, she reasoned that there must be some traces of it there. The radiant golden light of merit was unmistakably shining forth. She could not have erred in her destination. However, just as the paper crane began its ascent, it abruptly halted, unable to move any further. She summoned Erhon to bring her dinner, which she consumed at a leisurely pace. After dismissing the attendant, she found herself alone once more, allowing her to set up the bronze mirror anew and place the silver bowl before it. With her vision restored, she noted that the paper crane appeared unharmed, merely ensnared among the branches. Carefully, she maneuvered the crane away from the treetop and ascended once more to survey her surroundings. Realizing it still lingered on Yaoshan, right beside the path in front of the mother temple, Li Lijun pondered for a moment before relocating the paper crane to a more distant spot, ensuring that the light from the Mother of Mercy temple was no longer visible. She then maneuvered another paper crane to glide toward the position of the first. Through the eyes of the second crane, she observed with clarity that the first had indeed sustained no damage. Even the runes upon its head remained intact. The only imperfection was that the crane's head was slightly askew, as if it had been pinched by someone, and one wing bore a smattering of dust, likely a result of becoming ensnared among the branches. Overall, the crane appeared much as it had at the moment of its departure. Li Lijun understood that she had undoubtedly caught a glimpse of the true entity, perhaps the mother of Yao Mountain herself. It seemed she was not inclined to allow her to witness the circumstances atop the mountain. Hence, she had merely flicked the paper crane away. Nevertheless, this benevolent deity exhibited remarkable forbearance, for she had neither damaged the crane nor pursued the matter further, much less resorted to any form of violence. Li Lijun touched her nose, feeling a pang of guilt. Was her demeanor towards such a gentle and kind spirit perhaps overly disrespectful? She had originally utilized the water in a silver bowl to refract the crane's perspective, and then employed a bronze mirror to reflect the image upon the water's surface, thus observing what the paper crane had seen. With this triad of precautions in place, the mother of Yao Mountain had indeed followed the paper crane. Yet the inquiry had been thwarted at the silver bowl, never even encountering the bronze mirror, and thus she could not have discerned that it was Li Lijun who was peering in. Swiftly, Li Lijun stowed away both the bronze mirror and the silver bowl. Refraining from releasing any further paper cranes, she settled down quietly, choosing to sleep peacefully throughout the night. The following day, she proactively suggested ascending the mountain to pay homage to the Holy Mother, seeking blessings for her deceased mother and the other members of her family. Embodying the essence of a young girl devoted to prayer and offerings, She meticulously observed the rituals, bringing offerings to the shrine on the mountain, patiently listening to the temple keeper recount the Holy Mother's tales, and generously contributing to the incense fund. It was not until she was seated in the carriage, leaving the confines of Yaoshan, that she sensed the Holy Mother's silence, realizing that she had successfully passed this trial. Aside from Yaoshan, there were no other sacred mountains or celestial peaks in the vicinity. She could not contend with the Holy Mother for territory. Thus, it seemed prudent to refrain from interring the Chun family nearby. Moreover, the bustling activity at the Holy Mother's temple indicated that the area was hardly tranquil or conducive to cultivation. Heading northeast lay the sites of several future imperial tombs. Given the unfortunate fates associated with these tombs, Li Lijun preferred to maintain her distance, shifting her focus towards the northwest. This region still boasted numerous mountain ranges, and she resolved to explore them one by one. She refused to believe that her fortunes would consistently be so dismal as to encounter occupied sacred mountains at every turn. Chapter 79. The commission. Li Lijun spent another night in the city of Fengxian, preparing to head westward when individuals from the Su Wangfu caught up with her. They were sent by a trusted aide of the prince, accompanied by a contingent of followers who appeared weary from their journey. He had assumed that Li Lijun was newly arrived in Fengxian and would linger for a few days. To his astonishment, she had already surveyed several parcels of land and was ready to depart, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief for having hurried along, lest he miss her. However, he found it somewhat perplexing. Did not the fourth lady express to the prince her desire to have the consort of the heir buried near the bridge tomb? Do you consider these plots of land unworthy? What then shall be done regarding the funeral arrangements for the consort of the heir? Only then did the steward realize. Hurriedly responding, I am here on the prince's command, requesting the fourth lady to assist in gathering some intelligence. In a couple of days, individuals from the Zhou Wangfu will arrive at the bridge tomb. I kindly ask you to inquire about the old Lord Wang's condition. How dire is it? Is he truly unwell? Li Lijun felt a slight stir within her heart, inadvertently recalling the information that the young Gaoli had privately imparted to her. Could it be that the old Zhou Wang is employing a ruse, using his purported illness to compel the emperor to issue a decree and fulfill his requests? This matter is rather difficult to ascertain, as she is not currently in Chang'an and has not witnessed the old Zhou Wang's condition firsthand. She cannot determine whether he is genuinely ill or merely feigning. Since the emperor has entrusted an inquiry to the Sui Wang, it is likely that he harbors doubts but cannot publicly question the matter. Seeking others might risk leaking information. Thus he turns to his own younger brother for assistance. The Sui Wang perhaps does not wish to personally visit the old Zhou Wang to ascertain his true condition, so he has resorted to contacting his little granddaughter. Given the long-standing relationship between the old Zhou Wang and Chun Wang, the sole blood descendant of Chun Wang would naturally have a legitimate reason to inquire about the old Zhou Wang's health, and the Zhou Wangfu would have no grounds to deny her access. After a moment's contemplation, Li Lijun inquired of the steward, what purpose do the Zhou Wangfu's people have in coming to the bridge tomb? Who is arriving? The steward replied, it is said that it is the old Lord Wang's second grandson, who, due to the deteriorating health of the old lord, has come at his grandfather's behest to assess whether the burial site requires any restoration. If an incident were to occur, it would be prudent to be prepared, thus avoiding any flustered chaos, and if nothing transpires, perhaps a little effort might improve the old prince's condition. Ah, by the way, the old Lord Zhou has reserved burial plots in Shaoling as well. His two previous consorts have already been interred there. Regardless of whether the elder is truly ill or feigning sickness, it would be wise to send a grandson to tend to the gravesite, serving as a testament to the family's regard. After all, even if the elder recovers, it can be said that the act of tending to the gravesite contributed to his healing, allowing for both offense and defense in the narrative. Upon hearing this, Li Lijun began to understand the situation better. Ever since she met the old Lord Zhou and heard the young Gao Lishur speak of the current state of the Zhou family, she gradually recalled memories from her childhood. She had encountered the old Lord Zhou's grandsons on numerous occasions, but due to the elder's declining health in recent years, the family had been less inclined to venture out. The eldest grandson is indeed quite remarkable, embodying the traditional ideals of both scholarly and martial prowess, and possessing an attractive demeanor, which explains why the elders favor him. However, this elder brother is more of an artistic soul, not particularly adept at managing household affairs. That role falls to his second brother, who sought counsel from Master Chun on matters of governance in his youth, by the age of 15. He had taken charge of the Zhou family's affairs with remarkable efficiency. The third brother is engrossed in poetry and painting, neglecting household duties, and the youngest, whom Li Lijun has scarcely seen, is hardly worth mentioning. In summary, should the old Lord Zhou's health truly deteriorate to the point where his family must prepare for mourning, it is inevitable that his second grandson would remain at home to oversee the situation. The task of maintaining the gravesite is trivial enough to be delegated to a subordinate. So why would it necessitate the personal involvement of the second grandson? The individual is capable of traversing 200 miles to the Qiaoling Bridge, even arriving 2 days ahead of the steward of the Sui royal residence, which clearly indicates that the matter is not urgent at all. Old Zhao Wang is indeed staging a ploy of feigned suffering. Li Lijun immediately felt a sense of calm settle in her heart. She held a deep respect and gratitude for old Zhao Wang, and she earnestly hoped for his aspirations to come to fruition. As long as the elder was not genuinely gravely ill, she was more than willing to cooperate with his family in this theatrical endeavor. Thus, Li Lijun addressed the steward. Since Aong has errands to attend to, I have no reason to decline. However, my father has expressed that my mother should be interred after the 3rd and 7th days, and with the 3rd and 7th days approaching, I find myself unable to select a suitable burial site for her. Before she could finish her statement, the steward, understanding her concern, replied, "Rest assured, 4th Miss. The prince has anticipated this matter. He has instructed me to convey to you that you may proceed with peace of mind to meet with the second young master of the Zhao family. As for the matters concerning the late princess, the prince will ensure that they are attended to with due diligence. You may select the burial site according to your preference. After all, a few extra days will not make a difference." Li Lijun inwardly acknowledged that the Sui prince remained quite astute. Even in yielding, he would not concede excessively. Nevertheless, she had intended to expedite her mother's burial, and there was no need to haggle with her grandfather at this juncture. Consequently, she readily replied, "In that case, I shall remain in Fengxian County for a couple more days." This area, having been chosen by the late emperor as a site for the imperial tomb, undoubtedly possesses auspicious geomancy. Although the plots I previously surveyed had various shortcomings, there may yet be other, more favorable locations. The steward busily remarked, "If the 4th young lady has set her sights on a particular piece of land, please do inform me. Rest assured, I shall take care of all remaining matters. As long as the 4th young lady fulfills the tasks entrusted to her by the prince, any request you have shall be readily entertained." Li Lijun raised an eyebrow, pondering. How highly the Lord values this matter. Yet, it is merely an inquiry. Why does Sui Wang place such importance upon it? Is it perhaps due to the emperor's delegation? Li Lijun chose not to elaborate further, instructing someone to extend her stay at the inn for an additional 3 days. She found this establishment quite agreeable. The food was hygienic, and its location outside the city allowed her the freedom of movement without the constraints of the city gates closing at sunset. With a considerable number of attendants and guards accompanying her, the nearby soldiers stationed at the tombs occasionally frequented the inn for meals and drinks. Ensuring that no petty thieves dared to disturb her peace, safety was certainly not a concern. Most importantly, her room uniquely featured an eastward opening window, perfectly suited for her early morning cultivation. Due to the inconveniences associated with traveling and lodging, she had unfortunately missed 2 mornings of practice. This inn provided her with numerous conveniences, leading her to relish the prospect of staying a few more days. That evening, Li Lijun could not help but feel grateful for her continued presence in Fengxian County. Throughout the night, the sky was graced by several orange shooting stars, appearing at intervals of an hour, likely part of the Taurid meteor shower. Simultaneously, a cerulean meteor with a trailing tail streaked toward the southwest. As Li Lijun engaged in her slow-paced practice of the sun, moon, stars, and clouds technique, she welcomed the first wave of fruitful results. Chapter 80. A chance encounter. As the night sky settled into tranquility, Li Lijun concluded her final round of qi circulation, delighting in the realization that she had ascended to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Eager to solidify her achievements from this evening, she diligently practiced her heart method twice more. It was no wonder that the sun, moon, and stars technique relied heavily on fortune. Within the ranks of the Xingyun Immortal sect, there were still practitioners who regarded it as their primary cultivation method. Historically, 2 individuals had even ascended to higher realms through its mastery. The technique indeed demands a high degree of personal luck. Without encountering extraordinary astronomical phenomena, progress can be sluggish. However, when rare celestial events, such as meteor showers or shooting stars, occur, advancement accelerates dramatically. Each year, several meteor showers from various constellations and occurrences of solar or lunar eclipses take place, and every few years, or even decades, one might witness such phenomena. In the high-level cultivation world of the Ziwei Great World, where the Xingyun Immortal sect is situated, numerous sects thrive, and many practitioners delve into the study of astronomy and astrological phenomena. Given the longevity of cultivators, often spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, there are always those who patiently categorize the patterns of various astronomical events, predicting the approximate timing of their next appearance. What can be accomplished in the realm of modern science is not necessarily unattainable in the world of cultivation. By wisely utilizing this information, how could one fail to master the sun, moon, and stars technique? Li Lijun's confidence in her future soared. Despite the multitude of shooting stars that graced the sky tonight, her advancement was limited to just one layer, yet she felt a profound sense of contentment. After all, she had only recently embarked on her cultivation journey. Establishing a solid foundation was paramount, and there was no need for haste. Moreover, the Taurid meteor shower will grace the skies from September until November, and she gazes at the heavens each night, apprehensive that she might miss another opportunity to gather the fleeting rewards. In the stillness of midnight, Li Lijun stood in the autumn breeze, her eyes lifted to the firmament, a smile of anticipation adorning her countenance. Behind her, the guest room window creaked open slightly, followed by the astonished voice of Hong. "My lady, why are you awake at this hour?" With that, she swiftly closed the window, hastily donned a coat, and hurried out of the room. "My lady, the wind is so strong outside. What brings you out here? If you need anything, just call for me." Confused, Hong inquired, "What do you see?" "My lady, is there something in the sky?" For the remainder of the night, Hong found no solace in sleep. The following morning, she awoke to discover that her lady had long risen, her hair neatly arranged, seated on the steps before the house. Lost in thought as she gazed into the courtyard, she quickly dressed and rushed over to apologize. "I overslept, my lady. Why did you not call for me?" Li Lijun looked up and smiled. "There is nothing pressing to attend to. You worked hard yesterday. Feel free to rest a little longer." Hong scolded playfully. "That simply cannot be. I must attend to my lady." Upon learning that her lady had yet to wash up, she hurriedly called for someone to boil water. When the young lady finished her morning ablutions and sat down for breakfast, Hong seized an opportunity to pull Granny Chui into a corner for a private conversation. She recounted the strange incident that had transpired the previous night, adding, "The young lady appeared as though she had seen someone, and even questioned me if I hadn't noticed. I felt quite frightened. Could it be that this inn is unclean, perhaps haunted?" Granny Chui, upon hearing this, became serious. "I have not heard the innkeeper mention such matters, nor have others in casual conversation brought it up. They merely speak of the efficacy of the goddess temple in Yaoshan. However, that has no connection to hauntings. Why would the young lady see a ghost without reason?" Hong, somewhat frightened, wrapped her arms around herself. "That's hard to say. Isn't there the bridge tomb nearby?" "There are many spirits there," Granny Chui scolded her. "Nonsense. The bridge tomb is the resting place of nobility, or perhaps our young lady's own ancestors. Why would they come to frighten her?" Hong, however, did not believe that the ghost was meant to scare Li Lijun, for the latter had appeared quite serene last night, as if simply engaged in conversation. Had she not unexpectedly awakened to find the young lady absent from the room, and heard the rustling of garments in the wind outside, she would not have discovered the young lady encountering a ghost in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed a theory. Could it be that the ghost the young lady saw was her mother? Otherwise, why would she show no fear at all? "She is still so young." Granny Chui was inclined to refute this notion, but as the words formed on her lips, she hesitated and swallowed them back. In the recent days at the Sui Wangfu, the spirit of the consort Shin has reportedly manifested, exposing the nefarious schemes of the malicious concubine Xiao Yang. The more she hears, the more she is convinced of its authenticity. However, the prince forbids any discussion on the matter, leading her to remain silent. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of hope ignites. What if it were true? Might she have the chance to see her beloved wife once more? With such thoughts swirling, Granny Chui hesitantly suggested, "Why don't we inquire about the young mistress? If it is indeed the wife who has returned, we would wish to meet her and ask how she fares in the afterlife. Does she know that her murderer has met justice?" As she spoke, tears welled in Granny Chui's eyes, and Hong's face reflected her sorrow. The two quickly reached a consensus to approach Lady Li for answers. However, When they sought the counsel of Lady Xiao, she voiced her dissent. If it truly is the mistress, then it would be acceptable, undoubtedly. She would not wish to conceal her presence from us. Yet, considering that Hong cannot perceive spirits, she might remain silent out of concern that we would doubt her. But what if it is not the mistress at all, but some other apparition? If we were to ask, might it invoke memories of the mistress, causing her heartache for the chance never to see her again? Granny Chui and Hong exchanged troubled glances, their resolve wavering once more. Ultimately, the three agreed to observe the situation tonight. Should the spirit not reappear, they would treat the occurrence as though it had never transpired, vowing to disclose not a word to anyone. That night, not only did Hong remain in Lady Li's chamber to keep watch, but even Lady Xiao and Granny Chui in the adjacent room were more vigilant than usual. In the dead of night, as Lady Li rose to leave her quarters, Hong was the first to awaken. She first tapped the wall a few times to notify the neighboring Granny Chui and Madame Xiao. Then, the three of them quickly donned their garments and stealthily exited the room, soon finding Li Lijun in the courtyard. She stood with her back to them, facing the shooting stars that traversed the sky, her arms outstretched beneath the moonlight, as if a gentle radiance enveloped her, illuminating her white attire and rendering her ethereal. Exuding an indescribable sense of purity, Hong and Madame Xiao held their breath, fearful of disturbing the moment, while Granny Chui silently knelt, her hands clasped in prayer, muttering Buddhist verses. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the meteors ceased their celestial dance, and the luminescence surrounding Li Lijun gradually faded. She slowly regulated her breath, lowering her arms before turning to face her three trusted attendants, a profound smile gracing her lips. Chapter 81. The revelation. This unexpected encounter unveiled Li Lijun's secret to her most trusted confidants. Upon returning to her chamber, she succinctly recounted her experience. She had not encountered a ghost, but rather a celestial being. A deity, fortuitously passing by, had proclaimed her potential for spiritual cultivation, deeming their meeting a matter of destiny. The deity, unwilling to see such exceptional talent squandered, expressed a desire to take her as a disciple. However, due to pressing matters, the celestial being could not linger and bestowed upon her a luminous orb, instructing her to follow its guidance in her practice. When she achieved the requisite progress, she would intuitively know where to seek her divine mentor. With that, the deity departed without further ado. Li Lijun believed she could not squander such a splendid opportunity. Thus, she earnestly followed the guidance of the luminous orb and commenced her cultivation. This evening marked her inaugural foray into this practice. Empirical evidence demonstrated her notable aptitude. Her progress was commendable. Adopting the ethereal visage of her true master, Yun Li, she embodied the image of a celestial swordsman soaring gracefully through the skies, exuding an aura of divinity. Even if Granny Chui and the others requested her to render a portrait of her celestial master, she could effortlessly do so. Should the need arise in the future, she could depict several senior brothers, sisters, ancestors, uncles, and even her master's celestial companions. This was all rooted in reality. She knew numerous individuals, and there was no necessity to fabricate the internal dynamics of her sect. Aside from the absence of a tangible location in this world, she could assure no one would uncover any flaws. Granny Chui, Lady Xiao, and Hong were left momentarily astounded by her revelations. After her declarations, she simply patted her backside and retired for the night, leaving them with a tumult of chaotic thoughts, rendering them unable to settle down, let alone remember the notion of sleep. Consequently, Granny Chui, Lady Xiao, and Hong spent the entire night in a state of unrest. And now they had to rise and resume their duties, their eyes adorned with pronounced dark circles, spirits notably languid, evidently shaken by the bombshell Li Lijun had dropped the previous night. For instance, she had inquired of her celestial master whether disciples akin to her were abundant. Celestial beings are numerous, and they traverse the mortal realm, often accepting individuals of notable potential. However, not everyone possesses the capability to reach the stage of formally apprenticing under a master. Personal determination plays a crucial role. Thus, she is encouraged not to abandon her efforts lightly. Eventually, when she attains a certain level of cultivation, she will instinctively know where to seek out her master. There is no need for haste, yet she must not succumb to laziness or procrastination. It is advisable for her to reach the required standard within a few years. Should too much time elapse, and if she eventually marries and bears children, her opportunities for formal apprenticeship will be limited by age. Generally, Those with lesser potential do not receive much attention from the master, who casually assigns them to subordinates for instruction. Only those who genuinely seek guidance and are willing to dedicate themselves to their training will earn his mentorship. Given Li Lijun's exceptional talent, which is rare in the world, he patiently offers her additional advice. Were it another, he would scarcely bother. For instance, when Li Lijun inquires about the benefits of training under her celestial master, he responds that, at the very least, she could gain longevity with advanced cultivation. One could attain immortality, attributes that are expected of those who pursue the path of immortality in the eyes of mortals. Without these, individuals like Granny Chui and others would find it difficult to accept. In addition, the ability to traverse mountains and seas, to ascend to the heavens and delve into the earth, to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, are all considered standard practices. As for the knowledge of alchemy, the ability to concoct elixirs that grant mortals immunity to ailments and extended lifespans would be an unexpected delight. Upon hearing this, the breaths of Granny Chui and Lady Xiao grew noticeably heavier, even if it is not solely for the purpose of prolonging the young lady's life. The mere advantage of it is sufficient to garner her unwavering support for the cultivation of immortality. Naturally, after discussing the benefits, Li Lijun must address her taboos. The restrictions regarding food and drink are trivial. The paramount concern is that she cannot casually wed a mortal. She hopes those around her will refrain from incessantly mentioning her future matrimonial prospects. She truly does not intend to resolve such lifelong matters in the mundane world. Even if she were to consider romance someday, it would undoubtedly be with someone of a similar cultivation level. Otherwise, the mere logistics of meeting would be insurmountable. Upon uttering these words, Hong remained indifferent, as she consistently prioritized Li Lijun's well-being. However, both Granny Chui and Lady Xiao found it somewhat intolerable. Lady Xiao, with a quivering voice, expressed, "How many individuals in this world are like the young lady, fortunate enough to have a celestial being as a mentor? It is, of course, the ordinary folk who are more numerous. If such individuals cannot be wed, will the young lady ever find a spouse in her lifetime?" Hong, somewhat dismissive, replied, "If the young lady were to become an immortal, what significance would marriage hold? Why should Lady Xiao worry about this? Surely, one cannot expect the young lady, having ascended to divinity, to marry a mortal and live like an ordinary woman, bearing children, serving in-laws, and managing household affairs. Does such a person even deserve her?" Lady Xiao paused, recognizing the unworthiness of mortals, yet her worries persisted. The young lady lacks close kin, her mother has passed, and Prince C is unreliable. If she cannot marry, she will have no children, and in the future, she may find herself utterly alone, without even a relative. Is that not excessively lonely? Granny Chui then added, "If the young lady does not marry and bear children, does that not mean the end of the family line for the esteemed master and mistress?" The young lady's divine master once mentioned that he had taken numerous disciples. Among them, might there be someone of a similar age to the young lady, whose temperament aligns well with hers? If such a person exists, it is conceivable that a suitable match could be found among the celestial disciples. After all, it is inevitable that the young lady will marry. It would be prudent for her to wed a reliable partner, as in the future, should she bear children. Her loyal maid, Chui Mama, would be there to assist in their care. Chui Mama and Xiao Nyangzi immediately fell silent, realizing the wisdom in this thought. The young lady is still quite young. Considerations of marriage should at least wait until she has reached maturity. Even if they were to scout potential candidates ahead of time, it would be more appropriate to do so once the young lady has achieved success in her cultivation and formally entered her master's school, meeting other celestial disciples. Before broaching the subject, why the urgency? Hong cast a sidelong glance at the two women, finding their preoccupations rather puzzling. Why are they so intent on the young lady marrying? She scoffed, stating that there are plenty of noble individuals from royal and imperial families who have chosen the path of asceticism. We might as well assume that the young lady intends to become a female Taoist, which is hardly extraordinary. This would spare them the trouble in a few years when the young lady matures, with the heir and the future new heir's consort calculating her marriage prospects. Our young lady is destined to become a celestial being. Who has the patience to entangle with them? Chui and Xiao both wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 82, Consensus. Chui Mama, Xiao Nyangzi, and Hong have always been the most loyal confidants of Li Lijun, prioritizing her above all else. Now that they are aware of her celestial fortune and her determination to cultivate diligently, they have become even more devoted admirers of hers. Although they held some reservations regarding her marital issues, the mere mention of her disreputable father and the uncertain future stepmother swiftly cast aside any lingering doubts. Who should she marry? The answer was clear: no one, regardless of whether the suitor was an ordinary man or a being of celestial lineage. It was not within the purview of the Sui Wangfu to intervene. The young lady aspired to ascend to the divine, and only a master of the celestial realm could concern themselves with her marital affairs. If the divine master were preoccupied, the young lady would take matters into her own hands. Embracing the role of a female Taoist was indeed appealing. It promised a serene existence, free from undue complications. Should the young lady encounter a worthy partner in the future, she could then decide whether to renounce her vows. As the daughter of the Li family, she ought to follow her own heart. Thus, Cui, Xiao, and Hong swiftly reached a consensus regarding Li Lijun's marriage, without her needing to exert even the slightest effort. Li Lijun gazed at them speechlessly, reminding herself that these three were her allies. However peculiar their thoughts, they ultimately had her best interests at heart. Cui Mama sighed, stating that even without the matter of cultivation, she supported the young lady's temporary retreat from the household, setting aside other concerns. Once the new consort of the heir entered the household, if she were not of the Yang family, the Yang clan would undoubtedly send another individual, and the heir would likely take additional wives. At that point, the inner chambers would be rife with contention, leaving little room for tranquility within the Wangfu. The eldest son and daughter were indeed treasures of the Yang family, yet the third and fourth children also shared the Yang bloodline. As for the second daughter and her brothers, they belonged to other branches. Only the young lady stood alone without protection. If someone were to bully her, exploiting her vulnerable position to harm others, what then? The young lady possesses a bright future and has no need to entangle herself in such distressing matters. Lady Xiao proposed an idea. Within the dowry, there exists a considerable amount of property and land. It would be prudent to select a suitable residence in Chang'an and transform it into a temple. The young lady could cultivate her practice within her own abode, while we would attend to her needs, allowing everyone to feel more at ease. Why must we seek a secluded place outside? It is not that we cannot endure such hardships. Rather, it is that the young lady is unduly burdened, and even if her mother were aware from beyond, she would surely be pained by this. Li Lijun cleared her throat. How could one possibly practice in Chang'an? Although life may be relatively convenient, there are no spiritual veins. One cannot rely solely on artificial gathering formations, can one? The very reason she tirelessly roams is to find a location with genuine spiritual energy, from which she might draw strength. Furthermore, interring the Chen family near the new residence is not merely for the convenience of visiting the grave. It also considers the possibility of impending turmoil in the years to come, when calamity strikes. Regardless of the preservation of the Chen family tomb or the safety of her loyal attendants, she needs to establish her sanctuary far from the power center of Chang'an. Should she succeed in averting the impending war, all the better. If not, she would erect protective formations around her temple to shield against danger, while also offering refuge to the surrounding populace. These thoughts she could not divulge fully to her three trusted confidants. Instead, she slightly redirected their attention. I shall relocate further from home, so as not to raise suspicions among my family regarding my endeavors. The matter of my apprenticeship and cultivation is known only to the three of you. I implore you to keep it a secret. You must keep this matter confidential, at least until I have achieved mastery in my cultivation, before anyone is permitted to know. Hong, perplexed, inquired, but why? This is a good thing. The mature Granny Cui replied, indeed, it cannot be casually disclosed to outsiders. What if one day, the Prince of Air takes a new consort? That newcomer, buoyed by favoritism, might demand a celestial elixir from our young mistress. If she manages to please the prince, he could very well grant her request. At that juncture, would our young mistress comply or refuse? Even if it is not a concubine making the request, should the prince and the future new princess of Air broach this matter, the weight of filial piety would make it difficult for our young mistress to outright deny it. From this perspective, it is indeed unwise to let such information circulate. Madame Xiao concurred, stating, not only the prince or his new favorite, but even if the lord and lady of the estate were to request the elixir, it would pose a dilemma for our young mistress to grant or deny. After all, the lady is not the young mistress's biological grandmother. And if the lord were to receive the elixir and choose to present it to the sage, would our young mistress give it or not? Once it is bestowed, the subsequent matters would no longer be within her control. If our young mistress is constantly preparing elixirs for others, when would she find time for her own cultivation? The celestial master would surely be displeased if he were to learn of this. If the elixir were something everyone could consume, it would not be so rare in the world. Hong then suggested, I believe we should keep this matter entirely to ourselves, not even mentioning it among our own. Even those who serve closely can wait until our young mistress has moved out and established her own temple before anything is said. With many mouths, we cannot ascertain if there are ears among our own that have been bribed. Should any information leak, it would spell disaster. Granny Chui and Madame Xiao nodded in agreement. They habitually made decisions on behalf of Li Lijun. With a resigned smile, she sighed. Well, since we have reached a consensus, let it be settled. I shall find a suitable place to move out soon, and once I am settled. She paused. I intend to thoroughly study the materials my master has given me to see if there is anything you can learn. If my master permits, I will impart to you the methods of cultivation. Even if your talents are somewhat lacking, extending your lifespan would still be beneficial. If you are concerned about my solitude, then strive to live a few more years to keep me company. What do you say? Granny Chui, Madame Xiao, and Hong were utterly astonished, quickly moved to tears. Even though they were uncertain whether they truly had the opportunity to cultivate, their hearts brimmed with gratitude for Li Lijun. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Lijun had to devise a way to calm them down. Yet, even when they managed to regain some composure, their excitement reignited upon witnessing Li Lijun demonstrate the usage of the small paper figures and paper cranes they might often employ in the future. Throughout the afternoon, Li Lijun immersed herself in solitary study of the notes on Tang history, cross-referencing them with maps to analyze the surrounding terrain, speculating which mountain might harbor spiritual veins while avoiding the routes of advancing armies. Li Lijun pondered, is it only the servants? What about the master? Granny Chui replied with a wry smile, that young master is still at the bridge tomb. It is said that a friend of his has gone missing in the area, and as night approaches, he is anxious and is currently searching for him. Chapter 83. The disappearance. The second grandson of old Prince Zhou, named Li Shun, is merely 18 or 19 years of age. He is adept at managing mundane affairs, possesses a cheerful disposition, and enjoys a wide circle of friends, making him quite popular within the royal family. It is not unusual for him to embark on outings accompanied by a few companions. However, he is not merely on a leisurely excursion. He has come to the designated burial site to make necessary preparations due to the grave illness of his grandfather, who is nearing death. Is it truly appropriate for him to bring friends along during such a somber time? Even if it were an act, one would expect it to be executed with a semblance of decorum. Chui Mama could not provide a clear explanation, as this was the prevailing sentiment among the Zhou Wangfu. As the sun neared its descent, Erlang had yet to arrive, causing concern among his subordinates, who implored Ding Wulong to send out a few individuals to assist in the search. After contemplating the situation, Li Lijun decided to summon someone from the Zhou Wangfu who held authority to inquire about the matter. She found it hard to believe that anyone could go missing without reason in the desolate area of Qiaoling. Li Shun, disregarding his own safety, was determined to remain behind to search for his friend, indicating a profound bond between them. Upon encountering a Chui, Li Lijun surmised the identity of the companion who had accompanied Uncle Shen to Qiaoling. It was none other than Lin Jiulong from the Lin Gugong mansion. The middle-aged steward admitted with a wry smile. A Chui knelt and pleaded, "Fourth lady, our Jiulong has inexplicably vanished, and his fate remains uncertain. I beseech you, considering the kinship between Princess Do and our esteemed matriarch, to dispatch a few individuals to assist in the search for Jiulong. Nightfall approaches, and this desolate area is devoid of human presence. Our Jiulong is alone in the wilderness, unaware of the dangers that may befall him." Ah Chui had no choice but to elucidate the sequence of events to her. When Lin Jiulong first encountered Li Lijun, he was already embroiled in enmity. Rumor suggested that he had injured a young scion of the Wang family, yet in truth, he merely served as a scapegoat for the privileged offspring. Although there were individuals within the Wang household who understood his innocence, they were reluctant to offend the powerful and chose silence, passively allowing his reputation to be tarnished. In the fervor of youth, Lin Jiulong distanced himself from old friends, including several of his cousins from the Wang family. Lin Jiulong's mother hailed from the Wang family of Hedong, a widow in her youth and of illegitimate birth, with only a tenuous connection to her natal family. The rift with his cousins left little familial affection remaining. The Lin family had originally established their stronghold in Fanong, but had only recently relocated to Chang'an, lacking deep roots in the capital. Furthermore, the childish quarrels of Lin Jiulong, were of little concern to the adults. Consequently, his situation in Chang'an grew increasingly dire. The very scions who had initially used him as a scapegoat began to openly ostracize him, and now even his extended family disregarded him, as if to affirm his supposed moral failings. Not only was he unable to forge new friendships, but even a simple encounter with a fortunate young noble would lead to mockery and derision. Lin Zhulong was unwilling to evade his troubles. Yet his widowed mother insisted he keep his distance, compelling him to acquiesce. In order to prevent any scheming noble scions from discovering his intention to leave the capital and subsequently causing him trouble, whether by obstructing his path or laying traps, Li Shun seized the opportunity of his journey to Qiaoling to discreetly escort him out of the city. As a prince of the royal lineage, Li Shun was not one to provoke others, and thus, most would not dare to confront him. However, his trip was intended to create a stir. As he rode out of the city, he made no effort to conceal his entourage, and many observed that Lin Zhulong was among them, making it easy to surmise that he would also accompany them to Fengxian County. Lin Zhulong, traveling light with only 2 companions, A Chue and a skilled bodyguard named Lin Yu, followed Li Shun's group to Fengxian County. Feeling that the day was still young, Li Shun decided to visit the tomb of the late Wang Zuo in Qiaoling and pay his respects to his 2 esteemed grandmothers. As a member of the royal family, he was permitted entry into the imperial tombs, while Lin Zhulong, considering himself an outsider, found it inappropriate to enter the mausoleum and chose to wait outside. As time passed, impatience began to creep in for Lin Zhulong. Finding the scenery appealing, he resolved to explore the surroundings on horseback. Coincidentally, a cousin from the Lin family was stationed nearby. Guarding the tomb area, Lin Zhulong asked his 2 companions to greet him and take along some letters and items entrusted to him by their elders. At that moment, neither Lin Yu nor A Chue thought it inappropriate for Lin Zhulong to wander off alone to enjoy the sights. The sun was just beginning to set, casting a bright light over the area, which was relatively deserted, allowing for a wide field of vision. Lin Zhulong is a robust and agile young man, having trained in horseback riding and archery since his youth, equipped with swords and bows, and riding a fine steed. In the vicinity of the royal mausoleum, the emergence of bandits or rogues seems improbable. Who would dare to bring him harm? Li Shun merely considers the myriad possibilities, yet Lin Yu and A Chue, upon merely imagining the potential dangers their young master might face, break into a cold sweat. Li Shun believes that having taken Lin Zhulong out of his home, he bears the responsibility to ensure his safety. Thus he resolves to personally lead a search, refusing to depart even as twilight approaches. Lin Yu seeks assistance from their cousin in the Lin family. A Chue, having learned that the 4th daughter of the Sui prince resides at an inn in Fengxian County, recalls the connection between their families and decides to accompany the steward from the Zhou royal residence to borrow manpower. After nightfall, visibility around the Qiaoling area diminishes, necessitating that they locate him before complete darkness envelopes the land. Li Lijun has discreetly utilized the system to command a drone to ascend from the rear window, surveying the ground from the skies above Qiaoling in search of suspicious figures. However, to relay the findings of the drone, she resolves to make the journey to Qiaoling herself. Chapter 84. The search for the missing. As soon as Li Lijun announces her decision, the reactions of those around her vary. Granny Cui instinctively protests, "No, it is far too dangerous for the young lady to venture out at night." Before she can finish her sentence, she is interrupted by Hong, who frantically gestures for her to be silent, and she quickly realizes her oversight. The young lady has begun her cultivation journey and is even capable of casting spells. What dangers could she possibly face when venturing out at night? Old Madame Cui fell silent, while Lady Xiao hastily sought to placate her mother-in-law. If the young lady insists on going, she ought to take more companions. Bring Hong along. Let her ride and escort you. Hong nodded eagerly. The steward of the Zhou Wangfu was taken aback, exclaiming, This may not be appropriate, right? The 4th young lady only requires a few of our guards. It would be unwise to disturb the great presence. Li Lijun replied, Not long ago, Lin Zhulong saved my life, even without mentioning that the matriarch of the Lin family and my grandmother are sisters. I cannot turn a blind eye to the debt of gratitude I owe him. Rest assured, I shall bring ample guards and will not hinder your efforts. Instead of lingering here in idle chatter, it would be wiser to spend the time searching for people. The middle-aged steward pondered for a moment and ceased to argue. After all, the people of the Sui Wangfu would never allow the 4th young lady to suffer. There was no need for the Zhou Wangfu to interfere. Although Ah Chue was astonished, he held his tongue and solemnly bowed to Li Lijun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, fourth young lady." Ding Wulong approached with a hint of unease, attempting to dissuade her. "I will exhaust all efforts to search for him. There is truly no need to trouble the fourth young lady." Li Lijun stated, "Captain Ding, you should focus on leading the search for Lin Zhulong. I will first meet with Uncle Shun. The matter of finding him should be led by you, so please take great care." Ding Wulong suddenly understood and promptly agreed, urging Li Lijun to take a carriage. Li Lijun shook her head and gestured towards her home. "She will accompany me. Riding a horse is swifter than taking a carriage." During his journey, Ding Wulong had encountered Hong several times, but at this moment, he found himself closest to her. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet possessed strikingly thick eyebrows and large eyes, along with a tall and athletic physique. After helping Li Lijun mount her horse, she nimbly swung herself onto her own, displaying a level of expertise that was far from that of a novice, prompting him to steal a few more glances at her. Hong shot him a glance, her eyes narrowing, and said, "What are you staring at? We must prioritize saving lives." "Stop dawdling." Ding Wulong's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and quickly turned to rejoin his subordinates. They spurred their horses ahead, with Li Lijun and Hong lagging slightly behind, accompanied by 7 or 8 attendants as they galloped towards Xiaoling. Riding was swifter than traveling by carriage, and within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Xiaoling. By this time, the sun had descended halfway, leaving only a half-moon of golden yolk against the horizon. The surrounding twilight cast a dim light, enveloping the stone tablets, statues, and fields in a warm orange glow. Li Lijun deftly controlled a drone overhead, switching the camera to infrared night vision mode. Ding Wulong, having arrived earlier, had already conferred with Li Shun and taken over the duties of his subordinates, dividing into several teams to search in various directions. Upon learning of Li Lijun's arrival, Li Shun hurriedly emerged from the mausoleum entrance. Spotting Li Lijun being supported by her maid as she rode, he swiftly rode over, dismounted, and personally assisted her down. With a tone tinged with reproach, Li Shun remarked, "My dear child, why have you come in person, even in your eagerness to save others? There was no need for you to take such risks. Allowing your guards to come would have sufficed. At your tender age, needing assistance to ride, what aid can you truly provide?" Li Lijun had no choice but to recount the reasons why Lin Zhulong had saved her life once more. She then said, "Although I am young, as long as I am here, the guards will not dare to be negligent. Our priority is to locate Lin Zhulong as swiftly as possible. Everything else is secondary. Besides, I am accompanied by others, so there is no cause for concern. Uncle Shun, please do not worry about me. You may attend to your own matters." Hearing this, Li Shun sighed deeply. "You are such a considerate child." Although he could not truly turn away, he nonetheless secured Li Lijun's consent to borrow most of her attendants. As dusk approached and Lin Zhulong remained missing, Li Shun felt a growing anxiety and could no longer afford to be polite with his niece. Seizing the moment, Li Lijun inquired, "Uncle Shun, in which directions have you searched? Have you examined the stone tablets, carvings, sculptures, and the vacant tombs?" Li Shun sighed. "We have searched everywhere we could. However, the vastness of Xiaoling is daunting, spanning over 100 acres, with merely a handful of us. How long will it take to find him? I am filled with uncertainty." Li Lijun responded, "Though the area is extensive, there are not many places to hide. Furthermore, if Lin Zhulong has not encountered any danger, he would have heard our loud calls. Could it be that he ventured into some remote corner, far from here? Did he ever mention wanting to explore any particular scenery?" "What scenery?" He was merely feeling distressed and wandered aimlessly. Li Shun hesitated, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "Moments ago, my subordinate encountered several young scions of the Pei family, accompanied by robust and vigorous attendants, among whom were a few individuals of foreign descent. It is uncertain whether they crossed paths with Lin Zhulong. Previously, Lin Zhulong had incurred the displeasure of the Pei family, who seemed to harbor an unrelenting grudge, intent on trampling him underfoot." Li Lijun recalled the words of a Chue and understood. Uncle Shun is concerned that Lin Zhulong might confront the Pei family members, outnumbered and vulnerable, thus falling victim to their schemes. Yet, this is the imperial mausoleum. How audacious could the Pei family be to shed blood in such a sacred place? Li Jin sighed, remarking that they are merely adolescents filled with vigor and impetuosity. When tempers flare, it is difficult to think rationally. He feared that in a moment of impulsiveness, they might commit a grievous error, and even if regret followed, they would dare not reveal their misdeeds. Resorting to desperate measures to conceal the secret, Li Lijun frowned, asserting that the mausoleum is not devoid of guardians. Even if the Pei family has influential patrons, can they truly be deemed more esteemed than those interred within this sacred resting place? I cannot believe that the officials entrusted with the mausoleum would stand idly by while these young ruffians wreak havoc. They possess their own means of seeking protection from their elders. However, should the guardians fail in their duties, they risk losing their positions. They are fully aware of the gravity of their responsibilities. She then inquired further with Li Zhan about the locations they had already searched. Had they explored areas beyond the usual patrol routes of the officials? Li Zhan, perplexed by her insistence on this matter, could only provide her with the information she sought. In her mind, she quietly sketched a rudimentary map of the Qiaoling area, excluding places that had already been searched and routes frequented by patrolling soldiers. The remaining sections were then circled by a drone, which unexpectedly revealed a shadow flickering in the pine forest at the western boundary of the cemetery. As the drone descended closer, she discerned that the shadow in the pine grove was not a person but a horse. The horse was restlessly wandering within the woods, and about 20 to 30 meters away, there lay a sizable pit, within which a small figure was struggling to move towards the edge. Zooming in, she recognized the figure as Lin Zhulong, someone she knew well. Li Lijun surmised that Lin Zhulong must have sustained an injury. She then addressed Li Shun, saying, "Uncle Shun, since Lin Zhulong did not enter the cemetery with you, it stands to reason that whether he intended to avoid the Pei family or merely wished to enjoy the scenery, he would have no reason to wander aimlessly within the cemetery itself. Could it be that he has ventured into the surrounding woods? The dense thicket would serve perfectly as a hiding place, and outsiders would remain oblivious to what lies within." Upon hearing this, Li Shun glanced thoughtfully at the pine forests flanking both east and west. He found Li Lijun's deduction to be quite plausible. After exchanging a brief greeting with her, he promptly led his men towards the eastern pine woods.